Chapter 1. Do you know how I spent these past 10 years? Jiang Ming City's ninth high school. In math class, peace and prosperity in the world, and here I am, a traveler with no place to shine. Where are the mutant beasts and the underworld demons? Oxes? A handsome boy sat in the last row, resting his chin on his right hand, boredly watching the sparrows hopping in the corridor. His name is Jiang Ming, 19 years old, a traveler brought to this world by a 199 yuan mail-order armor warrior summoning device. When he first arrived in this world at the age of 3, he opened his eyes in an orphanage and knew he was set. After all, who reading a novel doesn't know the two essential elements for a traveler's path to power? A golden finger and being orphaned. Now he is both, so shouldn't he take off directly? Jiang Ming thought so too. But ideals are beautiful. In reality, hit him hard his golden finger was useless. From Armor 1 to Armor 3, there were a total of 15 armor summoning devices, manifesting as 15 light orbs in his mind, and yet he couldn't use a single one. At first, Jiang Ming refused to believe it, thinking it was his abilities that were lacking. Not knowing how to improve, he meditated daily and watched horror movies to stimulate his mind. Over time, he became desensitized no matter how scary the horror films were. He could watch them without flinching. Yet, he still couldn't use the devices. Later, he thought it was his physique that was inadequate. So he engaged in various physical training and learned martial arts. He indeed became capable of fighting, easily handling 3 to 5 people without letting them get close. But the armor summoning devices remained silent. For a full 16 years, Jiang Ming tried every method to activate the summoning devices, all ending in failure. Now he was ready to give up. He even doubted whether this world had mutant beasts or underworld demons at all. In his line of sight, a sparrow hopped over the fence and flew into the sky. Jiang Ming glanced at the now empty corridor, yawned, and turned his gaze away in boredom. Just as he turned his head, the school's loudspeaker suddenly blared. Attention all senior class teachers. Please organize your students to take their benches and proceed orderly. To the playground for a meeting. On the podium, the homeroom teacher put down the math book and instructed, everyone take your benches, head downstairs slowly, and no running. Clang, bang. In an instant, the previously lifeless classroom became noisy. Everyone grabbed their benches and squeezed towards the door, all wearing smiles on their faces. Moments later, the vast playground was filled with people. The leaders on the platform began to speak. But how many were actually listening seriously was unknown. After an unknown amount of time, a drowsy Jiang Ming suddenly felt a sharp pain in his head. Heat stroke. But the next moment, he felt a tightness around his wrist, as if a bracelet had appeared out of nowhere. What the hell? Could it be? Jiang Ming seemed to realize something, a look of incredulity flashing in his eyes. He cautiously lifted his sleeve and saw a red and silver bracelet shimmering on his wrist. Flame Dragon Summoning Device. Jiang Ming jumped up abruptly, his eyes wide. What the hell? Old Jiang, what are you doing? His desk mate, Zhou Dali, was startled and quickly reached out to pull him back. The principal was up there bragging. And you suddenly stand up and know what's your problem? Sure enough, the homeroom teacher, Su Yuan, who had been watching the line from the back, immediately spotted Jiang Ming. He rushed over in a few steps, his face dark. Warning, you behave yourself. Sit down. But Jiang Ming seemed not to hear, excitedly looking around, his eyes filled with an unprecedented desire. It appeared, right? It appeared, right? Where is it? Where is it? Where are you? I don't believe the summoning device that has been silent for 16 years would just appear for no reason. Something unusual must be going on. Mutant beast. Come out. Jiang Ming. Su Yuan saw him ignoring his warning and became furious. Get over here. Teacher Su, don't mess with me. I'm looking for monsters. Jiang Ming was anxious too. He had searched around, but there was no sight of any mutant beasts. 6 to 8 this moment. The students around watching the scene couldn't help but think of a phrase. Your Majesty, he's messing with you. Su Yuan was also stunned for a moment, but once he realized what was happening, he became furious. Did this guy take him for a fool? Using monsters as an excuse. You get over here. Su Yuan's face darkened as he reached out to grab Jiang Ming's arm, wanting to pull him out of the line. But just then a sudden cry rang out. Look at the sky, what a big bird. Caw! As if responding to this shout, a bird call capable of shattering stone echoed through the sky. In an instant, everyone looked up at the sky, and Jiang Ming was no exception. He saw a giant, three-legged bird circling in the air. Its pitch-black feathers gleamed with a cold metallic sheen, as if crafted from the finest steel, and three sharp claws were covered in bony spikes. Even from afar, one could feel its sharpness. Isn't that the underworld demon? A hint of surprise flashed in Jiang Ming's eyes, but it quickly turned into joy. Who cares? A fight is a fight. As long as there is one, he's not picky after being starved for 16 years. Caw! The black giant bird seemed to sense Jiang Ming's desire for it. After a cry, it suddenly dove down. My God, how can it be such a big bird? Ah, help! Students, run! Su Yuan didn't have time to argue with Jiang Ming anymore and shouted desperately. On the playground, everyone began to scatter in a panic. But with over 1,000 people gathered together, in their frenzy, they quickly became a chaotic mess. Screams and wails intertwined that on the podium. The school leaders also shouted hoarsely, but it was of no use. Soon, the black giant bird was only 10 meters from the ground, the gust from its flapping wings instantly sweeping dozens of people off their feet. Its dark eyes quickly scanned for a target until it spotted a man who was always looking up, his expression fervent. Their eyes met. The giant bird suddenly changed direction, like a dark cloud, and swooped down toward Jiang Ming. Half-meter-long claws tore through the air, heading straight for Jiang Ming's head. Old Jiang, run! Zhou Dali just flipped over, got back up and saw this scene, his eyes bulging with fear. Jiang Ming. Su Yuan's face turned pale. Ah! Students around screamed in terror, some fainting on the spot from fright. But Jiang Ming was filled with excitement. He ignored the screams around him, his eyes fixated only on the rapidly approaching black giant bird. Finally! I've finally waited for you. Do you know how I spent these 16 years? Why didn't you appear sooner? Flame dragon armor. Combine. At this moment, it felt like a solemn voice echoed in everyone's ears on the vast playground. Armor combine. Chapter 2. Manifesting before others. Armor combine. A crimson light enveloped Jiang Ming, and the armor gradually materialized. Accompanied by a dragon's roar, surging energy exploded into a tangible halo, revealing a red figure in the arena. The previously chaotic playground instantly fell silent, all eyes wide in shock at the unusual person before them. What? What the hell? Zhou Dali was dumbfounded, the remnants of his earlier fierce yell still on his face. Is this my brother? He rubbed his eyes in disbelief, wanting to say something else, but was interrupted by a series of low murmurs around him. Armor? Am I in a movie? So cool. A strong desire surged in the eyes of many boys. What the hell? He's showing off in front of the whole school. Inside the armor, Jiang Ming felt the overwhelming power surging within him like a tsunami, and he smiled. This is it. So this is what it feels like to wear armor. Awesome. So awesome. He waited over 10 years for this moment. The crazy training of willpower and physical strength was all for today, wasn't it? Jiang Ming's adrenaline soared. Crack. He slowly raised his head, the blue eyes of the armor gazing at the swirling black giant bird. Why didn't you show up earlier? If you'd shown up earlier, I could have enjoyed this sooner. You've made me wait for so many years. You should die. He turned sideways, raised his hand, and rotated the knob at his waist in one smooth motion. With a low hum, the yin-yang ring at the center of his belt suddenly shot out a beam of light. Flame bow. Jiang Ming reached into the light and pulled it out. I'm going to shoot you dead. He raised the flame bow and aimed directly at the black giant bird hovering in the air. Buzz. The patterns on the bow glowed. Energy gathered. Whoosh. A crimson arrow shot out. The giant bird sensed the danger, let out a shrill cry, and flapped its wings to dodge the attack quickly. Jiang Ming's expression remained unchanged, and the attacks from the flame bow in his hand became even faster. Arrows sliced through the sky, resembling a reverse meteor shower. This scene left everyone in the crowd dumbfounded, not just the boys, but many girls were also breathing heavily. Who would want a set of armor like this? As everyone gasped in amazement, several arrows suddenly tore through the right wing of the black giant bird, and immediately, shattered feathers mixed with boiling blood scattered. Everywhere, the intense pain instantly ignited the ferocity of the giant bird. In the next moment, it opened its massive beak and spat out several fireballs the size of basketballs. The crowd on the playground, who thought they had escaped a disaster, fell into panic again. Is it trying to kill us? What the hell kind of monster is this? It can breathe fire? Zhou Dali scrambled to find cover, but the playground was wide open, with nowhere to hide. Jiang Ming looked at the falling fireballs, his expression showing no signs of panic. Instead, his eyes sparkled with excitement. Yes, yes, yes. That's it. Resist me. Resist me. He flicked the flame bow in his hand, and it instantly disappeared from view. He twisted the knob again. The flame blade appeared, and he grabbed the hilt as the light dissipated, revealing a double-edged long knife in his hand. Slash! Jiang Ming swung the flame blade, stomped his foot, and his whole being transformed into a crimson streak of light, weaving through the fireballs. With the sound of metal clashing, all the fireballs exploded. A hint of panic appeared in the eyes of the black giant bird, seemingly not expecting its attack to be so easily neutralized. As it flapped its wings, it stared intently at Jiang Ming for a moment, then glanced at the other people on the playground who were in disarray. It seemed to realize that its hunting activity today had failed. With a shrill cry, it changed direction and attempted to escape. Hey, don't run away! Jiang Ming panicked and shouted. But the giant bird had no intention of stopping, even flapping its wings faster. Damn it! Are you asking for a beating? Good. Don't think just because you're in the sky, I can't do anything to you. Jiang Ming, seeing his heartfelt plea rejected, lost his composure on the spot. In the next moment, he twisted the knob on his left waist. Flame Dragon Steed. In an instant, a red and silver, technologically advanced motorcycle sped in from the horizon. If you get away today, you'll be in trouble. After longing for 16 years, finally, he wouldn't let you escape. Jiang Ming hoisted the flame blade and leaped up, mounting the Flame Dragon Steed, twisting the throttle, and instantly transformed into a streak of light, disappearing into the sky. On the playground, everyone stared blankly at the sky, watching the direction Jiang Ming had vanished, speechless for a long time. After a while, someone finally reacted, and excited voices gradually filled the entire playground. Holy crap, this is too cool. I know that guy. He's from class 3. I think his name is Jiang Ming. Damn, he can actually transform. He's from class 3. Quick question, does Jiang Ming have a girlfriend? That red armor, is it a new weapon our country is researching? I got it, there must be a supernatural bureau. Jiang Ming is a member of the Supernatural Bureau. It seems this world is far from as simple as we see it. Having escaped death and witnessing an unbelievable battle, everyone opened up and let their imaginations run wild. Zhou Dali, I remember you're close with Jiang Ming. Quick, tell us, does he have some special identity? Zhou Dali was also confused, but there was one thing he knew. That was his brother Jiang Ming. Oh no, from today on, his foster father Jiang Ming. He was a Superman. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but straighten his back, looking proud. Don't pry. Such state secrets are not something you can hear about. Oh, so you know. Just then, a crisp voice sounded behind him. Of course. Zhou Dali turned around with a defiant expression, only to see a woman in a black dress coldly staring at him. Zhou Dali instantly wilted. His academic performance might be poor, but he read a lot of novels. Based on the patterns he summarized from various novels, combined with the woman's attire and aura in front of him. This was definitely a secret department. When did they arrive? Looking again, there was also a man in a black-tied outfit on the podium. The principal, the grade director, and the class teacher were all bowing and scraping. The surrounding students also quieted down, but their gazes towards the woman were full of fervor. So this world really has special departments. The woman didn't question Zhou Dali further, but began collecting the feathers and blood of the giant bird that had fallen when it was injured. Moments later, the man in black also approached, still looking shocked. Let's go, it's clear now. It should be a new type of ability. The cleanup department is arriving soon. We need to chase that kid. We can't let him have any accidents. He just awakened his ability and made the iron feather eagle flee. We need talents like him in our department. The two quickly left the school. Not long after they left, a team composed of law enforcement, fire department, and medical personnel quickly arrived at the school. Chapter 3. Slaying the Fox Demon, Sun Essence, and Moon Radiance. Elemental power at the same time. Jiang Ming returned home. Although it was an old and shabby place, it was enough for him. With a monthly rent of $450, what more could he want? As the saying goes, when one person is full, the whole family is not hungry. He never thought about finding a partner. Relying on his skills as a literary copyist and leeching off some famous web novel from his past life, he could easily support himself. As for why he wasn't wealthy, it was because he could only remember the general plot of those novels and couldn't replicate them perfectly. At this moment, Jiang Ming was sitting cross-legged on the sofa. He had just taken a shower and was chugging a bottle of cola, but his gaze was fixed on his left hand. A dark golden pearl, about the size of a marble, glimmered with a faint halo when looked at closely. He had obtained it from that black giant bird. The black giant bird couldn't outrun the flame dragon steed, after being chased down and hit by 2 blasts. It was finally cleaved to pieces by him above a mountain range with the flame blade. This pearl flew out of the giant bird's body at that time. Without the enhanced vision from his armor, he might not have noticed it. What exactly is this thing? An inner core? Or something similar to a magic sticker or cube? Jiang Ming was puzzled, mainly because the black giant bird was clearly not a supernatural beast or anything like a ghostly demon. After pondering for a while and finding no clues, he decided to summon the flame dragon armor to see if he could seal it. Throwing the empty cola can into the trash, Jiang Ming took out the summoning device from his pocket. Just as he was about to put it on, there was a series of knocks on the door. Jiang Ming leaned over the sofa to look at the door, his expression somewhat strange. Who could be looking for him at this hour? This old and shabby place was either occupied by elderly people or 996 corporate workers. He had no connections with anyone. Who is it? No one answered. After waiting for a moment, the outside was silent. Who was being so annoying? Jiang Ming thought someone was playing a prank. He withdrew his gaze and was about to put on the summoning device again when the knocking grew louder. Bang, bang, bang. What the hell? Are you messing with me? Jiang Ming was getting angry and walked to the door. However, there was still no answer, and the knocking became increasingly hurried and chaotic. Bang, 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 bang. It sounded as if a dozen hands were knocking at the door. At that moment, even Jiang Ming, who was usually slow on the uptake, sensed that something was off. There couldn't possibly be that many hands on his floor. Besides, who the hell is crazy enough to have 7 or 8 people knocking at someone else's door? A monster? In a flash, this thought crossed his mind. Then, a surge of excitement washed over his face. But the next second, he feared he was overthinking it. Calm down. Jiang Ming, you need to stay calm. Maybe someone is just playing a joke on you. You can't act impulsively. You haven't encountered a single monster in over a decade. Do you think you can meet 2 in one day? Suddenly, the iron security door began to twist slowly, as if in response to his thoughts. Bulges the size of tennis balls rapidly covered the entire surface of the door. Upon seeing this, Jiang Ming could no longer hold back. Ha 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 ha! Calm my ass. Flame dragon armor. Come by. A crimson light flashed, and Jiang Ming excitedly watched as the security door was ripped open. Bang! He kicked it with all his might. Stop dawdling. I'm here to help you. The security door flew backward and crashed into the opposite wall, raising a cloud of dust. The door was finally opened, and Jiang Ming finally saw what was knocking at his door. A woman in a black silk nightgown. She was tall and voluptuous, her wine-red hair flowing without the wind. At first glance, she had a seductive air of a neighbor whose husband was away. But Jiang Ming had no interest in that. He immediately noticed the 3 fluffy tails extending from behind her. A fox demon? At the same time, the woman was also stunned, seemingly not expecting such a thing to jump out from inside. They exchanged glances, and the next moment, excitement appeared on both of their faces. Hey there, come play, the woman alluringly invited. Play your ass. You broke my door. Jiang Ming instantly teleported in front of the woman and threw a punch. The extreme speed left the woman no time to react, and she took the punch squarely. In an instant, the woman's towering peaks turned into a flat plane. A sharp scream echoed out, and the motion-sensitive lights in the corridor flickered rapidly before finally shattering under the pressure. Downstairs, the men and women in black who had followed from the school also heard the scream. A fox demon. Has the seal of the Qingqiu land been completely broken? How could there be a fox demon appearing? Shock appeared in their eyes. Without time to investigate, the 2 dashed into the corridor like 2 bolts of black lightning, quickly reaching the 4th-floor stairway where Jiang Ming was. Just as they stopped, a shadow flew past them. The 2 steadied themselves and saw a figure that looked more like a monster than a person. The fox demon's silk nightgown was already tattered. What should have been skin as fair as snow was cracked like broken porcelain, with clumps of yellow-brown fur spreading from the tiny fissures. Its charming face was completely shattered, revealing a fox's face. At that moment, it struggled to rise, its eyes no longer filled with excitement, replaced instead with endless terror. Damn it, I thought you were a real catch. Turns out you're just a shape-shifting demon, and you dare to break my door? On the other side of the corridor, Jiang Ming's voice was filled with confusion. Are these monsters usually this bold? But why had he never encountered a single one in the past 16 years? The two in black looked toward the sound, only to see a red figure holding dual blades slowly walking out from the darkness at the end of the corridor. In the next second, this red figure suddenly swung the long knife. A crimson blade light pierced through the fox demon's body, accompanied by a painful roar. Flames erupted from the fox demon, and a taiji pattern seemed to bind its body like a binding spell. Flame fist. Jiang Ming leaped up, piercing through the flames and penetrating the fox demon's body. Bang! The fox demon howled and exploded. From the flames, a pearl shot out, which Jiang Ming caught in his hand. Again, with this thing? Thinking of the one he got after killing the black giant bird. He didn't hesitate and placed it in front of his waist. With a humming sound, the pearl shattered into a mass of photon energy that was absorbed into the yin-yang ring. It can actually be absorbed? Jiang Ming was somewhat surprised. At the same time, he noticed that this energy did not seal itself like in the original story. Instead, it transformed into a gentle stream that wandered around his body before rushing straight toward several summoning devices in his mind. Xing Tian. Fei Ying flickered and sparkled like seedlings meeting the long-awaited rain, their luster deepening significantly. Sun essence and moon radiance? For some reason, the name of that energy suddenly popped into Jiang Ming's mind. Could it be that this energy could help me awaken other summoning devices? Realizing this, Jiang Ming's eyes brightened, and he hurriedly took out another pearl to replicate the process. This time, the ones that lit up were Tona Duo and Fengying. Elemental power? Jiang Ming felt that his guess might indeed be correct. Removing the armor, he still wore a smile on his face. After years of drought, it finally rained. This harvest was too significant. At the stairway, the black-clad man and woman exchanged glances, both seeing shock in each other's eyes. So powerful. At first, they thought it was an ordinary fox demon, but upon closer inspection, they realized it was a three-tailed fox demon. It is important to know that even if the two of them faced the three-tailed fox demon alone, they would need to be extremely cautious. A moment's inattention could lead to disaster. Yet such a powerful demon was easily dealt with by Jiang Ming, as if he were chopping vegetables, leaving not even a corpse behind. What kind of strength is this? Chapter 4. Shenzhou Special Events Investigation Department, after watching the performance for so long. If you don't speak, I'm leaving. Jiang Ming turned to look at the man and woman in black, quickly sizing them up. He had noticed them the moment they reached the stairway, and he had some guesses in his heart. Generally, when people encounter such a commotion, even the most curious of the locals would hold back a bit. Yet this man and woman not only watched, but didn't even change their expressions. Oh, you must be Jiang Ming, right? Hello, we are from the Shenzhou Special Events Investigation Department. My name is Gao Feng, and this is my assistant, Qian Shaoyan. The man quickly introduced himself as he came to his senses. Sure enough, these two are from a special department. Even though Jiang Ming had suspected this in his heart, he was still shaken. The Shenzhou Special Events Investigation Department. He was not unfamiliar with such names. In his 2 lifetimes, there had always been endless speculation about this in the folklore. Just like in the novels he had read while freeloading as a writer. There were several similar special organizations. While he was pondering, Gao Feng spoke again, smiling. Jiang Ming, no need to be nervous. We mainly want to understand your situation today, and also to ask if you're interested in joining us. So direct? Jiang Ming glanced at Gao Feng in surprise, though he had anticipated this moment when the two identified themselves. After all, this scene was too similar to what was written in those dog author novels. However, he didn't expect them to be so eager. After thinking it over, Jiang Ming didn't respond immediately. Instead, he tilted his head to glance down the dark corridor. Due to the howl of the fox demon, all the sound-activated lights were broken, and the corridor was shrouded in darkness. However, he could still see a few faint lights where residents had bravely opened small cracks in their doors to peek outside. Let's south go to my place to talk, he said. Gao Feng clearly understood that this was not a suitable place for conversation, nodded, and followed Jiang Ming along with Qian Shaoyan. The three crossed the broken security door and returned to the room. Jiang Ming turned to the two and said, "Make yourselves comfortable. Would you like something to drink?" "Plain water, thank you." Gao Feng casually glanced around the room before sitting down on the sofa with Qian Shaoyan. After a moment, Jiang Ming brought over 2 glasses of water and handed them to the two. "Do you mind answering a question for me first?" Jiang Ming asked. Gao Feng was taken aback. "How did it become you asking us?" Fortunately, he reacted quickly, accepted the cup, and smiled. "Of course, no problem." What would Jiang Ming like to know? As long as it doesn't involve confidential matters, I can answer. Of course, if you join us, I can share even confidential information. Jiang Ming waved his hand and said, "It's not a confidential matter. I just want to know how many monsters there are in this world." After saying this, he looked at Gao Feng with hopeful eyes. Logically speaking, since there was an investigation department, there should be plenty of monsters. But it was also true that he hadn't seen a single monster in over a decade. Now that his golden finger could finally be used, and even the beads left behind after monsters died could activate other summoning tools. Just thinking about not being able to summon the Emperor's armor due to the scarcity of monsters was more painful than killing him. Seeing Jiang Ming looking at him with anticipation, Gao Feng thought he was worried about the danger posed by too many monsters. Realizing that he was indeed a fledgling who had just awakened his abilities and hadn't yet transitioned from his ordinary identity. With that in mind, he smiled slightly. Actually, the monsters you refer to should be called demons. Legends of demons have existed in this land since ancient times, and naturally, they are not few. Jiang Ming's eyes lit up instantly. However, Gao Feng didn't notice and continued, "But you don't need to worry, although there are many demons. Most are sealed within several regions and rarely appear in the mundane world." Huh. Jiang Ming felt as if he had found the culprit. No wonder he hadn't encountered a single monster in over a decade. It turned out the main forces were sealed away. Who sealed them? Isn't this cutting off my path to the Emperor's armor? Gao Feng shook his head. "I don't know. It seems they have been in a sealed state since those areas were discovered. Of course, it could also be that my authority is not enough to access relevant information. These areas have been designated by the investigation department as demon domains. As of now, the demon domains are relatively stable and safe. However, this is not absolute. Occasionally, some demons manage to slip through the seals and enter the mundane world, and with the so-called spiritual energy recovery, the number of demons in the mundane world has gradually increased, at which point we need to suppress them." Spiritual energy recovery? Jiang Ming quickly seized on the keyword, but he didn't press further. After all, he had been immersed in a large amount of web literature, and the concept of spiritual energy recovery was not difficult to understand. After digesting the information for a while, Jiang Ming suddenly realized a problem. This world has demons and is undergoing spiritual energy recovery, clearly indicating a path of cultivation, yet he relies on armor. How should he explain that? Just as Jiang Ming was pondering this in silence, Gao Feng spoke again. "Does Jiang Ming have any other questions?" "No." Jiang Ming shook his head. For the time being, he couldn't think of any excuses, so he could only take it step by step. "Since that's the case, let me tell you about the investigation department. I actually have high hopes for you joining us, because you have awakened your abilities." As he spoke, Gao Feng's gaze toward Jiang Ming suddenly held a hint of envy. And even Qian Shaoyun, who had been silent, looked the same. The investigation department inherits the traditions of both Taoism and Buddhism. So many colleagues in the department also follow the path of qi refiners. In mundane terms, these are cultivators. However, above the qi refiners, there's another special category of people. These individuals are extremely rare. Due to the spiritual energy recovery, they are uniquely endowed and awaken various abilities, allowing them to cultivate methods at an extraordinary speed, along with possessing extraordinary skills. That red armor just now should be the ability that Jiang Ming awakened, right? What the heck? Can it really be explained this way? Jiang Ming was caught off guard. Just a moment ago, he was still thinking about taking it one step at a time, and the next second, they had already filled in the blanks for him. However, this saved him some trouble. After thinking it over, Jiang Ming nodded. "If what you say is true, then it should be." Sure enough, the envy in Gao Feng and Qian Xiaoyun's eyes deepened. Abilities. The investigation department had long studied several qi refiners with abilities and concluded that such individuals are born to walk the path. Cultivating methods similar to abilities is simply like being aided by the divine. Ordinary qi refiners can't compare at all. Moreover, abilities themselves are a significant advantage. Although ordinary qi refiners might not necessarily lose to qi refiners with abilities, they often need to rely on overwhelming realms to do so. Sigh, forget it. It's not something to compare. Gao Feng and Qian Shaoyun secretly sighed in their hearts. The investigation department offers significant privileges to those with abilities, with various resources prioritized for them, including cultivation resources and daily living resources, such as basic accommodations, vehicles, and financial support. That is why I think you should consider joining us. Chapter 5. Joining the investigation department, Jiang Ming fell silent. Gao Feng did not urge him. He knew that such matters required careful consideration, especially with the change in identity. Just an hour ago, he was an ordinary person, and in an hour, he would enter a completely different circle. Most people would find it hard to adapt to such a change. Little did he know, he was overthinking it. Jiang Ming had no sense of discomfort. On the contrary, he was simply too suited for it. His silence was merely him contemplating one question. Is it worth it to join the investigation department? If he didn't join, he would undoubtedly have more freedom. But then, obtaining information about the appearance of monsters would likely become difficult. He couldn't just ride around like some general on an electric bike searching for monsters, could he? And then there was cultivation. Although he already had armor, combining it with being a chi master had its merits too. Jiang Ming's eyes flickered as he began to weigh his options. The next moment, he looked up at Gao Feng and said, I agree to join the investigation department. Compared to the benefits he would gain, the little constraints were completely negligible. Upon hearing this, a smile quickly spread across Gao Feng's face as he stood up and extended his right hand. Welcome. I believe you won't regret your decision today. Jiang Ming also smiled, extending his right hand to shake Gao Feng's. For the country and the people, I will go through fire and water. Is it really okay for us to just leave like this? At the stairway, Jiang Ming, pulling a large suitcase, turned back to look at the distorted door. No worries. I've already notified the logistics staff. They will send someone to handle it. Gao Feng said while going down the stairs, Today is just your bad luck. That fox spirit must have been lurking nearby for a long time. Coincidentally, you killed the iron feather eagle, and the residual aura attracted the monster. Jiang Ming followed behind with his suitcase, and upon hearing Gao Feng's words, he suddenly understood. No wonder that fox spirit was dressed so provocatively, even in a black silk nightgown. But was this really bad luck? This was simply amazing luck. He hadn't encountered a monster in over a decade. He was almost losing hope. Thank goodness. Thank goodness this world still needed him. With this thought, Jiang Ming's lips curled slightly. After descending the stairs, the three of them squeezed into a van parked at the entrance of the community. Is this the vehicle you mentioned? Jiang Ming, sitting in the back, felt he had been duped. It's a bit ugly, but it has great firepower, Gao Feng said while buckling his seatbelt and turning back. Just imagine, when we go on a mission, the monsters think you're alone, and then suddenly a whole van of people shows up. Isn't that unexpected? Ha! In a symphony of mechanical sounds, the van finally started moving, heading toward the outer ring. Jiang Ming stared out the window at the rapidly passing buildings, somewhat lost in thought. But it wasn't long before. Ding dong, big dog barking. The bizarre ringtone of his phone suddenly rang. Jiang Ming snapped back to reality, took his phone out of his pocket, and instinctively answered. The next moment, a voice that could almost be described as a shout came through the receiver. What the hell? Mingu, Dad, what the hell is going on today? How come you can transform? We agreed to be salted fish together, and you secretly went to save the world. Damn it, why am I not the protagonist? Like a machine gun, Zhou Dali's voice poured out frantically. Jiang Ming was startled and quickly pulled the phone away from his ear. After a while, the voice on the other end finally toned down a bit. Jiang Ming brought the phone back, his lips curling up. Son, doesn't Dad look handsome today? You really deserve to die. Zhou Dali was furious. The next second, Dad. Do I still have a chance? Jiang Ming chuckled, about to respond when he suddenly noticed Qian Xiaoyan in the front seat, making a gesture for him to hang up. Although he didn't know why, he complied. Son, let's talk later. Dad is going to save the world now. What the hell? Zhou Dali's voice disappeared. Jiang Ming put away his phone and looked at the two in the front seat. What's wrong? Was that your classmate, Zhou Dali, just now? Yes, what's up? Jiang Ming asked, somewhat surprised. Such a nice voice. I thought he was mute since he never spoke. It seemed this woman's persona was that of a cold type. A bit strange. Qian Xiaoyan frowned. The investigation department has not announced the existence of monsters yet. Normally, when situations like yours occur at your school, the logistics department would handle sealing the related personnel's memories afterward. This should have been dealt with long ago. So, she looked at Jiang Ming. Why does your classmate still have memories? Jiang Ming was taken aback, thinking for a moment before saying, could it be that you guys missed a fish that slipped through the net? Qian Xiaoyan shook her head. Then, could he really be a genius? Jiang Ming's mind conjured up Zhou Dali's chubby figure. This guy often waved around his cardboard cutout wife, shouting something about not underestimating the bond between them. Was this kid not just being delusional, but actually serious? Interesting. Could he be another one with awakened abilities? Gao Feng, holding the steering wheel with one hand and resting the other on the window, said, "But we won't be able to verify it today. Maybe another day." The wind whistled past their ears. After about 10 more minutes, a rundown auto repair shop suddenly appeared ahead. Gao Feng executed a beautiful drift, bringing the van to a steady stop in front of the repair shop. "Is the car broken?" Jiang Ming leaned forward, confused, looking outside. "What broken car?" "We've arrived." "Get out." Gao Feng pushed open the car door and stepped out. Jiang Ming was truly baffled now. "Wait, this rundown repair shop is your base?" He looked incredulously at Qian Xiaoyan, hoping he was just overthinking it, but the next moment, Qian Xiaoyan unbuckled her seatbelt with a click and got out without looking back. Seeing this, Jiang Ming opened his mouth. "Can I change my mind?" This was nothing like what he had imagined. "Bro, you're overreacting. You need to learn to see through the fog to the essence," Gao Feng said with a smile, casually picking up his suitcase and walking toward the repair shop. Jiang Ming sighed, feeling that he had likely been tricked, but at this point, he could only continue on this path. He got out and followed. Soon, the three entered the shop. Gao Feng stepped over the scattered auto repair tools and approached a half-repaired car, quickly forming hand seals with movements that dazzled the eyes. Buzz, with a tremor, a glowing blue portal suddenly appeared before the three. "This is..." Jiang Ming was shocked. There really was a hidden world? "Let's go take a look." Gao Feng raised an eyebrow, highly satisfied with Jiang Ming's current expression. Then he kicked Jiang Ming's suitcase into the portal. Chapter 6, A High-End Headquarters. Art comes from life. This is a special space. Jiang Ming looked around at his expression filled with surprise. It looked just like the void passages described in those novels he had read for free. And outside their passage, there were hundreds or even thousands of almost identical passages. Although the end could not be seen, it was easy to imagine that all the passages connected at the same place. In a moment of distraction, Jiang Ming felt his body lighten, and when he looked around again, he had already arrived at a strange place. A magnificent hall stood not far away, with a wide square in front of it, and on both sides of the square stood two towering statues. One is a Buddha. How about it? Isn't it high-end? Gao Feng saw the surprise on Jiang Ming's face and couldn't help but show off. "Look at you. I can't help you now. When he first came here, he was nearly dumbfounded. How did you do this?" Jiang Ming was somewhat puzzled, although he already knew that the investigation department was filled with chi refiners. This level of spatial utilization made him believe that someone had become an immortal. "Didn't I tell you that the demon domain was sealed? These are learned from those seals." As they spoke, the three quickly entered the hall. The interior did not look as retro as the exterior of the hall. Instead, it was filled with a modern atmosphere. A staff member approached, inquired, and then took Jiang Ming to register some information. After a moment, Jiang Ming met up with Gao Feng in the lounge, holding a form. The person just said he needed to participate in some assessment. It's normal, a necessary item for newcomers. Gao Feng, looking like someone experienced, leaned over to look at the form. "I remember there are two assessment methods. One is an assessment a month later, which is relatively straightforward. Just a practice match for newcomers. And since there's ample time, you can cultivate here for a month. The other's a bit difficult. A challenge on the same day. See that tower over there?" Jiang Ming looked in the direction Gao Feng pointed, seeing a 9-story octagonal tower standing on the left side of the hall through the window. "If you can rush from the first floor to the 9th floor, you'll become famous. And the rewards from the department for this are much greater than the first assessment. What do you think? Do you want to consider it?" Just as Gao Feng finished speaking, Jiang Ming folded the form in half and stuffed it into his pocket without thinking, getting up to walk outside. "Hey, where are you going?" Seeing his impatient demeanor, Gao Feng was dumbfounded. "To rush the tower," Jiang Ming said without looking back. "Are you kidding? What assessment needs to wait a month? Researching postpartum care for pigs isn't this tedious." "Damn, I just said that jokingly. Calm down." Gao Feng sprang forward, blocking Jiang Ming's path. "Do you know there's only one chance for the assessment? If you fail, your score will drop significantly, and even if you're capable, your future benefits will be relatively reduced." Qian Xiaoyan also approached, her voice still cold and crisp. "Since the tower was established, only 2 newcomers have successfully rushed the tower. Although you are strong, you need to be self-aware." "Exactly. If you really want to rush, try it after the assessment ends. Many people have done that in the past." Gao Feng echoed. "But there have been 2 successful ones, right?" Jiang Ming said confidently. "I think I'll be the third." After saying that, he directly bypassed the 2 and walked out of the lounge to find a staff member to take him to the assessment registration office. Watching Jiang Ming's back, Gao Feng sighed. He's getting inflated. Forget it. Let him trip up. It's better than losing his life later. After so many years in the investigation department, he had seen too many people who thought they were invincible after awakening. One by one, they regarded themselves as the protagonists of a light novel, only to end up dead or crippled. The two quickly followed him. What? You want to assess the tower rush? The staff member at the registration office looked at Jiang Ming in astonishment, her voice a bit loud. For a moment, people around participating in the registration looked over. Jiang Ming remained expressionless, seriously nodding his head. Yes, hurry and fill me in. I'm in a hurry. The staff member did not move, but instead asked, where are your teammates? Didn't anyone tell you the consequences of failing the tower rush? Damn. Jiang Ming was somewhat impatient. What's wrong with this investigation department? Why is the efficiency so low? How will they drive away the demons and restore human glory in the future? Just as he was about to explode, Gao Feng squeezed in, raised his hand to greet the staff member, and said, she's my person. It's fine. Just give her the paperwork. However, as soon as he finished speaking, a man who looked as thin as a bamboo pole suddenly walked out of the crowd. Oh, Feng Ge has found a genius. Congratulations, congratulations. Although he said congratulations, anyone could hear the sarcasm in his tone. Jiang Ming took the form issued by the staff member, glanced at the bamboo pole man, and turned to Gao Feng curiously. Your rival? Gao Feng scoffed. With him, he is not worthy to be my rival. It's just that our team has a grudge with their team. He talks too much, always making snide remarks. No need to pay attention to him, just a clown. The bamboo pole man's expression darkened. You've only cultivated for 2 more years than me. What are you acting all high and mighty for? Saying this, he turned to Jiang Ming. Kid, be careful not to be tricked. Rushing the tower? Don't go in vertically and come out horizontally. At that moment, Jiang Ming smiled. Previously, when he was moving those novels written by dog authors, he thought such characters were invented to highlight the protagonist. But now it seemed, art indeed comes from life. You're teaching me how to do things? He stepped toward the bamboo pole man, a layer of crimson energy gradually appearing around him. And by the time he reached the man, he was already wearing the flame dragon armor. The onlookers around looked surprised. Wow, the department has found another capable person? No wonder he dares to rush the tower. But we need to see what kind of ability it is. There have been newcomers who were capable and rushed the tower before, but only 2 succeeded, and one of them wasn't even a capable person. However, this ability is somewhat interesting, changing while walking. It really looks cool. The crowd nodded, regardless of how strong he is. Just being cool is something no one in the department can compare to. The bamboo pole man's expression changed, but he quickly regained his composure, sneering. So you're a capable person. No wonder you're so audacious. Kid, being a capable person doesn't mean. Just as he was speaking, he suddenly saw a large hand reaching out toward him. The bamboo pole man's face changed, instinctively leaning back. But it was too late. What do you want? Let go of me. The bamboo pole man felt a restraint around his neck and struggled violently. Jiang Ming said nothing, gradually increasing the strength in his hand, slowly lifting the man. I thought you could make me use the Zen seal. Huh, you really are a clown. After saying that, he swung his arm, directly throwing the bamboo pole man away. This scene ignited a storm among the crowd. No one expected Zhuyu to be taken down by a newcomer in one move. It seems that his armor not only looks cool, but is also strong. He hasn't even cultivated yet. He has strength, but he's too arrogant. A newcomer dares to act directly in the department. Huh, I see you're just talking nonsense. If Zhuyu hadn't been so talkative, could he have taken this beating? Picking on a newcomer, he didn't expect to hit a hard wall. Being arrogant requires strength too. Chapter 7. Charge the tower. The discussions of the crowd fell into Zhuiyu's ears as he struggled to get up, instantly making his face contort with rage. You brat. Jiang Ming turned to look, his deep blue eyes resembling an endless sea, instantly silencing Zhuiyu and sending a chill through his heart. Less trash talk. I can't be bothered to listen. With that, he turned and walked toward the 9-story tower. The crowd automatically parted to create a path, then followed behind him. Gao Feng and Qian Shaoyun exchanged a glance, seeing a glimmer of brightness in each other's eyes. Perhaps. Soon, a large group arrived at the foot of the 9-story tower. The staff at the tower were taken aback upon seeing this scene. Before they could react, they saw the leading crimson figure approaching them. Charge the tower. Jiang Ming handed over the recently issued form. The staff hurriedly took the form, double-checking it before saying, you can go in. Jiang Ming looked up at the 9-story tower. Only 2 people succeeded in charging the tower? I want to see what this is all about. Without further delay, he moved and instantly dashed into the tower. The next moment, a massive beast claw came rushing toward him. What the hell? Jiang Ming was startled. He had just entered, right? Was it starting already before he could even steady himself? Fortunately, he reacted quickly, dodging to the side and then throwing a punch. Bang! The monster attacking him exploded. Is it dead? Jiang Ming exclaimed in surprise, finally seeing what had attacked him. There were shattered stones all over the ground and a stone wolf head. The carving marks obvious. Artificial? Before he could confirm, a tearing sound came from behind him again. Jiang Ming quickly moved away, turned, and grabbed the stone wolf's neck. Using force in his palm, the stone wolf instantly shattered, leaving a pile of rubble. Following that, it was as if a switch had been flipped. Stone wolves appeared from various awkward angles, but without exception, they were all shattered by Jiang Ming. Is this a test of reaction speed? Jiang Ming looked at the pile of rubble, and the arena fell silent, without any more stone wolves appearing. The next second, an illusory staircase slowly appeared, leading to the second floor. Outside the tower, the crowd saw the window of the second floor light up, causing an uproar. He actually passed the first floor so quickly. What kind of reaction speed does this kid have? Damn, when I took the test, I got slapped out the moment I entered. Well, I did a bit better, but I was eliminated by a stone wolf that came out from under me. Don't rush. The first floor is just a test of reaction speed. His armor might enhance that aspect. The real challenge is coming next. The second floor tests strength, the third tests speed, and the fourth tests desire. Each one harder than the last. I heard the number of stone wolves doubles in the first 3 floors, with 1,500 by the third floor. There was once an ability user who entered the second floor and used up all their energy without passing. They really don't want anyone to pass. No wonder only 2 people have succeeded over the years. Just as the onlookers were discussing heatedly, suddenly, a chubby boy pointed at the 9-story tower and shouted, "Oh my! Look, the 4th floor is lit up." In an instant, everyone looked up, shocked at the window of the 4th floor. The person who had just said, "Don't rush," was left dumbfounded. It's only been 30 minutes. My God, is there a monster in the department? Damn, is the tower broken? How could it be so fast? Let me try. A newcomer, not believing it, applied and dove into the tower. 3 seconds later, a disheveled figure flew out from the 1st floor. Damn, what the hell? That kid is really a freak. In the crowd, Gao Feng's hands trembled, and he didn't even realize it, his eyes fixed on the 4th floor. What kind of genius have I recruited? Zhuoyu was also trembling, but from fear. He had initially wanted to come and watch Jiang Ming's joke, but now he completely lost that thought. Having been in the investigation department for so long, he wasn't really a fool. This kind of genius was not someone he could offend. No, I need to apologize. Outside the tower, Jiang Ming was completely unaware of the situation. At that moment, he was walking through a dark expanse. The first 3 floors were filled with stone wolves, with only differences in number, speed, and defense. Although it took some effort, it wasn't difficult. But this 4th floor, Jiang Ming felt as if he had entered another space. The surroundings were pitch black, and he couldn't see his hand in front of his face. What exactly is this level testing? Not finding any enemies, Jiang Ming didn't dare to act recklessly. Just as he was perplexed, suddenly, the surrounding darkness receded, revealing a resplendent grand hall. Before he could react, over 10 beautiful women dressed in thin gauze, with skin like cream and fox or cat ears, entered in a line at the entrance of the hall. Huh? Jiang Ming was taken aback. What are they here for? The next moment, these more than 10 beauties surrounded him with charming smiles. Your Majesty, come, let me serve you some wine. Your Majesty, I've been feeling a bit uncomfortable lately. Could you please rub my chest? Your Majesty, do you want to see what I'm wearing under this thin gauze? Jiang Ming looked at the undulating scene before him, paused for a moment, and then a cold smile appeared on his face. Is this the test for me? Watching the fox-eared beauties desperately trying to squeeze closer and feed him wine, he suddenly reached out, intending to grab one of their slender necks. But in the next second, his hand abruptly stopped. Where's my armor? Jiang Ming looked at his hands in disbelief. They were long and fair. But where was his flame dragon armor? Your Majesty, what are you saying? The fox-eared beauty, holding a wine jug, pressed her body against him, saying, "Come, have a drink," feeling the warmth radiating from her body. Jiang Ming's eyes flashed with confusion. What is going on? Am I not participating in the investigation department's test? Dream? Your Majesty, do you want to rest? I will serve you to bed. a beauty with a rabbit tail coiled around him like a large white python. Jiang Ming remained motionless, his brows furrowed, allowing her to do as she pleased. After a moment, it seemed he realized something, and the confusion in his eyes gradually dissipated. He then looked down at the beauty leaning against his chest, a smile appearing on his face. "My lady, did you just say I'm the human emperor?" "Yes. Your Majesty is the ruler among humans, commanding all races. Then I would like to ask my beloved concubine for a favor." "Oh, it is my honor to alleviate your Majesty's worries." The rabbit-tailed beauty looked shy, her big eyes blinking. "What would your Majesty like me to help with?" "I would like my beloved concubine to die." Jiang Ming smiled, reaching out to grab the rabbit-tailed beauty's neck and exerting all his strength to twist. The rabbit-tailed beauty still had a shy expression on her face when she instantly lost her breath. "Ah!" The terrified scream echoed throughout the grand hall. Jiang Ming watched the beauty scatter in fear, frowning. "Is killing one not enough?" He then smiled again. "My beloved concubines, are you unwilling to help me with such a small task?" Saying this, he quickly chased after a winged beauty and twisted her neck to death. Meanwhile, in an office, several leaders of the investigation department were watching the scene displayed on the light screen with fiery eyes, showing Jiang Ming's rampage. Talent. This is the kind of talent we need in the investigation department. That kid, he was only confused for a moment. Is this the no women in the heart? Drawing the sword, naturally, that the younger generation talks about? Reaction, strength, speed are all top-notch, plus this willpower, wow. The future achievements will definitely not be low. The key is that he hasn't even cultivated any techniques yet. He has reached this level just with his awakened abilities. Ha 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 ha. Our investigation department has finally welcomed the third newcomer to successfully break through the tower. In the office, the leaders burst into hearty laughter. Chapter 8 Success. South Mingli Fire. Buzz. As the last beautiful woman with a snake tail fell, the magnificent hall instantly rippled and quickly became illusory. Looking at the restored fourth floor, a hint of disdain appeared on Jiang Ming's face. "Is that it? Do you even understand the charm of armor?" Comparing women to armor, the illusory staircase reappeared, and Jiang Ming walked straight to the fifth floor. Outside the tower, everyone saw the window on the fifth floor light up, and naturally, there was another round of exclamations. Although most of the people rushing to the tower were eliminated on the first 3 floors, there were still a few who made it to the 4th floor, but only 2 could see through the illusion. Those 2 had long since ascended to high positions in the investigation department. There were many clever people in the crowd, and they quickly figured out the key, planning to get familiar with Jiang Ming when he came out. Some had even begun to act, engaging in conversation with Gao Feng and Qian Shaoyan. 5th floor. A hint of confusion flashed in Jiang Ming's eyes again. There were no stone wolves or darkness on this floor, just a table placed in the center. What game is this? After observing for a moment and not noticing any other changes, Jiang Ming slowly walked toward the table. Upon getting closer, he discovered it was just an ordinary table with an A4 paper on it. Jiang Ming picked up the paper and saw several questions written on it. The first, if one day you're on a mission and the target is a pregnant female demon, and just as you are about to kill her, she says the child is innocent, would you spare her? Please press the button on the table to answer. Jiang Ming frowned slightly. What kind of ridiculous question is this? Spare her? What if my emperor armor just needs the energy from her child to awaken? If I let her go, won't the day I can wear the emperor armor be pushed back? Without hesitation, Jiang Ming pressed the button that indicated he would not spare her. The second, if someone tells you in the future that demons can be good or bad, and you shouldn't kill them all, would you waver? Please press the button on the table to answer. What kind of brain-dead question is this? A demon is a demon. What good demons and bad demons? The ones that can transform into the energy that awakens my emperor armor are good demons. Jiang Ming pressed the button again, indicating he would not waver. The third, if in this war between humans and demons, humans gradually become outmatched, would you always stand by humanity's side, fight bravely, and be willing to guard the homes of countless families behind you? Now that sounds like a serious question. Jiang Ming instinctively puffed out his chest, jokingly thinking, as a righteous armored warrior, of course, I would stand by humanity. Without thinking, he pressed the button indicating he would. There were only these 3 questions on the A4 paper. After answering, the illusory staircase appeared on time. Jiang Ming looked around in some surprise. This floor is so simple. To him, it was just answering a few questions of little nutritional value. But he didn't know that each of these questions was a bloody lesson from the past. In that office, Several leaders looked at Jiang Ming's back as he ascended the staircase, their expressions somewhat sighing. After a while, one of the leaders sighed and said, "I hope he means what he says. Demons have long been at odds with humans." Heh, wasn't he the heart mirror warning him? This means that his recent choices reflect his true thoughts. Another leader said with a smile, "This kid could go straight to the 9th floor. Alas, what a pity. I wanted to see him experience the scenarios mentioned in the questions." Jiang Ming quickly ascended to the 6th floor. However, he found that the staircase did not disappear but continued to extend upward. He glanced at the empty 6th floor, paused for a moment, and then continued up. 7th floor, 8th floor, 9th floor. The staircase finally disappeared. No 6th, 7th, or 8th floors. Jiang Ming looked puzzled. Does this count as passing? After thinking for a moment, he threw the question aside. Who cares? Anyway, he made it to the 9th floor. Observing the layout of the 9th floor, he saw a row of shelves embedded in the tower wall, each filled with items. There were yellowed books, small bottles and jars, unknown glowing stones and metals, as well as various weapons. It seems this 9th floor is the reward for successful challengers. Just don't know how many he can take. Anything placed here should be a good treasure. Jiang Ming wanted them all. Looking around, he noticed that, aside from him, there were no shadows of ghosts. Choosing one shelf, he was about to walk over to take a look when suddenly, the Yanlong armor erupted with a dazzling red light. Before he could react, the summoning devices for the Xingtian armor and the Nawa armor also flickered with a faint light. What is going on? Jiang Ming stopped in his tracks. The next moment, a pure white light shot towards him like an arrow from the right shelf. Damn! Jiang Ming was startled, but the light was too fast, ignoring the armor. It instantly drilled into his brow. In an instant, an overwhelming flood of information surged in. Jiang Ming saw scenes of vast starry skies, a divine bird burning the heavens. And, after a moment, Jiang Ming came back to his senses, and at that time, the Yanlong armor automatically released. South Mingli fire! It's actually South Mingli fire. He was ecstatic. Ancient records state that South Mingli fire is the accompanying spiritual fire of the divine beast Zhuke, a fire from the innate 8 trigrams Li position, indestructible and ever-present, capable of burning anything. Such a divine object exists. Jiang Ming suddenly looked at the other shelves, his eyes shining with fervor. Ha! I hit the jackpot. Laughing, he was about to rush toward one of the shelves when a powerful force suddenly swept in and took him out of the tower's top. What the hell? As the third newcomer to successfully storm the tower, isn't it reasonable for me to take a couple more items? Jiang Ming shouted. However, no matter how loud he called, the force did not let him go. Outside the tower, everyone saw Jiang Ming's figure and immediately buzzed with excitement. Look, he is out. He really passed through. His combat power now is probably not weaker than some veterans. Damn, we're all newcomers. How is there such a big gap? He is an ability user. Are you one? Saying that, comparing people makes one furious. Now he is famous. From now on, his name will be known throughout the investigation department. Stop talking. I've been in the department for 5 or 6 years. Do you know what my name is? Who are you? A single person took down 3,000 stone wolves. He passed the level in just 45 minutes. This guy is simply a humanoid demon. I remember those two who successfully stormed the tower at least took an hour and a half, right? The moment Jiang Ming landed, he gave the 9th floor the finger. Gao Feng and Qian Xiaoyan immediately rushed over. Both still looked dazed, unable to believe it. In the crowd, Zhui Yu's expression changed several times, and finally, with a wry smile, he walked over. He knew that public apologies and private apologies are two different things. Sometimes, such a prodigy just needs face. Understanding this, he had no psychological barriers and directly walked up to Jiang Ming, sincerely saying, "Investigator Jiang, what happened just now was my fault, and I am willing to compensate." Jiang Ming was taken aback, never expecting him to come to apologize. How is this different from what those dog authors write? It left him with no excuse to pick a fight. The crowd fell silent upon seeing this scene. No one mocked Zhui Yu, as they all understood his thoughts. If it were them, they would probably do the same. Under everyone's gaze, Jiang Ming didn't know what to say, nodded, accepting the apology. Just then, a staff member walked over and said gently, "Investigator Jiang, congratulations on passing the assessment. This is the reward issued to you by the department according to regulations. Please accept it." As he spoke, he respectfully handed over a small box. In an instant, Everyone's attention was focused on this small box. It was the reward for successfully completing the tower challenge. One could easily imagine how precious it was. Jiang Ming happily accepted the small box, and the frustration of not obtaining a second treasure on the tower faded significantly. Just as he was about to open it, the staff member spoke again. "You have another reward." Director Zhao from the logistics department said he wants to personally take you to receive it. "Please follow me." "Oh, there's more?" At this moment, Jiang Ming's frustration completely disappeared. Chapter 9. The old man's alchemy diagram. He was no longer frustrated. It was now the people present who felt frustrated. A hint of envy appeared in everyone's eyes, especially among the newcomers who had not yet participated in the assessment, their eyes reddening. To gain the attention of the leadership of the investigation department, right after arriving, was simply a meteoric rise, not to mention such generous rewards. For a moment, many people looked up at the 9-story tower with red eyes, wishing they could rush in too. But ultimately, they gave up that thought. Amidst the envious gazes, Jiang Ming left with the staff. On the way, he opened a small box and found 2 pills lying inside. However, he knew nothing about pills and couldn't discern anything after examining them for a long time, so he simply put them away. The 2 passed through the main hall, and after a short while, they entered an office marked Logistics Support and Services. Upon entering, Jiang Ming saw a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses, looking like a school teacher, sitting at a desk, operating a computer. This was the logistics director. He looked rather ordinary. A thought flashed through Jiang Ming's mind, but he also knew that someone in this position was certainly not as simple as they appeared. After all, managing the resources of the entire investigation department was equivalent to controlling everyone's lifeline. This was definitely a hidden powerhouse. In just a few breaths, Jiang Ming defined the middle-aged man before him. "Director, Investigator Jiang has arrived." "Good, you can go ahead and get busy." Zhao Shanhai looked up, quickly sizing up Jiang Ming with a kind smile. "I won't introduce myself. Xiao Zhang should have informed you." Saying this, he stood up, poured a glass of water, and handed it to Jiang Ming, indicating for him to sit down. "How is it? Did you open the box?" Jiang Ming quickly took the cup, thanked him, and then shyly smiled. "I did, but I don't know what they are for." Seeing Jiang Ming's bashful demeanor, Zhao Shanhai's smile deepened. "Good, not arrogant or impatient. That's quite rare. At my position, I've seen too many people who get carried away with a little power. The death rate in the investigation department often rises because of these people. Don't worry. Later I'll take you to choose your techniques, and then you can pick up a dedicated phone. It has a newcomer handbook. Make sure to read it carefully." Techniques. Jiang Ming's eyes lit up. One of the main reasons he joined the investigation department was to become an chi refiner. "Haha, so eager, huh?" Zhao Shanhai teased. "All right, I won't be annoying. Let's go now." If the staff in the logistics department saw this scene, their jaws would probably drop in shock. When did their director become so amiable? He actually cared about others' feelings. The 2 walked and chatted, quickly reaching their destination, the Sutra Repository, a 3-story building. As soon as they entered, a strong scent of books wafted towards them. Jiang Ming looked at the rows of fully stocked bookshelves, and his eyes gradually lit up. The investigation department inherited Taoist and Buddhist traditions, so the shelves were filled with various classics, techniques, and visualization diagrams for both schools. Zhao Shanhai, with his hands behind his back, smiled and said, "Go ahead, see if there's anything you fancy." Jiang Ming was already eager and immediately grabbed a book to flip through. The Yin-Yang 2 Instruments Sword Technique. Extract a strand of solar power and a strand of lunar power, and refine them in your body for 49 days to enter the door. The sun is obtained from the morning glow, the moon from the bright moon, and with the sword as a guide, practice daily without interruption. It seemed quite impressive. Jiang Ming flipped a few more pages before putting it back. No rush. Let's see what else there is. He walked to another bookshelf and picked up a book. The Arhat Golden Body Technique. Visualize the Arhat's form. Temper the flesh and blood of the body. On the day of great success, golden light will emerge from within, pure and untainted, indestructible. Even more impressive? Jiang Ming was somewhat dumbfounded. Was it his good luck, or was the quality of the collection in this sutra repository too high? He put the Arhat Golden Body Technique back and picked up another book. A moment later, Jiang Ming looked towards Zhao Shanhai, who had been quietly following him, scratched his head, and asked, "Can you give me some advice? I feel like every book is quite powerful. Can I choose several?" "Oh, ha ha." Zhao Shanhai was first taken aback by Jiang Ming's question, then burst into laughter. "You kid, How come you want to grab everything when you see something good? Were you this greedy at the top of the tower too? Only then did Jiang Ming realize that his performance at the 9-story tower had long been seen clearly by others. He smiled apologetically. Zhao Shanhai walked to a bookshelf, reached up to take down a scroll that looked like oiled paper, and handed it to Jiang Ming. See if this suits your fancy. Jiang Ming quickly accepted it and opened it, revealing a painting of an old man in a Taoist robe, who seemed to be refining pills in a furnace. At first glance, it seemed ordinary, but upon closer inspection, the old man appeared to be truly moving, and from the cauldron, a scorching aura rushed towards him. Jiang Ming was overjoyed. This painting was definitely a treasure. This was a visualization diagram depicting the old man's alchemy. Zhao Shanhai smiled and said, I noticed you got the South Bright leaving fire and that your awaken ability is also related to fire, so this visualization diagram should be suitable for you. But how much you can comprehend depends on your own perception. Jiang Ming nodded repeatedly upon hearing this. I want this one. He wasn't foolish. When he obtained the South Bright leaving fire earlier, the 3 pieces of fire attribute armor had all reacted. This indicated that the armor had some connection with the cultivation path of this world that he currently did not understand. For now, he could only summon the flame dragon armor, so a fire attribute technique was naturally the most suitable. Have you made your choice? Yes. Good, then let's go. You keep this visualization diagram. Go back and contemplate it carefully. I hope you can use this method to eliminate the demon threats in the future and protect the peace of humanity. Don't worry, Director, I will not disappoint you. Then I will wait and see. After leaving the suture repository, Jiang Ming bid farewell to Zhao Shanhai and went to collect a dedicated phone, quickly finding Gao Feng and the others. He couldn't wait to go back and cultivate. At the same time, Zhao Shanhai returned to that secret office. You got the old man's alchemy diagram? Someone asked. He did. Zhao Shanhai nodded. What do you think about him compared to the third one? Another voice inquired. What's past is past. If we can cultivate one, we can cultivate a second. Zhao Shanhai said displeased. Are we going to be afraid of the rope after being bitten by a snake once? I didn't mean that. The person tried to explain, but was pulled by someone next to them, instantly quieting down. All right. The leader slammed the table. Stop talking nonsense. Now, let's discuss how to carry out this operation. The director is not here, and everyone is slacking off, right? Don't worry. Arrangements have already been made. I was still worried about how to find those rats. But this kid has helped a lot. This time we will definitely catch them all. Chapter 10. Enlightenment on the Divine Mountain. The mission arrives. The way back was still that faint blue passage. However, Gao Feng and Qian Xiaoyan's state of mind was completely different from when they came. The two frequently glanced at Jiang Ming, appearing as if they wanted to say something but ultimately held back. Soon, the 3 returned to the repair shop, and by this time, the sky had darkened. Gao Feng took Jiang Ming to the real base. Unlike the shabby shop above, the underground was a spacious hall, even with living quarters. Jiang Ming was assigned a room. At this moment, he spread out the Taoist diagram for alchemy on the bed, with 3 pills placed beside it. One was a compensation from Zhuyu, brought by Gao Feng. 1 was a divine intent pill, and 2 were spirit nourishing pills. On the way back, Jiang Ming had already read the newcomer manual, so now he was no longer a clueless novice. The manual stated that the divine intent pill assists in enlightenment. Once swallowed, its medicinal power surges like a raging river, cleansing the mind and dispelling distractions, allowing one to quickly enter a state of clarity and insight, making it extremely precious. The spirit-nourishing pill contains gentle medicinal power, making it most suitable for beginners in cultivation, helping to cleanse the meridians, nourish the dantian, and naturally refine qi. Equivalent to the gathering qi pills in cultivation novels and belongs to foundational pills. This is the benefit of being backed by a powerful force. Jiang Ming sighed and directly swallowed all 3 pills. Then he began to visualize the Taoist diagram for alchemy. As the pills entered his stomach, they instantly transformed into a torrent of medicinal power. Jiang Ming felt as if every inch of his flesh was yearning, like a long dry sponge frantically absorbing the medicinal energy. At the same time, the distractions in his heart gradually dissipated. His consciousness emptied, as if he was ascending, flying higher and higher. After a wave of dizziness, he suddenly found himself standing in a pavilion. Jiang Ming looked at the rolling sea of clouds before him, his eyes gradually widening. The Divine Mountain. Isn't this the Divine Mountain in the Armor 1 realm? Before he could comprehend the situation, the clouds above began to churn violently, and the Taoist diagram for alchemy that had been on the bed suddenly materialized. Jiang Ming looked up. He saw the scene in the painting seemingly come to life. With the Taoist master shaking off dust, a roaring fire blazing beneath the cauldron, the lid of the cauldron booming open, and stars rolling inside, radiant light bursting forth. In the next moment, Jiang Ming noticed that he seemed to be shrinking. As he regained his senses, he found himself surrounded by an overwhelming fire. The pain of being burned alive instantly struck. After an unknown amount of time, Jiang Ming slowly opened his eyes. Two pure white flames quickly flickered in his eyes. The bedsheet beneath him seemed to have been burned, with a hole appearing. The supreme body refining technique, Jiang Ming murmured. This was what he gained from visualizing the Taoist diagram for alchemy. It was not an offensive technique, but a method of body refinement. Transforming into a pill, refining with fire, forging an ultimate body. Coincidentally, he also had the southern brightly fire, which meant he was refining himself at all times. In other words, he was growing stronger every second. Although he had not practiced any other techniques, he felt that this technique was definitely not weaker than any methods in the Sutra Pavilion. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Ming began to observe his condition. Gradually, a smile appeared on his face. He succeeded. Hidden Yuan realm, the first stage of cultivation, absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, gathering it in the dantian, then dispersing it throughout the body, refining the flesh with spiritual power not manifesting. This is the hidden yuan. This was what he had seen in the newcomer manual. It seemed there was also a warning attached, and it was unclear who leaked the classification of cultivation realms, causing it to spread widely online. After the hidden yuan realm comes the insight realm, where the scattered spiritual power in the flesh is regathered back to the dantian. Following that, the divisions are made according to the Big Dipper. Jiang Ming clenched his fists, feeling the seemingly endless power within him, and thought of the armor. The stronger the summoner, the greater the power the armor can unleash. So now, he couldn't wait to find a monster to test it out. Putting away the Taoist diagram for alchemy, Jiang Ming finally noticed the chaos on the bed. He tidied up a bit, changed his clothes, and then left the room. Then, he saw 6 people sitting in the spacious hall, 3 men and 3 women, with Gao Feng and Qian Xiaoyan among them. Everyone was staring at him with wide eyes, as if they wanted to swallow him whole. Jiang Ming thought he might have opened the door incorrectly. In the next moment, one of the mature women wearing shorts, revealing a pair of long, fair legs, clapped her hands and said, "Wow, our genius has emerged from seclusion." As she spoke, the others seemed to snap back to reality and began to speak. "You really passed the 9-layer tower? My God, I couldn't even imagine that our team would one day have a genius join us. Little brother, welcome, welcome. Big shot. In the future, if you become rich and powerful, don't forget us." Jiang Ming was bewildered by this sudden enthusiasm and instinctively looked at the familiar Gao Feng. Gao Feng smiled and explained, "We are the team stationed in Yunmeng City, and everyone here is a member." At this time, the long-legged sister spoke again. "Okay, everyone calm down. Don't scare him. Let's introduce ourselves first. I'll go first. My name is Shangwan Qing, the captain of the Yunmeng team." As she finished speaking, a man sitting on the far left of the sofa, who looked rather short, nodded at Jiang Ming when Xingqian, the vice-captain of the team. "Little brother, my name is Wen Yuxian." The remaining woman winked playfully. Jiang Ming looked at her youthful appearance, twin ponytails, baby fat, and little dress. Calling me little brother? Ha ha ha. The guy who had just shouted about being rich and powerful laughed loudly, as if he saw Jiang Ming's confusion. "Big shot. Don't be fooled by her. Anyone just looks young, but she is actually quite old. All right, my name is Wei Hua. I'm 18 years old. Big shot. If you become rich and powerful, don't forget us." "Wei Hua, you're looking for death," Wen Yuxian yelled angrily, pouncing on him like a little lion. In an instant, the hall echoed with Wei Hua's screams. The others seemed to be used to this scene. Shangwan Qing got up and walked toward the kitchen. "Xiaoyan, come help me out. Jiang Ming has been in seclusion for 3 days. He must be hungry. Let us prepare a welcome meal for him." 3 days? Jiang Ming was taken aback. He felt nothing at all. "Looks like our little brother Jiang Ming has gained quite a bit," when Yuxian giggled, with Wei Hua lying beneath her like a dead dog. Jiang Ming remained noncommittal. Before long, the aroma of food wafted from the kitchen. "Wow, thanks to little brother Jiang Ming, we can enjoy Xiaoyan's cooking again today." when Yu Xian exaggeratedly inhaled, looking enamored. At this moment, Jiang Ming realized that he really was hungry. After the meal, everyone sprawled comfortably on the sofa, and Jiang Ming gradually blended into the team. So comfortable, I really hope this moment never gets broken. And Wei Hua sighed. You shut up. Everyone instantly sat up, speaking in unison. As the words fell, ding-dong, ding-dong. A series of 7 sounds, everyone's phones rang. Damn, you really have a mouth of a crow. Gao Feng cursed loudly. Everyone took out their phones. Jiang Ming also pulled out his phone, opened it, and saw an unread message on the app developed by the investigation office. An abnormal event has occurred in your area, suspected to be caused by a monster. Please head over as soon as possible to investigate. Jiang Ming's eyes lit up. Chapter 11. First Mission. Injured Snake Demon. This morning, a death incident was discovered in the boys' dormitory of 9th High School in Yunming City, resulting in 8 deaths, 5 from Class 2 of the 3rd year, 2 from Class 3, and 1 from Class 7. According to the preliminary investigation report from the Public Security Bureau, the corpses showed signs of being completely shriveled, resembling dry wood. A large number of broken scales and flesh were found at the scene, and laboratory tests indicated a tendency toward a certain type of snake. A van sped down the road, inside which the Yunming team was neatly arranged. Jiang Ming sat on a small bench modified in the trunk, his mouth twitching slightly. He was now experiencing what Gao Feng described as a van full of bread people. Who would believe this if he told them? 7 superhumans riding in a van to fight monsters. Sitting in the passenger seat, Shang Wanqing shifted her long white legs slightly and turned to look at the back row. According to the investigation by the Public Security Bureau, the monster they were dealing with should be an injured snake demon. The 8 corpses being shriveled clearly died from having their vital blood drained. The snake demon was healing. Let us discuss how to arrange ourselves for later, she suggested. Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent in thought. But soon, the vice captain, Wan Xingchen, spoke up, holding a wooden box taller than himself. His brow furrowed. The urgent task is to quickly search the school. The longer the thousands of students remain in a state of uncertainty, the more panic will grow, which might lead to chaos. As soon as he finished speaking, when Yu Xian's expression turned serious, I'm afraid the snake demon has already left the school. After draining the blood of 8 boys, it must have recovered somewhat. If I were that snake demon, I definitely wouldn't stay in the school waiting for us to find it. After a moment of thought, she added, of course, it's also possible that the snake demon is using our psychology to continue hiding somewhere in the school. So I suggest we split into 2 teams. One team to search the school, and the other to radiate outward from the school. It can't have gone far. Even if it has recovered somewhat, in a hurry, it couldn't possibly erase all traces. Shang Wanqing nodded in agreement. About to say that was a good plan, when she suddenly remembered that Jiang Ming was a student at 9th High School. So she asked, Jiang Ming, you've been here for 3 years, what do you think? I just carefully looked at the victim list, and found that several of them were notorious delinquents in the school. In other words, they were bullies who often picked on other students. Jiang Ming put away the phone that he didn't know when he had taken out. He had also been cornered in the restroom before, but at that time, he was training every day to awaken his armor summoning device. And those delinquents were no match for him. Not only did they not harm him, but he also gave them a good beating. He remembered that after that. Every student at 9th High School looked at him with a sense of awe, recalling his heroic deeds from back then. Jiang Ming looked at the others in the van and asked, do you think this snake demon specifically targets bad students to drain their blood? Upon hearing this, the others seemed to be struck by lightning. Are you implying that this snake demon is someone from your school? Shang Wanqing frowned. Jiang Ming shook his head, uncertain. That was why he had been silent earlier. After seeing the list, he realized the snake demon could be someone he knew. But if that were the case, then in the 3 years, his armor summoning device should have shown some signs. Could it be he was mistaken? Was the Yanlong armor not revealed because of the appearance of the black giant bird? Before he could sort through his thoughts, Gao Feng's voice cut in. It could also be possession. We've all fallen into a misunderstanding. According to the Public Security Bureau's investigation report, the snake demon is definitely injured, but how badly? What if it's on the brink of death? It entered 9th High School in a near-death state, and then encountered someone who agreed to its possession request. Is there such a thing? Jiang Ming was somewhat surprised. Gao Feng was right. This possibility was quite high. When Yu Xin agreed, if that's the case, then our search area will be much smaller. Possessed demons would be influenced somewhat by their host. Since the deceased were bullies, it indicates that this person must have been bullied before. And Wei Hua shrugged. But that is still hard to find. According to what the boss said, those bullies had quite a few victims. If we alert the snake demon, it might attack others. Shang Wanqing pondered for a moment and said, let us first check the situation at the school. Gao Feng's driving skills were top-notch. A rundown van in his hands drove like a sports car, weaving through traffic until they quickly arrived at 9th High School. The group got out of the car. Jiang Ming looked at the familiar school before him. He had just left a couple of days ago, and didn't he expect to return today? Shang Wanqing took out her credentials to show the Public Security Bureau staff at the entrance. After verification, they entered the school. Just then, a fat man suddenly rushed out from the nearby security booth, running toward Jiang Ming. Minggu, help me. There's a monster. Why can't I reach you on the phone? I'm scared to death. I knew you would come. That monster drains blood. Dali? Jiang Ming looked at the incoherent Zhou Li and caught the key point in his words. You try to call me? Zhou Li grabbed Jiang Ming's arm. Looking as aggrieved as a 180-pound child, I've been trying to call you since midnight, but it never went through. As soon as Jiang Ming heard this, he remembered he'd been studying the Taoist alchemy diagram at that time. When he woke up, he found his phone had run out of battery. And, thinking about the special phone for the investigation department, he didn't bother to charge it. Zhou Li, right? Shang Wanqing walked over with a gentle smile. How did you know that monster drains blood? Did you see it? She had already learned about Zhou Li from Gao Feng and knew that this little fatty was very likely to be a capable person as well. Only then did Zhou Li notice the others around him. Upon seeing the familiar Gao Feng and Qian Shaoyan, he instantly recognized their identities and nodded. He unconsciously glanced at Shang Wanqing's long legs, but quickly looked away. Yesterday, I was watching something. No. I was in the restroom when I suddenly heard someone talking in the hallway. I thought it was a teacher checking on us. So, I secretly leaned against the restroom door to look outside. As a result, I almost got scared out of my wits. Several boys surrounded Zhang Hao. And I don't know how he did it, but I saw him wave his hand, and those boys started bleeding from their 7 orifices. All of it sucked into his mouth. The sensor light was on the whole time, and his shadow looked like a snake. All right, there was also a bloody, mangled snake on the ground. Indeed, it was possession. After hearing this, the others were all moved. When Yu Xian and Wei Hua exchanged amused glances at Zhou Li. This little fatty has quite a life. Watching something late at night in a restroom, haha. And he seemed to have just glanced at the captain's long legs, right? Chapter 12, are you talking to me? Zhang Hao. A figure appeared in Jiang Ming's mind. He knew this person, but had no real connection with him. He heard that he was also an orphan and a major lick dog. He had been licking one girl for 4 or 5 years, starting from middle school. After all these years of licking, he hadn't even held her hand, and he had been laughed at for it. Isn't that just a clown? Little fatty, you can't get through to Jiang Ming's brother's phone. Why not call the police station? When Yu Xian smiled as she looked at Zhou Li, making us analyze and plan in the car. Zhou Li swallowed hard. Although he liked the lowly girl in front of him, who looked just like the 2-dimensional wives in his room, he still instinctively felt danger. The police station is just full of ordinary people. Calling them won't help, he said. Haha, you're quite clever. When Yu Xian stopped teasing him and instead asked about Zhang Hao, where's the person you mentioned now? In classroom 2 of the 3rd year. Zhou Li hurriedly replied. Quite bold, killing someone and not running away. This snake demon really is confident, Shang Wanqing said immediately. Arranging things. Xuanjia, you and Jiang Ming go take a look and see if you can lure him out. Put this on. Saying that, she took out 2 necklaces from her hot pants pockets, each hanging a small Taiji pendant that glittered under the sunlight. This thing can temporarily cover the traces of your spiritual energy, so the snake demon possessing him won't realize your chi refiners. Seeing when Yu Xian skillfully take the necklace, Jiang Ming understood that Shang Wanqing had explained it to her. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Wasn't this just the kind of thing that the protagonists in cultivation novels must have to hide their cultivation? Jiang Ming was originally a student here, and with Xuanjia looking harmless, she shouldn't raise Zhang Hao's alertness. Shang Wanqing explained again. Meanwhile, in classroom 2 of the 3rd year, the self-study session was ongoing, but the atmosphere didn't seem very effective. The classroom was noisy, with everyone discussing the murder case in the boys' dormitory. I heard he died from a single stab. So brutal. A boy with dyed yellow hair exclaimed, excitement written all over his face. Did I hear it was with a hammer? Another whispered, is the police station still not done investigating? I want to go home. A few timid girls huddled together, their faces pale. In a corner, A boy in a white short-sleeved shirt listened to the discussions and quickly flashed a look of disdain in his eyes, as if looking at some lower life form. However, when he looked at the girl sitting in the front row, his expression of disdain instantly vanished, replaced by obsession. So there really are deities in this world. Jiang Yuqi. Wait for me. Once I reach the peak of the world, I want you to be my queen. Chi-Chi, here, eat this. You haven't eaten anything all morning. You must be starving. Zhang Hao carefully tapped the shoulder of the girl in the front row while pulling out a bag of meat floss bread from his desk. Who told you to touch me? Jiang Yuqi turned around impatiently, her pure little face filled with disgust, but she still took the bread. Don't call me Chi-Chi anymore. Yes. Yes, yes. Zhang Hao seemed oblivious to the disgust on her face, instead showing a delighted expression. Chi-Chi ate the bread I gave her. Hee hee. Fool. You've been played like a dog for 4 or 5 years, and you're still happy about it. Haha. That's really interesting. A sturdy boy in shorts and a tank top watched this scene with a smirk. The boy's name was Li Kai, a sports student. Although he looked fierce, he had a kind heart and was a good person. In the past, if school bullies picked on students from class 2, he would be the one to step in and resolve it. Zhang Hao had also been saved by him once, and they had briefly become friends. But they eventually went their separate ways. Li Kai, out of kindness, couldn't bear to see his brother being played around by a girl. So he bluntly told Zhang Hao that Jiang Yuqi didn't like him at all. She just saw him as an ATM. As a result, Zhang Hao got angry. At this moment, when Zhang Hao heard Li Kai's words, he turned to look, his eyes narrowing slightly as he said lightly, "Are you talking to me?" Li Kai was taken aback, seemingly not expecting the once timid Zhang Hao to dare to speak to him like this. After reacting, he sneered, "What? You want to fight me?" "No, no, no." Zhang Hao shook his head with a half-smile, rising to walk to Li Kai's desk, looking down at him. "You helped me before. I'm not an ungrateful person. How about this? You help me once, and I'll give you a chance. Apologize, and I'll pretend I didn't hear what you just said. How about that? Have you taken the wrong medicine?" Li Kai was genuinely surprised, even thinking that this guy must have messed up his brain from being a lick dog. Zhang Hao remained calm, sincerely giving him a piece of advice as a former friend. Apologizing would be beneficial for you. Outside the classroom corridor, Jiang Ming and Wen Yuxian had already arrived, but hadn't figured out how to lure Zhang Hao out. As a result, they ended up watching this drama unfold first. Jiang Ming clicked his tongue. This guy is still putting on airs, saying apologizing would be good for you. Does he really think he's the protagonist? Damn it, I'll make you fly later. Wen Yuxian laughed. He's not as good at pretending as Jiang Ming, brother. Nonsense. When did I put on airs? Xuanjie, don't slander me. Jiang Ming denied vigorously. That is not putting on airs. That's showing off. Xuanjie, hurry up and think of a way. I'm afraid I won't be able to resist charging in and taking down this pretentious fool. In the classroom, the conflict between the two also drew the attention of others. First was Jiang Yuqi, who had heard Li Kai's words but was too lazy to respond. However, she didn't expect the Zhang Hao she had always looked down on to suddenly stand up. This surprised her quite a bit. In the middle, Li Kai also got angry, sneering, "I really want to see what bad consequences not apologizing will bring me." Zhang Hao shook his head with a look of pity. That's really too unfortunate. You have no idea who you're facing. Haha, a frog at the bottom of the well is still a frog. How can you know the colorful world outside? What the hell? Has he watched too many Crooked Dragon King movies? A frog at the bottom of the well? A perennial bottom student is throwing around words now. Xuanjie, I'm going to charge in. Jiang Ming felt that looking for one more second would be an insult to his eyes. I have 15 armor summoning devices on me. Even the future ultimate armor summoner isn't this arrogant. Why should he be? Hey, don't be impulsive. When Yuxian quickly pulled him back, there are too many people here. Making a move might cause injuries. Let's lure him to the playground. Then what can we do? The teachers have all been called away by the police station for investigation. If you say the teacher called him, he wouldn't believe it. He's just a pubescent virgin. Let's see the big sister. When Yuxian confidently walked to the classroom door, her expression gradually becoming shy. Zhang Hao, could you come out for a moment? In an instant, the noisy classroom fell silent. All eyes turned to Wen Yuxian at the door. Wow, what a cute big sister. Is she from our 3rd year? I've never seen her before. In the corner, Zhang Hao was also momentarily dazzled by Wen Yuxian's beauty, and then his eyes burst with intense brilliance. Ha ha ha, I'm truly the chosen one. Having just been chosen by the deities, such a beautiful woman is offering herself to me. At that moment, images of him reaching the pinnacle of the world with beauties surrounding him flooded his mind. Naturally, Jiang Yuqi next to him caught his change, and her expression instantly turned cold. Zhang Hao, what do you mean? Zhang Hao came back to his senses, displaying a smile he thought was charming. Chi-Chi, stop messing around. In the future, there will be more and more women by my side, and you need to learn to adapt. I couldn't take it anymore. Flame Dragon Armor. Combine. Chapter 13. I'll make you fly. Boom. Wen Yuxian only felt a red aurora rush past her, overturning desks and books along the way. Looking again, Jiang Ming had already reached out his big hand, swiftly grabbing Zhang Hao's hair and smashing his head against the nearby desk. Bang! The iron table instantly caved in, creating a deep pit. What the hell? You still don't even know who you're facing. Who are you facing? Tell me, who the hell are you? Do you think you can build a big harem in the future? You better learn to adapt. I command you to adapt. Adapt. Jiang Ming pulled Zhang Hao's face away from the table and then thrust his right knee up, directly colliding with it. The sound of a broken nasal bone suddenly spread. Zhang Hao finally reacted, but the intense pain surged over him like a tide, causing him to scream. Blood poured out of his mouth and nose uncontrollably. He wanted to struggle, but Jiang Ming's hand seemed to be firmly welded to his head, making it impossible for him to break free no matter how much he twisted. Not to mention that the two blows had made him dizzy, leaving him with hardly any strength. This scene, though complex to describe, actually happened in the blink of an eye. The other students in the classroom were dumbfounded. What are you talking about? You're still pretending to be tough, thinking that being possessed by a snake demon makes you the protagonist, right? Jiang Ming sneered. Let the snake demon inside you come out. You're looking for death. Zhang Hao gasped for breath, finally suppressing the feeling of dizziness, remembering that he was a man chosen by the gods. Although the peculiar humanoid armor in front of him made him realize that he might not be the only one chosen by the gods in this world, he was unafraid. In the next moment, he bared his bloody mouth and began to call out, Great Snake God, please grant your most loyal follower power. Damn it, are you still playing tough? Jiang Ming raised his hand and delivered another punch, causing several teeth to fly out. Zhang Hao screamed again. At the same time, a panicked voice echoed in his mind. Investigation Division. This is definitely an investigator from the Investigation Division. Damn it, I already told you to leave, but you insisted on staying. Now you've attracted the people from the Investigation Division. The snake demon cursed Zhang Hao furiously, filled with fear. He didn't want to die. Now that the spiritual energy had revived, he had worked hard to cultivate to this level, and he still wanted to become a king and establish his legacy. What to do? My injuries haven't fully healed yet. Tell me what to do. Zhang Hao was stunned by the voice in his mind. Why? Why does the snake god seem to be afraid? Isn't he a god? Even if the one opposite is also a god, they should be of the same level. In a daze, he saw the humanoid armor in front of him, its deep blue eyes resembling an unfathomable abyss. Finally, he began to feel fear belatedly. His god seemed to be inferior to the other S-god. No, I am a protagonist. I'm the protagonist. I haven't become the king of this world yet. This isn't real. This isn't real. Jiang Ming saw that this guy was still dreaming even as death approached and didn't bother to waste any more words. He let go of Zhang Hao's hair while grabbing his neck. Suddenly, a strong sense of suffocation surged in. Fear appeared in Zhang Hao's eyes. Was wrong. Jiang Ming curled his lips into a smile. So, you still refuse to say who you are? Forget it. You don't need to say. I don't want to hear it. Go down and fight for the throne with King Yen. As the words fell, his 5 fingers tightened, and a surge of power suddenly erupted. With a crisp sound, Zhang Hao's eyes bulged out, blood gushed from his mouth, and his whole body instantly went limp. When Yuxian saw this scene, stunned, how could you kill him? This is bad. The snake demon is going to come out. Saying this, she hurriedly called out to the other students who were already scared silly, run, but it was still too late. Suddenly, a phantom giant snake rose from Zhang Hao's corpse. The snake demon seemed to know it couldn't escape, and as soon as it appeared, it lunged at the person closest to Zhang Hao's body. Coincidentally, Jiang Ming had casually thrown Zhang Hao's body next to Jiang Yuqi. Seeing a ferocious snake head lunging at her, the already terrified Jiang Yuqi screamed, her legs shaking like chaff, and a puddle of water streamed down from her pant legs. The snake demon instantly coiled around her. Then it looked at Jiang Ming, its crimson tongue flicking out, roaring, "Let me go. Otherwise, I'll kill her." When Yuxian's face changed dramatically, and she quickly walked over, wanting to negotiate. But as she got close, she heard a calm voice say, "You're grabbing her. Why should I let you go?" Sincere. In an instant, everything fell silent. It was as if time had been paused. The snake demon's crimson tongue froze in midair when Yuxian's 1 foot hung in the air, and the water stain at the bottom of Jiang Yuqi's pants froze into beads. Jiang Ming sneered, raising his hand to grab the snake demon's vital point. With a flick, Jiang Yuqi was sent flying in a spinning motion. The effect of the Zen seal vanished. The noisy sounds returned. The snake demon was momentarily dazed, but the next moment, its whole body froze in shock. Staring into the close, deep blue eyes, it began to panic. How could this happen? You. I was wrong. Great Sir of the Investigation Division, I beg you, please don't kill me. When Yuxian was also confused, not understanding what was happening. How did the situation reverse in an instant? What happened just now? She felt as if she had lost a few seconds of memory. Jiang Ming looked at the snake demon's terrified expression and smiled. I gave you a chance, since you didn't choose to die quickly, then die painfully. No. The snake demon roared in despair. Boom! Pure white flames spread from Jiang Ming's palm, touching the snake demon's body, like pouring oil on a raging fire, instantly engulfing the snake demon completely. In the blink of an eye, it was consumed and burned to nothing. A greenish-blue orb fell, and Jiang Ming was quick to retract the southern Ming fire, grabbing the orb. He then placed it in front of his belt. The familiar energy flowed through his body again, finally surging toward the summoning device in his mind. The summoning devices for the Black Rhino armor and the Tsunami armor flickered slightly. Jiang Ming instinctively felt the changes within him, and a look of surprise suddenly appeared on his face. This energy can also purify my physical body. Previously, he had practiced the cultivation method, so he couldn't feel it. But this time it made him discover subtle changes. His physical body seemed to have grown a little stronger. But don't underestimate this little bit. He had seen in the newcomer manual that there's a type of chi master who specializes in body refinement. Those people go to great lengths to enhance their physical strength, and the simplest method is to spend time grinding it out, while the wealthy would use rare materials to assist. But for Jiang Ming, he just needed to kill demons to grow stronger. The more he killed, the stronger his body became. If those body-refining chi masters knew that his way of strengthening his body was this simple, they would probably be infuriated. I knew it. Boys who love to smile don't have bad luck. Jiang Ming happily removed his armor. When Yuxian walked over, still somewhat dazed, it was resolved so easily. What were they discussing in the car for so long? The captain is still waiting on the playground to do. Hey, wait, Captain. Chapter 14. The Firewood Gatherers. A group of madmen when Yuxian pulled Jiang Ming and urged, "Hurry up, the captain and the others must be waiting anxiously." They had agreed to draw the people to the playground, but it was resolved directly instead. Such efficiency. Having obtained a demon core, Jiang Ming was in a good mood, whistling and putting his hands in his pockets as he followed her. Before leaving, he glanced at the unconscious Jiang Yuqi and curled his lips. Hell, what a catch. The two of them paid no attention to the other students. The Public Security Bureau was right at the school and would come to clean up shortly, so they didn't need to worry. After solving the snake demon, Wen Youxuan's steps became much lighter, bouncing downstairs. Just as they reached the first floor, she suddenly burst into giggles, seemingly thinking of something. Jiang Ming, I didn't expect your fighting style to be so wild. She turned to Jiang Ming and playfully winked. But I like it. Hearing this, Jiang Ming immediately protested. Sister Xian, you're slandering me again. I'm so gentle. How could I be wild? Saying this, he revealed a shy smile, trying to salvage his image. Ha ha ha. When Yuxian was amused by his expression and laughed heartily, disregarding her image. Go interview those students and ask them if I'm gentle or not. As they chatted and laughed, the two quickly exited the teaching building and headed towards the playground. They hadn't walked far when suddenly Jiang Ming's expression changed and he swiftly retreated. At the same time, a red light enveloped him, and the flame dragon armor rapidly covered his entire body. Clang! Sparks flew. Just as the armor covered his face, a black dagger appeared out of nowhere, its tip cold and straight, aiming directly at his chest. What? A gasp rang out. The attacker was extremely decisive. When a strike missed, they immediately withdrew the dagger, which gradually disappeared. Damn it! They stabbed me and still want to leave. Jiang Ming was furious. If it weren't for his quick reflexes, that dagger might have already penetrated his chest. although he didn't know who he had offended to send an awakened invisibility user to kill him. Was he the type to be beaten without retaliating? I will definitely kill you. Seeing the dagger about to vanish, he punched the empty space in front of him. Bang! His fist collided with something, as if frozen in time. A figure wearing a monkey mask was sent flying backwards. As soon as he hit the ground, he vanished again. Zen seal! Jiang Ming shouted angrily. The surroundings froze like a painting. Then, he teleported to the spot where the masked man had just disappeared and kicked upwards. The masked man immediately broke invisibility. Without any hesitation, Jiang Ming teleported again, grabbing the masked man's crown and delivering a knee strike. A scream rang out, deafening. The monkey mask shattered, revealing a half-destroyed, bloody face. How could this be? The masked man looked terrified, not expecting that his proud invisibility ability would fail. In the past, he had relied on this ability to defeat countless elite investigators. Now, he couldn't even escape. How could this be? How could this be? Damn it. Do you villains only know how to say that? Jiang Ming swung both fists, landing two powerful blows that left the masked man dizzy. Speak. Who sent you? I'll kill him. How could someone as gentle as him, who often helped the elderly cross the street and wouldn't even step on an ant, be targeted by someone so deranged as to want to kill him? This is intolerable. The masked man remained silent, but his body suddenly began to swell. Trying to self-destruct? Did he ask me first? Jiang Ming had seen descriptions of this in the newcomer handbook. In a flash, he punched towards the masked man's dantian. The pain from the shattered dantian instantly overwhelmed the masked man. His eyes rolled back, and he passed out. At this moment, when Yu Xian finally reacted, the scene unfolded too quickly. She only saw Jiang Ming being attacked, and then the attacker was grabbed like a dog by him. She rushed over, and upon seeing the broken monkey mask, her expression darkened instantly. The firewood gatherers. Hearing her words, Jiang Ming released the armor and switched hands to grip the masked man's neck. Do you know him? When Yu Xian shook her head, the Firewood Gatherers is an organization. Their members cover their faces with masks. It seems you've caught their attention. Let's go find the captain. Targeted? Jiang Ming's expression turned ugly. The name Firewood Gatherers sounded like a villainous organization. Glancing at the unconscious masked man, he thought, no way, this is still an organization. They probably have a lot of people. They must be eliminated. He quickly headed towards the playground while dragging the masked man. Soon, they met up with Shangguanqing and the others. This is Zhang Hao. And Wei Hua looked surprised. Bro, you're too fierce. Did you solo him? The others were also confused. Weren't we supposed to lure him out? We've been waiting here forever, and you just finished the job? This makes us look foolish, bro. Jiang Ming casually tossed the masked man to the ground, and everyone immediately noticed his broken monkey mask. The Firewood Gatherers. Zhang Hao is one of the Firewood Gatherers? And Wei Hua exclaimed. Wen Yuxian didn't bother with this fool, and said with a serious expression, just now, this guy tried to assassinate Jiang Ming. P.S. An invisibility user. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's expressions changed. Shangguanqing quickly asked, Jiang Ming, are you hurt? No. Jiang Ming shook his head, urgently saying, Sister Qing, tell me about the Firewood Gatherers. Being targeted by such an evil organization made him feel utterly unsafe. Passively waiting was not his style. He had to take the initiative. He needed to find their lair and wipe them out completely. Hearing that he wasn't injured, everyone felt relieved, but their expressions became subtle. An invisibility user, a born assassin. Not only did he manage to withstand a full attack from such a person unscathed, but he even counterattacked. The Firewood Gatherers is a massive organization. Shangguanqing glanced at the unconscious masked man on the ground, a hint of disgust flashing in her eyes. You should know about the demon realm, right? Although the demons are sealed within, no one knows if, one day in the future, those seals will suddenly break. That's why our investigation agency has been working with the Tao and Buddhist sects to reinforce the seals. But the Firewood Gatherers are different. They want to break the seals and completely release the demons. They believe this is humanity's opportunity for evolution. Humans are weak from birth to death. Life only lasts a short 100 years, while demons are born strong with long lifespans. They think humans are inherently filthy, with blood, flesh, and bones being dirty. Only by fully embracing demons can humanity evolve and become stronger. To this end, they cruelly experiment on ordinary people, ultimately finding a way to transform into demons. Removing human blood, flesh, and bones, replacing them with demon blood, flesh, and bones. After hearing this, Jiang Ming was stunned. These people are insane, right? Why not just be good humans instead of becoming demons? You're right. They're a group of madmen. When Yu Xian sneered, they think they're doing a great cause. Ha ha. For the sake of the people, the firewood gatherers must not be left to freeze to death in the wilderness. Jiang Ming's alarm bells rang in his head. Being targeted by a group of madmen was serious. Moreover, they were self-brainwashed madmen. This won't do. If this matter isn't resolved, he might not be able to eat or sleep well. It was the time for growth. He couldn't afford to delay his development. Thinking of this, he hurriedly asked Shangguan Qing, Sister Qing, do you know their lair? Chapter 15. I never wait overnight for revenge. What are you asking this for? Shangguan Qing saw his urgent expression and momentarily couldn't comprehend. I'm going to give them free psychological counseling. They can't keep daydreaming. Their erroneous values need correcting. I don't know, Shangguan Qing said impatiently. Do you think a thief would let the security bureau know where his hideout is? That makes sense. Jiang Ming thought for a moment, nodded in agreement, and then kicked toward the masked man's kidney. Hey, wake up. Stop sleeping. I need to consult you about something. Ah. The masked man instantly screamed in pain, curling up while holding his kidney. Stop howling. Just tell me, where's your hideout? You can't know. The intense pain in his waist and lower abdomen made the masked man pause for a while, his voice trembling. Kill me. If you have the guts, just kill me. Oh, come on. You're begging for death now. You're a villain. Why get so passionate? If I didn't know better, I'd think I'm the villain here. Jiang Ming squatted down, grabbed the masked man's right arm, and yanked it off with force. In an instant, blood splattered everywhere. A beast-like roar echoed across the entire playground. Jiang Ming casually tossed the severed arm aside. Grinning, you still have 2 more chances for me to tear you apart. Make sure to seize them. Saying that, he grabbed the other arm. This scene left everyone present dumbfounded. No one expected Jiang Ming to explode like this. However, they didn't stop him. Given the things the arsonist had done, they deserved it. On the contrary, and Wei Hua's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was simply too exhilarating. Listening to the enemy wailing in front of him was the most wonderful symphony in the world. Kill me. I will live forever in the flames. Not what I want to hear. Sorry, brother. Slash. The masked man twisted violently like a dying shrimp, blood splattering onto Jiang Ming's face. Jiang Ming didn't care, casually wiping it off, revealing a big white toothy grin. You still have 2 chances left. As he spoke, his hand unknowingly climbed up one of the masked man's thighs. Ha 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 ha. Perhaps realizing his certain death, the masked man forcibly drew in a breath and started laughing. However, the intense pain from the severed arm made his smile look grotesque and terrifying. For the sake of all beings, the arsonist must not freeze to death in the wilderness. The flames will live forever. Good. Jiang Ming's smile deepened. His determination to eliminate these guys grew stronger. They were not even afraid of death. Just like when Yu Xian said, they truly believed they were engaged in a great cause. But how could he find these guys' lair? Jiang Ming furrowed his brows. This was the second time he felt helpless since crossing into this world, aside from not being able to summon the summoning device back then. Letting go of the masked man's thigh, continuing to tear him apart, seemed pointless. Even if he turned this guy into a human puppet, it probably wouldn't work. Minga, how about I try? At that moment, Zhou Dali suddenly turned pale. He had never seen such a brutal Jiang Ming. You? Jiang Ming looked up. I think I can read other people's memories. Yesterday, I accidentally touched a classmate's head, and then I saw some things that happened to him. Upon hearing this, everyone turned to look at him, surprised. He really awakened? The ability to read memories. No wonder he could resist the memory sealing of the logistics department. Jiang Ming's eyes lit up, and he immediately waved. You try? The masked man's face changed drastically, and he opened his mouth to bite his tongue to commit suicide. Jiang Ming was quick, delivering a punch to his mouth. Damn it, I was already prepared for this. With a scream, blood mixed with shattered teeth immediately splattered out. Zhou Dali stepped forward, holding back his nausea to place his hand on the masked man's head. In an instant, images flashed before his eyes like a cut film. Jiang Ming looked at him expectantly, while the masked man despairingly closed his eyes. After a moment, Zhou Dali withdrew his hand, his face growing paler, and he sat down on the ground. Damn, Dali, what's wrong with you? Jiang Ming was startled and quickly went over to help him up. Was it you who did this? He turned and kicked the masked man again. This time, The masked man didn't make a sound. It's fine. He just awakened his ability. He should be exhausted from the energy in his body. He just needs to rest a bit. Gao Feng stepped forward to check and explained. Afterward, he looked at Jiang Ming. It seemed this guy didn't have a problem with energy exhaustion. Damn, that's really abnormal. Ming Ge, I saw in the suburbs, at Moon Lake in the suburbs, and 5 other people. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ming's worried expression instantly turned to ecstasy. Ha! What a surprise. He was about to give up when unexpectedly, there was light at the end of the tunnel. Without a moment's hesitation, he released Zhou Dali and stood up suddenly. Finally, I found it. Dare to assassinate me. I'll chop your family's earthworms upright. Flame dragon armor. Combine. Wait. Seeing Jiang Ming about to summon his red armor, Shang Wanqing's heart raced. What are you planning to do? To take revenge. Now that he knew their hideout, he naturally had to strike swiftly before they could react. Otherwise, what if they found out this guy never returned and ran away? Jiang Ming said with conviction. Shang Wanqing's forehead twitched. You need to calm down. We have no idea about the situation over there. What if something goes wrong with your reckless approach? Let's go back and discuss it first. Yeah, big shot. Let's discuss it first. Don't worry, they won't leave anytime soon. For assassins like them, lying in wait for a chance to strike is normal. And Wei Hua also spoke up to persuade him. They won't run? How do you know they won't run? Can a madman's thoughts be measured with a normal person's logic? Revenge overnight is a huge taboo. Jiang Ming looked at the others, and several of them nodded. All right, fine. Let's go back and discuss it. He said this, but secretly thought, I'll go after you all fall asleep. Ming Jiang, let's go back and submit the mission first. This time you killed the snake demon and captured an arsonist. The rewards won't be small. Jiang Ming then remembered there were mission rewards. He had seen on the Investigation Bureau's app. Every mission had corresponding rewards. Not to mention money, there was also something called contribution points. Contribution points were more precious than money, used to purchase treasures. Then let's go. Jiang Ming looked down at the half-dead masked man, flicked his fingers, and shot out a flame. With a scream, the masked man turned into a pile of ashes instantly. Later, I need to get some money from the Security Bureau. I guess this counts as reducing their workload, right? Just need to sweep it up with a broom. Upon hearing this, everyone couldn't help but twitch their mouths. Chapter 16. Boss, take me along to the underground repair shop. Everyone is gathered. Zhou Dali has also been brought over. At this moment, he looks like Lu Lao Lao entering the Grand View Garden, with his face flushed as he surveys everything around him. So cool. It's just like in the anime. Am I one of them now? I knew it. Saving the world couldn't possibly be without me. Ha ha ha. He laughs wildly with his hands on his hips. Xiao Yun, you take him to find a room to rest first. Tomorrow, you and Gao Feng will take him to the headquarters. Shang Wanqing sits down on the sofa, her ample curves on full display. Qin Xiaoyan nods and leaves with Zhou Dali, who keeps turning back to look at everyone. I've been busy all day and accomplished nothing. And Wei Hua grabs a few bottles of soda from the kitchen and tosses them to a few people, saying that it's easy to earn contribution points like this. Boss, make sure to take me along for such good things in the future. Less work, more gain. Getting something for nothing has always been my life goal. You'll be lazy to death. When Yu Xian rolls her eyes at him. Hey, don't say that, Anwen. Looking back at the entire history of human civilization, laziness is the driving force behind technological development. Jiang Ming, upload the mission video now. Wen Xingqian, who rarely speaks, places his tall wooden box in the corner of the hall. The headquarters has dedicated personnel for review, and the rewards should be issued soon. Jiang Ming nods, takes out his phone, and uploads the video he recorded today into the app's task review module. Investigators always carry a special recording device during tasks to preserve the process. On one hand, if the mission fails, the investigation department can analyze the recorded process to understand the enemies and make targeted arrangements next time. On the other hand, it prevents anyone from falsely reporting and cheating for rewards. After about 2 or 3 minutes, several phones ring simultaneously. Jiang Ming opens the interface to see a message. Dear Investigator Jiang Ming, after review, the uploaded mission video is genuine and valid. The reward is being settled. Cash of 200,000 yuan and 30 contribution points. You can purchase desired items from them all. Wishing you a pleasant life. Quite formal. Jiang Ming puts away his phone without opening them all. He had looked before, and it was all kinds of elixirs and magical treasures. However, there's one thing he needs, demon pills. He plans to buy a few demon pills to feed the flame dragon armor after resolving the issue with the firewood bearer. hoping to awaken the other summoning devices sooner. Boss, how many contribution points did you get? And Weiwa approaches with a grin. 30. What the heck? 30. Why do I only have 3 contribution points? You need to count better in your heart. When Yu Xian rolls her eyes at him. The work was all done by Jiang Ming's younger brother. You only got 3 points because you're riding on his coattails. Haha, just kidding, just kidding. All right, let us discuss how to deal with the firewood bearer. Shangguan Qing interrupts their chatter. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ming quickly speaks up to stop the topic, saying, let us forget about it. Qing Jia, it's getting late. We'll discuss it tomorrow. Just kidding. If you all fall asleep, I'll just go kill it directly. Discuss? Is it necessary to discuss? Everyone's nerves have been tense all day. Let us rest first. Saying this, he gets up, stretches lazily, and feigns a yawn, looking exhausted. Time to shower and sleep. Good night, everyone. Seeing this, Shangguan Qing doesn't think much and says, all right then. I'll contact the headquarters to report the situation and see if there's any information available, and also look for support. Tomorrow, we'll plan properly. Everyone nods and heads back to their rooms. Night falls. The underground is soundproof, and everything is silent. In the room, Jiang Ming doesn't turn on the light, his eyes wide open with no signs of sleep. They should all be asleep by now, right? He listens carefully for a moment. Apart from his own breathing, he hears nothing. Without hesitation, he gets up and carefully opens a door crack to observe. No one. He pushes the door open and steps out confidently. However, just as he takes a few steps, a low voice suddenly comes from behind him. Boss, take me along. Jiang Ming's body stiffens, and he turns around to see Wei Hua excitedly emerging from the darkness. Haha, I knew you couldn't resist. Take me with you, take me with you. Jiang Ming is speechless. Aren't you asleep? It's a long night, and I can't sleep. Sleep? There's no way I could sleep. Do you think I'm one of those fools? When Jiang Ming said it was time to sleep around 8, he sensed something was off. He was clearly in a hurry at school, but didn't want to discuss the firewood bearer after returning to the base. Moreover, which Qi refinement practitioner goes to bed at 8? It's obvious something's up. Sure enough, he caught him. Jiang Ming looks at Wei Hua, who has a smug expression, knowing that if he doesn't take him along, this guy will definitely wake everyone up. Reluctantly, he nods and says, okay, but just so you know, I might not be able to take care of you when we fight. No need, no need. As soon as Wei Hua hears that he can go, he immediately waves his hands cheerfully. Boss, just charge ahead. I can take care of myself. Hearing this, Jiang Ming doesn't bother saying anything more. The two sneak out of the base in the dark. Jiang Ming directly summons the flame dragon steed, twisting the knob at his waist, and the flame dragon steed rushes in like a shooting star in the night, stopping in front of them. Wow! And Wei Hua's eyes widen instantly, looking at the technologically advanced appearance of the flame dragon steed. So cool. Boss, is your ability really that ridiculous? You can summon a mount too? I've seen someone at the investigation department summon armor, but it's not as impressive as yours. Jiang Ming doesn't know how to explain, mumbling a vague reply as he climbs on. Get on. All right. And Wei Hua excitedly climbs onto the vehicle. Once he has settled, Jiang Ming twists the throttle, and in an instant, the flame dragon steed soars into the sky. The wind howls in their ears, and Wei Hua clings tightly to Jiang Ming, looking down to see the vast Yunming city spread out below, laughing out loud. So exhilarating. This is the toy a man dreams of. At this moment, he is especially glad he didn't sleep today. In a rush of wind and speed, the two arrive above Moonlight Lake. Jiang Ming hovers the flame dragon steed in midair, looking down at the layout of Moonlight Lake. The moonlight spills down, and the water below shimmers in the gentle breeze, creating a stunning scene. No one would expect that beneath such beauty lies a group of madmen. He has been here before. Moonlight Lake is a tourist attraction. Back then, he couldn't awaken the armor summoner and came here to relax when feeling frustrated. If Zhou Dali didn't misremember the masked man's memory, then the firewood bearer can only be hidden in one place, the island in the middle of the lake. Jiang Ming gazes towards the center of the lake, and with the moonlight, he can clearly see the lush forest on the small island. Let us go down. Choosing a direction, he directly drives the flame dragon steed in a dive. Chapter 17. Transforming into a demon? Do you have any demon cores? The moment they landed, Jiang Ming removed his armor. The two quickly assessed their surroundings. It was pitch dark, with the sounds of the wind rustling through the leaves and the chirping of insects filling the air. What now, boss? And Wei Hua withdrew his gaze, eager to try. feeling the blood in his veins burning. This puzzled him. Why hadn't he felt this way on previous missions? Let's go check out the guest house on the island. Since they needed to accommodate tourists, the operators of Moon Lake developed a guest house area on the island. And Wei Hua had no objections. He would follow whatever Jiang Ming said. Under the cover of night, they quickly approached the guest house area. After a moment, they circled around and finally stopped in front of a small courtyard made of stone. Aside from the shop signs, this was the only place on the island still lit up. Without thinking, Jiang Ming walked straight in. Hey, and Wei Hua was taken aback. Boss, are we just going in like this? Shouldn't we do some preparations? Preparations for what? It's fine. We can gather some intel and just kill them if necessary. It's that simple. Why complicate things? Okay, I guess the boss is direct in his actions. The two entered the small courtyard one after the other. The next moment, they heard several voices coming from the closed room. Some were male, some female. Why hasn't T the monkey returned yet? Does it really take this much effort to kill a newcomer in the investigation department? What's the rush? Are you afraid he might mess up? His invisibility is an S-level ability, and with his cultivation in the insight realm, squishing that newcomer is as easy as squashing an ant. You know he always looked for fun after finishing a mission. Who knows where he is now? Probably enjoying himself with some girl. It's a shame about that snake demon. I wanted to replace these useless legs with a snake tail for a long time. Outside the door, and Wei Hua listened to the conversation inside, his expression filled with excitement. Boss, it's them. Bang! Before he could finish his sentence, he saw Jiang Ming had summoned the flame dragon armor without him noticing, charging in like a crimson beast, smashing the door to pieces and rushing into the room. What the hell? Guard the main door. If one gets away, I'll hold you accountable, he shouted, his feet not stopping as he crashed into the nearest man. Poof! The man didn't have time to react and was immediately sent flying, feeling as if he had been hit by a speeding truck. A huge spray of blood mist erupting in midair. The moment he hit the wall, another mouthful of fresh blood gushed out. After just one encounter, he felt as if his organs were about to shatter. With Jiang Ming's current physical strength, combined with the armor's power, that collision could have taken down an elephant. One can imagine how strong the force was. That the man could still breathe was a testament to his tough physique. The remaining 3 men and 1 woman were stunned. No one expected that enemies would attack at 3 in the morning. But Jiang Ming didn't care. Seeing the 5 people arranged properly, he couldn't help but smile. Wow, you guys are all here. That's great. The monkey asked me to convey a message. He said he has caused a ruckus down below and needs your help. As he spoke, he instantly teleported in front of the man who was spitting blood, his large hand resembling an eagle's claw, gripping the man's head with immense force. Seeking death. Let him go. The 4 shouted in unison. Jiang Ming clicked his tongue, slowly lifting the man up, his eerie blue eyes locking onto the man's pained expression. Truly enviable brotherhood, making me feel guilty. I'll return him to you. With a sudden burst of strength, his fingers plunged into the man's skull like steel nails, and with another forceful pull, he ripped the man's head open. The man didn't even have time to scream before he met his end. Oops, sorry, I used a bit too much force. You guys bear with it. It's still warm. Jiang Ming casually tossed the man's corpse aside. No matter who you are, you want to leave Moon Lake alive today. One of the 4 women shouted sharply. The next moment, all 4 charged at Jiang Ming. At the door, and Wei Hua's face flushed red, his body trembling with excitement. This is how a real man fights. He had been too merciful before. Boss, do you need help? He pulled out a gleaming long sword from somewhere and stood ready, eager to jump in. No need. Your task is to guard the main door. 4 against 1. Is that enough? All right, I'll make sure to complete the task. In the room, listening to the conversation, the 4 looked grim. Did they think they were sitting ducks? One of the burly men, as big as a bear, roared, his arms instantly covered in thick black fur, transforming into a pair of bare arms in the blink of an eye, transforming into a demon. Jiang Ming recalled what Shang Qing had said, his eyes suddenly lighting up. Do you have any demon cores? The burly man didn't answer, channeling energy into his dantian. Black light flickered around him as his muscles twisted and bulged, and his bare paws came crashing down like a mountain toward Jiang Ming. Bang! Sparks flew from the armor. Jiang Ming stumbled back 2 steps and then patted the spot that had been hit. What? The burly man's expression changed, disbelief flooding his eyes. The 3 others also had their pupils constrict. What kind of monster is this? The black bear practiced the Buddhist Vajra technique, honing his body. That paw had at least a force of 10,000 pounds, enough to easily punch a hole through a small mountain. Yet this person took it head-on without a scratch? That is a tough one. Show your true abilities. The woman shouted angrily, a surge of green light suddenly erupting from her body. She raised her hand, and a wooden box in the corner of the room exploded, sending an ancient black guqin flying into her grasp. The other three quickly followed suit, and in an instant, a mountain-splitting knife, a delicate tower, and a breaking hammer surrounded Jiang Ming. The woman glared fiercely, plucking the strings of the guqin, unleashing waves of invisible blade lights aimed at Jiang Ming. Finally looking like something. Jiang Ming dodged, the flame blade appearing in front of him. He grabbed the flame blade and raised it to block the mountain-splitting knife coming from the tall, thin man on his left. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out, sparks flying. At the same time, he clenched his left fist, launching a punch at the descending breaking hammer. With the southern bright, leaf fire erupting from his fist, rushing toward the burly man. In an instant, the burly man was engulfed in the southern bright leaf fire. A scream erupted. The massive breaking hammer crashed to the ground, shattering the stone slab beneath it. The southern bright leaf fire burns everything. The breaking hammer visibly melted into a puddle of molten iron. The other two men quickly stepped back, fear etched on their faces, terrified of getting burned by that pure white flame. Black Bear! The woman shouted in anger, but by this time, the burly man could no longer respond to her. The screams grew fainter, eventually disappearing before everyone, leaving only a pile of black ash on the ground. Who exactly are you? The woman glared at Jiang Ming, her expression twisted with rage. In just a short time, they had lost 2 members, while the opponent remained unscathed. This person was definitely not an unknown character. Chapter 18. No way, you really have accomplices. Jiang Ming leaned down and carefully searched the patch of black ash on the ground for a moment. Soon, a look of disappointment appeared on his face. Damn it, transforming into a demon. I thought you guys could produce a demon core. I was so happy for nothing. He withdrew his gaze and looked at the woman. You sent someone to assassinate me, and in the end, you still ask me who I am? I seriously suspect that you not only have psychological problems, but also brain problems. Come here, let Daddy check you out. It's free, no charge. It's you. The woman looked absurd. You're that newcomer from the investigation department? She never thought about that at all. Which newcomer would be so arrogant? He was just attacked in the daytime and dared to charge into their lair alone at night. This is simply outrageous. Moreover, how could one person hold down 4 of them? Even if the intel said he broke through that 9-story tower, a once-in-a-million genius, isn't he still just a newcomer? Jiang Ming couldn't care less about the shock of the few people. He swung the flame blade 3 times in a row, and instantly 3 streaks of crimson blade light flew out. I don't believe your supernatural energy is unlimited. The short, stout man holding a mountain-splitting knife roared as he charged out, striking down the crimson blade light with a powerful chop, then quickly darted in front of Jiang Ming. Take this. At the same time, his skin cracked open, and pieces of black scales, dripping with blood, burst forth, quickly wrapping around him. Oh, you have armor too? Jiang Ming said excitedly, raising the flame blade to meet him. This time, he didn't use Southern Ming fire, mainly because he didn't want to believe these people didn't have a demon core. He suspected that the Southern Ming fire wasn't withdrawn in time and burned the demon core along with it. After blocking the stout man's strike, Jiang Ming turned and summoned the fire character tablet, striking down with his blade. The stout man howled as he flew backward. The blade light was unmatched. It directly split the mountain-splitting knife in his hand in half, and the residual force violently pierced through his body. As he hit the ground, he struggled to turn and look at the woman. Quick, run, puff. His body split in 2, colorful guts spilling everywhere. But there was no demon core. Looks like your armor isn't as strong as mine. Jiang Ming shook his head regretfully. Pangolin. The woman's eyes turned red with hatred as she prepared to pluck the strings of her instrument. I will make you die. Qin, go. I'll buy you some time. Quick, go. The man controlling the Linglong Tower shouted loudly, stopping the woman's reckless behavior. Tung Luyu. Qin Yang's expression was sorrowful, knowing the man couldn't possibly stop that terrifying monster. For the sake of all beings, the one who gathers the firewood cannot be left to freeze to death in the wilderness. The man turned his back to the woman and said solemnly, for our dreams. Go. Hey. Do you two really need to make it so dramatic? Jiang Ming interrupted their death scene. Damn it. I'm wearing the righteous flame dragon armor. How can you make me sound like the villain? No need to hesitate. None of you can leave today. Exactly, echoed in Weihua, who was almost bored at the door. Did you not see me blocking this? Leave? Why don't you say you can fly? Qin Yang glanced at the man's back, took a deep breath, and turned to charge outside. I will remember today's grudge and repay 100-fold in the future. Seeing the woman charging at him, and Weihua was not surprised, but rather delighted, his eyes practically shining. Finally, it's my turn to perform. Big guy, just focus on dealing with the one in the room. I'll handle this one. I guarantee she won't escape. Saying this, he swung his long sword and attacked head-on. Wirfa blocks wilde. Qin Yang roared with killing intent, plucking the strings of her instrument. In an instant, a surge of spiritual power stirred the sand and dust in all directions. And armored skeleton soldiers roared as they charged at Weihua. 8 tones of heavenly sound, and Weihua's expression turned serious. The light of the sword in his hand shone brightly as he was about to strike. But at that moment, Jiang Ming burst out of the room, raising the flame blade high and slicing Qin Yang from behind. Qin Yang let out a tragic scream, her guqin flying from her hands, and she spat out a mouthful of blood. The skeleton soldiers instantly dissipated. Damn it, big guy, let me have a turn too. I have no participation at all. And Weihua put away his long sword, feeling wronged. Jiang Ming ignored him, holding the flame blade and walking step by step to Qin Yang, squatting down and sighing, sister. Find some reliable teammates in your next life. That brother inside really can't hold up against me with just one blow. Puff! Qin Yang spat out another mouthful of blood from this heart-wrenching remark. She stared at Jiang Ming with wide eyes, as if trying to engrave his figure into the depths of her soul. All right, don't be angry. Anger is harmful to your health. Look how happy I am. Are you ready? Smile. I'm going to send you to meet your brothers. They shouldn't be far away. Saying this, he stood up, raised the flame blade, and was about to end the woman. Bang! A loud noise suddenly echoed in the night sky. Jiang Ming instinctively looked up at the sky and saw a display of fireworks lighting up the night as if it were daytime. Who is still setting off fireworks at this hour? And Weihua said, raising his head happily, it's quite fitting. They had just dealt with a few firewood gatherers, and the fireworks arrived. Qin Yang, lying on the ground, also looked up, seemingly understanding the meaning of the fireworks, revealing a hint of relief in her eyes. But the next moment, she heard a voice, like a devil's whisper, ringing in her ear, You don't have accomplices, do you? This sentence instantly made her tense up. Jiang Ming observed her change with delight on his face. No way. You really have accomplices? You. Qin Yang wanted to speak, but the next second, her voice was abruptly cut off as a round head flew up. Weihua, clean this place up, I'll be right back. Jiang Ming said excitedly. He looked up at the direction where the fireworks had just exploded, roughly estimated the position, and with a movement of his foot, he transformed into a crimson dragon shadow and swiftly dashed into the darkness. Meanwhile, in the southern part of the small island, a shadow crouched behind a large blue stone on the shore, revealing only a pair of eyes, intensely staring at the lake's surface not far away. The lake water glowed with a faint blue light, rolling waves suggesting something was stirring violently beneath the surface. The shadow's gaze was fiery, seemingly impatient, glancing at the time. Damn it! Why haven't those guys arrived yet? Always dawdling. Just as he finished speaking, a noticeably hushed voice suddenly came from beside him. What dawdling? Brother, what are you looking at? Who? The shadow was startled, his body surging with spiritual energy. Purple light swirling in his eyes as he turned to shoot towards the side, but he missed. Before he could react, a sharp wind sound came from behind him. Amidst the screams, the shadow's head collided violently with a large blue stone in front of him. With a crack, the stone split. Really domineering. Can't even ask a question? In the darkness, Jiang Ming's figure emerged, his right fist pressed against the shadow's skull, forcefully pinning his face against the large blue stone. Chapter 19. Disciples of Longhu Mountain and the Lake Bottom Clam Demon, the shadow only felt his head was about to explode, dizzy and disoriented. But the pain in his face kept him awake. Let me go. Please. I beg you. Let me go. He struggled to speak, an infinite fear rising in his heart. He regretted why he had shot that firework just now. Since this person could sneak up to here, it was likely that those few people were in grave danger. Sure enough, the voice behind him confirmed his suspicion. Jiang Ming looked at him with mockery. I thought you firewood holders were all tough guys. TSK, your brothers chose to fight to the death. Why are you begging for mercy as soon as you come up? Transforming his fist into claws, Jiang Ming grabbed the shadow by the back of the neck and pulled his head out from the bluestone, turning him to face himself. Do you deserve them? It was only then that the shadow saw the enemy's appearance. The deep blue eyes sparkled in the night, resembling a flowing galaxy. He gasped, trembling, I'm not a firewood holder, I'm a disciple of Longhu Mountain. Longhu Mountain? Jiang Ming was taken aback. Wasn't that a righteous sect? Unexpectedly, there was an unexpected gain. He had indeed heard of this place. Whether in his past life or this life, Longhu Mountain was a well-known Taoist ancestral court. Especially in this life, the establishment of the investigation department had traces of Longhu Mountain. But what of a disciple of Longhu Mountain? Since this guy chose to associate with the firewood holders, he was probably not a good person. I ask, you answer. If I'm satisfied, I'll let you go. What are you doing here? The man's expression tightened, stammering, I came to enjoy the scenery. Sizzle. An arm fell to the ground. Ah! The scream startled the surroundings, and the air quickly filled with a strong smell of blood. Do I look like a fool to you? In the middle of the night, you don't sleep, and you come to enjoy the scenery by the lake? Why don't you say you came to take a shit? Jiang Ming continued, say it. I said, I came to catch a demon. There's a clam demon under the lake. I'm afraid it will cause disaster. Oh. Before he could finish, there was another scream. Why? I've already said it, and you still make a move. The man's face twisted in pain, the agony of his severed arm making him sweat profusely. Sorry, what you said has the suspicion of beautifying yourself. Jiang Ming casually tossed the man's last arm away, saying lightly. At that moment, the man felt that the armor in front of him was wrapped around a demon from hell. He no longer had any lucky thoughts. Enduring the excruciating pain, his face contorted. It's the firewood holders. They raised a clam demon here, capturing people every day to feed it. They found a way to perfectly transplant demon cores, but this method lacks a certain medicine, which only exists in the deep sea. They need the clam demon shell to avoid water to get the medicine. Stop the bleeding for me. Hurry, stop the bleeding. I'm about to die. Jiang Ming ignored his wails. His gaze turned toward the lake, where the commotion was growing louder, a massive whirlpool swirling, as if even the moonlight was being swallowed. Then why are you cooperating with them? Some people are afraid of death. They don't want to die so early. They also want the demon's lifespan. Jiang Ming laughed. Really? How to say it? It seems there's no shortage of such scum anywhere. He didn't ask further. The person in front of him was obviously a small fry. Knowing this much was already quite good. He probably wasn't qualified to know anything deeper. Let me go. I've said what I needed to say, I beg you. Let me go. After such a long time, the man's voice had weakened considerably. With 2 wounds bleeding, even if he was a chi refinement practitioner, he couldn't hold on. Jiang Ming dragged him toward the lake. All right, I'll let you go. I'm a man of my word, known as the honest and reliable young master. Remember to say thank you later. The man's face brightened, but the next moment, he found himself suspended over the lake. What do you want? I've already said it. At the brink of life and death. He didn't know where he found the strength to struggle violently. Relax. Releasing you is also a release, just a bit of fun. Jiang Ming let go. The man instantly fell into the lake. You little man. You're untrustworthy. I curse you. I curse you to die a horrible death. Boom. The whirlpool on the lake suddenly exploded, revealing a massive clam lurking beneath the water. Its 2 shells opening and closing, radiating light, as the man was sucked in with a scream. He plunged headfirst into the shell, and in an instant blood splattered. Seeing this, Jiang Ming soared into the air, his fiery blade striking out, a red blade light slicing across the water's surface. As if sensing danger, the clam demon immediately closed its shell. Bang! The blade light collided with the shell, and the lake's surface exploded, splashing water everywhere. So tough? Jiang Ming was astonished. However, there was no time for him to think more. The light on the clam demon began to retreat, attempting to disappear beneath the water. Trying to run? Jiang Ming glanced at the deep lake, without hesitation, leaped into the lake, running wildly on the surface. Pure white flames blazed around him, illuminating the surroundings brightly as day. The intense heat caused the surrounding lake water to evaporate, enveloping him in a thick mist. Arriving above the clam demon, he plunged into the water. Without hesitation, he quickly dove down, grabbing both sides of the clam shell, roaring, and with all his strength he lifted it up. Bang! Breaking through the lake. He then threw it with all his might, the clam demon crashing like a small mountain onto the bluestone on the shore with a rumble. The bluestone exploded upon impact. At the same time, the clam shell opened wide, and several sword lights shot out, heading straight for Jiang Ming, who was rushing across the water's surface. He reacted quickly, taking out the fiery dart from his chest, swinging it to shatter the sword lights with a few clangs. Then, he tossed it backhandedly, the fiery dart trailing a long light, instantly piercing into the clam shell. Roar! The terrifying roar ripped through the night sky as the clam demon frantically flapped its shell. At this moment, Jiang Ming reached the shore, like a fierce tiger pouncing on its prey, maintaining his speed as he charged toward the clam demon, gathering the southern Ming fire in his palm, grabbing the tender flesh inside the shell. With a tearing sound, he ripped it out, and the flames surged, instantly turning it to ash. Foolish demon, dare to open your shell. If it had kept its shell closed, relying on its hardness, he would indeed have a hard time dealing with it. Although he had means to resolve it, from what the previous man said, it was clear that the clam demon's shell was a treasure to avoid water. He didn't want to destroy it easily. Even if he didn't need it, he could exchange it for contribution points at the investigation department. Who knew this foolish demon would open its shell on its own? If you don't die, who will? Looking at the demon core lying inside the clamshell like white jade, a smile appeared on Jiang Ming's face. He took it casually and placed it at his waist. In an instant, the pure energy from the demon core flowed throughout his body, slowly enhancing his physical strength, and the fatigue from the recent battle quickly dissipated. In his mind, the summon devices for the black rhino armor, the Cinnamon armor, and the flying shadow armor all flickered simultaneously. After a moment, Jiang Ming released the armor, hoisted the clamshell, and headed back. In the stone courtyard, and Wei Hua sat on the doorstep, bored, dragging a long sword on the ground, occasionally looking up at the darkness outside. Why hasn't he, the boss, returned yet? In front of him lay the spoils of this trip, an ancient chain, a linglong tower, and a broken mountain-splitting knife. Just then, a voice came from the entrance. Wei Hua, call the logistics department to handle this. We're leaving. And Wei Hua's eyes brightened, jumping up suddenly. Boss, did you solve everything? What the hell are you carrying? He stared in shock at the large shell on Jiang Ming's shoulder and casually dealt with a clam monster. Jiang Ming said, Chapter 20, are there still experts? And Wei Hua was astonished, wondering when he could have the demeanor of a big shot. Killing a demon so calmly was just like stepping on an ant casually by the roadside. What are you still dawdling for? Call them. Jiang Ming said irritably when he saw Wei Hua lost in thought. Oh right, I'll call now. After connecting the call, he explained the situation here, leaving the staff on the other end dumbfounded. Killing several members of the firewood bearers in the middle of the night, and also killing a demon? Is this dedication? Although surprised, the staff still recorded the report and contacted logistics for handling. Seeing that the call was made, Jiang Ming immediately urged, let us go, hurry back to sleep. I'm exhausted. Qi refiners are also human. They need to eat, drink, and relieve themselves. At least he couldn't achieve the legendary fasting yet. And as for whether higher-level Qi refiners could do it, he didn't know. Great. And Wei Hua turned and ran to the yard, where a flash of light appeared in his hand, and the loot on the ground disappeared. Jiang Ming happened to see this scene and asked curiously, are you wearing a storage ring? He had seen it before, but thought it was just a decoration. Yes, it's made by those Taoists from Longhu Mountain, very expensive. It cost me 100 contribution points for one. And Wei Hua looked pained. But the next moment he was beaming, of course, big shot, you can easily handle it. Jiang Ming shook his head. It was of no use to him. Put this in there too. He patted the shell. It 1T fit. I bought the smallest space available, usually just for weapons and snacks. 100 contribution points for the smallest space? That is really expensive. Jiang Ming's interest waned, and he turned to walk towards the exit of the small island. Big shot. Aren't you going to take your car? And Wei Hua chased after him, wanting to experience it again. This thing is too big. There's no place to put it. I can hold it, then give it a try. Wow, why is it so heavy? And Wei Hua became obedient. The two of them left Moon Lake as the first light of dawn appeared on the horizon and flagged down a truck that was making early deliveries. Young man, where did you catch such a big clam? It can't be a spirit, right? The truck driver exclaimed, saying he had never seen such a large clam in his lifetime. It's a spirit, it's a spirit. My brother just beat it to death. And Wei Hua sat in the middle, chatting enthusiastically with the driver. Jiang Ming closed his eyes to rest. Meanwhile, underground at the First People's Hospital of Yunming City, a man in a white coat hurriedly passed through a coated door and entered a room. The room was filled with transparent glass containers, and upon closer inspection, each container held a special figure. A beautiful woman with a foxtail, a muscular man with a wolf's head, a child covered in crocodile skin with only a human face exposed. The scene was mysterious and terrifying. The man seemed to have been here many times, showing no surprise at all. He walked straight to the back of the room, where there was an operating table, and a tall man with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes was eagerly manipulating the figure on the table. "Dean, something happened. Qinong sent news that the assassination mission failed, and the clam demon may have been discovered by the investigation division." The tall man seemed not to hear, carefully using a scalpel to gouge out the eyes of the figure on the table, and a scream suddenly echoed throughout the room. "Dean, go chase after them. If you can't bring back the clam demon, you don't need to come back either. Dying outside might be a better choice." The tall man didn't look up, turning to take a pair of emerald green eyeballs from a nearby container and pressing them into the bloody eye sockets of the figure. The man trembled all over, fear flashing in his eyes. "Yes, I'll organize people to pursue them right away." Saying this, he turned and left, not daring to linger, as if something terrifying was behind him. On the other side, Wei Hua was still chatting with the driver. "Sir, do you deliver goods this early every day? That's too hard. Gotta support the family, young man. You're still young. Once you get married and reach my age, you'll understand. If you work too slowly, you can't support your family." The driver said with a smile while focusing on driving. "My son is about your age. He'll take the college entrance exam in a couple of days. Once he's in college, I'll have it easier. Your son must be very smart then." "Haha. That kid is just average. A couple of days ago, he bragged about getting into Peking University or Tsinghua University." The driver said he was average, but his face was full of pride. And Wei Hua eagerly added, "Oh, then you'll just wait to enjoy life." There's no enjoyment without hard work. We ordinary folks only have strength. Once we can't work anymore, then we can enjoy life." Bang! Just then, a loud noise suddenly came from the truck bed, and the truck lurched forward. Jiang Ming instantly opened his eyes and looked at the rearview mirror. He saw a black SUV closely tailing the truck, and on the roof stood a man with sunglasses and a bald head. The man seemed to notice Jiang Ming looking at him, and a grin appeared on his rugged face. He silently mouthed something, then bent down, crouched, and jumped into the truck bed. Jiang Ming smiled. "This is interesting. I didn't expect there to be experts." "Oh no, we've been rear-ended." The driver uncle saw the SUV in his rearview mirror. He was about to brake and pull over. But at that moment, several SUVs roared up from behind, closely following the truck. "What is going on?" The driver uncle panicked, clearly sensing something was wrong. "Wei Hua, protect the uncle." Jiang Ming grinned, showing a mouthful of white teeth. As soon as he finished speaking, he opened the passenger door. "Hey, young man, it's dangerous." The driver uncle hurriedly reminded him, but the next moment, his eyes widened in shock, and his lips trembled. In his line of sight, a bright red light burst forth from Jiang Ming's body as he was gradually encased in armor. "Wow, watch the road, uncle." And Wei Hua tugged at the steering wheel, straightening the truck. "Big shot. Go ahead. I'll notify logistics to block the signal." Damn it. Had the firewood bearers gone crazy to dare attack on a main road? Although the two sides were at odds, they had never erupted into large-scale conflicts in front of ordinary people. The investigation division didn't want to reveal the existence of demons so early, and as for the firewood bearers, one couldn't guess the thoughts of madmen. In short, both sides maintained a tacit understanding. But now, logistics probably wanted to kill them. This is a busy road. Who knows how many people will see this? Jiang Ming leaped up, crashing onto the hood of the nearby SUV with a loud bang. The terrifying force instantly crushed the front of the SUV, causing the rear to lift. The upper bodies of the two people inside were immediately propelled through the windshield by the immense inertia. Jiang Ming quickly reached out, grabbing them by the hair and forcibly pulling them out of the vehicle. The South Ming fire exploded, and shrill screams erupted as the two were instantly reduced to ashes. Chapter 21. Even if I hold the clam demon in one hand, I can still kill you like slaughtering a pig or dog. The remaining firebearers were shocked to see Jiang Ming kill the two of them so quickly. Get ready, brothers. Grab your weapons. A man with long hair in the SUV facing Jiang Ming pressed down on his earpiece and shouted sternly. In an instant, all the SUV doors swung open, and one by one, the firebearers, dressed differently, leaped onto the roofs of their vehicles. This scene was extremely impactful. Passers-by in other vehicles were dumbfounded, What the hell? Are they filming a movie? The person in the passenger seat poked their head out of the window, excitedly exclaiming, "Are they making some ridiculous movie? Those two just got burned to ashes. Why didn't they notify me about this cultivation stuff?" Such conversations were happening in almost every vehicle that passed by. Some even made a sudden U-turn to follow along. At the same time, a fire bearer leaped from the roof, attempting to jump onto the vehicle where Jiang Ming was. However, while still in midair, he was punched into ashes by Jiang Ming. A gust of wind blew, truly scattering the ashes. Bang! Jiang Ming bent down, curled his body, and shot out like a cannonball. The SUV beneath him was completely wrecked with a screeching sound, rolling over with flames shooting into the sky. He landed on another SUV, the overwhelming force distorting the vehicle, sending the two people on the roof flying high into the air. Jiang Ming unleashed two more punches, scattering ashes and making the surrounding air difficult to breathe. The remaining fire bearers were completely stunned, fear evident on their faces. This guy's a monster, right? They couldn't even touch him. And we've already lost 4 or 5 brothers. Not even a complete corpse left behind. No, not even ashes. For a moment, no one dared to act recklessly. Just then, the bald man who had previously jumped into the truck spoke from above. Interesting. No wonder you could deal with those useless Qingdang. Come on up. I'll play with you. He beckoned Jiang Ming with a playful smile. In the next moment, Jiang Ming directly teleported over and threw a punch. You think you can act tough? This time, he didn't use the southern brightleaf fire. He originally wanted to resolve the fight quickly since they were on the main road, which would be bad for the public. But this guy wanted to play? Fine, let's play. The thing he disliked most in his life was when others acted tough in front of him. I have 15 armor summoners plus the southern brightleaf fire, and I keep a low profile. Who the hell do you think you are? Seeing Jiang Ming charging at him with fierce momentum, the bald man felt pleased instead of shocked. He held the clam demon shell with one hand and arrogantly declared, "Even if I hold the clam demon in one hand, I can still kill you like slaughtering a pig or dog." With a surge of energy, golden light suddenly erupted from the bald man, and he met Jiang Ming's punch with one palm. Boom! The two fists collided, and in an instant, a violent force surged, creating a substantial wall of light between them. The truck bed exploded immediately, and the surrounding protective panels shot out. The bald man's expression changed as he staggered back a few steps, each step leaving a dent in the truck bed. He was horrified, feeling his entire arm go numb, with a sharp pain radiating from his palm. How is this possible? How can this person's strength be so terrifying? I practice the most authentic Buddhist physical cultivation technique, and my physical body is stronger than most monsters. How is this guy so powerful? Even if he didn't use all his strength, it shouldn't be like this. Before he could think further, Jiang Ming, taking advantage of the situation, raised his fist again. However, at that moment, he suddenly heard Wei Hua's voice calling for help from behind. "Boss, help! There's a tough guy here." Up front, Wei Hua was wielding a sword, calming the driver while taking down a few small minions. Before he could catch his breath, he saw someone hanging upside down, attacking from the door, hands clawing, and in one encounter, ripped a large chunk of flesh from his sword arm, causing unbearable pain to his bones. "Dragon Claw hand!" Wei Hua exclaimed in shock. "You are Li Qingyang?" Not caring about the blood flowing from his arm, he pressed the driver down towards the steering wheel and thrust his sword straight out. "Kid, you recognize me and still dare to draw your sword. Impressive courage." Li Qingyang looked disdainful, his right hand glowing like white jade, clamping down on the long sword, while his left hand turned into a claw, sweeping towards Wei Hua's neck. If this claw hit, Wei Hua would probably be dead on the spot. "I see your courage is not small." At a critical moment, Jiang Ming arrived. He had just punched the bald man back and instantly teleported to the front of the vehicle. At this moment, he grabbed Li Qingyang's ankle and forcibly pulled him out of the truck. With a powerful swing, Li Qingyang was sent tumbling out. In the truck bed, the bald man had somehow put down the clamshell and leaped high to catch Li Qingyang. Now, it was Jiang Ming's turn to look down at the two men in the truck bed. "Wei Hua, are you okay?" "I'm fine. Boss, you need to be careful. That bald guy is called Sanjia. He is a traitor from the Buddhist Prajna Temple, practicing the Golden Buddha indestructible body, incredibly powerful. The one you just tossed was Li Qingyang, known for his dragon claws that split the sky. Both of them are masters at the Yaoguang level." Wei Hua said while tearing off his shirt to wrap his bleeding arm. "No problem, just playing around. I'm having a lot of fun right now." Sanjia looked grim, feeling like he had been slapped in the face. He had invited Jiang Ming to play, and now Jiang Ming returned the favor. Kid, come at me again. Just now, I was holding the clam demon and didn't use my full strength. Sanjia roared. As he spoke, his body erupted with golden light, and a faint illusion of a closed-eyed Buddha appeared behind him. Wait, Li Qingyang reached out to stop him. Young man, I know you're strong, but how long can your extraordinary energy last? Just now, Jiang Ming's grip nearly shattered my ankle, and it's still trembling. But he also noticed that Jiang Ming's cultivation was only at the hidden origin level. Some things are not for you to take, so I suggest you shut up. I'm not someone to be trifled with. Jiang Ming impatiently interrupted him, teleporting into the truck bed and throwing a punch. They were clearly enemies to the death, yet this guy was still talking nonsense. Li Qingyang's face sank instantly. Although he didn't know what Jiang Ming meant, he snorted coldly. You don't drink the fine wine, but prefer the foul. White light flowed between his palms, fingers clawing as he met Jiang Ming's punch. At the same time, Sanjia once again activated the golden Buddha indestructible body and attacked as well. A cold smile appeared on Li Qingyang's face, as if he could already see this arrogant kid being crushed by them. He had killed countless people like this, who thought they were strong and acted recklessly. In this world, strength was everything. But when their fists and claws collided, the smile on Li Qingyang's face vanished in an instant, followed by a scream escaping his mouth. His fingers twisted like twisted dough, white bones piercing through his skin, accompanied by a large amount of muscle and blood. Chapter 22, Where are you going? The dragon claw hand has encountered an iron lump. Jiang Ming sneered coldly. At the same time, he turned around and delivered a high whip kick towards Sanjia. Bang! With a loud sound, the Buddha phantom on Sanjia immediately extinguished, and he knelt on one knee, spitting out blood. In just one breath, the two who had just been full of confidence suffered heavy injuries. Sanjia and Li Qingyang exchanged glances, both seeing deep horror in each other's eyes. They had each practiced the indestructible golden Buddha body and dragon claw hand for over 10 years, yet now they felt as fragile as paper. Is this really the hidden origin realm? Even with special abilities, it shouldn't be like this, right? Little did they know that Jiang Ming possessed the supreme body refining technique and the South Bright leaving fire, which complemented each other. His physical body was growing stronger almost every moment, and the stronger he became, the greater the power his armor could exert. It formed a closed loop. Jiang Ming didn't care how the two thought, raising his hand to channel energy, and the supreme body refining technique operated, causing the armor to erupt with a layer of substantial light. For your efforts to please me, I'll send you on your way. As the words fell, he instantly appeared in front of the two. Flames erupted from his body, and vaguely, a giant mystical bird spread its wings above him, bathing in fire and screeching thunderously. He reached out to grab the heads of the two. It seemed as if he had crossed time and space. The brilliance in his palm overlapping with the claws of the mystical giant bird. Please? A trace of humiliation flashed in Sanjia's eyes as he roared angrily, forcibly gathering the scattered spiritual energy, and the Buddha behind him reappeared with closed eyes, although this time the phantom was clearly much dimmer. Who will win the deer hunt is still unknown. With a punch, the Buddha phantom behind him suddenly contracted, transforming into rays of light converging on his fist. Boom! The fist collided with the palm. Sanjia screamed as he was sent flying. Jiang Ming quickly pursued, seizing his feet before he could land, channeling all his strength into his arms. Sanjia was split in two from the middle. Blood splattered, landing on the South Bright, leaving fire, instantly evaporating. The indestructible golden Buddha body? Huh! Jiang Ming scoffed, turning to Li Qingyang. It's your turn now. As the words fell, he was already at Li Qingyang's face. You! Li Qingyang's expression was panic-stricken, seeing Sanjia's tragic death. He had lost all fighting spirit. Moreover, all his cultivation was in his hands, and now one hand was incapacitated, leaving him with only a fraction of his strength. Enduring the intense pain from his severed hand, he twisted his body at the critical moment to dodge the punch, then leaped up, attempting to escape from the vehicle. What kind of monster is this? Not only is he powerful, but he is also ruthless, able to dismember and turn to ashes at will. Simply more savage than him. Just as he was about to jump off the truck, a glimmer of hope appeared in his eyes. As long as he got off the vehicle, there would be a chance to take a hostage. The investigation department wouldn't ignore the lives of ordinary people, right? But the next moment, he heard a voice behind him. Where do you think you're going? Jiang Ming, quick as lightning, grabbed his leg, and pulled him back onto the vehicle. No! Li Qingyang screamed in despair, realizing he couldn't break free. His strong will to survive prompted him to turn and strike out with a palm. Seeing him dare to fight back, Jiang Ming coldly snorted. Gripping his ankle, he swung him down heavily onto the truck bed, instantly creating a human-shaped dent. Without waiting for Li Qingyang to get up, Jiang Ming surged forward, his right hand like a dragon claw, tapping several times on his back, then gripping his waist and pulling hard. A bloodied and mangled spine was yanked out. Li Qingyang didn't even have time to make a sound before he died from lack of breath. A breeze blew. On the truck bed, Jiang Ming stood holding the bloody spine, like a demon god, and Wei Hua watched the entire scene through the rearview mirror. And even with the impressive record of 1-5 at Lake Heart Island, he still felt an overwhelming shock. Two experts of the Yaoguang realm just died like this. San Jie and Li Qingyang were not comparable to those few from Qinyang, otherwise, he wouldn't have specifically reminded them. In the investigation department, those in the Yaoguang realm could become team leaders, and their team leader, Shangguan Qing, was at this level. But even if the team leader faced these two, it would definitely be a dead end. Just as in Wei Hua's mind couldn't calm down for a long time, a helicopter sound suddenly came from the sky. At this moment, Jiang Ming had already removed his armor and looked up to see two helicopters circling overhead. Two ropes dropped, and logistics personnel slid down the ropes one by one. And Wei Hua also came back to his senses, stopping the truck and helping the already limp driver down. The logistics personnel were very professional and quickly sealed off the area. But when they saw San Jie's two halves of a corpse and Li Qingyang's pale spine, they couldn't help but turn pale themselves. Are we sure this wasn't done by the internal members of the Baoxin group? When they raided a Baoxin group laboratory, the scene wasn't much different from this, right? Jiang Ming ignored the gazes around him, found in Wei Hua, and saw that the driver had already been taken away by the staff. Is he seriously injured? He looked at Wei Hua's arm, which had already been bandaged by someone. It's nothing serious, just a few days of rest will be fine. Qi refiners can be weak, but they can also be tough. Then let us hurry back. Qing Jie and the others will probably be awake. We've already arrived. As soon as Jiang Ming's words fell, he heard the sound of brakes behind him. Turning around, the Yunming team members were all getting off the van. Shangguan Qing walked over with a dark face. I said, why are you making noise about wanting to sleep? So you were playing tricks on me, huh? God knows how frantic she was when she received the call from headquarters. Jiang Ming, why didn't you take me with you? I'm much more useful than this dragon, Wei Hua. When Yu Xin pouted, looking unhappy. And Wei Hua was unhappy and stepped forward to argue, pulling at the wound on his arm, causing him to grimace. Hey, Antwin, how do you talk? When did I become a drag? Although I really am not of much use, but with the big boss's strength, who isn't just there for show. Besides, who told you all not to understand the big boss's heart? This role of being a bystander should be mine to take. Seeing the two about to start bickering again, Shangguan Qing's forehead throbbed, feeling exhausted. Taking a deep breath, she glanced around. The logistics personnel were busy with their work. Weren't you all supposed to go to Moon Lake? What's going on here? Jiang Ming lit a cigarette he had just gotten from a logistics personnel. He slowly exhaled a puff of smoke, calmly saying, "We're being chased. Captain, you have no idea how amazing the big boss is." And Wei Hua, giving up on staring at Wen Yuxian, took over the conversation, his expression excited, waving his arms as he spoke. 5 people, and the big boss took care of them all by himself, 1 knife for each, like dealing with little kids. He even casually took down a monster. Do you know who was chasing us just now? He paused for effect, scanning the faces of the crowd, wearing an expression that urged them to ask him. Who? Gao Feng cooperated very nicely, giving him face. And Wei Hua was thrilled. It was San Jie and Li Qingyang. Chapter 23, Can Revenge Wait Until Morning? San Jie and Li Qingyang. The few people showed expressions of shock. Just now, Jiang Ming spoke lightly, and they thought it was some minor characters. But it turned out to be these two. There was a wanted list within the investigation department, filled with some arsonists and harmful Qi practitioners. And San Jie and Li Qingyang were on the list, with even a relatively high ranking. They ran away, the usually silent when Xingqin's breathing quickened, and a surge of killing intent filled his eyes. Ran away, and Wei Hua's expression was strange. Just then, logistics personnel passed by carrying 2 half-corpses. He pointed there. That's San Jie, and Li Qingyang is over there. The few turned to look, then quickly shifted their gazes back. Their expressions could no longer be described as shocked. Dead? What else? And Wei Hua said proudly. The boss ripped them apart on the spot. Jiang Ming, At this moment, when Xingqian, with red eyes, spoke up, "I owe you a life." Jiang Ming was taken aback. Xingqian's sister was killed by San Jie and Li Qingyang. Shangguan Qing explained, "From now on, my life belongs to you." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ming extinguished his cigarette, put it in his pocket, and smiled. "Hey, we're a team. Your sister is like my sister, right? If I had known these two scumbags had done such a thing, I wouldn't have let them die so easily." Easily? What could that possibly mean? The few people had strange expressions, but they didn't say anything. They knew Jiang Ming was trying to comfort when Xingqian, but the way he comforted her was a bit stiff. The battle on the road eventually got uploaded online by some people. But since the logistics department quickly blocked the signal and had ample response time, it didn't stir up much of a storm. It was soon cleaned up. Then, they traced each uploader through their IP addresses and erased their memories. This battle quietly disappeared from the sight of ordinary people. By the time they returned to the repair shop, it was already noon. Gao Feng was preparing to take Zhou Dali to the headquarters. They were supposed to go in the morning, but the incident delayed them. Jiang Ming thought for a moment, abandoned the idea of sleeping, and said, "I'll take him. I need to go there anyway." Having resolved so many arsonists and taken down a clam demon, he should have quite a few contribution points. It was time to fully awaken the second set of armor. Gao Feng glanced at Shangguan Qing. "Let him go. Making such a big scene. The leaders will definitely want to talk to him. Just wait to be scolded." Shangguan Qing said irritably. Nearby, and Wei Hua scoffed, "Scolded? I think the leaders will treat the boss like a treasure." Gao Feng began to perform a hand sign, and a faint blue portal appeared. Jiang Ming led Zhou Dali into the passage. As soon as they entered, Zhou Dali began to shout, "Wow. Mingge, this is the legendary Void Passage, right? It's so freaking cool." Upon arriving at their destination and seeing the magnificent hall and the towering statues on both sides, he was even more excited, trembling all over. Truly, one does not recognize the true face of Lushan Mountain until one is in the midst of it. Jiang Ming looked at him speechlessly. What did this poem have to do with this? He remembered he recited it on the mountaintop, right? Forget it. With his kid's walnut-sized brain, being able to remember this line of poetry was already a miracle. The two walked into the hall. Immediately, a staff member came to greet them. Upon seeing Jiang Ming, their smile deepened. Nowadays, when it comes to who is the most famous in the investigation department, it must be Jiang Ming. As the third newcomer to successfully storm the tower, he had been the topic of discussion for the past few days. The staff member respectfully asked, "Investigator Jiang, what brings you here today?" "I'm bringing him to register. He has awakened his abilities." Zhou Dali instantly puffed out his chest. "All right, please follow me. I won't go. I have other matters to attend to." "You take him and register for the assessment," Jiang Ming said. The staff member nodded understandingly and took Zhou Dali away. On the way, Zhou Dali curiously asked, "Sister, you seem to be quite familiar with Mingge." "Of course. Now, who in the entire investigation department doesn't know Investigator Zhang's name? He's powerful, handsome, and we don't know how many sisters want to date him." "Hiss," Zhou Dali gasped. "Mingge is too amazing, isn't he? Just a few days in, and he's captured so many hearts? No way. I had to work hard too." Jiang Ming was unaware that Zhou Dali had quietly made up his mind to become the second shocking newcomer in the investigation department. At this moment, he confidently arrived at Zhao Shanhai's office. The logistics director manages resources. He knocked twice on the door. "Come." A voice came from inside. Jiang Ming pushed the door open. Upon seeing him, Zhao Shanhai was momentarily stunned, then said irritably, "I was just looking for you, and you came right to my door. Close the door and tell me what happened this time." Boss, I want to exchange some demon cores." Jiang Ming closed the door and plopped down on the sofa, grinning. "Don't try to divert the topic. You know how bad the impact is when you tear someone apart in broad daylight? You can't blame me. They were chasing me. I had to protect the driver. Couldn't you just endure a bit and lead them to a remote place?" "I couldn't endure it," Jiang Ming replied bluntly. Zhao Shanhai opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. "Okay, even if the situation on the road was urgent, what about Moon Lake? The enemy is in the open, and you are in the dark. That should be less urgent, right?" "Yuzhong, how can it not be urgent? Can revenge wait until morning?" All right. Zhao Shanhai was so exasperated by his justifications that he laughed. "Last time, I didn't realize you were so vengeful. Boss, you can't do this. I made such a great contribution, and you don't mention a reward but scold me instead. I'm heartbroken. Thank you. In the future, give me more opportunities to make such contributions." Zhao Shanhai rolled his eyes at him. "What do you want the demon cores for?" "For cultivation," Jiang Ming succinctly replied. "Go to the exchange center to collect them. I'll make a call. Zhao Shanhai didn't ask how he planned to use the demon cores to cultivate. Everyone had their own secrets. All right. Jiang Ming got up, patted his backside, and headed out. Behind him, Zhao Shanhai solemnly said, "You must never be reckless again. The few people who attempted to assassinate you this time weren't too strong. If it were someone at the Kaiyang level, wouldn't you be walking into a tiger's den? Remember, a gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall." Got it. Jiang Ming waved his hand without looking back and left the office. This brat. Zhao Shanhai's serious expression disappeared in an instant, replaced by a smile. Truly youthful and vigorous, but also quite strong. Shaking his head, his gaze suddenly became distant, Longhu Mountain. Just then, the red phone on his desk rang. He picked up to answer. "Did you warn that kid?" A voice came from the phone. "I did. That kid has his own way of thinking and didn't take it at all. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. This time, we've cleaned out the bugs in the department. We can proceed with our plans." Chapter 24. Monster Transformation Pill, Breakthrough to the Enlightened Realm. Second set of armor after leaving the office. Jiang Ming walked towards the exchange center with his hands in his pockets, humming a tune. He had just received a message on his phone that the rewards had arrived this time. Cash of 3,150 contribution points. Adding this to what he had before, there was now 6 million in cash and 180 contribution points in his account. He was directly financially free. The one who helped him was a good person, and the monsters were good monsters. Good people and good monsters should be rewarded. After sighing, the exchange center appeared before him. Jiang Ming approached and stated his intention. The staff member immediately said, "Director Zhao just called. What level monster pills do you want? The prices vary for different levels." "Oh, then please quote me the prices." "Sure. According to our human realm classification, a monster pill of the hidden element realm requires 10 contribution points. The enlightened realm requires 20 contribution points. The radiant realm requires 40 contribution points. And the rising sun realm requires 80 contribution points." All right, I get it. Jiang Ming hurriedly waved his hand to indicate not to continue. Why is it so expensive? He had previously seen on the App Store that a divine intent pill was only 10 contribution points. And a treasure sword made of meteorite iron was only 5 contribution points. The monster pills were not marked with prices, and he thought they would be similar. But this was simply outrageous. Just a moment ago, he had been feeling proud of his 180 contribution points. Now, looking at it, he felt like a poor guy. The staff member explained, "It's like this. Because monster pills can be used to refine medicinal pills and can also be melted down to forge weapons and treasures. There is a huge demand from the predecessors at Longhushan, which has led to a shortage of monster pills, keeping the prices high. Damn it, it's those old guys again." Jiang Ming secretly resented. However, he also knew that, strictly speaking, it wasn't the fault of those Taoists. No one could have expected that someone could directly absorb monster pills for cultivation. After thinking for a moment, he said, "Then give me 4 monster pills of the radiant realm and 1 of the enlightened realm." He was afraid he couldn't handle the monster pill of the rising sun realm. After all, the energy absorbed by the armor would first circulate in his body. This should be enough to awaken the second set of armor, right? With a nervous heart, Jiang Ming left the exchange center with the packaged monster pills. Upon arriving at the hall, Zhou Dali had already been waiting for a while. As soon as he saw Jiang Ming, he jogged over. "Minggu, I want to participate in that assessment. I might be here for a month." "I thought you were going to climb the tower," Jiang Ming laughed. How can I compare with Minggu?" Zhou Dali replied, wearing a self-aware expression. He had indeed thought about it earlier, but when he confidently walked to the base of the tower, before he could even report his name, he saw someone with a bruised face flying out from the first level. That guy immediately lost his nerve. The ambition of the shock investigation department was crushed before it even began. "All right, I'm leaving now. By the way, how are your parents doing?" "No problem. Sister Qing said the logistics have been arranged. My parents think I've been admitted to university early and have gone to school to adapt. They even said they would set up 10 or 8 tables when I come back." Your parents really dare to believe that? After saying goodbye to Zhou Dali, Jiang Ming returned to the auto repair shop and immediately dived into his room. Without thinking too much, he slept until noon the next day. After a simple tidying up and having lunch, he returned to his room, sat cross-legged on the bed, and summoned the flame dragon armor. He placed the enlightened realm monster pill in front of his waist and absorbed it in an instant. The divine mountain reappeared. Jiang Ming was focused, operating the supreme body refinement technique, with the southern bright fire boiling within him, and the aura of heaven and earth began to converge. His physical body started to tremble, and his blood began to refine, with those hidden impurities being washed out and instantly burned away by the southern bright fire. After the energy of the monster pill circulated in his body, it flowed towards the summoning device in his mind. The summoning devices for the Nawa armor and the Xing Tian armor began to flicker. Soon, the energy of this monster pill was completely consumed. Jiang Ming calmly took out the Radiant Realm monster pill and followed the same method to absorb it. In an instant, a more violent force surged into his body. The speed of the gathering aura became even more ferocious, directly forming a transparent vortex above his head. Such commotion naturally attracted the attention of others in the base. Is Jiang Ming about to break through? When Yu Xian instinctively looked towards Jiang Ming's room, her expression surprised. This is too fast, right? He has only been in the investigation department for 4 or 5 days. Is this the terrifying part of being a genius? Cultivating is as easy as eating and drinking. In the room, Jiang Ming felt as if his entire body was being scraped by blades, and the hidden spiritual power was being drawn out, gathering towards his dantian. As a loud rumble echoed in his ears, a bright light burst forth from his dantian, and a white light vortex suddenly appeared. Enlightened realm achieved. The southern bright fire surged into his dantian as if called upon, forming a cluster of pure white flames beside the light vortex. In his mind, the summoning devices for the Nawa armor and the Xing Tian armor continued to flicker. Jiang Ming opened his eyes, somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected a break through first in realm. Without checking, he took out the remaining 2 monster pills to absorb them. His realm gradually stabilized and steadily improved. First level of the enlightened realm. Third level of the enlightened realm. 7th level of the enlightened realm. The light vortex grew larger. Finally, Jiang Ming felt a subtle sense of fullness in his dantian and waved his hand to disperse the overwhelming aura. At the same time, he flicked his palm, and a cool-looking belt appeared. Nawa, his expression was strange. He hadn't expected the second set of armor he awakened to be that of a general. However, thinking back to the earlier reactions of only Nawa and Xing Tian, he realized that Zhao Shanhai must have specifically informed them to give him fire attribute monster pills. TSK, the ox killing machine. I wonder if I can also make a name for myself and call it the monster killing machine. After playing with the Nawa summoning device for a moment, Jiang Ming put it away and started to feel the changes within his body. Slightly clenching his fist, the terrifying power hidden in his flesh erupted, and the air exploded instantly. A satisfied look flashed in his eyes. This is how it feels to level up. I need to find an opportunity to thank the one who helped me. Without their contributions, there wouldn't be my today. Thinking this, he took out his phone to check the task section. However, after searching around, he found that no new tasks had been released, and all existing tasks had already been claimed. Damn it, does Nawa have a curse? Otherwise, why would I face the general's predicament right after getting the summoning device? Not willing to give up, he refreshed a couple of times, then gave up. Putting away his phone and tidying up a bit, Jiang Ming pushed the door open. Just like when he first emerged from closed-door cultivation, everyone looked over. Congratulations to Jiang Ming for successfully breaking through. Taking a step further, when Yu Xian led the applause, and soon the hall was filled with clapping. Shall we celebrate? Shang Wanqing asked with a smile. Celebrate. We must celebrate. And Wei Hua shouted, it's on me, boss. From now on, I'm following you. I just got 12 contribution points for free again. In the following days, nothing much happened. Jiang Ming just ate, cultivated, slept, and then took casual strolls outside. However, leisurely times are always short-lived. One day, Gao Feng returned from his patrol with a serious expression and said, something has happened. Chapter 25, Cracks in a Mountain, Ruined Temple on the Peak. Something happened. Gao Feng's expression was serious. In the hall, a few people glanced over, and Jiang Ming's tongue stood up with a loud crash as the chessboard in front of him scattered on the ground. Damn, big shot, you're using tricks. You're about to lose. And Wei Hua shouted. Jiang Ming couldn't be bothered with this guy and looked intensely at Gao Feng, excitedly asking, where did it happen? Go. Let's go. God knows he's been so bored these days. It's really tough without monsters and firebearers around. Gao Feng took a sip of water, took a deep breath, and managed to suppress his wildly beating heart. The Yunming Mountain had just cracked open. The Public Security Bureau had already gone to check it out. According to them, someone reported that at the moment the mountain cracked, a startling tiger roar echoed from within, and many witnesses saw a golden light flying southeast, preliminarily determining it to be a monster incident. Tiger roar? Aren't there no tigers in Yunming Mountain? Shangguanqing frowned. Yunming City was named after Yunming Mountain, which had been developed into a tourist attraction. Every year, countless tourists visited, and the authorities would not allow a fierce beast like a tiger to hide there. Xiaoyan, apply for satellite permissions and see where that light landed in the southeast. Qian Xiaoyan stood up, returned to her room, and brought out her laptop to start operating. After a moment, she looked up and said, "It's too fast. The satellite couldn't capture it clearly. I can only see it disappeared in the provincial capital, Jinlin City." Jinlin City? Shangguanqing's frown deepened. That was an area managed by another team. Inform them, but let's go there ourselves. After all, it's a problem that occurred here. Let's split into two teams, Wen Xingqian suggested. Ever since Jiang Ming helped him take revenge, he had become much better at communicating, although he still spoke less than before. One team will check out Yunming Mountain, and the other will cooperate with the team in Linyang to investigate that light. Shangguanqing nodded and looked at everyone. Who wants to go to Jinlin City? I'll go with the big shot. Wherever he goes, I go. And Wei Hua raised his hand quickly. Jiang Ming found himself in a dilemma. Which place should he go? Both seem to have problems. Damn it, splitting up. Don't let me catch you. Otherwise, I'll really make you split up. After some hesitation, he made up his mind. I'll go to Yunming Mountain. It's closer. Let's check it out first. If there are no problems, we can still rush to Jinlin City. Okay, then Jiang Ming, Wei Hua, and Xingqian will go to Yunming Mountain, and the rest of us will go to Jinlin. No one objected. Shangguanqing clapped his hands. Let's go. This time, and Wei Hua drove the van. Jinlin City was not nearby. It would take 7 or 8 hours to drive, which was too slow. By the time the three arrived at the foot of Yunming Mountain, the Public Security Bureau had already sealed off the entrance, and a large number of tourists were being orderly evacuated. Fearing an earthquake, some people left the scene immediately, while a few bold ones lingered around the outskirts. Jiang Ming stood among the crowd, looking out. Yunming Mountain was named because it looked like a woman sleeping on a pillow of white clouds, but now it seemed to have been split open by a sharp axe, revealing a massive crack. Even from a distance, one could still see broken stones falling. Let's go in and take a look. When Xingqian showed his credentials, and the Public Security Bureau let them pass, the three walked up the mountain on the stone path, and the aroma of various fruits wafted through the air, occasionally interrupted by the sight of a bird flying by. The Public Security Bureau said there was a tiger roar. Could it be a tiger monster? And Wei Hua casually plucked a piece of foxtail grass and chewed on it while guessing. If it really is a tiger monster, making such a huge noise, its cultivation level must be considerable, when Xingqian said, his tone filled with concern. The three quickened their pace and soon reached the mountain peak. However, the scene was not what they had imagined. There were no tiger monsters, only a seemingly dilapidated temple that looked incredibly worn down, with 2 stone statues in front that were barely recognizable from years of erosion. Where did this temple come from? And Wei Hua asked, puzzled. I remember it was empty here when we came for team building before. Why think so much? Let's go in and see, Jiang Ming said, feeling for the belt of his armor, which he had already put on when he ascended the mountain. He walked straight toward the broken temple. Just then, 4 or 5 people suddenly jumped out from the nearby woods. One of the long-haired women stepped forward, blocking Jiang Ming's path. Stop right there. If you're tourists, hurry back down. This isn't a place for you. Fire bearers. Jiang Ming's eyes lit up. Just as he raised his right hand, he heard Wen Xingqian's voice from behind. Since when can the Loose Cultivators Alliance command us to investigate? You know them? Jiang Ming's expression turned disappointed, and he withdrew his hand. He couldn't help but glance at the woman's neck, feeling regretful. And Wei Hua quickly stepped forward and whispered in his ear. The Loose Cultivators Alliance is a group formed by families of qi refiners. Although some of their family members have joined the investigation department, many prefer not to deal with the authorities, hence they formed this alliance with some civilian qi refiners. The official stance is currently ambiguous. Jiang Ming nodded. He knew about the qi refiners' families. This land had never lacked the extraordinary since ancient times, and some powerful families still existed today. The woman felt a bit uneasy. Just a moment ago, she sensed a chill on her neck. Dispersing her unease, she cupped her fists and said, So you are a few investigators. May I ask what brings you here? This was clearly pretending to be ignorant. With such a big disturbance in Yunming Mountain, how could the authorities not react? Just as when Xingqian was about to speak, Jiang Ming interjected, Are you trying to play dumb with me? Step aside. Saying this, he pushed the woman aside and continued walking forward. Hey, investigator, you can't go in. The woman blocked him again, secretly lamenting how things weren't going smoothly. Don't push your luck. Jiang Ming swiftly grabbed the woman's neck, lifting her off the ground. I now suspect you're engaged in activities that endanger the safety of the country and its people. With a surge of power, the woman's neck emitted a sickening cracking sound. The woman's eyes rolled back, and she was on the verge of losing consciousness when a young man in shorts walked out from the temple. Isn't it a bit inappropriate for an investigator to harm someone over a disagreement? Jiang Ming looked at the young man, who had his hands in his pockets and appeared nonchalant. Are you the leader? Without loosening his grip, Jiang Ming twisted the woman's neck, tossing her aside. The expressions of everyone present changed dramatically. No one expected Jiang Ming would actually kill the woman, especially when Xingqian, whose scalp felt like it was about to explode. This wasn't just a fire bearer. How could he kill her just like that? And Wei Hua, however, showed no surprise. It would be strange if the big shot didn't kill her. These people were clearly problematic. The young man's expression darkened you, but Jiang Ming waved his hand. I don't have the mood to explain anything to you. I don't want to hear what you have to say. You answer my questions, and remember, no nonsense. What are you doing here? The young man was taken aback by Jiang Ming's domineering demeanor. You killed my person, and you're even more arrogant than I am? Forcing down his anger, he thought, just wait until I'm done. This place is under the Jiang family's control. Anything that happens here will be handled by the Jiang family. There's no need for the investigation department to worry. And Wei Hua leaned in and whispered, wow, big shot, it's still your family. Chapter 26, Visiting the Temple. The human-like tiger statue, the Jiang family, is said to have a long lineage, traceable back to the Han Dynasty, with many members being qi refiners, holding significant power in the cultivation community. Jiang Ming smiled, revealing a set of big white teeth. And Wei Hua, seeing this expression, couldn't he help but mentally offer 2 sticks of incense to the young man across from him. When a big shot smiles, life and death become unpredictable. Sanjie and Li Qingyang could attest to this. One Xingqian, fearing that Jiang Ming might explode again, quickly stepped forward to size up the young man. Are you Jiang Tianyu? Hee, Deputy Captain 1. Your investigator here is quite arrogant. Huh? Was this commotion caused by you? What else in the temple? One Xingqian did not respond to him and pointed at the temple. No comment. You should all leave the mountain, Jiang Tianyu replied with a smile, gesturing for them to leave. Boom! Jiang Ming stomped his foot, causing the rocks to crack, and he charged forward like a human-shaped tyrannosaurus, instantly reaching Jiang Tianyu. He raised his hand and struck towards his face. No comment? Then don't speak at all. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Tianyu didn't react. Rather, he never expected Jiang Ming would strike him. Feeling the painful pressure on his face, he thought. Before he could finish his sentence, he felt the world turn upside down, his eyes getting closer to the ground. Bang! The rocks shattered, creating a deep pit the size of a human head. Jiang Tianyu twitched twice and then fell silent. Named Tianyu, did you really think the heavens would protect you? Jiang Ming withdrew his hand, blood dripping from his palm. In the pit, Jiang Tianyu's head was completely smashed, red and white matter slowly seeping out, quickly filling the pit. Another kill? When Xingqian reacted, taking a few steps forward to look at the pit, dumbfounded. They had repeatedly obstructed the investigation. They must have something to hide. Why leave them alive for the new year? Jiang Ming took the wet tissue from Wei Hua, casually wiped his palm, and tossed the bloodied tissue into the pit. Although Jiang Tianyu was not a core member of the Jiang family, he had an older sister in the investigative division. This was going to cause a stir. No witties. Whether it's the Jiang family or his sister, they can come and find me later. Jiang Ming walked towards the temple. The few lackeys nearby turned pale, no longer daring to obstruct him. This is a freaking madman. He kills without hesitation. They lost 2 people in just 2 minutes. When did the investigative division become this ruthless? When Xingqian sighed and followed him. The 3 entered the temple, and a mix of decay and faint bloodiness hit them. Inside was even more dilapidated, filled with dust, cobwebs on the beams, and in the center of the temple sat a massive statue, a tiger head on a human body. With an eerie expression, the group rummaged around, clearly searching for something. At that moment, one of the women heard the commotion and turned, spotting the 3, instantly becoming alert. Who are you? Where is Tianyu? The others quickly reacted, dropping what they were doing and surrounding them. Jiang Ming calmly scanned the area, finally focusing on the tiger-headed statue. Narrowing his eyes. You mean that guy in shorts? Oh, he went home. And Wei Hua twitched at the corner of his mouth, putting aside everything else. The big shot's ability to lie without batting an eye was something he could learn from for a lifetime. Miss, young Master Tianyu has been killed by them. A voice came from outside the temple. What? The woman's face changed dramatically. The next moment, a flash of light appeared in her palm, and a long spear emerged. No matter who you are, you killed a member of the Jiang family. You won't leave Yunming Mountain today. Kill. With her command, the surrounding people instantly lunged at them. The woman's eyes flashed coldly. She wasn't foolish. The ones coming to Yunming Mountain at this time had to be from the investigative division. But the temple's secrets hadn't been uncovered yet. She could only take the risk, relying on their numerical advantage to quickly eliminate the three. Even if the investigative division asked later, they could shift the blame to the kindling bearers. Her plan was clever, but she overlooked Jiang Ming. Not that she missed him. She simply didn't recognize him at all. Clang! Jiang Ming raised his hand to catch the woman's spear as she swung it down, grabbing it in reverse. Wei Hua, obstructing the investigative division's case, threatening investigators, attempting to assassinate investigators. What should the punishment be? Of course, it's the death penalty. One charge is enough to kill them, let alone three. And Wei Hua straightened his chest, his expression proud. Damn, following the big shot is indeed exhilarating. Which of these family brats wasn't arrogant, considering their family powerful, often playing both sides even when faced with the investigative division? The leaders in the division didn't seem to care, letting these guys become even more arrogant. Now, how arrogant can you be? When the big shot gets promoted in the future, I will definitely vote for him. Did you hear that? Jiang Ming grinned. You really have some guts. Boom! The Taishang body refining technique operated, and powerful strength erupted suddenly. The woman felt a sharp pain in her hands holding the spear. When she looked again, the spear was already in Jiang Ming's hands. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Ming raised his hand and threw the spear. In an instant, everyone except the woman was pierced like a string of meat skewers waiting to be grilled. The flames of the southern Ming leaf fire surged, quickly engulfing the several people. You! The woman's expression turned fearful, her whole body trembling. She never expected her people wouldn't last even one round. What do you mean you? Speak. What is going on with this temple? I warn you, the big shot's patience is limited. Think carefully before you speak. And Wei Hua reprimanded. Mentioning the temple seemed to snap the woman back to reality. She took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing her fear, and coldly said, the investigative division has gone too far. Something strange is happening on Yunming Mountain. Our Jiang family is only here to assist in the investigation, yet you kill without distinction. We, the Jiang family, will not let this matter rest. We will seek justice at headquarters. It's over. The path to death is truly in your hands. And Wei Hua shook his head. I reminded you, and you still dare to talk nonsense like your dead brother. You won't see justice. A dead end awaits. Seeking justice at headquarters? No need to make it so complicated. I'm the investigator. Any grievances can be addressed directly with me. Jiang Ming exploded at once, his whole being exuding an overwhelming aura as he pressed forward. For a moment, the woman felt difficulty breathing, as if the air around her was hard to move. She looked fearful, instinctively raising her hands to defend herself. However, when Jiang Ming's fist struck her, she realized how wrong she was. Her body flew back like a rag doll, crashing against the tiger-headed statue with a bang. Before she could get up, Jiang Ming quickly followed up, lifting his foot and stomping down on her abdomen. Cough! In an instant, the woman curled up like a shrimp, blood spewing from her mouth. Wait, I'll tell you about the temple. I'm sorry, you don't have a chance anymore. Jiang Ming turned, gathering strength, and punched her squarely in the forehead. Her beautiful face suddenly shattered into pieces. Chapter 27. Destroying mountains and temples. Even a mountain god must die. Wei Hua, go kill those outside. Jiang Ming slowly pulled his hand out of the woman's skull, bringing out a large amount of viscous liquid. Huh? And Wei Hua was stunned, thinking Jiang Ming was going to let those people go. What are you hesitating for? Hurry up. All right. And Wei Hua twirled his sword and rushed out of the temple. Jiang Ming, when Xingqian was stunned. At least leave one alive. Look up there. Jiang Ming interrupted him, pointing to the top of the tiger head. When Xingqian followed his finger and, in the next moment, his expression darkened. Has the Jiang family gone mad? Daring to sacrifice ordinary people? Above the tiger head, there were 4 or 5 corpses piled up, blood flowing and already covering 1/5 of the statue's body. Because the statue was too large, the blood was clearly insufficient. This was also the reason why when Xingqian and Wei Hua hadn't noticed it at first. It was only because Jiang Ming had caught a whiff of the bloody smell as soon as he entered that he began to survey the surroundings and eventually noticed the anomaly on the tiger head. This temple must have been created by them. Sacrifice. Could the deity in this temple still be alive? When Xingqian said warily. According to the records in the investigation department, in ancient times, the common people were ignorant. When they encountered natural disasters or man-made calamities that they could not handle, they would subconsciously pray for divine protection. Over time, people would build temples and offer sacrifices to these deities. Even after the establishment of the investigation department, there were still many such temples in the countryside. However, the common people did not know that the investigation department was fully aware that those deities were not gods at all, but monsters. In the end, the investigation department used various excuses to destroy many of these wild temples with a thunderous force. This temple in front of them should be a fish that slipped through the net, and they didn't know how the Jiang family found it. Jiang Ming looked at the blood flowing down the statue, kicked the woman's corpse onto the tiger head, regardless of whether she was dead or alive. Since they're going to sacrifice, they might as well do it. After all, there were enough corpses here. Wei Hua, bring the corpses from outside in. Got it. And Wei Hua's voice came, and he didn't ask why. Since the boss ordered it, there must be a purpose. One by one, the corpses were thrown onto the tiger head, and instantly, the almost stagnant blood began to flow downward again. Tiger roar, tiger head. Could the deity worshipped in this temple be a tiger regarded as a mountain god? And Wei Hua stroked his chin and speculated. The tiger roars in the mountains and forests, being the king of the mountains, was also known as the mountain lord in ancient times. If by chance it cultivated successfully, it would be entirely possible for ancient people to worship it as a mountain god. As soon as he finished speaking, a thunderous tiger roar erupted from below the temple. In an instant, the ground shook, the temple trembled, and dust flew up from all directions. Wen Xingqian and Wei Hua were caught off guard, and their bodies began to sway with the shaking ground. Jiang Ming practiced the supreme body refining technique, his strength penetrating his feet as if he had taken root in the ground, remaining completely still. His gaze fixed on a mountain rock beneath him. He stomped down hard twice, and the hollow echo rang out, instantly making him feel excited. So you really are alive. Saying this, he directly twisted the energy key of the flame of fusion. A field filled with lava appeared, and Jiang Ming suddenly vanished. When Xingqian and Wei Hua were shocked, before they could react, they saw the space twist, and a crimson figure burst forth. Boom! Jiang Ming stomped down hard, and the immense power made the ground tremble violently. However, when the shaking stopped, the mountain rock beneath him showed no change at all. So hard, Jiang Ming was stunned. His current strength exceeded 10,000 pounds, and coupled with the armor, he couldn't even break through this layer of stone. What the hell? Boss, do you have other armors? When Wei Hua approached, his face filled with shock. Although they were both red, he wasn't blind. This set was clearly different from the previous one. When Xingqian also showed a look of surprise. My ability is a bit special. Jiang Ming casually brushed it off and turned to say, let's get out first. Damn it, I don't believe I can't break this layer of floor. The three of them exited the temple. Jiang Ming's left hand conjured a ball of flame, and his right hand reached into it. Molten Lin Blade. A long knife filled with flames was pulled out inch by inch. Molten flame split demon slash. Jiang Ming shouted, leaping into the air, his entire body's spiritual energy rolling and gathering. And in an instant, a ghostly image of a knife more than 10 meters long, surrounded by blazing fire, slashed down. Boom! The temple collapsed in response, and wherever the overwhelming blade light passed, the mountain rock shattered and the ground sank. What? What the hell? And Wei Hua stared, his mouth agape enough to fit an egg. Big boss, what is this? After a long time, he couldn't find the words to finish his sentence, already a bit stunned by the scene. When Xingqian's breathing quickened, even though he was usually silent, he couldn't help but curse. Damn it, this is too exaggerated. If that 10-meter-long knife struck a person, they would probably be turned to dust. Block. Can it be blocked? I'm here to destroy mountains and temples. Let us see how you block. Jiang Ming wielded the molten Lin blade and dashed into the ruins. Just where the temple had stood, a dark hole appeared. Wen Xingqian and Wei Hua suppressed their shock and followed, looking into the hole. They saw a magnificent hall appear before their eyes, with a large hole broken in the ceiling, and the hall was filled with rubble. Jiang Ming took the lead, jumping into the hole and entering the hall. The two followed closely behind. The three of them stood still, looking around. Countless white bones piled up like a mountain, and the ground was covered with a dark hue, the aftermath of congealed blood. Several massive stone pillars supported the entire hall, intricately carved with various patterns, including celestial clouds and ancestral sacrifices. At the high platform at the end of the hall sat a figure with a tiger head and human body on an ancient, grand chair. The tiger's eyes were tightly shut, and embedded in this figure's chest was a rusted long sword. It must be the mountain god worshipped in the temple, right? And Wei Hua's face turned pale, mainly because the figure's aura was too overwhelming for him to bear. Before he could adjust, Jiang Ming stepped forward, his pace quickening, and when he reached the high platform, he swung his knife. At that moment, the figure's tiger eyes suddenly opened, and the light yellow pupils exuded a regal aura, shooting out two beams of light that shattered the blade light. In the next moment, a rumbling voice echoed throughout the hall. "Mortal, do you wish to slay a god?" "Got my ass. A mere tiger demon dares to call itself a god? Even if you really are a mountain god, you must die today." Jiang Ming had long known that this guy was still alive, so he wasn't too surprised. He raised his knife, exuding a magnificent aura, and unleashed the molten flame split demon slash. The overwhelming blade light filled the hall, slashing down towards the high platform. Roar! The mountain lord tiger opened its mouth wide, and a deafening roar erupted, instantly shattering the blade light inch by inch. At the same time, the sword on its body slowly moved outward, dark mist flowing out from the wound. Jiang Ming was shocked. He didn't expect the molten flame split demon slash to be ineffective. What realm is this guy in, so powerful? Jiang Ming, hurry! Don't let it push that sword out. Behind him, when Xingqian seemed to recognize something, his expression panicked. It's cultivating the Taoist tying body refining technique. Chapter 28. The Lunar Shape Refinement. Ascending to Immortality. The lunar shape refinement aims for ascension to immortality. The concept of ascending to immortality has existed since ancient times, yet no one has ever witnessed it. However, the Taoist lunar shape refinement technique is indeed a genuine mystical secret method. Once mastered, one's power will surely surge. Yet, during the cultivation process, one is extremely vulnerable and faces numerous restrictions, which is why very few choose to practice this secret method. Records in the ancient texts collected by the investigation department mention that the Tai guards the corpse, 3 souls protect the bones, 7 spirits encircle the flesh, and that gathers the vital energy, all pertaining to the lunar shape refinement. To practice the lunar shape refinement, one must first die, then place the corpse in a location of extreme yin, letting the soul wander in the underworld while the body remains undying. Coincidentally, Yunming Mountain resembles a woman, embracing Moon Lake, which is rich in yin energy. The sword at its chest is the weapon that killed it. This tiger demon must have been very strong in life, but it is unknown which senior defeated it, forcing it to resort to practicing the lunar shape refinement at the brink of death. It seems that it is about to succeed. Jiang Ming, hurry, strike it a few more times. It is currently being forcibly interrupted in its transformation. That roar just now must have been its full strength. As he spoke, when Xingqian also began to take action, the wooden box, taller than him, exploded with a loud bang, and he grabbed 2 silver-white long spears, twisting them together. His entire body surged with spiritual energy, and the light at the spear tip condensed, revealing its sharpness. With a roar, he threw the long spear with all his might, resembling a silver dragon as it pierced through. After doing all this, he collapsed from exhaustion. However, the spear only reached an inch in front of the mountain lord before it was caught by its raised hand. After hearing one Xingqian's account, Jiang Ming remembered the information he had casually browsed on the investigation department app in recent days. One of the posts introduced this secret technique. At that time, he had wondered who would be foolish enough to die once to cultivate a technique. Wasn't he that pure idiocy? Little did he expect to encounter such a fool so soon. Quickly taking out the energy key from the Nawa armor, he pressed it against the tail of the Ronglin knife. A giant mechanical Qilin appeared, roaring amidst the flames. Why complicate such a simple matter of ascending to immortality? I have a faster way. Qilin flame demon slash. With a loud shout, the Qilin roared, transforming and attaching itself to the Ronglin knife. An exaggerated giant axe appeared before everyone. Jiang Ming grasped the giant axe and soared into the air, cleaving downward. The axe light soared into the sky. On the platform, the mountain lord roared again, but this time the axe light was indestructible. It could only watch helplessly as it was engulfed by the overwhelming brilliance. And the walls of the great hall behind it collapsed with a loud boom. Dust and smoke billowed. Wen Xingqian and Wei Hua watched this scene in silence for a long time. They initially thought that the previous strike was already exaggerated, but this axe surpassed it. Once the dust settled, Jiang Ming approached the ruins with the giant axe and began to rummage. Big shot, what are you doing? Alive, I want to see the demon. Dead, I want to see the corpse. What if it's not dead? I'll chop it again. You're really cautious. After a moment, Jiang Ming kicked away a piece of wall and discovered the corpse of the tiger demon. The once imposing body now lay in shambles, limbs broken, bare white bones exposed, a pair of pale yellow eyes dim and lifeless, and thick, black blood oozing out. Without a second thought, Jiang Ming raised the Qilin melting axe and chopped at the tiger demon's neck. With a splat, the massive tiger head flew off. The southern Ming leaf fire surged out, engulfing and incinerating it. Now it should be truly dead. Hu and T make such a low-level mistake of not delivering a finishing blow. Removing the Nahua armor, Jiang Ming took out the summoning device for the Yin Long armor. A flash of light, and the flame knife was in hand. Slicing open the tiger demon's corpse to find the demon core. He picked it up and placed it at his waist. A violent power instantly surged into his body. Hiss! What was this guy's peak state? Even with Jiang Ming's current physique, he could barely withstand it, feeling as if his blood and flesh were being sliced by blades. However, the benefits were also evident. Spiritual energy churned within him, and his physical body was greatly enhanced. He felt that even without armor or the southern Ming Li fire, he could easily crush Sanjie and Li Qingyang with pure physical strength. In his mind, the Earth Tiger armor and the Cool Thunder armor flickered unpredictably. At that moment, 5 walnut-sized stones suddenly flew out from the tiger demon's torn chest. Jiang Ming, quick-witted, caught them in one hand. Come take a look at what this is. The two hurried over. Upon seeing the 5 differently colored stones in his hand, and Wei Hua exclaimed, "What is this? Tiger demon's kidney stones?" Jiang Ming and Wen Xingqian rolled their eyes. How did this guy's brain work? Would a tiger demon even develop kidney stones? Ignoring this guy, Wen Xingqian frowned in contemplation. After a moment, a look of surprise appeared on his face, and he excitedly said, "These should be the 5 internal organ gems of the tiger demon. The 5 internal organ gems can only be refined through the lunar shape refinement technique. When practicing this technique, after a person dies, the essence of the 5 organs contracts and gathers without dispersing. The body appears decayed, but in reality, it is undying. When the day of success arrives, the gems shatter and the spirit emerges. The spirit resides within the 5 organs, allowing the practitioner to directly ascend to immortality. Of course, the ascension might be a falsehood, but others can refine these gems to enhance their cultivation. And there's even a possibility of using them to draw out their own spirit. The size of these 5 internal organ gems from the tiger demon indicates that it indeed reached the final step. The Jiang family might have come specifically for these gems." Jiang Ming removed his armor, flipped his hand to store the gems, and chuckled. They are overestimating themselves. With just them, they are merely delivering food. It seems I have done a good deed, sending them to immortality in advance. Otherwise, if they fell into the hands of the tiger demon, who knows what torment they would endure. They probably think this tiger demon is undergoing transformation and has no strength. And Wei Hua echoed, stepping forward to pull out the long sword embedded in the tiger demon's chest. With a forceful shake, the mottled rust fell to the ground. In an instant, the cold light dazzled, sharp and imposing. Good sword. And Wei Hua's eyes flashed with surprise. He initially thought that this sword, being so rusty, should be worthless. To his surprise, the inside was intact. After playing with it for a moment, he handed the sword to Jiang Ming. Big shot here. Although he wanted it badly, he and T contributed much in this operation. Jiang Ming had done all the fighting. This loot naturally should belong to Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming took the long sword and twirled it, affirming its quality. "You can use it." He tossed the long sword back. "I don't need this. You practice swordsmanship. And a good sword can enhance your combat power." And Wei Hua received the long sword, still not believing it. Wide-eyed, "Big shot, really? Forget it. I want to, haha, thank you, big shot." Jiang Ming looked towards the great hall. searching other areas to see if there were any treasures left. If not, they should retreat. The two nodded. However, after a round, they found nothing. Damn it, this mountain lord is so poor. The only treasure is the sword used to kill it, and Wei Hua cursed. The three stepped on the collapsed stone pillars and used them for leverage to rush out from above. As they were leaving, Jiang Ming flicked a strand of southern Ming leaf fire onto the headless corpse of the tiger demon. Flames shot up into the sky. The three descended the mountain, and the sky gradually darkened. And Wei Hua drove. What do we say? Should we call Captain and the others? The situation on this side was resolved, but they still didn't know what was happening in Jinlin City. When Xingqian took out his phone, let me ask if they can handle it. We want to go over. The call connected, and he briefly explained the situation on Yunming Mountain, then asked, should we come over? On the other end, Shang Wanqing was silent for a moment before saying, come over tomorrow. The situation on my side is a bit complicated. Chapter 29. When we are on our territory, the credit should belong to us. All right, we'll go over tomorrow. When Xingqian hung up the phone, he didn't ask much. After working with Shang Wanqing for so long, they had already formed a tacit understanding. Since Shang Wanqing didn't ask them to rush over now, it meant there was no danger. The three returned to the base, and Jiang Ming personally cooked a meal of noodles with sauce, ultimately going back to the room to sleep amidst Wei Hua's praises. Meanwhile, at the Jiang family, a different scene was unfolding. In an ancient-style hall, three middle-aged men looked rather displeased. These three were the current leaders of the Jiang family. The eldest, Jiang Yuntian, the second, Jiang Taiming, and the third, Jiang Shuyuan. After a moment of silence, Jiang Yuntian slammed the table twice and said, third brother, you tell me, what should we do now? Haven't I repeatedly warned you not to get involved with Yunming Mountain? The Mountain Lord is not someone we can deal with. My son and daughter are dead. Jiang Xun also slammed the table, veins bulging on his forehead. You ask me what to do now? What do you think we should do? I must kill those three brats. As night fell and Jiang Tianyu and the others still hadn't returned, and their phone calls went unanswered, he thought everything had gone smoothly. He sent more people to infiltrate Yunming Mountain for assistance, only to have them return with the broken bodies of his children. The tragic state of their deaths made him initially suspect the Baoxin faction, as only they could be so cruel. But after capturing a few tourists for questioning and comparing photographs, he ultimately learned that it was the investigation division that had acted. I'm greedy, but for whom? I'm doing it for the Jiang family. That ancient text recorded that the Mountain Lord was at a critical period of transformation, extremely vulnerable. As long as we act quickly, the 5 organ gems would be within our grasp. You all have become cowardly and afraid. Has the investigation division only changed its director? Why should you be so terrified? Third brother, Jiang Taiming, sensing the heavy atmosphere, tried to mediate. But Jiang Shuyuan waved his hand. Second brother, don't say anything. I must avenge this grudge. As he spoke, a hint of sarcasm appeared on his face. Don't worry, I won't drag the Jiang family down. Nor will I burden you, eldest brother and second brother. After saying that, he directly got up and left the hall. Watching Jiang Shuyuan's departing figure, Jiang Taiming grew anxious. Eldest brother, are we really not going to do anything? Do what? How can you persuade him? Jiang Yuntian's expression darkened. If he wants to seek death, let him go. How many times have I told him that we cannot go to Yunming Mountain, even if we could obtain the 5 organ gems? Would that new director allow us to keep them? The investigation division has changed leadership. Only that fool would take on such a thankless task. He's lost his mind. With a cold snort, he also got up and left the hall, leaving Jiang Taiming to look at the empty hall, sighing, damn it, what is this? Lu Changfeng, Lu Madman, why did it have to be you as the new director? He knew that the eldest brother didn't want to act against the Mountain Lord, but he had given up due to the new director, Lu Changfeng. Sighing again, he got up to chase after him. How could he not care? After all, they were brothers. The eldest brother had his own difficulties, but with the deaths of his nephew and niece, the investigation division had to give them an explanation. The next day, Jiang Ming and the others got up early, had a quick breakfast, and boarded a high-speed train to Jinlin. After more than 2 hours, the three saw Gao Feng waiting at the exit. Upon arriving at the hotel, they immediately saw Shang Wanqing and the 3 women sitting on the sofa, looking furious. Jiang Ming turned to Gao Feng and asked, what is going on? Aren't you supposed to be investigating that golden light? Jiang Ming, we were bullied. When Yuxian wiped away non-existent tears, looking pitiful. Who dares to bully our Aunt one? They must want to die. And Wei Hua exclaimed dramatically, speak up, we'll go kill him right now. Meanwhile, in the opposite room, A young man with an eye tattooed on his forehead and dyed yellow hair made a phone call. Boss, 3 more people have come, and one of them seems to be that Jiang Ming who's been making waves in the division recently. Jiang Ming? Are you afraid of him? He's just a newcomer. So what if he's a genius? No matter who it is, keep an eye on them. Huh? They think they can take credit in our territory? Useless trash. They can't even manage their own area and still want us to clean up after them. I still have to negotiate here. That golden light will eventually fall. Right on the territory of Lianhua View. Okay, enough. Just remember one thing. Don't let them interfere. Be firm if necessary, and it's south best to drive them away. What they take action? The young man quickly asked. Did you cultivate just to build your guts? This is our territory. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Ming took a drag from his cigarette, looking through the smoke at the others. So you guys found nothing? Found nothing at all. The people here don't cooperate and are now monitoring us. Sheng Wanqing couldn't help but curse. Is the division not taking action? If they didn't cover their tracks, the division would definitely hold them accountable, but now. I understand. Jiang Ming casually extinguished the cigarette and tossed it into the trash can, saying lightly, they're just bullying you because you're easy to talk to. He turned and opened the door, walking to the opposite room to knock. Footsteps sounded from inside, and a lazy voice came out. Who is it? Boom. Jiang Ming listened as footsteps approached, punched through the door, and grabbed the young man's neck as if his hand had eyes. Who are you talking about? I'm your dad. Open the door. The young man was completely stunned. Through the large hole in the door, he recognized Jiang Ming and struggled. Let go of me. Captain Shangwan, are your team members this rude? Sheng Wanqing turned her head aside. I can't hear you. A turtle is chanting scriptures. Seeing that he still dared to talk back, Jiang Ming tightened his grip and slammed the young man's head against the door. Bang, 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 bang. After 4 or 5 hits, the young man felt dizzy. Hey, wait. Don't hit anymore. I'll open the door. He wanted to open the door at the first hit, but Jiang Ming was too fast. The door opened, and Jiang Ming let go, charging like a wild bear. Before the young man could catch his breath, he felt a chill around his neck again. Damn it, I opened the door. Why are you still grabbing me? Take me to find your captain. All right, I'll take you. The young man didn't resist at all and directly agreed. This caught Jiang Ming off guard. He thought the guy would be tougher. He let go of his hand. The young man coughed twice and said, Let us go. I'll take you. As he spoke, he secretly glanced at Jiang Ming, cursing inwardly. Damn it, is this guy really a newcomer? Just now when Jiang Ming grabbed his neck, he felt the flow of spiritual energy in his body slow down. That hand was like a vice. He had no doubt that if he dared to talk back a little more, he would be done for right there. The captain even told him to be tough. Can I be tough? Because the investigation division kept strict confidentiality on every investigator's information, he didn't know Jiang Ming's achievements. Otherwise, he would probably have knelt down even faster. Seeing that he was so cooperative, Jiang Ming turned around and called to the others in the room. What are you still doing? I told you your methods are wrong. Look, this one is not hard to talk to at all. Chapter 30. I've finished speaking. Who is in favor? Who is against? In a secluded room at the Lotus Temple, incense wafted through the air and several candle holders flickered with light. The Linyang team of the investigation division, led by Cao Shaoquan, sat on the left, while several Taoist nuns, led by an Yurong, occupied the right side. And Guanju, I don't want to waste words. You must have heard the speakerphone from the call just now. If we delay any longer, it won't just be us here. When more people arrive, the things below will have to be divided into more shares. I'm offending people here, so I should at least get a bit more. Cao Shaoquan leaned back with his legs crossed, gently tapping the table with his right hand. The scar on his face added a touch of ruggedness to him. Hee. Captain Cao, your reasoning is quite absurd. And Yurong covered her mouth and chuckled, her eyes sparkling. Although she was dressed as a Taoist nun, it made one want to tear off her robe to see what lay beneath. According to the rules, that golden light falling within our Lotus Temple's territory should belong to us. Not to mention that the tomb below is the resting place of our ancestors. Then how do you propose to divide it? Cao Shaoquan's gaze shamelessly swept over the other party's mature figure. He licked his lips. We better think this through, this time. The rules don't apply. The investigation division focuses on dealing with supernatural beings and usually doesn't impose strict regulations on you folk forces. As long as you want to engage in some treasures or business within the red line, the investigation division turns a blind eye. But this time is different. That golden light is involved in another special incident, and the investigation division will definitely intervene. Yesterday, he discovered the golden light and, out of duty, chased after it. Seeing it fall into the Lotus Temple, he felt a sense of regret. Then in the afternoon, Shang Wanqing came to him, and after some exchanges, he understood the whole situation. This was like seeing the light after the dark. He immediately dismissed Shang Wanqing and led his team into the Lotus Temple, where he happened to see the collapse of an ancient tomb. A faint tiger's roar echoed from below. With such a significant achievement in front of him, he couldn't possibly notify Shang Wanqing. Moreover, he believed he was just cleaning up the mess for those useless people in Jiang Ming City. As long as he resolved it well, even the headquarters wouldn't say anything. And Yurong leaned slightly forward, her curves pressing against the table, not answering his question, but instead smiling seductively. Captain Chao truly thinks you can dismiss that team? I think I just heard Jiang Ming's name. Ripping apart Sanjia and pulling out Li Qingyang's spine. Such a ruthless person. I cannot afford to offend. Although she knew another team of investigators had come to Lin Yang, she didn't know who they were at first. She had been thinking of bargaining with Cao Xiaoquan, but that phone call made her abandon that thought, as she had heard Jiang Ming's name. The investigation division has strict confidentiality measures for each investigator's information, but as the saying goes, snakes have their paths and mice have theirs. She had long heard of Jiang Ming's reputation through other channels. On his first day in the investigation division, he stormed through the 9-tier tower, overturned a third of the Baoxin Association's power in Yunming City overnight due to an assassination, and on the street, he ripped apart Sanjia and pulled out Li Qingyang's spine. 2 seasoned Yaoguang realm experts became his stepping stones to fame, and at that time, he was only in the hidden origin realm. Such a vengeful, meticulous, and extraordinarily gifted character. She knew she couldn't afford to offend. Thinking of this, and Yurong stretched lazily, her figure outlined beneath the robe. I think we should wait a bit longer. Since the investigation division must intervene, let's wait for Jiang Ming to come. Before she could finish, a laugh interrupted her. A female investigator looked disdainfully. Doesn't Guanju mean Jiang Ming killed Sanjia and Li Qingyang? I don't know where you heard such nonsense. But a newcomer to the investigation division, even if exceptionally talented, could never kill 2 infamous Yaoguang realm masters. Do you think this is a novel? Playing out a male protagonist crossing boundaries to kill enemies? Cao Xiaoquan was also speechless. In his view, this was just in Yurong's bargaining trick. If a newcomer could kill Sanjia and Li Qingyang, then he could also single-handedly take down the leader of the Baoxin Association. Can he? Anything is possible in dreams. Since Guanju is worried about Jiang Ming, I'll talk to him afterward. I believe ELO, give me this face. Oh, since when did you have such a big face? Bang! The door to the room shattered, and Jiang Ming strode in, holding a Taoist nun in his hand, followed by the Yunming team. Against the sunlight, everyone felt as if an ancient deity was walking towards them, exuding a strong sense of oppression. You're not bad. You have good judgment, but your Taoist nun here doesn't seem too bright. Jiang Ming casually tossed the Taoist nun towards an Yurong. Bold! Several Taoist nuns saw this scene and immediately began to channel their powers, ready to act. Step back. And Yurong sensed Jiang Ming's vaguely released aura. Her face changed, and she sternly reprimanded, stopping several of them. Then she turned to Jiang Ming with a smile. Investigator Jiang, please calm down. I will teach them properly in the future. Jiang Ming replied with an I don't want next time. On the way, he heard Wei Hua say that the Lotus Temple was similar to the Xuanhuan novel's Hehuan sect, and he was shocked. Now seeing the way this Guanju acted, it really was the case. He turned to Cao Xiaoquan and the others. I'm here now. What does Captain Chao want me to do to give you this face? Shang Wanqing, is this your intention? Cao Xiaoquan's face darkened, his gaze fixed on the energetic young man behind Jiang Ming. Waste. Can't even manage your own people. What Jiang Ming means is what I mean. Shang Wanqing's tone was calm. Even clay figures have some temper. After being left out all night and monitored, anyone would be angry. When did the captain of the Yunming team change? Jiang Ming's figure flickered and instantly appeared in front of Cao Xiaoquan, his eyes coldly staring at him. If you say one more word, I'll have the Lin Yang team change captains right now. A terrifying pressure surged like a tide. Cao Xiaoquan and the others' faces changed drastically. He saw endless flames in Jiang Ming's eyes, ready to erupt and consume him. In an instant, beads of sweat formed on his forehead. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. Just as he was about to collapse, Jiang Ming retracted his aura. Cao Xiaoquan felt his whole body relax immediately, that sensation of impending death receding like a tide. Gasping for breath, he was horrified. How is this possible? Could it be that what Yurong said is true? I have a proposal now. Jiang Ming turned around and surveyed the room, I want everything below. I've finished speaking. Who is in favor? Who is against? This time, it was in Yurong's turn to change her expression. She had thought Jiang Ming would be somewhat domineering, but she didn't expect him to be this overbearing, not even allowing them a sip of soup. If it were like this, she might as well have agreed to Chow Xiaoquan yesterday. At least she could have gotten 70%. Taking a deep breath to dispel the oppressive feeling in her heart, she said sweetly, Investigator Jiang, this is against the rules. That ancient tomb is the resting place of our ancestors. Jiang Ming turned to look at her, and in Yurong's voice grew softer and softer, eventually falling silent. Weihua, what is the punishment for probing into an investigator's information without authorization? At this moment, and Weihua was feeling elated. Hearing Jiang Ming ask him, he immediately said loudly, Boss, it depends on whether there are serious consequences. If there are serious consequences, then it's naturally a dead end. If not, it's 6 months of confinement in the investigation division. Did you hear that? Jiang Ming looked at Yurong. Chapter 31. Ancient Tomb Underground. Isn't this a toilet? Is a young friend being too overbearing? Just then, a voice suddenly came from outside the door. Everyone turned to see an old woman in a Taoist robe, heavily made up, trembling as she walked in with cane. I, Lianhua Temple, am giving face to the investigation department, so I can let you all. Flame of the WIRM. Fusion. Before the old woman could steady herself, a crimson figure rushed forward, its fist enveloped in raging flames smashing down. In one encounter, only a cane was left behind, clattering to the ground. How could someone so old dress so gaudily? Isn't that disgusting? Jiang Ming turned around. Is there anyone else who has something to say? The scene fell silent. Chow Xiaoquan trembled as he sat down, feeling a bit of urgency in his bladder. Sweat streaming down his temples. Dead. A Qi refinement master at the 6th level of Yawang just died so lightly, not even a complete corpse left behind. At this moment, he felt as if he had walked past the gates of hell. Where did the department find such a madman? Is it a crime for others to wear makeup? Although it is a bit disgusting. And Yuyong was silent as a cicada in winter. She felt she should express her anger at this moment, and then gather all the Qi refinement masters from the temple to confront Jiang Ming. Otherwise, where would Lianhua Temple's face go in the future? But she felt every inch of her flesh and blood screaming at her, telling her not to speak. Jiang Ming saw no one else stepping forward and felt a bit regretful. In typical novels, shouldn't there be an old figure to stabilize the situation at this time? That old woman was indeed quite old, but useless. He still wanted to test the limits of his combat power after breaking through to the Dongming realm while wearing armor. However, he had also heard Wen Xingqian say that Lianhua Temple's strength was not in combat power, but in connections. The female Qi refinement masters married off from here were spread across the north and south. These were all resources. His gaze swept across the crowd. Since everyone had no objections, then this is a pleasant decision. Weihua, Chengge, you two come with me to the tomb. Qingjie, keep an eye on them. If anyone dares to move, tell me when I come back up. Huh? Oh, all right. Shangguan Qing came back to her senses and hurriedly replied. The three of them left the room. Jiang Ming casually grabbed a Taoist nun, asked for the location of the ancient tomb, and headed straight in that direction. After a moment, the three found a collapsed deep pit in the backyard of Lianhua Temple, where they could vaguely see a deep tomb passage. The surroundings were in disarray. Big shot, such heavy energy, and Weihua stretched his head to look into the pit, the dense energy almost materializing. Don't you find it strange? Which ancestor would build their tomb beneath their own power? Looking at Yuyong and the others' reactions, it was clear they had only just realized they were sleeping in a graveyard every day. Wen Xingqian, carrying a long spear, frowned and said, It's tooing down here. And Weihua shivered. Jiang Ming raised his hand to disperse a wisp of energy, jumped into the tomb, thinking too much was useless. They had to go in and take a look. The tomb passage was built with slabs of blue stone, engraved with various patterns. Perhaps because the ancient tomb was isolated from the air, it was preserved relatively well. The three walked and looked around. These patterns seemed to tell the life story of a female Qi refinement master. And Weihua hurried ahead a few steps and suddenly shouted, Big shot, come quick. Isn't this the tiger demon from Yunming Mountain? Jiang Ming walked over, looked up at the stone slab, which depicted a battle between a person and a tiger. In the end, the female Qi refinement master stabbed a long sword into the chest of the tiger demon. It should be. When Xingqian looked back, but found that the pattern stopped there, not expecting that the mountain lord was killed by the tomb's owner. It matches up. No wonder the golden light fell here. It is said that Lianhua Temple's inheritance can be traced back to the Tang dynasty, and the female Qi refinement master in the patterns was indeed wearing Tang clothing. Could this tomb owner be the ancestor of Lianhua Temple? The tomb passage ended here, and ahead was an ancient stone door. Jiang Ming stepped forward to push it, but the stone door did not budge. He drew the Ronglin knife and stepped aside. Wen Xingqian and Wei Hua hurriedly retreated. The flame-splitting magic slashed out, accompanied by a loud boom, and the stone door shattered. In an instant, a foul odor surged forth. Damn, this smell. Cough, cough. Damn, why does it smell so much like stone heather? And Wei Hua waved away the dust, drifting over while covering his mouth and nose, shouting. As the dust gradually settled, the three finally saw the layout of the tomb chamber. It was not visible from the outside. Now, they discovered that this tomb chamber was absurdly large, even bigger than a large sports arena. At a glance, countless bones stood on high platforms resembling spectator seats. In the center of the tomb chamber lay a black stone coffin, set in a pool filled with some milky liquid. The earlier odor emanated from that pool. Damn, that pool can't be what I think it is, right? Look at those bones' hands. They're clearly, And Wei Hua felt like he had discovered something extraordinary, his eyes bulging. Jiang Ming looked around and found that it was indeed as he said. All the bones held their hands in a posture placed between their legs. What the hell? Is there really someone with such a preference? Enjoying soaking in that thing after death? How many people did it take to fill that pool? And Wei Hua's expression was astonished. The ancient people's thoughts really cannot be measured by common sense. It's too perverted. This is the harmony of yin and yang. When Xingqian suddenly said solemnly, the ancients believed that a man's organ represented the utmost yang. Lianhua Temple practiced the yin-yang mutual induction technique, with female Qi refinement masters as the main focus. The yin energy was extremely strong. The tomb owner built the tomb directly beneath Lianhua Temple, gathering yin energy for thousands of years, yin within yang, and yang within yin. She wants to be reborn. No, she also wants to transform and ascend to immortality. I understand. When Xingqian seemed to have thought of something, her eyes suddenly brightened. I know why she fought with that mountain lord. The tiger is the beast of utmost yang. She wanted the mountain lord's essence to complete her final transformation. That golden light should be the mountain lord's essence. No wonder the mountain lord was left with only a roar of power. She had set him up and left a trap on his corpse after death. Damn, another madman wanting to become immortal. And Wei Hua cursed. However, she must have taken a wrong path, borrowing the techniques of the Fox Demon Clan to rebuild. The yin-yang mutual induction technique is the authentic Taoist dual cultivation method. Female Qi refinement masters from Lianhua Temple would earnestly find dual cultivation partners. When Xingqian shook her head, she has committed such heavy karmic sin. Even if she successfully transforms, she probably won't be human anymore. Jiang Ming listened to so much and found only the last sentence piqued his interest. Not human. Not human is good. It would be best if she cultivated a demon core. He looked at the stone coffin in the center of the tomb chamber and raised his hand to deliver a flame spiral punch. He didn't dare to underestimate the opponent just because they were an ancient person from 1,000 years ago. Such an evil undertaking might have some hidden tricks left behind. Boom! The fire-concentrated fist collided with the stone coffin. The coffin lid flew off, revealing a woman dressed in palace attire inside. The woman had her eyes tightly closed, a floral adornment on her forehead, skin like congealed fat, and a rosy complexion, as if time had lost its effect on her. After waiting for a moment and seeing no movement around, the three cautiously crossed the pool and approached. So beautiful. And Wei Hua used a sword to cut off half of his sleeve to cover his mouth and nose, looking in surprise at the woman in the coffin. Huh. When Xingqian let out a long breath, her breath weak, it seemed she was in a critical transformation state, just like the mountain lord. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Ming raised a Ronglin knife and chopped down decisively. It was shockingly decisive. At the critical moment, the patterns on the coffin shimmered and instantly disappeared. When they reappeared, they were already above everyone's heads, and the coffin was turned upside down. The woman in the coffin moved her delicate eyebrows and suddenly opened her eyes. Her yellow-brown pupils were not like human eyes, filled with indifference and killing intent. Just now, her face, which was as smooth as jade, had grown a layer of fine white fuzz. You, human, you want to slay immortals? The woman's full red lips parted and closed. her words broken and intermittent after a long silence. Damn, it's this phrase again. Have you been lying down for too long that your brain is messed up? A knife is already on your head, and you still keep asking. Go ask the Mountain Lord. Chapter 32, The Een Seed. Wei Hua, listen to me, brother. The molten flames split the demon. The overwhelming blade, light, directly struck the coffin. However, the coffin flashed and disappeared again, the blade light slashing onto the high platform, turning countless bones into powder. Disturbance. I am transforming into an immortal. You deserve to die. The hair on the woman's face grew denser, spreading toward her neck. Ah, yes. Yes, I deserve to die. Please come and kill me quickly. Jiang Ming turned around and slashed several times, but they were all dodged. The patterns on the stone coffin flickered, clearly depicting a space-type formation. Didn't you say I should die? Why are you running away? Come on and fight me. The woman stopped talking, allowing the stone coffin to carry her around the tomb, buying time. At the same time, countless patterns suddenly lit up in all directions of the tomb, intertwining and converging into a sky full of sword lights, pouring down. When Xingqian and Wei Hua's expressions changed, immediately activating their techniques and wielding their weapons to counter the impact. Damn it, you're asking for trouble. Just wait until I catch you. Seeing this scene, Jiang Ming removed his armor, gathering the southern brightly fire in his palms, shattering the sword lights, and switched to the flame dragon armor. In the next moment, a loud shout echoed in the empty tomb. Sensei, buzz, time and space froze. Boom! Jiang Ming, like a rampaging dinosaur, soared into the air, shattering the sword lights along the way, toppling the coffin, and the woman was thrown out. The effect of the Zen seal disappeared, and the sky full of sword lights dissipated as well. You, immortal, time. The woman's yellow-brown eyes were filled with disbelief. Run. You run again, and let me see. Jiang Ming couldn't be bothered to listen to her nonsense, clawing forward. This woman was smarter than the Mountain Lord, and she knew how to set up numerous traps in the tomb. But he also discovered that the source of everything was that stone coffin. She herself was still undergoing transformation and wasn't strong. Losing the stone coffin, the woman let out a shriek, her hair growing wildly, turning into strands that attacked like a whip. Jiang Ming charged in, tearing frantically, ripping off the long hair along with flesh piece by piece. Blood splattered, and the white hair quickly turned crimson. The woman was frightened, terrified. The excruciating pain of having her flesh torn off made her wail in agony. Ha ha, yes. Scream louder for me. Jiang Ming's expression was manic. Wen Xingqian and Wei Hua watched this scene, unable to help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. They felt an itch all over. Soon, the woman's skin and flesh separated from her body, exposing her white bones. And she manipulated her long hair to retreat, wanting to pull it back into her body. Boom! The southern brightly fire erupted, spreading along the long hair. In an instant, the woman was engulfed in raging flames, her flesh and bones crackling as they burned. Her heart-wrenching screams echoed throughout the entire tomb. After a while, it finally stopped. A mass of Een energy shot out, wandering around the tomb a few times before flying towards the entrance. Jiang Ming reacted quickly, chasing after it and grabbing it. Damn it, blaming the ban on burning. Why can't you learn from the Mountain Lord? It could have been a one-stroke deal. But you had to make it so ungraceful for me. Removing his armor, Jiang Ming spat. Turning around, he displayed the mass of Een energy he had just captured. What is this? When Xingqian came back to his senses, scratching his neck, shaking off the itch before examining it. It should be the Een seed. A good thing. Probably cultivated from the woman's 1,000-year Een energy, using the lotus view, and nourished by the Mountain Lord's pure yang tiger soul. It has taken shape. Luckily you killed her. Otherwise, if you waited another half hour, she would have really succeeded. Taking it back to refine can give you an additional means of dealing with enemies. I see you have southern brightly fire, which complements the Een seeds, Een and yang. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ming directly swallowed it without hesitation. In an instant, a vast amount of Een energy erupted within him. His whole body felt as if placed in a millennium ice cave, causing him to shiver involuntarily. Operating the supreme body refining technique, he summoned the southern bright leaf fire to dispel the chill. The rolling Een energy suddenly contracted, rushing towards his dantian, eventually forming a pitch-black lotus next to the light swirl. Who? Jiang Ming slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. and the moisture in the air instantly condensed into tiny ice beads. Not bad. It's a pity there's no demon core. Otherwise, he felt he could awaken the third set of armor. Whether it was the mountain lord or the owner of this tomb, their realm in life must have been quite high. Overall, this time could be considered a windfall. Who would have thought that these two guys both wanted to transform into immortals? But now they could be considered as having become immortals, albeit in another form. Their wish has been fulfilled, right? And Wei Hua ran around the tomb, returning with a few gourds in his arms. Big guy, Brother Chin, look what I found. He had an excited expression. This woman is also poor. This whole tomb only has these few gourds. But I just looked, and these gourds are filled with pills that nourish yin and supplement yang. So ruthless, these men were literally killed by overindulgence. Once they're all gone, eating one will make them full of vitality again. Jiang Ming and Wen Xingqian exchanged strange looks, wondering what the hell he was excited about finding this. Are you feeling weak? The two silently directed their gazes toward Wei Hua's kidneys. I don't need it. You keep it. I don't need it either. Wei Hua, listen to me. A little indulgence is delightful, but excessive indulgence can harm your health, and forceful indulgence leads to ashes. And Wei Hua's expression stiffened. Just as he was about to explain, he saw the two turn and leave. Jiang Ming walked to the stone coffin, recovering the coffin lid, and with a heave, lifted the stone coffin. This thing is covered in patterns, moving so fast. It should be inscribed with a space-type formation, considered a treasure. He returned along the tomb path. In the room, Chao Xiaoquan and Yin Yuyong were still sitting quietly. When they saw Jiang Ming standing at the door with the coffin, everyone was a bit dazed. Is this plucking feathers from a goose, scraping the ground 3 feet? Even the coffin is taken away? And Yuyong shook her head with a bitter smile, regretting even more for not agreeing to Chao Xiaoquan earlier. Shang Wanqing came back to her senses and hurriedly stepped forward. Are you okay? Jiang Ming shook his head, his gaze scanning the people in the room, his eyes narrowing slightly. They haven't done anything sneaky, right? Upon hearing this, Chao Xiaoquan quickly spoke up. No. Congratulations to Investigator Jiang for solving another special case. The Bureau will definitely reward you handsomely. Damn it, this crazy guy still looks like he hasn't had enough of killing. They heard the noise even from the ground. Jiang Ming coldly hummed in response. I still prefer your initially rebellious demeanor. Why not change it back? Chao Xiaoquan's expression stiffened. He directed his gaze toward Yin Yuyong, saying in director, if I hadn't come today, your Lotus View S1000-year foundation would have likely been destroyed. I've solved such a big problem for you. Should you say thank you? And Yuyong's eyelids twitched, but she still forced a smile, saying softly, then I would like to thank Investigator Jiang for your assistance. Jiang Ming smiled with satisfaction. He slapped someone's face, robbed someone's ancestral grave, and in the end, that person still had to say thank you. TSK indeed. The only unchanging thing since ancient times is that strength is respected. Let us go. Jiang Ming turned around, carrying the coffin. Wait, are you just going out like this? Shang Wanqing shot him a glance. Let me take that. She stretched out her hand, revealing a storage ring, and stored the coffin away. The group left the Lotus View. Inside the room, the atmosphere suddenly relaxed. With a killer like this investigator around, life for the Loose Cultivators Alliance is probably going to be tough. And Yuyong sighed. In the past, investigators would give some face to various major forces, but this one acts without regard for feelings at all. Stepping out of the door of the Lotus View, Jiang Ming looked at the bustling street ahead and stretched. Just then his phone rang. He picked it up and saw it was a call from Zhao Shanhai. He answered, You little brat, where are you now? Hurry up and come to headquarters. I have something to ask you. No way, boss. I was just fighting with an old corpse. Can I take a break? Are you on a mission? All right. You take a good rest. I'll send the Jiang family away. Did the Jiang family go to the office? Jiang Ming looked surprised, then narrowed his eyes slightly, telling them to wait. I haven't looked for them yet, but they came to me first. Chapter 33. Reform of the Investigation Division. Inspector returning to Yunmeng City. It was already 1 o'clock in the morning. Jiang Ming quickly tidied up and went to bed. Meanwhile, in the Investigation Division, Jiang Taiming, the second son of the Jiang family, sat in the lounge with a gloomy expression. Since Director Zhao was busy, I will come back tomorrow. Saying this, he stood up and prepared to leave. Wait. The other 2 staff members in the room quickly stood up to stop him. Sorry, Jiang Eryi. We received orders to have you wait here. Please don't make things difficult for us. What does the Investigation Division mean? Jiang Taiming could no longer maintain his composure and said angrily, Wait, I've been waiting since 3 o'clock this afternoon until now. I'm sorry, it's our duty. Please forgive us. Ah, Phoenix, Phoenix. I'll wait. I want to see how Zhao Shanhai will explain this to me. Jiang Ming turned around and sat back down, his face growing even darker, but in his heart, he became increasingly calm. Something was wrong. The investigation division had never been this tough before. No, this was not toughness. This was humiliation. Humiliation towards Jiang Ming. Humiliation towards the Jiang family. Remembering the major internal purge in the investigation division a few days ago and what his elder brother said yesterday about the investigation division having changed, Jiang Ming's eyes flickered and a guess gradually formed his mind. Could it be that the investigation division was about to deal with the major forces in the civilian sector? For so many years, the investigation division had focused on monsters, coexisting peacefully with the major civilian forces. Although it nominally represented the official stance, it had always lacked authority. Was it finally going to establish its authority now? Lu Changfeng. Jiang Ming murmured, his eyes narrowing slightly. The next day, at 10 in the morning, Jiang Ming yawned as he walked out of his room, headed to the kitchen, and casually grabbed a piece of bread to nibble on. In the hall, he heard Shangguan Qing's voice. After you finish eating, go to headquarters. Director Zhao called again. Got it. Oh, very good. You seem to be in a good mood today. Wen Yuxian, wearing a nightgown and sitting barefoot on the sofa watching a drama, replied. Of course, every time my salary arrives, if I don't feel good, who will? I earned another 500 contribution points yesterday, feeling great. The information from the review department indicated that they were making preparations to prevent an incident from breaking out while also considering the strength of the Mountain Lord and female Qi refiners. Compared to the previous monsters, this result was already quite high. After finishing his meal, Jiang Ming went to the hall. And this doesn't even count the 5 organs gem and that stone coffin. Seeing his smug expression, the others made a gesture of disdain. However, they were genuinely envious. This guy earned contribution points as easily as drinking water. Damn, people could really be infuriating. What do you plan to do with the 5 organs gem? When Xingchen asked. No rush. I'll take my time refining it later. Here, take this. You can exchange the stone coffin at headquarters later. Shangguan Qing took off her storage ring. Jiang Ming caught it. Feng Ge, next time teach me the hand seal to open the portal, so I won't have to trouble you again. Gao Feng smiled and nodded, forming seals to open a void portal. In the investigation division, Jiang Ming returned to Zhao Shanhai's office. The two looked at each other, both silent for a moment. Finally, Zhao Shanhai spoke first. Last time I told you so much, and you only heard the part about gaining more merits, right? This time, it's quite good, killing the children of Jiang family's third son directly. Leader, you can't blame me for this. Jiang Ming defended himself with the same opening line, hindering the investigation division from carrying out its duties, threatening investigators, attacking investigators, which won ISNTA capital offense. Moreover, they also tortured and killed ordinary people, using them as sacrifices. You see, can this be blamed on me? All right. I won't argue with you. Anyway, you're never at fault. You're just full of sophistry. Zhao Shanhai raised his hand in surrender. After rolling his eyes at Jiang Ming, he continued, the reason I called you over this time ISNT about this. People have been killed, so it's done. Then what is it? The division is going to reform. Zhao Shanhai dropped a bombshell. He looked meaningfully at Jiang Ming. The reason I called you here is to promote you. Jiang Ming became interested, leaning slightly forward. What will I primarily do? Supervise all Qi refiners in the first city. Handle monster incidents. Supervise all Qi refiners in the first city? That includes those in the civilian sector too, right? The investigation division has finally made up its mind? Jiang Ming understood the implication, smiling. All right, I'll take this job. Zhao Shanhai nodded. This time it's a transfer. The division wants you to go to the provincial capital of Yi province. Jilin City? How coincidental. I just returned yesterday. Then I'll bring the Yunming team with me. An inspector can't be without people under him. Having been with the Yunming team for so long, he had formed feelings for them. Moreover, this matter would definitely cause waves. It would be surprising if someone stirred up trouble. Having a few familiar faces under him would be good for work. Do as you see fit. Zhao Shanhai didn't refuse. After a moment, he added, there's one more thing. The division will be organizing a youth competition in 2 months, inviting major civilian forces to participate. You'll also need to participate. I can tell you that the reward for this competition are very, very generous. 2 months? That is still early. By then, I don't even know what my strength will be. Participating in a competition would be like bullying a child. I think you guys shouldn't hold a competition. Just give me the rewards directly. Confidence is good, but don't get carried away. Heroes are as numerous as the river crossing. You may have good talent, but there are others who might be even better. Zhao Shanhai felt the need to remind this kid again. Jiang Ming was unconcerned. You, a loser, talking about talent? Seeing his expression, Zhao Shanhai knew he hadn't taken it to heart. Morong Qingbi, from Wulong Mountain, young, but already at the 4th level of Yaoguang, has awakened beast transformation abilities. Once he enters beast transformation, his combat power nearly reaches the peak of Yaoguang. And Qi Ningxiang from Bishui Pool was born holding a phoenix pattern. Forget it. It's useless to tell you these things now. You'll learn your lesson after getting burned once. Zhao Shanhai stood up. Just these 2 matters. Now, let us go meet Jiang family as second son. He's been kept waiting for a whole day. Still here? Jiang Ming looked surprised. He thought the person had left long ago. Didn't you say to have him wait? Impressive. Jiang Ming gave a thumbs up. Leader, you're so sincere. You actually made him wait a whole day. The 2 exited the office. One in front and the other behind. Leader, the division is going to reform. They must have to set an example, right? Is the Jiang family the chicken you chose? Taking advantage of the situation. We were originally looking for another family. Zhao Shanhai admitted directly. That sounds quite lively. If the Jiang family knew, they would probably regret it deeply. Soon, the 2 arrived at the lounge. Pushing the door open, they saw Jiang Ming sitting quietly in his seat, drinking tea, with a calm expression, showing no anger from being left waiting all night. This surprised both Jiang Ming and Zhao Shanhai. How is this different from what we imagined? Ha! Director Zhao, how have you been? Jiang Ming put down his teacup, stood up with cupped fists, and laughed heartily. Zhao Shanhai was puzzled by his behavior, but laughed along. Oh, I'm sorry, Jiang Laudi, you see, there have been too many matters in the division lately, with monsters causing chaos everywhere. I'm really too busy to attend to this. Please forgive me. It's all right. We are all serving the country and the people, I understand. And who is this? Jiang Ming looked at Jiang Ming with a smile. Oh, look at me. I was so busy chatting with you that I forgot to introduce him. This kid is the Jiang Ming you're looking for. Chapter 34 today, I'm here to apologize. Refining the 5 organs gemstones, breaking through to the Yaoguang realm. Ha! Indeed a talented individual. Heroes emerge from youth. Jiang Ming's eyes showed approval. Both of you are busy people, so I won't waste your time. To get straight to the point, I came yesterday to apologize. As he spoke, he sighed, displaying a helpless expression, lamenting the lack of strict family education that led to such descendants in the clan. This matter is our Jiang family's fault, and we will compensate for all the losses incurred. Also, Investigator Jiang, my 2 disappointing nieces and nephews have caused you and your companions trouble. Please take this back as a small compensation from our Jiang family. Jiang Ming waved his storage ring, producing a porcelain bottle and a wooden box. Inside the bottle were 18 clear mind pills, and in the box were 2 refined old mountain ginseng. I hope Investigator Jiang won't find them lacking. Wow, what a generous gift. The clear mind pills are similar in effect to the divine intent pills, both enabling rapid entry into a focused state of cultivation. But the duration is several times longer than that of the divine intent pills. The refined old mountain ginseng is even more beneficial for qi refiners. Altogether, these are probably worth no less than 1,000 contribution points. Jiang Ming glanced at the porcelain bottle and wooden box that were thrust into his hands, and then looked at Zhao Shanhai beside him. Unexpectedly, Zhao Shanhai was also looking at him. In an instant, the 2 began exchanging glances. Leader, this guy is not playing by the rules. He is not here to pick a fight. Your chicken is about to run away. This old fellow must have guessed something, as clever as a monkey. Forget it. Just accept it. If the chicken runs away, we'll find another one. So, should I accept it? Go ahead. Jiang Ming wore a smile, as if he hadn't noticed the 2's little gestures. Jiang Ming stored the porcelain bottle and wooden box into the storage ring that Shangguan Qing had given him. Then he said lightly, I see Jiang family's attitude, so let us consider this matter settled. After you go back, please discipline your clan as descendants. I don't want next time. I am not a person who kills indiscriminately. As long as your Jiang family's actions don't cross the red line, I won't bother with you. However, let me make it clear. If there is a next time, an apology won't suffice. I will come personally at this point. He glanced at Jiang Ming. To confiscate your assets. You may treat this as a casual remark, but I advise you to remember it well. Jiang Ming continued to smile, saying, I will keep Investigator Jiang's words in mind. The Jiang family will never cause trouble for the investigation division again. That is good. Jiang Ming nodded. If there is nothing else, you may leave. You two continue your work. I'll take my leave. Jiang Ming pushed the door and exited. Watching his departing figure, Zhao Shanhai clicked his tongue. This old fellow really knows how to keep his composure, haha. Whether sincere or feigned, his attitude is clear. Leader, which chicken did you choose before? The Xiao family. After leaving the investigation division, Jiang Ming's smile gradually faded. He turned to look back at the grand hall and pulled out his phone to call Jiang Yintian. Eldest brother, where's the third brother? Hurry and find him. No matter what he wants to do, he must be stopped. On the other end of the line, Jiang Yintian was startled. What happened? The investigation division is about to move against all major forces in the civilian sector. He briefly recounted the events from yesterday to today. I suspect the investigation division wants to make an example out of us, the Jiang family, as the target. At this critical moment, we cannot let the investigation division catch hold of any leverage. Jiang Yintian fell silent for a moment. He didn't know that his second brother had gone to the investigation division to seek an explanation for his niece and nephew. But now is not the time to pursue that. You did well. Bowing your head when necessary is important. The first bird gets shot. We can't be that bird. Come back first. I'll send someone to find the third brother. Meanwhile, Jiang Ming bid farewell to Zhao Shanhai and went to the exchange center, retrieving the large stone coffin. Because it had a complete spatial array pattern on it, it held certain research value. In the end, he exchanged it for 200 contribution points. Originally, he wanted to exchange for a few demon pills, but was informed that Longhu Mountain had already taken all the demon pills yesterday. This made him curse Longhu Mountain again. In the end, he could only symbolically exchange for a few pills and spiritual herbs to enhance his cultivation. Before leaving, he sought out Zhou Dali again. This guy was now completely lost in his own world. When Jiang Ming found him, he was boasting with a few newcomers. After a brief exchange, he left. However, his appearance made Zhou Dali even more popular among the newcomers. The name Jiang Ming was now well known within the investigation division, and, as his friend, Zhou Dali naturally received attention as well. The investigation division moved quickly. At 3 in the afternoon, an official document was issued to all qi refiners across the country. It stated that from now on, the investigation division would oversee the entire nation, and all civilian forces must cooperate unconditionally. The heavy-handed approach instantly created a huge wave among the major qi refiners. The reactions were intense. Some forces remained silent, some sneered, while others publicly responded with agreement. However, none of this concerned Jiang Ming anymore, as he was currently in his room refining the 5 organs gemstones of the Mountain Lord. 5 gemstones the size of walnuts were placed before him, their brilliance shimmering and intertwining into a splendid rainbow of colors. The supreme body refining technique was in operation, and strands of colorful light seeped from the 5 gemstones, flowing toward Jiang Ming's 5 organs. 5 tiger roars rang out, and on each of the 5 gemstones appeared a small tiger shadow, roaring fiercely at Jiang Ming. In life, you couldn't handle me. In death, you dare to threaten me? Jiang Ming sneered coldly, and the South Ming Li fire surged out, turning the 5 gemstones into a pile of powder. The energy converged into a ball of colorful radiance, which he swallowed in one gulp. Instantly, his heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys rumbled. He quickly took out the exchanged pills and spiritual herbs. An overwhelming spiritual energy surged into his body. The divine mountain reappeared. His 5 organs began to be tempered, glowing. Gradually, tiny essences condensed, forming 5 beads the size of marbles. These were Jiang Ming's very own 5 organs gemstones. At the same time, as the spiritual energy poured into his body, under the dual refinement of the South Ming Li fire and the Taiyin seed, his cultivation began to rise rapidly. 8th level of the Dongming realm. 9th level of the Dongming realm. Boom! With a resounding explosion, as if the heavens and earth were opening up, the light whirl in his dantian suddenly expanded and exploded. A brilliant star slowly took shape, revolving around the light whirl. This was the 3rd realm of cultivation, the Yaoguang realm, opening up a star within the dantian. Reaching this realm truly marks entering the hall of cultivation. The larger and more brilliant the star, the deeper the foundation it represents. Some people's stars opened at this realm cannot even be called stars. They can only be considered meteors, dim and lifeless. The disparity in combat power is naturally immense. Although one can later make up for it with various heavenly materials and earthly treasures, ultimately, they will always be lacking in innate potential, forming cracks in the created stars, rendering them weak and fragile. Since Jiang Ming stepped into cultivation, he has been intentionally honing his foundation. The supreme body refining technique has been constantly tempering his body, while the South Mingli fire has been refining spiritual energy, stripping away impurities. This led to the current dazzling and indestructible star. In the future, within this realm, he would only need to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, nurturing the first spark of life on the star. At that time, he would smoothly advance to the Kaiyang realm. Of course, this spark of life does not refer to actual life. This realm cannot create life. The spark of life is merely Jiang Ming's own will permeating the star, ultimately achieving the state where the star is him, and he is the star. Chapter 35. Leader, the chicken you picked has flown back again this time. The closed-door cultivation lasted 2 days and nights. Jiang Ming felt the immense power within him and was quite satisfied. He decided to take it slow, waiting until the Yao Guang star was completely stabilized before infusing his will. With his strength, it was enough. After a quick tidy-up, he pushed the door open. The same scene greeted him again. Jiang Ming was somewhat speechless. Can everyone stop staring at me every time I finish my closed-door cultivation? It's really stressful, you know. Jiang Ming, how can you say such things? When Yuxian rolled her eyes. Exactly, although it feels great to cling to your thigh is too thick. I'm afraid I won't be able to hold on in a few days. And Wei Hua echoed, breaking through to the Yao Guang realm in less than half a month? Even feeding livestock doesn't happen this fast. How are we supposed to survive? Jiang Ming took off Shangguan Qing's storage ring and tossed it over. All right. In times of prosperity and wealth, do not forget each other. Qing Jia, there's a bottle of Tongming Jingxing pills in there, a total of 18. You can split them. He had already used the 2 ancient ginsengs. Tongming Jingxing pills? Shangguan Qing was taken aback. She naturally knew the efficacy of this pill, which was invaluable for qi refiners. Aren't you going to use them? I don't need them. Jiang Ming waved his hand. He had the divine mountain space, equivalent to a natural holy land for enlightenment, much better than these pills. The others didn't say much, but kept this favor in their hearts. Each person received 3 pills. At this moment, when Xingqian spoke up, Jiang Ming, your appointment letter has arrived. Hearing this, everyone looked over, their expressions mixed. They had only learned yesterday that the investigation department had reformed and added a position for an inspector, overseeing the qi refiners in a city. If this were ancient times, wouldn't it be akin to the main general defending a territory? Thinking about how Jiang Ming had joined the investigation department for less than a month and was already entrusted with such an important responsibility, their feelings were quite complicated. However, there was no jealousy, only envy. They all knew Jiang Ming's strength and were aware he was fully capable of handling this job. So soon? Jiang Ming was surprised. He thought it would take a few more days. Yesterday, we checked some information. The provincial capital, Jinlin City, is not like Yunmeng City. It's a hotbed of chaos. Besides Lianhua Temple, there are 2 other qi refining forces, and the occurrence rate of special events is among the highest in the province. That's fine. Now that the big stick has come down, the dragon must coil, and the tiger must lie low. Jiang Ming smiled. I believe they will give me this face. After tidying up, he said, let us head over today. That old van can be left for the next team. I've asked Director Zhao to approve a few luxury SUVs for us. As an inspector, driving a van will be a loss of face. Just as his words fell, Shangguan Qing's phone suddenly rang. Picking it up, her expression changed instantly. 10 seconds later, she said, looks like we won TB leaving today. The Public Security Bureau reports that a group of bandits has taken over a small factory, and during the rescue, there were heavy casualties. The opponents are qi refiners. Saying this, she glanced at Jiang Ming, Wen Xingqian, and Wei Hua. The bandits specifically want to see you. See us? And Wei Hua was taken aback. Jiang Ming was also stunned for a moment, but the next second, he shook his head with a playful expression. The Jiang family really takes my words lightly. Huh? It's obvious who's behind this. The only ones with a grudge against me, and Wei Hua and Wen Xingqian are the Jiang family. Interesting, really interesting. Just as Jiang family's second son lowered his stance to apologize to the investigation department, they pull this stunt. Is it a show of courtesy before aggression or a deceitful tactic? TSK, leader, the chicken you picked has flown back again. Lighting a cigarette, Jiang Ming took a light puff and smiled. I haven't even been appointed yet, and they want to embarrass me? Where are they? On the other side. Suburbs, Yinsha Fabric Factory. The once loud factory was now silent. Bodies dressed in Public Security Bureau uniforms stained the concrete ground with blood. Upon closer inspection, all these corpses had their heads severed. Nearby, there was a Jingwan. At this moment, in the corner of the factory, a security officer covered in blood leaned against the wall, glaring at the 5 men in front of him, blood seeping from his mouth. Beasts! The investigation department is coming. You guys, the death of the Fusang beasts is imminent. He glanced at the Jingwan not far away, his eyes filled with pain. Those were his comrades. Mr. Security Officer, I remember there's an old saying in your great Xia. Those who know the times are heroes. How about you surrender? One of the long-haired men squatted down with a smile, speaking with a strong Fusang accent. As long as you beg for mercy, I'll let you go. Huh. A mouthful of blood spat onto the man's face. The man didn't mind at all, smiling as he wiped the blood off his face and turned to his companions. How interesting. Why is it like this? It was like this 100 years ago, and it's still like this 100 years later? They're clearly so weak. With a swipe of his palm, a line of blood appeared on the security officer's neck. The man stood up, his expression cold. Yongtai cut off his head and seal it for the Jingwan. One man stepped forward, drew his knife, and the head flew off. All right, get ready. Those 3 investigators should be arriving soon. It's rare to encounter such timid employers. Killing 3 investigators who aren't even in the Yaoguang realm is worth our 5 men as price. Let us finish quickly and aim to have dinner in Fusang. Hearing this, the others all laughed heartily. At the factory entrance, as Jiang Ming and the others got out of the car, they saw the thick blood energy floating above the factory and the bloody Jingwan. In an instant, the 3 of them felt their blood boil, an overwhelming anger igniting within them. How dare they? And Wei Hua growled softly. Jiang Ming's expression was cold. His vision was excellent, allowing him to see every body of the security officers in the factory clearly. All the corpses fell inward, indicating that none of them chose to flee. Clearly, he had instructed Shangguan Qing to notify them to retreat. Why? Jiang Ming was not foolish. On the contrary, he was quite smart. Almost instantly, he simulated the scene in his mind. When these security officers received the call to retreat, they saw the bandits beheading their fallen brothers right in front of them. There was only one possibility to explain why all the bodies faced inward and why each face showed anger and ferocity, with no signs of fear or terror. They wanted to reclaim the bodies of their comrades. Are they stupid? Jiang Ming smirked. All of you, walk slowly on the road to the Yellow Springs. I'll send them to keep you company. Chapter 36. They deserve the most brutal death in this world. With a flash of his figure, Jiang Ming charged into the factory area with a murderous intent. Just then, the 5 men emerged from around the corner. The 2 sides collided head-on. Yo, you finally made it. A look of surprise flashed across Kojiro's face. He recognized the man before him as one of the 3 investigators from the photo provided by his employer. Fusang people? Jiang Ming was taken aback for a moment, and then his anger surged. A violent aura enveloped him, and he charged forward like a speeding truck. There was no need for words. He didn't want to say anything. Such bold insects kill him. Let us go back to Fusang for dinner. The 5 laughed heartily as they took their stances, their auras surging. They were 5 Yaoguang realm cultivators. Jiang Ming's expression remained unchanged as he threw a punch. This time he did not use his armor. He needed to vent his pent-up frustration. The power of the armor was too strong, and he was afraid he wouldn't be able to control his speed of killing. These people deserved the most brutal death in this world. Kojiro looked at Jiang Ming's incoming punch with disdain, also throwing a punch to counter. As a Yaoguang 3rd layer, how could he be afraid of someone at the initial Yaoguang stage? Although he didn't understand why this person's cultivation level was different from the intelligence report. Did it matter? The realm was a chasm, an insurmountable barrier. Boom! The fists collided, and Kojiro's fist shattered like a foam brick, bones and blood splattering everywhere. A terrifying force surged up his wrist, causing flesh to burst and white bones to protrude, piercing through his chest. Everything happened so fast that his face still bore a smile. By the time the brain received the signals, he hadn't even had time to scream before Jiang Ming swiftly grabbed his mangled arm and pulled him in front. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches. Each punch landed on flesh. After a dozen punches, Jiang Ming grabbed his neck and threw him into the air. Leaping high, he stomped down. Boom! The solid concrete ground shattered into pieces. Jiang Ming landed and didn't stop. He dashed forward and stomped down hard. Kojiro's abdomen instantly sank into the ground, blood gushing from his mouth. This scene, though complex to describe, happened in the blink of an eye. By the time the remaining four reacted, Kojiro was already lying on the ground, gasping for breath. Jiang Ming didn't give the others a chance to breathe and turned to attack. The intelligence is wrong. Yuta shouted loudly, a flash of light in his hand revealing a samurai sword, sweeping towards Jiang Ming. You talk too much. Jiang Ming turned his gaze towards him and thrust his fingers forward. His two fingers shattered the long sword, piercing straight into Yuta's mouth, and with a twist, half of his facial bones along with tendons and flesh flew out. Yuta fell to the ground, clutching his face and screaming. Such brutal methods instantly filled the remaining three with horror, their hearts consumed by fear. Now, they no longer thought about returning to Fusang for dinner. Only one thought remained in their minds. Run. Run fast. Without a moment's hesitation, the three split up and fled quickly towards the factory exit, cursing wildly in their hearts. Damn. Is that Da Xiao person a pig? This isn't an ordinary investigator at all. Clearly, he's a monster. Run. You motherfucker, it's too late. Bastard. I'll fuck your mother. And Wei Hua roared, chasing one person, raising his sword to slash. When Xingqian said nothing but wielded his spear with fierce momentum. Both knew their strength was insufficient. But as long as someone could handle them, they just needed to hold on. Jiang Ming, with full power, caught up with the last person. He raised his hand to grab the man's head. Feeling the storm-like wind behind him, the man screamed in terror, "No. Don't kill me. Don't you want to know who sent us to kill you? I know. Only I know. Please, spare me. I promise I will never set foot on Da Xiao land again." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ming's eyes flashed, and his hand, which was aimed at the head, shifted to grab the man's arms. He yanked them off and then kicked out, sending the man crashing against the wall, stones and blood flying everywhere. Lay down for a bit. If what you say doesn't satisfy me later, you'll find that death is also a kind of relief. Having said that, he vanished and appeared behind the Fusang man who was fighting in Wei Hua. With fingers clawed like talons, he ruthlessly reached for the man's spine, exerting force, and a bloody spine was pulled out. With a shake, spiritual energy attached, the limp spine instantly became straight like a spear. He threw it out, directly entering through the back of the last man's head and exiting through the front. Since someone could identify the mastermind, these people didn't need to live. He knew very well that this incident was orchestrated by the Jiang family, but as the saying goes, to catch a thief, one must catch the king. The necessary evidence must still be gathered. The investigation department needed a legitimate reason to kill this chicken. He took out a wet wipe and casually wiped the blood off his hands. Wei Hua, move the bodies over here. He turned and walked towards Kojiro and Yuta. No, you can't kill me. I am the direct descendant of the Sakai family of the great Fusang Empire. If you kill me, it will. Kojiro had already regained consciousness and looked at Jiang Ming, who was approaching him, with fear, struggling to move back. He no longer had the previous bravado of pointing fingers at the world. A wisp of energy shot out. In an instant, Kojiro was frozen. Thank you for telling me about your family. With a kick, the frozen body shattered into pieces in midair. And you? Whose family are you from? Speak up. Maybe I'll be scared and really let you go. Yuta let out a miserable laugh, his half-shattered facial bones making him look like a ghost from hell. It seems you're smarter than him, Jiang Ming grinned. But doesn't matter. When the time comes, someone in Fusang will naturally say. The flames of Nanming Li Hua erupted, wails echoing across the land. Jiang Ming deliberately controlled the flames, starting from the feet, letting this Fusang man watch as his body gradually turned to ashes. For 10 minutes, he burned for a full 10 minutes, leaving only a pile of black ash in place. At this time, and Wei Hua dragged over the two Fusang bodies, Big Boss. Jiang Ming took over, walking to the front of the Jingguan. With a swift motion, two heads rolled on the ground. Everyone, have a safe journey. He lit a few cigarettes, one for himself, and stuck the rest into the eye sockets of the two Fusang heads. Looking at the Jingguan before him, Jiang Ming felt heaviness in his heart, suppressing a surge of anger. He took a deep drag from the cigarette, coughing a few times before feeling a bit better. Rest assured, this grudge isn't settled yet. I will personally go to Fusang and build a higher Jingguan to honor you. When Xingqian also approached, his expression grave, I just checked the factory. Inside. Jiang Ming tossed the cigarette but aside and didn't speak. He was already mentally prepared. These Fusang people definitely wouldn't leave any survivors. Without survivors, after killing these few, no one could trace the matter. Wei Hua, call and notify the logistics. Jiang Ming instructed, walking towards the last person. Speak. I'll speak. I'll speak. I confess, I soutenir. The day before yesterday, someone found us online, saying there was a business deal to discuss, so we came to Daxia. When we met, this person was very cautious, wearing a mask that blocked the aura, but he didn't know I have a special ability. I can see through the mask. I know who he is. Jiang Xiuyuan. Yes, his name is Jiang Xiuyuan. I've done private jobs for him before. I've said it all. I can help you identify him. Please, let me go. I have a wife and children at home. I don't want to die. Jiang Ming said nothing and pressed his fingers on the man's shoulder, stopping the blood loss. Then he lifted him up. Wei Hua, Tian Yi. Keep an eye on him here. I'm going to the Jiang family. Big boss, should we report this to the department? The Qi refiners slaughtering ordinary people and involving foreign countries is a huge matter. Every country has clear regulations that practitioners cannot harm ordinary people. Although this regulation is quite flexible, the flexibility is predicated on not being discovered. In this situation, the Jiang family is actually the easiest to handle. This incident is like a knife in the hands of the investigation department, slicing open the Jiang family's belly, revealing the dirty secrets buried inside, turning them into sharpening stones that make the knife even shinier. Jiang Ming naturally understands this, so when he goes to the Jiang family this time, there's no talk of just punishing the culprits. The whole family is finished. He knows better than anyone the principle of cutting the grass and removing the roots. You go ahead and report. I'll go first. Time is tight, and the task is heavy. What if Jiang Xiuyuan doesn't receive news for a long time and runs away? Chapter 37, is there still anyone left in the Jiang family to breathe? After Jiang Ming left, Wen Xingqian immediately called the operator of the bureau to report the situation. Soon, Zhao Shanhai received the news. What? Colluding with the Fusang people? Massacring civilians and peacekeepers? Zhao Shanhai stood up abruptly, his voice rising by 8 degrees. Has the Jiang family gone mad? Just a few days ago, Jiang Timing was being humble and apologizing, and he thought the Jiang family had some sense. He didn't expect them to be brewing a big mess. In shock, he hurriedly instructed, quick, call Jiang Ming and tell him not to act impulsively. He has already gone. Hurry and send the people involved in the Shao family operation to the Jiang family. Jiang family. It is said that it has inherited the title of the Grand Commandant of the Han Dynasty, and since then has held the power to investigate the demons of the world for over 2,000 years. Although it has declined today, the 2,000 years of reputation still commands respect. This can be seen from a location of the Jiang family's mansion. There are 2 lakes in Yunmeng City. One is the Moon Lake, developed into a tourist area, and the other is Lonyuan Lake, where the Jiang family is located, the so-called hidden dragon in the abyss. The Jiang family compares itself to a hidden dragon, occupying Lonyuan Lake, hoping to restore its ancestral glory one day. Developed to this day, Lonyuan Lake has almost become the private property of the Jiang family. The state has intervened several times, but it is unknown what agreements were ultimately reached, as they surprisingly tacitly allowed this matter. At this moment, Jiang family's mansion, Jiang Xun leisurely lay on a rattan chair with his eyes closed, savoring tea. Jiang Jianxia, hee. I wonder if you're satisfied with this grand gift I sent? The sound of hurried footsteps approached, and Jiang Yintian and Jiang Timing quickly walked through the winding corridor. Jiang Xuan glanced at them and closed his eyes again. Third brother, where have you been these days? Did you see the public document released by the Investigation Bureau yesterday? Don't be confused at this critical moment. Jiang Yuntian scolded as soon as he entered the courtyard. Since the day before yesterday, after finishing that phone call with Jiang Timing, he had sent people to look for Jiang Xiuyuan everywhere. After 3 days with no news, he was furious when suddenly the servants at home said Jiang Xiuyuan had returned. Without daring to delay for a moment, he rushed over. Did you see? Jiang Ming has been appointed as the inspector. If you move against him, it's equivalent to slapping the Investigation Bureau in the face. Do you want this family that raised you to be ruined beyond repair? Third brother, no matter what plans you have, cancel them immediately, Jiang Timing also said seriously. Both of them knew Jiang Xiuyuan too well. Since childhood, he had been resolute. And once he made up his mind, he never changed. Even if proven wrong afterward, he would admit his mistake but never change his course. Eldest brother, second brother, do you think I, your younger brother, am so ignorant? Jiang Xuan slowly sat up and smiled. Don't worry. I know what I'm doing. I won to act recklessly. Hearing this, both of them were stunned. Before coming, they had decided to take action, and if things were unclear, they would directly suppress Jiang Xiuyuan. But now, the two exchanged glances, both somewhat doubtful. Jiang Yuntian tentatively asked, "Where have you been these days?" "I went out to find a few friends to relax. I must say, communicating with them has improved my mood a lot." As he spoke, Jiang Xuan picked up the teacup and took a sip, his eyes narrowing comfortably. That's good, that's good. Jiang Yuntian let out a long breath. Now that the Investigation Bureau's big stick is about to fall, all major underground forces across the country are waiting for the scapegoat. The Jiang family absolutely cannot come into the Investigation Bureau's sights at this time. But before he could finish his thought, there was a loud bang. Following, there was a cold, bone-chilling voice. "Is there anyone left in the Jiang family to breathe? Get out here." Jiang Timing's expression changed drastically. He recognized that it was Jiang Ming's voice. Third brother. Jiang Xiuyuan's face went stiff. The teacup raised his mouth, murmuring, "How is this possible? How is this possible? How could he still be alive?" Seeing him like this, Jiang Yuntian, who was still in shock, immediately understood what was happening. His face turned ashen as he stepped forward and slapped Jiang Xiuyuan across the face. "You did this. A dog can't change its ways." Jiang Ming was filled with a violent aura, and the gates of the Jiang family, along with part of the courtyard wall, collapsed. Today, he came to kill, with no face to consider. If the Jiang family knew what was good for them and surrendered, everything could be negotiated. Otherwise, under the flames of Southern Ming, they would be crushed to dust. Such a commotion naturally alarmed the members of the Jiang family. Figures rushed into the front courtyard, and upon seeing the collapsed gate, they were instantly consumed with rage. How many years has it been? No one has ever dared to enter the Jiang family like this. Who is this madman, daring to act wildly in the Jiang family? A few hot-headed young men rushed forward. "You don't know what you're doing." Jiang Ming's eyes flickered with cold light. Holding a Fusong man in one hand, he struck out with the other. The Southern Ming's fire erupted, instantly engulfing several people. They were merely miscellaneous fish at the hidden element and insight levels, used to bullying others under the Jiang family's name, unable to see the situation clearly. They didn't even have time to scream before being vaporized. What guts! However, this scene not only failed to instill fear in these fools, but instead made them even angrier. "You young fools, come into my Jiang family to kill people. How many lives do you think you have to spare?" Before he arrived, his voice was already heard. A figure descended from the sky, enveloped in overwhelming momentum, stepping toward Jiang Ming's head. Looking up, Jiang Ming leapt up and grabbed the person's ankle, crashing down heavily upon landing. The blue stone slab exploded. "How many lives do you have to spare?" Jiang Ming was like a furious bear, tightly grasping the person's ankle, lifting it up and smashing it down repeatedly for more than 10 times. At first, the person screamed and struggled a bit, but in the end, they became as soft as noodles, unable to utter a sound. "Standing so high, do you really think you're master? Stepping on my head, do you deserve it?" Jiang Ming kicked out, sending the person flying several dozen meters, crashing through a large section of the courtyard wall. In that moment, the surrounding Jiang family members finally knew fear. Shocked by his brutal methods, they unconsciously began to retreat. Jiang Ming ignored these miscellaneous fish, his gaze deep as he looked toward the back courtyard. "Jiang Yuntian, Jiang Timing, Jiang Xiuyuan, you three get out here." Colluding with the Fusong people, massacring civilians and peacekeepers, assassinating investigators, assassinating inspectors. Today, you cannot escape. Boom. Just as Jiang Yuntian and Jiang Timing reached the hall, it felt as if their brains had suffered a heavy blow, leaving them in a blank state. What did they just hear? Colluding with the Fusong people, massacring civilians and peacekeepers. Ha ha! Jiang Xiuyuan, you are the debt collector. You have ruined the Jiang family. You have ruined the Jiang family. Jiang Yuntian forced a laugh, nearly collapsing. In fact, with his speed, he could have arrived immediately. But all the way he had been thinking of countermeasures, deliberately slowing down. But now, what countermeasures to think of? In this situation, even in the past, it would have been a death penalty for the Investigation Bureau. Let alone now, with the madman Liu in charge of the Investigation Bureau. Eldest brother. There is still a chance. Jiang Timing quickly supported Jiang Yuntian. Although the third brother is reckless, I believe he is not stupid. He definitely won't expose himself. Let us not throw ourselves into chaos. We will firmly deny ever doing it. As long as there is no evidence, the investigation bureau wouldn't dare to take the risk to act against the Jiang family. Hearing him say this, the dead silence in Jiang Yuntian's eyes gradually disappeared, as if he had grasped a lifeline. Yes, you are right. Timing, as long as we get through this, I will personally kill that beast. Taking a deep breath, adjusting his state, Jiang Yuntian stepped forward into the front courtyard. Seeing the young figure in the arena, fierce and violent, and glancing at the chaos in the courtyard, his eyes twitched slightly, but he still clasped his hands and smiled, saying, Inspector Jiang, do you think you might be mistaken? Our Jiang family has always upheld the law and order. How could we possibly collude with the Fusang people to create chaos in our own country? Chapter 38, I said I would let you go, but I also mentioned confiscating your assets. Jiang Yuntian is now betting that Jiang Ming has no evidence. He knows his third son well. Over the years, there have been countless small mistakes, but no major ones. Some of the family's underhanded dealings have been handled by him without a single leak. This time, he believes it will be the same. However, he never anticipated that among the people Jiang Shuyuan found would be an ability user. Jiang Ming couldn't be bothered to play coy with him. Misunderstanding? There is no misunderstanding. He didn't come here to reason. Does he think this is a movie where the police show up and it's all misunderstandings, just a lot of hot air? If it weren't for the investigation department's need for a complete chain of evidence to silence other forces, would he waste his breath? He would just kill them one by one. With a cold gaze, he looked at the two and said, Did I just say for you three to get out? What's wrong? Are you getting old and deaf? Or can't you count? I'll give you another chance. Now go and bring Jiang Shuyuan out. Did you hear me clearly this time? Jiang Ming's voice suddenly rose, showing no mercy. The smile on Jiang Yuntian's face finally cracked. Anyone would be angry when being yelled at like this, especially the head of the Jiang family. Jiang supervisor, as the inspector of the investigation department. We should cooperate with your work, but if you barge into the Jiang family and destroy property without evidence, isn't that too much? Need evidence? Fine, I'll give you evidence. Jiang Ming slapped the unconscious Fusang person awake. Don't sleep. Tell me, who hired you, so that Jiang Yi and Jiang Yi can give up? The Fusang person was dazed from the slap, but quickly spoke up. It was Jiang Shuyuan. Jiang Shuyuan contacted us online the day before yesterday. Jiang Yuntian and Jiang Timing were stunned. Damn, how could there be a witness? Jiang Shuyuan, that fool, is he really showing his true colors? Jiang Yuntian's expression darkened, his thoughts racing. You could just find any Fusang person. Jiang Ming interrupted him with a wave of his hand, smirking. The investigation department has an investigator who can read memories. Should I invite him over? As soon as those words left his mouth, Jiang Yuntian deflated like a punctured balloon. Could they just punish the instigator? The other members of the Jiang family were unaware and innocent. From now on, my Jiang family is willing to follow the investigation department's lead. Jiang Yuntian's eyes were pleading. He knew better than anyone that the investigation department would definitely take this opportunity to strike. And all the past misdeeds would become the last straw to break the Jiang family's back. Even if they were done secretly, the investigation department would find out if they wanted to. However, all major forces in the community are the same. Their own hands aren't clean. So the investigation department wouldn't easily use those incidents as excuses. Of course we can. Jiang Ming smiled playfully. Go, bring Jiang Shuyuan out. Seeing his quick agreement, Jiang Yuntian was worried but didn't dare to say more. No need to trouble Jiang's supervisor. I'll personally clean up the family. I hope Jiang's supervisor keeps his word. Oh, it looks like we can see a play about righteousness over family loyalty. Interesting. Jiang Ming's eyes were teasing. Go ahead, I'll give you 3, oh no, 5 minutes. I want to see Jiang Shuyuan's corpse in 5 minutes. Is that enough? The timer starts now. Jiang Yuntian slightly closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, they were filled with determination as he turned to head to the backyard. Shuyuan, don't blame your brother. If you do something wrong, you have to pay the price. The Jiang family cannot be that price. Jiang Timing watched Jiang Yuntian's figure gradually disappear, his expression pained. The 3 brothers were born of the same mother. Growing up and playing together, how did it come to the point of brother against brother? He looked at Jiang Ming, his voice hoarse. Jiang's supervisor. Can you really let the Jiang family go? A cold voice rang out. What? Are you doubting my character? I dare not. In the backyard, Jiang Shuyuan sat there with a deadpan expression. He didn't escape because he knew he couldn't, nor did he dare to, as the Jiang family was still here. Hearing footsteps nearby, He slowly raised his head and said, "The investigation department is cleaning up internally. No information is getting out." I didn't underestimate him just because he is a newcomer. Before trying to kill him, I contacted the firebearers. I know they still have people in the investigation department. They told me he easily killed Sanjia and Li Qingyang, so I gathered 5 people, all at the Yao Guang level, thinking it would be foolproof. Who would have thought? Truly, heroes are as common as carp crossing the river. Brother, did he say he would let the Jiang family go? Jiang Yuntian nodded silently. That's good. Jiang Shuyuan's expression relaxed as he raised his hand to pat his forehead. A powerful surge of spiritual energy instantly crushed his brain, severing his breath. Jiang Yuntian stared blankly at this scene, his eyes gradually bloodshot as he howled skyward. His sorrowful voice echoed in the front yard. Jiang Timing staggered. Third brother. Wow, the head of the Jiang family truly lives up to his title. So efficient. It hasn't even been 3.5 minutes. Jiang Ming glanced at his phone screen and smiled. 1 minute later, Jiang Yuntian returned to the front yard. Holding Jiang Shuyuan's corpse, his eyes red as he looked at Jiang Ming. The instigator has been dealt with. I hope Jiang's supervisor keeps his promise. Jiang Ming glanced at the corpse, then raised his hand and slapped the Fusang person again. See? Is it him? Yes, it's him. Well, you're of no use now. Flames of southern bright, leaf fire, seeped from his palm. You said you would let me go. You are not trustworthy. The Fusang person screamed tragically, only to be burned to ashes in an instant, blowing away the ashes from his palm. Jiang Ming said indifferently, I don't recall saying that. You must have misheard. Jiang Yuntian's brows twitched, a bad premonition arising in his heart. Is he really performing such a betrayal right in front of them? Jiang supervisor, since this is settled, we want to see you off. Don't rush. Jiang Ming grinned widely, revealing a mouthful of white teeth as he looked at the obviously anxious Jiang Yuntian. There's still something that hasn't been done. Does Jiang's supervisor want to betray his word? Jiang Ming raised his right hand, wiggling his index finger. I will certainly keep my promise, but words must have sequence. Jiang Eryi, do you remember what I said the day before yesterday in the investigation department's lounge? Jiang Timing's expression changed, clearly realizing something. Does Jiang's supervisor really want to go all the way? Stop talking nonsense. Jiang Ming is a man of his word. When I say confiscation, it means confiscation. Jiang Ming's expression turned cold. Let the Jiang family go? The others are innocent? Ha. What a joke. Are the ordinary workers at the cotton yarn factory innocent? Are the security personnel who fought to the death innocent? Since you want to perform the act of righteousness over family loyalty, then I don't mind being a spectator. But the show is over. Things can't just be left undone. Listening to Jiang Ming's murderous words, Jiang Yuntian felt his heart plummet. Taking a deep breath, Jiang's supervisor, is there really no room for negotiation? Jiang Ming glanced at him, then suddenly erupted like a bolt of lightning, followed by a series of afterimages, appearing before Jiang Yuntian. Boom! Jiang Yuntian was sent flying, crashing into the rockery in the courtyard. Room for negotiation? I gave you that the day before yesterday. Now, there is no room, only this. Jiang Ming stood on one foot, still in a kicking posture. Chapter 39. Hey, sorry, I trick you again, Jiang Ming. You are too much. All right, since the investigation department won T, give the Jiang family a way out. Then let us perish together. Jiang Timing reacted, letting out a fierce roar as the aura of the 7th layer of Yaoguang burst forth. He soared into the air, his figure moving at an incredible speed, attacking from all directions, instantly kicking out dozens of times, with clouds and mist swirling around, astonishingly powerful. You think too much. Today, even if the fish dies, the net won't break. Jiang Ming stood in the center of the courtyard, allowing the mist to envelop him, accepting Jiang Timing's assault. He didn't summon his armor. He wanted to test the limits of his own combat power. Those few people from Fusang were all qi refiners of the 1st and 2nd layers of Yaoguang, and the strongest among them was only at the 3rd layer of Yaoguang, unable to withstand even one of his punches. Jiang Timing was at the 7th layer of Yaoguang. Just the right test stone. Bang! With a loud noise, Jiang Yuntian burst through the water and happened to see this scene. Shock appeared on his face. He even felt a sense of absurdity in his heart. A qi refiner who had just entered the Yaoguang realm was actually able to deal with a qi refiner at the 7th layer of Yaoguang with ease. Even if he was a genius, a monster, was this reasonable? With a fierce glint in his eyes and a roar in his heart, Since there was no room for negotiation, then just kill him. Kill him. Light flickered in his palm as he took 2 steps forward. But the next moment he stopped, calming himself down. Jiang Jiansha, I ask you again, can we really not negotiate anymore? The Jiang family can take a step back. In the future, we can submit 30% of the resources to the investigation department. If you still disagree with this condition, then just stay here and accompany the Jiang family to the grave. Killing Jiang Ming would definitely doom the Jiang family, unless absolutely necessary. He really didn't want to go this far. As for the humiliation he suffered earlier, what was that? Who saw it? One must be able to bend and stretch to be a man. As long as the Jiang family can survive. 30 years in the east and 30 years in the west. All right, Jiang Ming agreed again. Jiang Yuntian opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but didn't he know what to say? You agreed so quickly again? However, I have a request. I just broke through to the Yaowang realm, and am not too clear about my own strength. I now need to test stone, and I think your family's second son is quite good. Let him fight me, and if I'm happy with it, everything is negotiable. How about it? This request isn't excessive, right? If you agree, let your second son use all his strength. Don't embarrass yourself with those soft and weak missed legs. After finishing his words, Jiang Ming punched down towards Jiang Taiming's foot, sending him flying back. Big brother, don't believe him. If you and I join forces to kill him, even if the Jiang family is doomed, we'll have a backup. Jiang Taiming landed and hurriedly spoke. Jiang Ming had no credibility with him. Jiang Yuntian naturally didn't believe Jiang Ming either, but at this point, he could only comfort himself that a person should have some face. A tree needs bark. One can't have no face at all, right? Taking a deep breath, good. Jiang Jiansha, I will trust you once more. Second brother, use all your strength. Big brother, Jiang Taiming shouted in anger. But seeing the determination on Jiang Yuntian's face, he knew he couldn't persuade him back and couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. Big brother, you will regret this. In his view, this was just Jiang Ming's delaying tactic. He didn't dare to face the two of them alone. He wanted to break them one by one. Jiang Ming stood in place, observing the two brothers with great interest. This is truly interesting. All right, your big brother has already spoken. Be obedient. If you really don't believe me, then just use all your strength to kill me. Wouldn't that solve everything? You, a 7th layer Yaowang, are still afraid you can't kill a rookie who just entered Yaowang? Come kill me. Jiang Taiming was so infuriated by these heart-wrenching words that he almost spat blood. Do you think I don't want to kill you? If you were even a little weaker, just watch me twist your head off. A chi refiner who just entered the Yaowang realm left him, a 7th layer Yaowang, helpless. Who would believe that? After catching his breath, Jiang Taiming's killing intent surged. No matter what, today he would risk his life to kill him. Boom! Terrifying spiritual energy coalesced into tangible ripples, spreading outward from Jiang Taiming, the aura of the 7th layer of Yaowang fully erupting. A magnificent phantom gradually solidified behind him, resembling a deer with a tail like an ox, covered in scales, and with 2 horns on its head. It was actually a qilin. Roar! The qilin roared to the sky, suddenly contracting into a ball of light that gathered in Jiang Taiming's palm and struck out. Jade qilin palm? Finally something interesting. Jiang Ming shouted, charging forward without retreating or dodging. The investigation department had records stating that this palm technique of the Jiang family originated from the peak of Kunlun Mountain. During the Han Dynasty, a silly Shaowei fought against demons and monsters, battling a great demon in Kunlun. When he was at a disadvantage, suddenly a jade qilin burst forth from the white snow at the mountain's peak, effortlessly defeating the great demon. As it left, it emitted a beam of light towards the silly Shaowei, which was the inheritance of the jade qilin palm. Of course, such records are unverified. Whether qilin exists or not is debatable. However, this palm technique is indeed powerful. Jade qilin not only refers to the qilin, but also contains the true meaning of this palm technique, cutting off the spirit and severing the meridians to become jade. Once hit, all spiritual energy and meridians would turn to jade. A person's transformation into jade, one can imagine, would ultimately mean being easily shattered like a statue. Arrogant. Jiang Taiming saw that he had heard of the jade qilin palm's reputation and still dared to meet it with his bare palm. A look of joy instantly appeared on his face. Jiang Ming saw the expression on his face and thought to himself, you are too early to be happy. Boom! The fists and palms collided. Jiang Ming immediately felt an inexplicable force rush in, and the jade color condensed between his fists and fingers. He immediately activated the Taishang body refining technique, his body resembling the old Lord's Dan furnace, with the southern bright fire automatically surging out. An overwhelming refining power dispelling this force, restoring his fists and fingers to their original state. What? Jiang Ming's eyes widened in disbelief. You. What do you mean by you? I have 100 ways to neutralize an attack of this level. Give me another chance, come on. Empty bravado. Jiang Ming roared. He didn't believe that a chi refiner at the initial stage of Yaoguang could withstand a jade Qilin palm unscathed. Yes, he must be pretending. He definitely isn't feeling well. The mist legs unfurled, and he attacked from all directions. The lotus flower transformed from the Taoyin seed bloomed. The majestic Taoyin energy replacing the southern bright fire that had retreated. Jiang Ming carried one hand behind his back, casually striking horizontally with the other hand, blocking every attack from Jiang Ming. If one looked closely, they would notice that every time he made contact with Jiang Ming, a thick layer of ice crystal would form in his palm. Why? 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 Jiang Ming roared in midair after hitting for so long. He broke through his own defenses. A chi refiner at the initial stage of Yaoguang should just obediently go to die. Seeing this, Jiang Ming also realized that he was at his wit's end. How boring. Is this the level of the 7th layer of Yaoguang? I want to play with you anymore. Saying this, he turned to look at the dazed Jiang Yuntian, grinned, and said, Sorry, I tricked you again, Spiritual energy erupted all over his body as he grabbed Jiang Ming's kicking right leg and violently swung it towards the ground. Boom! The already damaged ground immediately collapsed into a deep pit. Big brother. Attack. Hurry up. Jiang Ming struggled to get up. Attack? You want to harm your own big brother? Is there a brother like you? Jiang Di. I'm now eliminating this threat that intends to harm your brother. No need to thank me. Jiang Ming said righteously, quickly moving forward, his long hand reaching into the deep pit, fiercely grabbing towards Jiang Ming's head. The southern bright fire and the Taoyin seed erupted simultaneously. Stop, Jiang Ming. You tricked me again. Chapter 40, Are You Seeking Revenge? Jiang Yuntian's voice was piercing. Jiang Ming had a strange expression. How could he still feel wronged? It's obvious I wouldn't let you go, right? Oh, I just forced your third brother to death, and now I should keep you two around to trip me up later? As the head of the family, don't you understand the principle of cutting the weeds and eliminating the roots? His massive hand, as hard as steel, forcefully pressed Jiang Ming's head deep into the ground. No matter how he struggled, two conflicting forces surged violently and collided. Suddenly, there was a loud bang. Jiang Ming's head exploded. Red and white substances splattered everywhere. Jiang Ming twitched twice and then fell silent, his death resembling that of his deceased nephew. Ha ha! I'm such a fool. I was too foolish. Ha! Timing. I harmed you. Jiang Yuntian laughed and cried, looking mad. Jiang Ming, you dare to investigate the inspector of the investigation division. Time and time again, you toy with me. We are irreconcilable. Spiritual energy burst forth. The aura of Yaoguang ascending to the 9th heaven soared up. Boom! A palm struck out, imposing and grand. Jiang Ming flipped over and withdrew his palm, bending his arm to block. A terrifying force rushed back at him, causing him to frown slightly as he released the force and retreated. Can't you withstand the peak of Yaoguang? Jiang Yuntian grinned savagely. Didn't you want to test your mettle? Cool me. Come on. This is how it should be. How could a mere initial stage of Yaoguang be invincible? Jiang Ming curled his lips. You're getting too happy too early. Sorry, but I'm about to go all out. Lifting his shirt, he revealed a Nawa belt at his waist. Do you recognize it? Jiang Yuntian looked baffled. Nawa armor. Mirje. A dazzling red glow pierced Jiang Yuntian's eyes, forcing him to squint slightly. When the light faded, he saw a red armor standing in the middle of the courtyard. Under the sun, it shimmered with a cold metallic luster. In an instant, a strong sense of crisis surged in his heart. How was this possible? Wasn't he that just now and not his full strength? Jiang Yuntian was internally collapsing. Why? Why is there such a monster in this world? Heaven, how unfair you are. Ha 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 ha. Jiang Ming, you are powerful. You are invincible, but you can't always be powerful, always invincible. One day you will meet someone even more monstrous, and then you will have no place to die. Cursed be the inspector of the investigation division. A crime added on. Jiang Ming was too lazy to listen to his nonsense anymore. The extreme battle power had been revealed, and continuing to play along was meaningless. He drew out the Ronglin knife. Boundless spiritual power surged into the armor. A massive blade of light soared into the air. It slashed downwards. Jiang Yuntian gave a miserable smile, unleashing the most powerful strike of his life. But under the Rongyin's splitting magic, it was as fragile as tofu. The sound of impact was great because the hall behind him also collapsed under the blade's light. When the dust settled, where was Jiang Yuntian's figure? Not even a complete corpse was left behind. Jiang Ming sheathed his knife and looked towards the depths of the Jiang family. Shouldn't an old guy rush out at this moment? Where are they? Isn't this how novels are written? The ancestor goes into seclusion, sees the family sect destroyed in an instant, and immediately stands up to make threats, saying something about the younger generation seeking death, about pulling out your soul, and then fights the protagonist, ultimately getting killed, only to utter a "how could this happen" before dying. This is rather unsatisfactory. I've already drawn my knife. After waiting for a moment, the depths of the Jiang family were silent. Not even a single ordinary clan member was visible. Damn it, novels are indeed deceptive. He cursed under his breath. Just then, he heard a series of hurried footsteps behind him. Turning around, one by one, investigators in Investigation Division uniforms filed in. The Yunming team was prominently among them. The ones who entered first stopped in shock, staring at the red figure in front of the ruins. Damn, what is going on? Wasn't it said that they were coming to take someone from the Jiang family? How come someone is already blocking the fountain? It seems like the job is already done. The entrance was congested, and the investigators behind couldn't get in, angrily cursing, "Damn. Those in front, hurry up and move. You're delaying my credit. I won't let you off. Which bastard wants to monopolize?" Jiang Ming dismissed the armor, calmly saying, "The Jiang family colluded with Fusang to disrupt the country. The evidence is conclusive. Jiang Yuntian, Jiang Taiming, and Jiang Xuan have been executed, and the remaining members of the Jiang family are all to be taken." Someone snapped back to their senses, recognized Jiang Ming, and immediately shouted, "Obey Jiang Inspector's orders." In an instant, figures rushed towards the depths of the Jiang family like wolves and tigers. Soon, the air above the Jiang family was filled with screams. Only the Yunming team and a woman with a sorrowful expression remained at the scene. Scanning the area, Jiang Ming asked, "Why aren't you moving?" And Wei Hua glanced at the woman, jogged over, and whispered in Jiang Ming's ear, "Boss, this woman is Jiang Tianyu's sister." "Hmm?" Jiang Ming raised an eyebrow. He had heard before that Jiang Tianyu had a sister, but he had never seen her, and he didn't expect their first meeting to be under such circumstances. He walked in front of the woman, looking down at her. "Did you not hear what I said?" Jiang Taoyao felt as if she was being stared at by a prehistoric beast, her heart filled with panic. Jiang Inspector, can I apply for avoidance?" She struggled to utter a sentence, feeling as if all her strength had vanished. She looked up at Jiang Ming, her eyes filled with pain, begging him. This is the family that raised her. Now she was being asked to personally take her own kin. She couldn't do it. "You want revenge?" No, I don't want to." Jiang Taoyao panicked. With her uncle and father dead at Jiang Ming's hands, what could she use to seek revenge? The Jiang family's downfall was a foregone conclusion. As long as she was alive, she could at least leave a trace of incense for the Jiang family. Even if the clan members were taken away, not all would be executed, but among those with cultivation talent, she was the only one left. She believed that even if her uncle and the others were still alive, they wouldn't blame her. Their S know best. Jiang Ming's indifference melted away like ice and snow as he smiled. "No need to be nervous. I'm not a bloodthirsty person. You've killed quite a few monsters in the division over the years. Even if you have no merit, you have worked hard. Here's the deal. Treat this as a normal task. I'll give you a privilege. You don't need to take anyone. Go, take these few to your Jiang family's treasury." He pointed to Shangguan Qing and the others. Merit is merit, and fault is fault. He had a scale in his heart. Jiang Taoyao had indeed been working on the front lines dealing with monster incidents for years, and there were even a few times when she nearly died. She had genuinely devoted herself to the work. For the sake of those contributions, Jiang Ming didn't plan to make things difficult for her. He was decisive in killing, but he could also distinguish right from wrong. Of course, the premise was that she had to be sensible. Otherwise, he would still kill if necessary. Jiang Taoyao opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but she could visibly see Jiang Ming's expression turn cold again, so she could only bitterly nod in agreement. Jiang Ming smiled warmly. Now, that is more like it. Sister Qing, search thoroughly, especially for any hidden compartments or secret doors. The Jiang family's collection over the years must contain many good things. Shang Wanqing had no objections to his actions, especially since she knew Jiang Ming's habits. It was already unexpected that Jiang Taoyao was allowed to stay this time. Nodding, the group followed Jiang Taoyao deeper into the Jiang family. Watching their departing figures, Jiang Ming took a coin out of his pocket, tossing it up and down, squinting slightly. After a moment, damn it, still not satisfied. He pocketed the coin and rushed into the depths of the Jiang family, personally searching, not believing that such a large Jiang family wouldn't have a guardian treasure. Chapter 41. Both old men are almost soaked. Why are young people so sneaky nowadays? Meanwhile, at the back door of the Jiang family, an old man was using both hands and feet to drag another old man toward the lake, covering his mouth tightly. Upon sensing Jiang Ming's rapidly approaching aura, his expression changed. Old three, don't be impulsive, please. Wait until that kid leaves before we go out. After saying this, regardless of the struggling old man in his arms, he pushed him headfirst into the bottom of Lonyuan Lake. Jiang Ming felt disappointed. After searching around, he indeed found a few old guys who met the age requirement, but they were all useless. Returning to the front yard, he tossed a coin again, looking dejected. Soon, the investigation department escorted a row of Jiang family members onto the Public Security Bureau's vehicle. Each person looked ashen. After a moment, Shang Wanqing and a few others returned, all with shocked expressions. In contrast, Jiang Taoyao, who was at the back, appeared completely lost. How is it? Jiang Ming caught the coin. So damn rich. And Wei Hua's eyes sparkled. Our storage rings are all full, and we haven't even searched everything. When Xingchen continued, the logistics department will probably handle the rest. They are professionals in this regard. They will prepare a list for you to choose from, and anything you don't want will be converted into contribution points for you. This is the standard procedure of the department. Various spiritual medicines and treasures may not all be suitable. In this way, we can maximize the benefits for the involved parties while replenishing the department's resources. Jiang Ming nodded. He wasn't too concerned about this, as no one would dare to covet his things. He glanced at the grand Jiang family residence, which still looked imposing but now exuded an air of decay. Let's go. The matter is settled. It's time to take up my post. Jiang Inspector, can I stay a little longer? I want to be here for a while. Jiang Taoyao said softly. Casual, Jiang Ming replied without looking back as he walked out the gate of the Jiang family. However, he hadn't gone far before he slipped back in. But even when it got dark, he didn't sense any new aura appearing. On the other side, just as Jiang Ming had left the Jiang family, Jiang Taoyao sighed in relief. She was truly afraid that Jiang Ming would misunderstand her intentions for staying behind, thinking she wanted to take some treasure hidden by the Jiang family. Thank goodness, there isn't a drop left. Watching the few people leave, Jiang Taoyao could no longer hold on, as all her strength drained away, collapsing to the ground, tears streaming uncontrollably. The vast Jiang family was silent. Only her sobs could be heard, gradually growing louder. She cried for an unknown time, finally becoming like a walking corpse, slumped on the ground. Suddenly, a sigh echoed in her ear. Jiang Taoyao hurriedly looked up, thinking it was Jiang Ming returning. Jiang Inspector, she blurted out, only to see two old men soaked to the skin standing before her, one holding a blood-red pearl and occasionally glancing at it. Damn, playing a reverse ambush. Hiding until dark. Are young people nowadays this sneaky? Fortunately, I didn't rush out. Grandpa, great-grandpa, you, aren't you dead? Jiang Taoyao looked at the two old men, who looked just like the portraits in the ancestral hall, terrified as she moved back. Little Taoyao, don't be afraid. We are not dead. One of the old men gently reassured her. Not dead? Jiang Taoyao carefully sensed again, and indeed, there was the aura of living people. Then what were you just doing? Cough, cough. Before she could finish, the other old man interrupted her with a cough. Little Taoyao, you wouldn't want to lose your grandfather and great-grandfather right after losing your father and uncles, would you? Nothing happened just now. So what if the Jiang family is finished? So what if the son was killed by someone? What's the big deal? He and old three are still strong. And in the future, they can remarry and have 10 or 8 wives. In the latter half of their lives, they could just lie in bed and make babies. In less than 30 years, the descendants will be numerous, and the Jiang family will thrive again. As for those spiritual medicines, treasures, and techniques, just consider it a financial loss to avert disaster. Money can be spent and earned back. Recalling that earlier knife, the old man felt a bit scared. If he hadn't desperately dragged old 3 away, perhaps there would have been another corpse in the courtyard. Damn it, I've lived for more than half my life and have never seen such a fierce young generation. The old man looked at the now silent Jiang Taoyao, his old face slightly reddening. Damn, this image of being afraid of death is really set in stone. He chuckled awkwardly. Little Taoyao, you should just focus on your cultivation in the investigation department and protect your area well. This calamity has shattered the Jiang family and washed away the delusions of basking in our ancestors' glory for so many years. Your grandfather and I faked our deaths out of disappointment. When we rebuild the Jiang family in the future, you'll be the head. After saying this, without waiting for Jiang Taoyao to respond, he grabbed the old man beside him, and the two instantly vanished, leaving Jiang Taoyao alone, confused in the wind. Back at the base, Jiang Ming uploaded the video of this operation and prepared to rest. He wouldn't be able to go to Jinlin City today. Even if he took the high-speed train, he would arrive in the middle of the night, which wasn't worth it. He was a legitimate inspector and wasn't someone who needed to hide. Going at midnight would make it seem like he was afraid of those people. And Wei Wan noticed he was heading back to his room and quickly spoke up, "Boss, aren't you going to check what's in the storage rings?" Jiang Ming suddenly remembered that their storage rings were all full. He turned back. "Let me see if there's anything useful." The others quickly wiped their storage rings, and instantly, the hall was filled with a dazzling display of spiritual medicines, treasures, and techniques pouring down. In an instant, the hall was filled with the rich fragrance of spiritual medicines. With just the Jiang family being this wealthy, the other chi-refining factions probably aren't much different. In the end, our investigation department is the poorest Shangguanqing side. The investigation department had not been doing well over the years. There were several major demon domains in the country that required constant sealing repairs, consuming massive resources. Only a small portion could be allocated for the investigators' cultivation. Nowadays, it seemed investigators might not be living as comfortably as these family members. Good thing if they aren't wealthy. I won't be unhappy. Jiang Ming casually picked up a bright red spiritual herb, shaped like a small sun. Memories of the investigation department's records about spiritual herbs surfaced in his mind. Zhu Yang fruit gathers the fire energy of the earth veins, takes 10 years to bear fruit, and only one fruit at a time. Consuming it can refine meridians and nourish flesh and blood. It could serve as nourishment for the supreme body refining technique. He flipped his hand to store it away. In the future, there will be opportunities to loot homes. Have you ever seen a pig during the New Year? At its fattest, the owner kills it to bleed it out when the New Year comes. While sharing his little insights about looting homes, he casually picked up a purple flower. Its petals resembled a human face, looking quite eerie. Jiang Ming glanced at it a couple of times before putting it back. The others couldn't help but twitch their lips. Are you addicted to looting homes now? But it did feel quite exhilarating. You all pick 2. I can't use this many things. Come on, let us do this together. In the future, I'll be the inspector, and you all can be my hunting dogs. My colleagues. We'll share blessings and hardships together. Jiang Ming accidentally slipped up. When Yu Xian rolled her eyes at him, hunting dogs? You make it sound like you're the head of the Eastern factory. Saying this, she bent down to start selecting. The others couldn't help but chuckle, joining in the fun. Earlier, they thought Jiang Ming would distance himself from them after being promoted to inspector, but it seemed they were overly worried. Boss, from now on, you'll be my adoptive father. And Wei Hua was rummaging through the pile of treasures with his, but sticking out. After living a half-life, he could only lament. Shut up. Jiang Ming kicked him, saying that even treasure hunting couldn't stop his mouth. Damn it, you little brat actually want to poke me? And Wei Hua chuckled, not angry at all. He had already decided to cling tightly to Jiang Ming's thigh for this lifetime. One Xingqian, while searching for his favorite treasures, laughed and said, at the speed of the department, they will probably report the Jiang family situation to all major chi-refining forces today. It will be difficult to raid them again in the future. With the Jiang family's precedent, as long as those people aren't stupid, they definitely won't dare to stir up trouble again. They might even be busy cleaning up the mess right now. Jiang Ming picked a few more spiritual herbs, curled his lips, and said, don't worry, this world will never lack those who take risks and have a glimmer of hope. Just like in the previous life, despite the anti-corruption efforts being so strong at the top, the people below still indulged in greed. They even dared to touch the funds for earthquake relief. Soon, everyone finished selecting their items. There were still plenty of goods left on the ground. Jiang Ming glanced at the Jade Qilin Palms manual, memorized the contents, then tossed it back. Qingjia. When you have time, go to the headquarters and exchange these for contribution points. Also, tidy up. We're going to Jinlin tomorrow. Chapter 42, the investigation department, is also in a daze, letting him become the inspector and giving him a warning. Back at his room, Jiang Ming began to try to cultivate the jade unicorn palm. Right now, his means of attack were somewhat monotonous, purely relying on brute force to face his opponents. Although it was exhilarating, it was somewhat unrefined. As the Jiang family's ultimate secret art, the jade unicorn palm should be no worse than the techniques stored in the investigation department's scripture pavilion, and it deserved his cultivation. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, the mysteries of the jade unicorn palm flowed through his heart. The sacred mountain appeared again without surprise. Amidst the swirling sea of clouds, Jiang Ming sat in the pavilion, surrounded by surging spiritual energy, gradually operating it along a special route. Just as he was immersed in his cultivation, the outside world had already stirred up a storm. As when Xingqian had said, the investigation department indeed issued a notice in the evening. The notice clearly listed the crimes of the Jiang family. At the end of the announcement, one sentence concluded, "Our inspector, Jiang Ming, strictly enforces the law, fights bravely, and ultimately completely shatters the Jiang family's plot to collude with Fusong to disrupt the country." A single stone stirred up 1,000 waves. All the qi refining forces felt a chill. The investigation department was really serious this time. In an instant, countless people made calls overnight to halt some borderline actions, then began self-examination and damage control. This night was destined to be sleepless. If one were to ask who was the most worried and afraid at this time, it would definitely be the few qi refining forces in Jinlin City. Lianhua Temple and Yuruo repeatedly watched the announcement several times, her gaze finally settling on Jiang Ming's name. The face that used to be full of charm was now completely serious. Someone, go and notify the Long family and Rui Hall again, to say that Lianhua Temple will not participate in their matters. After giving the instructions, and Yuruo felt as if she had accomplished something significant and let out a long breath. When the investigation department issued the official document saying they would send Jiang Ming to Jinlin as the inspector, she felt a jolt in her heart. Why this disaster star? As a result, less than half an hour later, the Long family and Rui Hall called, expressing their unwillingness to cooperate and saying they would weigh their options on the day Jiang Ming took office. And Yuruo thought they had gone mad. Who is Jiang Ming? He won't tolerate any nonsense, and if he says to kill, he will kill without a word. You want to weigh him? Initially, she kindly tried to hint at them, but the Long family and Rui Hall laughed directly on the phone, saying she was timid and afraid of trouble. Fine. If you're not afraid of trouble, if you're bold, if you're awesome, then go ahead and weigh it. I want to participate. No. I still need to prepare a generous gift. And Yuruo seemed to think of something, stood up, her enchanting figure twisting as she walked out of the quiet room. Meanwhile, in stark contrast to Yuruo's awareness, the Long family and Rui Hall were in a different situation. Long Qingyang, the head of the Long family, was on the phone with Quang Kun, the master of Rui Hall. Master Quang, did you see the investigation department's announcement? Ha ha. Yes. The investigation department wants to kill the chicken to warn the monkey. What? Are you scared, Long bro? He, a bit worried, looking at that announcement. This Inspector Jiang might not be easy to deal with. You don't really believe the Jiang family was taken down by that kid, do you? The investigation department is just giving him face. That seductive woman and Yuruo said this kid only has the cultivation of the 7th or 8th level of insight. The investigation department must be out of their minds to make him the inspector. Just wait. I will give him a warning and let him know who's in charge in Jinlin City. Listening to the coarse voice coming from the phone, Long Qingyang's lips curled slightly. So, our plan remains unchanged? Change what? The dragon stays coiled. The tiger lies down. The two exchanged a few pleasantries. Long Qingyang hung up the phone, a smile spreading across his pale, beardless face. Brother, are we really not giving this Inspector Jiang any face? Beside him, a slightly plump man looked at Long Qingyang with small eyes. Second brother, you must remember, the highest realm of doing business in this world is to spend other people's money, use other people's people to do our own business. Long Qingyang casually placed his phone on the table. Someone is eager to take the lead. No need for us. When he first received the announcement, he truly didn't want to give this face. A mere insight level thinks he can pressure him. Who wouldn't he feel aggrieved? But after seeing the announcement just now, he immediately changed his attitude. His first reaction was that Yuruo hadn't told the truth when they discussed it the other day, or she had concealed some information. The intelligence from Lianhua Temple is unrivaled, and Yuruo must know something, otherwise she wouldn't have acted that way. This Inspector Jiang is definitely not as simple as he appears on the surface. As for what Kwang Kun said about the investigation department, giving Jiang Ming face, that simple-minded guy could only think of that. Jiang Ming is not the biological son of any leader in the investigation department. Why would they pave the way for him? Arrange for the clan's younger generation to be more disciplined in the next few days, and also prepare a gift when a new official takes office. Our long family cannot neglect the etiquette. The next day, Jiang Ming woke up after a night of cultivation with the help of the sacred mountain space. He had already mastered the jade unicorn palm. Not only that, but he had also refined the few spiritual herbs one by one. His physical body was further strengthened. In his dantian, the star mark expanded again, the Yaoguang star shining brilliantly, faintly emitting a hazy vitality. What's going on? Jiang Ming sat on the bed, looking bewildered. He hadn't heard of the star mark expanding in the insight level after reaching the Yaoguang level, right? Neither the investigation department's years of experience with qi refining nor the ancient books they had collected mentioned such a thing. Completing one realm before moving on to the next is the universally recognized standard in the qi refining world. But Jiang Ming found that his star mark had expanded for the second time. If the previous one was just a pond, now it was a small lake. The foundation had become even deeper. Logically speaking, this is a good thing, but without any precedent, he felt somewhat uneasy. After pondering for a moment, he had no clue. Forget it, as long as it doesn't hinder my immersion of will. Expand if you want to. Getting up, it was time to go to Jinlin City. He had nothing to pack. He opened the door and stepped out. Shang Wanqing and others were already waiting in the hall. After a simple wash, they boarded the high-speed train to Jinlin City. In the compartment, Jiang Ming pulled down a grape and tossed it into his mouth. The sweet and sour taste instantly burst on his taste buds. Does anyone know about the other two forces in Jinlin City? Tell me about it. He hadn't had time to investigate these past few days. Lianhua Temple had already been there, and in Yuruo was a smart person. I looked up some information. Qian Xiaoyan opened her backpack and took out her laptop. The other two are the Long family, which is similar to the Jiang family, but overall stronger. The family head, Long Qingyang, was at the 9th level of Yaoguang 2 years ago, and it's possible he has already broken through to the Kaiyang level now. The second son of the Long family, Long Qingfeng, is said to have suffered damage to his dantian years ago and had to disperse his cultivation to save his life. Now, he is an ordinary person. Some of the Long family's businesses are managed by him, and he has a good reputation over the years, known as Laughing Buddha in Jinlin City. The other noteworthy aspect is some exceptionally talented younger generations, Long Jinchuan and Long Zhirue. Both are in the investigation department and have privileges, but I couldn't find specific information about them. The other family is Rui Hall. Chapter 43. Holding a feather as a command token. Who does he think he is? The Rui Hall is somewhat special. It is not like the Lotus View, which has a long-standing heritage, nor is it like the Long family, which is a family power. Initially, it was just a hall led by a boss named Kwang Kun, who had a flamboyant personality. By chance, he came into contact with cultivation and later gained power, absorbing many qi refiners who came to Jinlin City to make a living, gradually developing to its current scale. The hall is a mixed bag, with both Buddhists and Taoists present. Records show that Kwang Kun broke through the 9th heaven of Yaoguang last year and has not taken action for more than a year, so it is uncertain whether he has broken through to the Kaiyang realm. Additionally, Rui Hall has 2 Vice Hall masters, one a monk at the 7th heaven of Yaoguang, and the other a Taoist at the 8th heaven of Yaoguang. Qian Xiaoyan closed her computer. That's it, Jiang Ming replied, clicking his tongue. Not bad. It's quite unique. Just then, his phone rang suddenly. He picked it up and saw it was an unknown number. He answered. On the other end, there was a faint sound of breathing, but no one spoke. After a moment, Jiang Ming squinted. Are you mute? Speak. Hee. Inspector Jiang is indeed different. A light laugh came through. Let me introduce myself. I am the minister of the He province branch of the Bao Xinjia. Oh, got it. What's the matter? His blunt question caused the other side to fall silent. After a while, laughter returned. I like your straightforwardness, Inspector Jiang. Since you are so direct, I won't beat around the bush. It's not a big deal. I just want to send you a generous gift to congratulate you on your new position. You can't start without a gift, right? Well, I've left something in Jinlin City, and you only have one day. Beep, beep, beep. Jiang Ming hung up the phone directly. the corners of his mouth curling up. Have I broken the rules as an inspector? I haven't even taken office yet, and already people want to send gifts. What's wrong? Shang Wanqing noticed his unusual mood and asked. A person claiming to be the minister of the He province branch of the Bao, Xian, called me, saying I've been promoted and wants to send me a generous gift, Jiang Ming said with a hint of amusement. The others immediately straightened up. How did the Bao Xian get your number? The special phones of the investigation department are treated specially, and their numbers are confidential. Even the National Communications Administration has no right to know. Looks like the leaders didn't catch all the rats last time. Jiang Ming waved his hand. Sister Xiaoyan, don't you have the contact information of the Long family? Send messages to all three of them, saying it's my order to have them organize everyone to look for clues related to the demons. Also, notify the head of the Jinlin City Public Security Bureau to send people out and keep an eye on the reporting hotline. The gift from the Bao Xian couldn't possibly be a bomb or something. It would be embarrassing for a group of Qi refiners. Moreover, this is clearly aimed at him. Qian Xiaoyan nodded and quickly took out her phone to send messages one by one. Not long after, several notification sounds rang out. Long family, Long Qing phone. No problem. Maintaining the safety of Jinlin City is also the responsibility of my Long family. Please inform Inspector Jiang that the Long family welcomes him to guide us at any time. Lotus View and your own. Inspector Jiang, don't worry, I've already notified them. I originally wanted to host a welcome dinner for you, but since you have something to attend to, we'll arrange it for another day. Jinlin City Public Security Bureau. Yi Ziyuan, following Inspector Zhang's order. Qian Xiaoyan looked at the messages. The Long family, Lotus View, and the Public Security Bureau had already taken action, but Rui Hall had not yet replied. Ding dong. A message arrived. Rui Hall Quang Kuan. Inspector Jiang has quite the authority. You think you can mobilize Rui Hall with just one message? He, holding a feather as a command token. Who does he think he is? A person in the Dongming realm can be an inspector? May I ask which leader of the investigation department is Inspector Zhang's illegitimate child? Ha ha. Qian Xiaoyan's expression turned odd. Could this guy have lost his mind? She glanced up at Jiang Ming. What's wrong? Does Rui Hall disagree? This is not disagreement. This is flying a dragon in the face. Qian Xiaoyan handed her phone over. You can see for yourself. Jiang Ming took the phone, read the message, and fell silent. Rui Hall Quang Kuan, huh? I've remembered you. Who do you think you are? You'll soon find out who I am. An hour later, the high-speed train arrived in Jinlin. The group got off and headed straight for the Public Security Bureau. Director Yi Ziyuan had already brought a group of leaders to welcome them. Jiang Ming wasted no time and, surrounded by everyone, walked into the Public Security Bureau lobby and said straightforwardly, "Any news?" Not yet. Yi Ziyuan wiped the sweat from his forehead, cursing the Bao Xian in his heart. Damn it. Why do they have to find trouble today? He thought he could host a welcome dinner for Jiang Ming to get closer, but now that was all ruined. If things went wrong, he might be done as the director. Increase the manpower, leave 2 to receive guests, and everyone else, get out there and search, including you. Jiang Ming gave the order. He had a premonition that what the Bao Xian was up to might be significant. If things went poorly, it could lead to a lot of casualties. Yes, yes. Yi Ziyuan responded repeatedly and turned to lead the management team out. Then let's go to, Shang Wanqing said solemnly. Jiang Ming nodded. After a moment, he arrived at Yi Ziyuan's office. After thinking for a while, he took out his phone and called Zhao Shanhai. Boss, get your people ready. It seems today's incident is a bit big. Zhao Shanhai was startled. What's going on? Didn't you just arrive in Jinlin City? The Bao Xian said they wanted to send me a generous gift. Jiang Ming briefly explained the situation. Damn it, these madmen. Zhao Shanhai cursed. Do you have enough people over there? Do you need me to send a few more investigators? Let's see. If I can handle it, I will. If not, I'll call you. All right, be careful. I'll arrange logistics to go over immediately. After hanging up, Jiang Ming lit a cigarette and stood by the window, watching the busy traffic outside. Minister of the He province branch of the Bao Xian. Knock, knock, knock. Guoming. Jiang Ming turned to see a cute-looking girl walk in. Inspector Jiang, someone reported a case. They are in the reception room now. The reporter's emotions are a bit strange. They keep saying there's a monster in the village as well, and you might need to take a look. Jiang Ming's eyes lit up. Found something? Take me there. The two quickly headed to the reception room. At this moment, another security officer was comforting the reporter in the reception room. The reporter was a rough-looking, middle-aged man, clearly someone who often worked outdoors. The man's face was filled with terror, and his hands trembled as he held a cup of water. I'm telling the truth. There really is a monster in the well. You have to believe me. I'm not lying. I'm not lying. I saw a snake crawl out of the well and smile at me. No, no, it was a fish. No, that's not right. It was a turtle with a human face. No, no, none of that. There are many, many of them. They all came out, and the village is full of. Chapter 44. The Monster in the Well. Even the Dragon King of the well must die. Jiang Ming pushed open the door to the reception room. Inspector Jiang. You're here, said the calming security officer, quickly getting up. It's fine. I'll handle it. You just take notes. Jiang Ming revealed a warm smile, walked up to the man, squatted down, and said, Uncle, don't worry. Take your time. Speak slowly, whatever it is. I'll take care of it for you. The man glanced at Jiang Ming, seeing how young he was, and his expression showed some hesitation. Can you really take charge? Oh, you can rest assured about that. I'm from a national security. Do you think I can't handle it? The man's eyes lit up. National security. That is good. That is good. Ordinary people might not know about the existence of monsters, but they definitely know about national security, which has been portrayed in various dramas as something mystical. In fact, it's just a different alias for the investigation department. After taking a sip of water, the man finally spoke. I live in Yanghua Village. There's a well at the east end of the village. Some tourists came a while ago, saying there were treasures in the well, and they paid some money to dive in. They really pulled up an ancient jade. Everyone saw that there was indeed a treasure and regretted it, claiming that the treasure was left by the village ancestors. After driving the tourists away, the village chief organized people to dive in, but as the man reached this point, his expression turned fearful again. Jiang Ming raised his hand and patted his shoulder, infusing a strand of spiritual energy. Uncle, it's okay. Don't be afraid, continue. The man felt a sense of relief wash over him and continued, but the people who went down changed. I saw one person come up, and the skin on his ears split open, revealing fish scales, white shiny fish scales. He just touched it with his hand, and the split skin closed up again. At first, I thought I was seeing things, so I didn't take it seriously, but that night when I went to check the water pump, I found those who had gone down during the day gathered at the well, absorbing moonlight. Yes, they were absorbing moonlight, gathering the moonlight into a beam that shone straight into the well. This was clearly not human. I was so scared that I ran home and couldn't sleep all night. The next day, I told the village chief that there were monsters in the well, but he said I was just excited about the treasure. I'm not crazy. I saw it clearly. Later, those who dove down said there were too many treasures below and wanted to find more people to go down and retrieve more. The village chief agreed, and I wanted to stop it, but he threatened me, saying if I caused any more trouble, I wouldn't get any treasure. Those who went down next also changed. One person wore a down jacket in the summer, wrapping his arms tightly. He said he felt cold after going down, but I saw it. Those weren't hands. They were a pair of large pincers, like crab claws. I was terrified for 2 days, afraid to sleep, and kept a machete by my side. Later, I tried to persuade the village chief, saying they had already gathered enough treasure and money wouldn't be spent in a lifetime, so why not seal the well? But this time the village chief had also changed. He looked at me sinisterly and directly scolded me. Our village chief has a very good personality. He is a doer. Whenever anyone in the village has a problem, he is the one who takes care of it. I've never seen him lose his temper, let alone curse at someone. At first, I thought he was just blinded by the treasure, but that night, when a family was cooking fish, he came and threw their pot away, saying no one could eat anything that swam in the water anymore. Hearing this, Jiang Ming spoke for the first time. Are you saying that even those who don't go down the well will change? Now it was clear. There was definitely a monster in that well, and there were quite a few of them. The situation the man described reminded him of the day he had awakened the flame dragon armor. That fox demon seemed similar. It looked like a human, but underneath was just a layer of skin with a fox inside. The investigation department recorded that monsters could transform into humans, but clearly, these monsters hadn't reached that level yet. The man's dark face turned a bit ashen with fear. Yes, even those who don't go down the well will change. That day, it was just the village chief acting strangely, but the next day, 2 more villagers changed, and they hadn't even gone down the well. I sensed something was wrong and secretly slipped to the security post to report it. They came to investigate, but found nothing. Everyone returned to normal, and the person in the down jacket took off his clothes at the request of the security officers. There was nothing at all. I thought I was going crazy. The man painfully tugged at his hair. Tomorrow they want my son to go down the well, saying they need to retrieve a big treasure. I only have this one son. I can't just watch him turn into a monster. The man began to cry out. I thought the security post wouldn't find anything, so I came to the security bureau. Inspector Jiang, please save our Yanhua village. Save my son. Jiang Ming stood up and infused another strand of spiritual energy into the man's body. Uncle, don't worry, since I know about this matter. I will definitely take care of it. You rest for now, and I'll go to Yanhua village to see what is going on. All right. The man's anxious expression finally eased a bit. Jiang Ming nodded with a smile, signaling the two recording security officers to come out. After closing the reception room door, the cute-looking girl immediately said, Inspector Jiang, are you going alone? Isn't that too dangerous? If what he said is true, then Yanhua village clearly has more than one monster. Should we notify your teammates? No need, let them keep searching. Jiang Ming shook his head. We don't even know if the monster problem in Yanhua village is related to the firebearer. If it's not, and they all run together, then no one will deal with whatever the firebearer brings out. Moreover, this incident is clearly a bit complicated. We don't know how many monsters there are or how strong they are. Even if I can't solve it by myself, I can summon the flame dragon steed to escape. You all calm the reporting person's emotions and also pay special attention to whether there are any new reports. After giving the instructions, Jiang Ming turned and walked out of the security bureau. It was noon and the sun blazed overhead. Looking around, there was not a single person on the road. Flame dragon armor. Merge. Flame dragon steed. Jiang Ming mounted up, twisted the throttle, and instantly transformed into a streak of light, disappearing into the sky. The two security officers behind were left dumbfounded at this scene. At that moment, they felt that the colorful clouds were simply weak in comparison. If only they could sit in the back seat of that vehicle, hugging the waist of that armor. They would gladly die for it. In the sky, Jiang Ming twisted the throttle to the limit, filled with rage. Damn it, none of you want to live peacefully, right? Then don't blame me for being ruthless. I'll see what kind of thing you really are. Fish scales and crab pincers? Even if you are the Dragon King of the Well, you must die today. Meanwhile, in Yanhua village, Xiao Yusin was taking photos with her camera while admiring the scenery around her. She was a senior student at Jinlin University, with fewer courses in her final year. Lying in her dormitory all day was too boring, so she thought of finding something to do. Unexpectedly, after trying photography once, she fell in love with it uncontrollably. She spent a fortune to buy a camera and became obsessed with taking photos. Today she had no classes, and she originally planned to come to Yanhua village to take pictures with a friend. The internet said Yanhua village had beautiful scenery, comparable to the gentleness of Jiangnan. However, just before setting off, her friend called to say they wanted to enjoy some time alone together, so she had to come by herself. At this moment, Xiao Yusin walked through a small path of blue bricks and saw a large willow tree. Under the willow tree, groups of elderly men and women were chatting, occasionally bursting into laughter. She suddenly felt that this scene was beautiful and harmonious. Instinctively, she raised her camera and took a picture. But the next second, the elderly men and women, who had been chatting and laughing, all turned to look at her with unusual expressions. Chapter 45. Sister, your skin looks really nice. Sister, where are you going? Xiao Yusin was startled and quickly explained, I'm sorry, I didn't get your permission to. Oh dear, why couldn't I control my hands? Xiao Yusin felt angry in her heart. At this moment, one of the old ladies smiled and waved. It's okay, little girl. It's been a long time since anyone came to our village to play. Did you come here alone in this hot weather? Seeing the other person's kind smile, Xiao Yusin breathed a sigh of relief and walked over with her long legs. She had originally planned to meet up with her classmates, but she had something come up unexpectedly. Grandma, your village's scenery is really beautiful. Once she reached the shade of a tree, Xiao Yusin began chatting with the group of elderly people. She told them she was a student at Jinlin University, and one of the old men laughed and said his grandson also studied there, asking if she knew him. Xiao Yusin said the university was very large and had many students. The old man smiled and said they were lucky to have her here in the past. If a village produced even one university student, it was like celebrating the new year. Xiao Yusin sat among the elderly, resting her chin on her hand, listening to them recount stories from their era. As they talked, the conversation turned to photography. One old man jokingly asked if she charged for taking pictures. Upon learning that she didn't charge, he immediately pulled her to take a photo, saying he would keep it as a memorial picture for later. Without thinking, Xiao Yusin agreed. Seeing her generosity, the other grandpas and grandmas became interested and asked her to take their pictures too. 1 photo, 2 photos, 3 photos. until it was the turn of an old grandpa. Xiao Yusin held the camera up. Grandpa, move a bit to the right. Yes, that's it, smile. The old man grinned, revealing a row of sharp, thin teeth. Xiao Yusin was startled. How could someone have teeth like that? She hurriedly pressed the shutter. Okay, Grandpa. When she looked up at the old man and saw nothing unusual, she patted her chest. What was wrong? Maybe that's just how he looks. Xiao Yusin scolded herself for scaring herself. Taking a deep breath, she moved on to the next person. This time, it was an old lady. She focused the lens. At a glance, a layer of scales suddenly appeared on the old woman's thin, bony arms, flapping a couple of times before disappearing. Xiao Yusin's breath hitched, and she suddenly looked up at the old woman. What's wrong? The old lady asked kindly with a smile. And no, nothing. At that moment, the old lady's kind smile seemed to carry a strange meaning in Xiao Yusin's eyes. Oh my God, how could this happen? How could a person have scales? She didn't doubt that she had seen it wrong. This was a high-definition camera. It couldn't be mistaken. Could it be that these people are all monsters? Xiao Yusin's heart raced as she recalled the old man with the sharp teeth and the strange gazes of the elderly earlier. Her calves felt like they were cramping. She didn't dare to continue taking pictures. She forced out a strained smile. It's getting late. I have class this afternoon, and I might miss the bus. Goodbye, grandpas and grandmas. Saying this, she was about to leave. Hey, little girl, I haven't had my picture taken yet. One old man called out to her. It's already mealtime. You should eat before leaving. No. Xiao Yusin shook her head and turned to run. But she hadn't run far before she collided head-on with a little boy. Sister, you hurt me. The little boy got up, brushed off the dust from his clothes, and then looked at Xiao Yusin with an innocent smile. Sister, your skin looks really nice. Huh? You mean my clothes look nice, right? Xiao Yusin, already panicked, felt her scalp tingle upon hearing this. She screamed and was about to run again. But the next moment, she felt a chill on her wrist as a strong force firmly pulled her back. Sister, where are you going? Let go of me. Let go. Xiao Yusin's face turned pale as she felt the strong grip on her wrist, and she was even more certain that the village was full of monsters. How could a little child have such strength? Even if she were a female university student, a child shouldn't be able to hold her back so easily. Looking back, she saw 4 or 5 elderly people approaching with strange expressions, while the rest were lying on the ground as if they had fainted. Xiao Yusin no longer cared. She raised her foot and kicked the little boy hard. Let go. You let go of me. However, the little boy endured her kicks and still wouldn't let go. Beneath his fair and rosy skin, something seemed to be wriggling, sometimes bulging, sometimes sinking. Xiao Yusin felt hopeless. As a young person who had received materialist education for many years, she had never seen such a scene. She regretted coming to Yanghua village today. Sister, I'll take you to see the treasures of the village. Okay. Boom. A sound like an explosion came from the sky, and, the next second, a crimson figure descended from the sky, aiming a kick at the little boy's head. What treasure? Let me see, too. The little boy looked up and saw a big foot coming at him, and before he could react, he was turned into a pile of mush. Blood splattered on the walls on both sides. Xiao Yusin finally regained her ability to move, but the shock of this scene was too great. It took her a moment to react, and then she screamed at the top of her lungs. Jiang Ming, turn around. Shut up. Xiao Yusin quickly covered her mouth, staring at the figure in front of her, which glinted with a metallic sheen under the sun, filled with terror. Now that I've said it, you do it. Leave the village, go to the security bureau, and not a word about today's events to anyone, or... I understand. Xiao Yusin nodded frantically. At this moment, her fear subsided somewhat. As a university student with normal intelligence, although she was scared, her mind was still functioning. Since there were monsters in this world, there must also be people who deal with monsters. Otherwise, humanity would have been doomed long ago. The person in this armor should be one of them. Understood? Then hurry up and leave. Xiao Yusin quickly turned and ran towards the village exit, but after running a short distance, she turned back and mustered her courage to say, you, be careful. Although she didn't know this person, after all, he saved her life. Moreover, there were so many monsters in this village, and he was all alone. Hang in there. I'll go to the security bureau to get help as soon as possible. After shouting this, Xiao Yusin ran away frantically. Jiang Ming turned to face the front, and those elderly people with strange expressions stopped and began to eye him. Who are you? How dare you kill my people from the Dragon Palace? Prepare to die. One elderly man's head split open, parting to reveal a shrimp-like head, and he shouted sharply, Jiang Ming couldn't be bothered to respond, squatting down to rummage through the remains, picking up a frog leg and tossing it aside, then finding a demon core underneath. He stood up and placed it at his waist. In his mind, the summoning devices for the Black Rhino armor and the Xena Me armor began to flicker. Upon seeing this, the shrimp-headed old man was momentarily stunned. You're a demon too? In his understanding, only demons could absorb demon cores without restraint. Jiang Ming smiled. I'm a demon? Interesting. This is the first time I've been called a demon after killing so many demons. The shrimp-headed old man thought he was admitting it. With a cold snort, he said, even if we are both demons, you killed my people from the Dragon Palace, so you must give an explanation. Which clan do you belong to? When my master awakens in the future, he will definitely come to your door. Chapter 46. Dragon Palace Demon Domain. No need to wait for him to come. I'm going to find him now. Jiang Ming instantly teleported in front of the shrimp-headed old man, raised his leg, and kicked out, sending the old man flying and crashing into a willow tree. Blood gushed from his mouth. Commander! A few old men nearby saw this and were furious, rushing to attack. Jiang Ming raised his hand, and the Qilin behind him roared, pure white flames surging. He infused the southern bright leaf fire into his jade Qilin palm, increasing its power significantly. Boom! He struck out, and the old man coming toward him raised his arms to block, but his arms were directly shattered, and his palm, imbued with unmatched strength, pierced through his chest. In an instant, demon blood splattered everywhere. The southern bright leaf fire spread from the wound, instantly reducing the old man to ashes. Kill him. The shrimp-headed old man climbed up from the ground, just in time to see this scene, roaring fiercely. You talk too much. Jiang Ming turned around and struck again, the massive flaming Qilin charging forward. The old man let out a miserable scream as he flew into the collapsed courtyard wall behind him. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out, and an old man behind him had his arm torn apart, revealing a pair of bright red pincers, which he used to thrust a long fork toward Jiang Ming's armor. You! The old man was stunned. How the hell are you so tough? Jiang Ming didn't even turn his head, reaching out to grab the long fork, pulling the man closer, and then smashing down with his fist. There was a squelching sound as the man's head and neck were driven directly into his chest. The remaining two old men saw the situation was bad and turned to flee, making strange sounds, seemingly trying to call for help. Jiang Ming teleported after them, condensing the southern bright leaf fire into a sword, and with one strike, he decapitated each of them. You're dead. The general will definitely kill you. The shrimp-headed old man huddled against the wall, blood dripping from his mouth, forming a small puddle on the ground. Jiang Ming absorbed a few demon cores and flashed in front of the old man. I originally wanted to keep you to ask how to get to the village chief's house. You should have said you had a way to contact him earlier. Suffering for so long for nothing. He raised his fist and smashed down. The shrimp-headed old man exploded upon impact, red and yellow liquid splattering everywhere. At the same time, people inside and outside the village suddenly looked up toward the village entrance. A woman who was farming saw her man throw away the rice he was holding, turn around, and run frantically, unable to be stopped. A mother helping her son with homework yelled, looking up to see her usually cautious father burst out of the room with a loud crash. This made her doubt whether she was really too irritable. Shadows rushed along the country path, gathering toward the village entrance. Along the way, people greeted each other, but no one paid any attention. On the other side, Jiang Ming removed his armor and sat on the root of the collapsed willow tree, searching for information on his phone. He now suspected that the well in Yanghua village was a demon domain. Previously, when he was free, he had looked up related information but hadn't examined it closely. Looking at the content of the posts on his phone, demon domains are often gathering places for a clan of similar demon creatures, or a force of demon creatures sealed by an unknown power. Currently, 6 demon domains have been discovered in the Great Xia territory, namely, below. There were replies from investigators. Damn, I was recently dispatched to clean up the Qingqiu demon domain and almost got killed. Those foxes may look good, but they are truly ruthless. I suspect they have gone mad after being sealed. Brother, are you worse off than me? At least the fox spirits in the Qingqiu demon domain are all beautiful. I was once sent to the Baiqiu mountain demon domain. Do you know Baiqiu mountain? Damn, what deer spirits, black bear spirits, and weasel spirits. None of them are worth looking at. Fortunately, these demon domains have all been sealed. Otherwise, the world would be in chaos. Jiang Ming quickly skimmed through the posts, his brows gradually furrowing. It really is a demon domain? He recalled hearing that shrimp-headed old man yelling about a dragon palace and a general, which fell off. This was clearly a power, not a ragtag group of soldiers. After thinking for a moment, he dialed Zhao Shanhai's number. Leader, the situation is a bit off. What? Did you find the gift the kindling bearer mentioned? It should have been created by them, but the commotion is a bit loud. It's a demon domain. Demon domain? Zhao Shanhai stood up abruptly in the office, his expression changing drastically. They opened the seal. Not really. It's just some shrimp soldiers and crab generals wearing human skins. But it won't be long before it gets worse. The man who reported said he saw several demons gathering and shining moonlight into the well, possibly awakening some powerful being. Where is it located? Yanhua Village. Okay, I'll arrange for people to provide support immediately. You should retreat for now. You can't handle a demon domain alone. Jiang Ming looked up at the path, where grotesque figures were rushing toward him. They're already here. No time to talk. You should call for help. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Hey, Jiang Ming, Jiang Ming. Zhao Shanhai shouted it several times, seeing no one respond, cursing, damn, why is this kid so stubborn? He picked up the red phone on the desk and dialed a number. Quick, notify the teams from several cities near Jinlin City to rush to Yanhua Village as fast as possible. Yes, use the teleportation channel. Damn it, you don't understand my words, do you? Even if it's not fully constructed, use it. Teleport as far as you can, as fast as possible. Do you know what as fast as possible means? After hanging up the phone, he dialed another number. Notify the logistics that have already set out to prioritize evacuating all personnel within 20 miles of Yanhua Village. No one is allowed to approach. Have the Public Security Bureau distribute firearms. Almost yelling as he issued all the orders, Zhao Shanhai slammed his fist on the desk. Damn it, kindling bearer. You wait for this to be over. The massive investigation division began to operate at full capacity. Jiang Ming also started killing with all his might. Almost 180 people in the village had been replaced by demon creatures. At this moment, they no longer pretended. The human skins split open, revealing the vicious demons inside. Fish, starfish, shrimp, crabs, all kinds of demons rushed in fearlessly. Jiang Ming held a long sword formed from the southern brightly fire in his right hand, slashing out waves of sword flames. Dismemberment severed limbs. With his left hand, he unleashed the jade Qilin palm, the energy of the lunar Yin swirling, as the black, jade-like Qilin rampaged into the demon horde. In an instant, the scene was filled with rivers of blood, with shredded human skins and charred demon flesh everywhere. Jiang Ming quickly advanced, stepping through puddles of blood, splashing his pants, and staining his white shirt with large patches of crimson. He resembled a god of death, recklessly harvesting lives, not even blinking an eye. At the back of the demon horde, a middle-aged man witnessed this scene, gazing deeply at him before turning and rushing toward the eastern end of the village. That was the direction of the well. Jiang Ming naturally noticed this person and guessed he was the general the shrimp-headed old man mentioned. He moved faster, his Dantian's Yaoguang star vibrating, a vast spiritual force surging forth as he decapitated the last turtle demon. He couldn't care less about collecting the demon cores and flashed after him. Along the way, villagers saw him covered in blood and recalled the village chief who had just run by. Hiss, someone has been killed. Hurry, pull out the phone and report to the Public Security Bureau. Chapter 47, Black Rhinoceros Armor. Fusion. Jiang Ming's gaze was cold as he gradually saw the village chief's retreating figure. Hey, don't run. Can't you take some responsibility as a leader? Your shrimp-headed subordinate is thinking about avenging you even in death. You human brat, don't be too arrogant. The village chief felt an astonishing aura coming from behind him, his skin splitting to reveal a shrimp-like face, his mouth parts writhing. I, the 7th princess of the Dragon Palace, have awakened. If you retreat now, you might still save your life. 7th princess? Wow, did I really poke the Dragon King's nest? Jiang Ming stomped his foot, causing the ground to crack, and with this force, he leapt forward a large distance. If you keep running, when I catch you, I'll tear you apart. The village chief was unfazed, his legs moving even faster. Soon, the man and the demon reached the east side of the village. The village chief suddenly accelerated and lunged towards the well. 7th princess, save me. Boom! As his words fell, Jiang Ming caught up from behind. His fingers clawed towards the village chief's neck. With a rip, a large piece of human skin tore apart, like a tattered cloth, blood splattering and revealing the demon form beneath. Jiang Ming's hands moved like the wind, quickly stripping away the layer of skin. I said I'd tear you apart. So I will. He kicked out, and the shrimp general crashed directly into the well. Meanwhile, the well was filled with dazzling light, and a rumbling sound erupted as the water seemed stimulated, splashing and spraying. Those who harm my dragon palace shall die. A delicate voice echoed from within the well. Jiang Ming ignored it, leaping onto the well's edge, stepping firmly on the shrimp general's carapace, pinning him down, while his right hand reached out to grab his tail. With a tearing sound, the tail fan along with a dark line was ripped out. Ah! The shrimp general raised his head, letting out a horrifying scream. Bang! Jiang Ming stomped down, shattering the carapace like tofu, his foot sinking into it. He looked down into the well. No injuries, just a bit dead. Below, the well water churned, and a woman in ice blue armor raised her head, locking eyes with Jiang Ming. Oh, this is interesting, a transformed great demon. Human, you seek death. The woman stood in the well water, radiating light, raising her hand to unleash a slicing attack. Jiang Ming instinctively leaned back, but the next moment, he saw a layer of colorful light suddenly appear at the water's surface, dissipating the attack into nothingness. TSK. Even when given a chance, you're still useless. Damn the seal. The woman was furious. Human, if you have the guts, come down here. If you have the ability, come up. Roar. The woman, in a fit of rage, released a long howl, her dragon's roar shaking the heavens, causing the well water to boil and churn. Oh, so it really is a dragon? All right, don't be angry. Just wait a moment. I'll go level up and come back to kill you. Jiang Ming jumped down into the well, unleashing a wisp of energy at the shrimp general, freezing him before punching out, shattering the corpse into pieces. He picked up the demon core from the ground and turned to sprint towards the village entrance. Kaiyang realm. I'm about to get rich. From the brief encounter earlier, he had already seen through the so-called seventh princess's reality. The shrimp general said she had awakened, but looking at her form, it was merely an illusion. She might have awakened, but her true body was likely still sealed. The seal, damaged by that group of lunatics, the firewood bearers, was probably limited, only allowing demons below the Yaoguang realm to emerge. No, wait, perhaps very few below the Yaoguang realm have awakened, and their emergence is also restricted. After all, there was still a layer of colorful seal at the well's entrance. Otherwise, this village would have been completely replaced long ago. Jiang Ming analyzed, his eyes shining brighter. Go down the well. Do something big. Take advantage of his illness to take his life. This business can be done. Returning to the village entrance, he smashed all the demon corpses on the ground with a punch. Taking out the demon cores, he summoned the flame dragon armor and began to absorb. 1 core, 2 cores, 3 cores. Boom! The violent energy surged within him. Ugh! The pain washed over him like a tide. Even with the armor's support, he could barely withstand it. He quickly activated the Supreme Body Refinement Technique. The Southern Bright leaf fire blazing, causing his physical strength to rapidly rise. In his mind, a torrent of energy surged in, activating the summoners for the Black Rhinoceros armor, the Tsunami armor, the Flying Shadow armor, the Earth Tiger armor, and the Cool Thunder armor. The 11th core. Jiang Ming felt his flesh and blood tremble, with sharp pains coursing through his meridians. It was at the limit. Although his physical strength was also increasing, it was clearly unable to keep up with the speed of energy absorption. Continuing would be counterproductive. But it was enough. Dismissing the armor, Jiang Ming turned his palm, revealing a black and silver bracelet. Dragon Palace, I'm coming. Black Rhinoceros armor. Fusion. He instantly teleported to the east side of the village. Just as he left, several off-road vehicles roared in. The doors swung open, and a group of investigators quickly disembarked, with Shangguan among them. Seeing the ground littered with shattered corpses, human skin, and pools of blood, even these seasoned investigators were stunned. What? Did Inspector Jiang kill all of this? A foreign investigator's voice trembled. This? Hell can't be worse, can it? Rarely seen, but at least there's still a few corpses left. Before, the big guy would burn everything to ashes, even the bones were scattered. And Wei Hua had an expression as if they had never seen the world. All right, enough chit-chat. Let us find Inspector Jiang. Shangguan interrupted the idle talk. From her understanding of Jiang Ming, he would definitely be heading towards the well at this moment. On the way, They had already learned about the general situation of Yanghua village from the Public Security Bureau and the Logistics Department, knowing that the connection between the demon realm and reality was through a well. Everyone nodded and quickly headed towards the east side of the village. On the other side, Jiang Ming returned to the well. Looking down, the woman was still there, and behind her was a row of fierce-looking demons. Heck, call for help, huh? Boom! The well water surged. The woman looked up, about to speak, but found a strangely shaped armor before her. But it didn't matter. This human must die today. Didn't you want to kill me? Come down. All right. Jiang Ming flipped and jumped into the well. Jiang Ming. Shang Wanqing and the others arrived just in time to see this scene, and for a moment, everyone's hearts seemed to stop beating. The Yunming team rushed towards the well like madmen. The remaining investigators exchanged glances, their expressions incredulous. Is he really that fierce? He dares to charge into the demon realm alone. Unlike the reactions of the investigators, down in the well, the woman was first stunned. Then a look of wild joy appeared on her face. She thought Jiang Ming was just bluffing, but didn't he expect him to actually dare to come down? Human, you've truly given me a great surprise. An even greater surprise was yet to come. Jiang Ming twisted the knob at his waist, and the meteor gun appeared, grabbing it and charging towards the woman and the demon soldiers behind her. Charge through the ranks. Chapter 48. Exploding the Dragon Maiden's avatar. Hundreds of locking dragon pillars. Jiang Ming descended into the well and discovered that it was a different world. In the distance, palaces stood tall, majestic, and imposing. Formed the formation. The Dragon Maiden howled. In an instant, rows of demon soldiers behind her spread out, intertwining into a special formation. The demonic energy surged, and a blood-colored dragon shadow gradually took shape, twisting its body, stirring up the surrounding waters. Roar! The dragon shadow let out a roar, and suddenly turned to charge at Jiang Ming. Ha! Awesome! I never expected that one day I could cause a ruckus in the Dragon Palace. Jiang Ming laughed heartily, swinging the meteor spear, unleashing a tremendous force that smashed down, instantly shattering the dragon shadow. Converge. The demons roared angrily, the scattered blood-colored energy trying to regroup. Boom! Jiang Ming slapped out, the energy swirling. A massive qilin leaping forward, stirring up chaos in all directions. In an instant, it broke apart the demon soldiers' formation. The meteor spear was thrown out, carrying a strangling force that pierced through several demon soldiers, blood spraying everywhere. Teleporting to catch up, Jiang Ming withdrew the meteor spear, twisting his body to sweep horizontally. The hard armor of these shrimp and crab soldiers seemed as fragile as paper, flesh and blood flying. He looked up, his gaze fixed, as the energy condensed into streaks of sword light. Pointing a finger, in that instant the sword light shot out, crazily slaughtering the demon soldiers within 100 meters in front of him. Limbs and body parts flew everywhere, screams echoed, and the area was cleared. Not far away, the Dragon Maiden witnessed this scene and could no longer remain calm. Her ice-blue, armored dragon patterns flowed, and she suddenly found a heavy black spear in her hand. Using the cover of blood to launch a surprise attack, she leaped into the air, the heavy spear raised above her head, slashing down with overwhelming momentum. Human. Today, even if you are the reincarnation of the human emperor, you will become a pile of yellow earth in my dragon palace. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out. Jiang Ming raised a spear, striking first, the tip of the meteor spear meeting the heavy spear. The terrifying force caused him to sink several meters, the water around him visibly churning. Unfortunately, you don't have that strength. A mere energy-formed avatar thinks it can be fierce? Let your true self come out. As he spoke, he shook the spear. The energy surged into the spear shaft. The Dragon Maiden was startled and retreated with her spear. Jiang Ming, taking advantage of his momentum, teleported in front of the Dragon Maiden, stabbing forward with one spear while his left hand formed a fist, smashing down towards her face. His movements were so fast that the Dragon Maiden couldn't react in time. In her panic, she raised her spear to block the meteor spear, but her face was completely exposed under Jiang Ming's fist. Bang! Her beautiful face instantly shattered. At that moment, the South Mingli fire erupted from the tip of his fist. Pure white flames appeared, and the surrounding water boiled, directly vaporizing a vacuum area. The Dragon Maiden screamed, not expecting Jiang Ming to have a follow-up move. She was also a decisive person and promptly self-destructed. streams of ice blue energy flowing away to reorganize her body, though the glow was considerably dimmer. Furious, she glared at Jiang Ming, no longer having the previous joy. This fire. South Ming Leaf Fire. In energy. Are you the contemporary human prodigy? As if evoking distant memories, her expression grew increasingly grim. Don't think that if you flatter me, I'll let you go, Jiang Ming replied calmly. Twisting the knob at his waist, the torrent strike appeared. The meteor spear touched, gathering energy at the spearhead. All right, I still want a treasure hunt in the Dragon Palace. I won't play with you any longer. You're not a small fry in the opening sun realm. Torrent strike. The meteor spear thrust out, a spiral-shaped spear light tearing through the water, charging forward with a surging, strangling force. The dragon maiden let out a long howl, her entire armor falling off, clattering into a shield in front of her. Boom! The spear light struck the shield, unsurprisingly piercing through and hitting the dragon maiden behind it. Roar! The dragon's roar shook the heavens. The Tai Chi pattern appeared behind her, binding her tightly. Torrent strike. Jiang Ming tightened his wrist, bending down, teleporting through the lethal strike, pushing through the dragon maiden's body. Human! Boom! En explosion sounded. Jiang Ming turned to look. There was no demon core. But he had expected this. It would be strange for an energy body to have a demon core. His gaze shifted to the majestic palace group in the distance. Seemingly enveloped in a transparent bubble, the water flowing without entering, and fish and shrimp swimming leisurely around. Should I go or not? After a moment of thought, damn it, let's do it. While the battle here was heating up, there was no movement over there. It seemed those demons were still sealed. Fortune favors the bold. While the timid starve, his figure flashed, collecting the demon cores from the fallen shrimp soldiers, dashing towards the Dragon Palace. Above the well, a group of investigators firmly held down the Yunmeng team. Shang Wanqing, are you crazy? You can't go down. We don't know what the situation is down there. If a multitude of awakened demons appears, won't you be seeking death? Oli is right. I know you're worried about Inspector Jiang, but, to put it bluntly, you should have some self-awareness. Think positively. What if Inspector Jiang is down there slaughtering everything? You saw the commotion just now, blood everywhere, and there are still demon corpses floating at the well's mouth. Yes, maybe if you go down, you'll become a burden, which would harm Inspector Jiang. Trust Inspector Jiang. You all know his strength best, right? Everyone chimed in, advising against it. Shang Wanqing and the others gradually calmed down upon hearing this. Yes, Jiang Ming is so strong. He will definitely survive. That's right. He will definitely survive. Everyone sighed in relief, loosening their grip. Damn it, this Yunmeng team is full of madmen. One jumping into the well is enough, and the others want to jump in too. Do they really think the demon domain is their backyard? Their mission was to deal with the demons coming out of the demon domain, but it didn't say they had to enter the demon domain. Let's call and report. Shang Wanqing said in a low voice. Meanwhile, Jiang Ming had already stepped into the Dragon Palace. Looking around, coral was everywhere, and in the resplendent palaces, jade pillars emitted a hazy glow. He walked slowly, with only the sound of his armor clattering on the jade steps breaking the silence. Hey, is anyone there? No, are there demons? Jiang Ming called out. There was no response. No, if there's no one, then I won't hold back. With a flash of his foot, his figure began to flicker in the hall, searching. After a moment, Jiang Ming returned to the starting point, cursing, damn it, what kind of dragon palace is this? Not even a single hair. He shifted his gaze to the adjacent palace and teleported over. Let's keep looking. Nothing. Next palace. Next palace. After 5 consecutive palaces, not to mention treasures, he hadn't even seen a single piece of aquatic grass. With a gloomy face, Jiang Ming walked into the 6th palace. This time, there was finally a change. Hundreds of jade pillars rose high, each coiling with a massive dragon body, chains densely wrapped around them, dragon eyes tightly shut, scales glistening. Demonic energy soaring. Wow! Jiang Ming was dumbfounded. In 2 lifetimes, this was the first time he had seen a real dragon, and there were hundreds of dragons gathered together. The impact of the scene was overwhelming. After a moment, he carefully observed the layout inside the hall. Besides the hundreds of jade pillars, there was also a pool in the center, filled with a small half-pool of liquid emitting a faint yellow glow. At the same time, within him, his organs began to stir. The previously condensed organ gems trembled, revealing a strong desire at that moment. Chapter 49, You Can't Take Revenge. How pitiful, tempering the 5 organs gem. Spiritual energy brushed over his body, calming the restlessness. A glimmer of surprise flashed in Jiang Ming's eyes. Damn, finally something good. Although I don't know what that half pool of liquid is, but can make the 5 organs gem react from a distance, it must be valuable. Glancing at the 100 dragon-locking pillars, the demon dragons on top had their eyes tightly closed, and their breath was completely absent, as if they were dead. Since I have come this far, I can't possibly retreat. Jiang Ming gathered his strength and pretended to pounce towards the pool. But halfway through, he suddenly stopped and retreated. Splash! The sound of chains tightening echoed through the great hall, and a fierce dragon head bit down on the spot where he had just stopped. Pretending. Still trying to act with me. I'm sharp as a monkey. Do you think I don't know what you're trying to do? Jiang Ming looked up and mockingly glanced at a dragon-locking pillar on his left, where an ice-blue demon dragon was angrily staring at him. Its body tense and tightly bound by chains. Human race. The dragon girl roared, struggling desperately. But the chains wrapped around her body posed no threat to Jiang Ming at all. Useless rage. Save your energy. You can't take revenge. How pitiful. Jiang Ming removed his armor, smiling as he took out the demon pills he had collected earlier. Look, this is what I dug out from the bodies of your subordinates. Ha ha ha. They died so tragically, I first froze them into ice blocks with the energy of the Tyene and then smashed down with a punch. Guess what happened? Bang. This piece and that piece, haha. The dragon girl's eyes nearly spewed fire, her huge pupils reflecting Jiang Ming's figure as if she wanted to engrave his appearance deep into her soul. Roar! The terrifying dragon roar shook the dragon palace. You will die. I will definitely kill you. I, Ao Ling Shuang, swear. In this life and this world, I will turn you into ashes. Relax, let us see if you can get out first. Jiang Ming waved his hand. Laughing wildly, I'm going to enjoy my spoils now. Under the gaze of Ao Ling Shuang filled with murderous intent, he stepped back to the pool. Suddenly, a smell of blood mixed with a rich fragrance wafted towards him. Jiang Ming then realized that the liquid in the pool was not light yellow, but rather transparent, with some floating blood threads on top. Earlier, he thought it was some so-called dragon saliva, but now it seemed otherwise. Hey, what is this? He turned to Ao Ling Shuang and asked. Splash! The chains shrank, and Ao Ling Shuang returned to the dragon-locking pillar, closing her eyes. Ignoring him, out of sight, out of mind. Fine, whatever, stingy. Jiang Ming pouted, feeling the increasingly restless 5 organs gem inside him, gritted his teeth, and jumped directly into the pool, sitting cross-legged. In an instant, the transparent liquid seemed to find an outlet, frantically washing over his body. Hiss! Jiang Ming took a deep breath, feeling as if countless steel needles were stabbing him all over. This energy was much more ferocious than the demon pills. Even the spiritual herbs were inferior. Not daring to be careless, he quickly activated the Tai Shang refining body technique, and the South Brightly fire rose up, tightly wrapping him. But even so, blood began to seep from his skin. Previously, he had absorbed more than a dozen demon pills, and his physical body had already reached its limit. And now this violent power was indeed a bit overwhelming. Fortunately, the 5 organs gem finally exerted its power. It burst forth with brilliant light, eagerly absorbing the energy flooding into his body. The 5 organs rumbled, shining brilliantly. Feeling the crisis lifted, Jiang Ming slowly closed his eyes. On the dragon-locking pillar, Ao Ling Shuang slowly opened her eyes, looking incredulously at Jiang Ming, who was sitting cross-legged in the pool. Impossible. How could he not be overwhelmed? That liquid in the pool is the essence extracted from them over many years by this sealing formation. Even if it has been greatly depleted and the energy diluted, it shouldn't be something a small Yao Guang realm can withstand. The next moment, she saw the brilliance emanating from Jiang Ming's 5 organs, and the illusory alchemical furnace enveloping him. Her gaze changed again. 5 organs divine spirit, Tai Shang alchemy furnace. Who exactly is this kid? Why does he possess so many divine abilities and secret techniques? And the South Brightly fire, Tyene energy. To know that these things were also renowned in her era, any one of them was enough to attract countless heroes to fight for them. He actually possesses them all. Thoughts swirling, a fierce light flashed in her eyes. No, this person must not be left alive. The next second, roar! She suddenly thrust her head out, roaring at Jiang Ming, the sound waves rolling, causing ripples in the pool. Aren't you cultivating? I'll interrupt you. Even if you don't die, I'll make you half useless. Stop making noise. How old are you? Still playing those childish scare tactics. I'm not cultivating. Jiang Ming said, lightly with his eyes closed. If you can think of it, can I not? My little brain is above yours, all right. The dragon roar abruptly stopped. I must kill you, absolutely. Ao Ling Shuang yelled in anger and embarrassment, withdrawing back. Ignoring her, Jiang Ming focused on himself, the gems in his heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys spinning rapidly. Before they were only the size of marbles. After being tempered by the energy in the pool, they had shrunk considerably, but now they were starting to grow again. He directed his gaze towards his heart. The gem here had changed the most, faintly showing signs of cracking. Through the gaps, he could see a crimson small figure sitting cross-legged, the patterns on its body flickering with the heartbeat. Not sure if it's enough for the heart's divine spirit to emerge. Jiang Ming opened his eyes and looked down at the pool. At this moment, the liquid in the pool had receded by more than half. It had just started to reach his waist, and now it was barely covering his thighs. He closed his eyes again. On the other side of the well, Anweihua was lying at the well's mouth, looking anxious. What's going on? Why is there no noise? How long has it been? At first, he could still see the water in the well churning, and vaguely hear the dragon roar. But now there was nothing. Don't worry, maybe Inspector Jiang is collecting spoils. The investigator who had previously persuaded spoke up. He himself didn't believe these words, thinking that Jiang Ming was likely in grave danger, and secretly sighed. Shang Guanqing, Wen Yuxian, and several others staggered, their expressions sorrowful. They naturally knew this was just comforting words. Just then, a sudden sound of sonic boom echoed from the sky. Everyone looked up and saw Zhao Shanhai flying in with a terrifying momentum. As soon as he landed, he rushed to the well's mouth to look inside. What is the situation? The operator had informed him of the news as soon as he received Shang Guanqing's call. When he heard that Jiang Ming had single-handedly rushed into the demon domain, he felt as if the sky had collapsed. Without daring to stay even a moment, he made his way through several teleportation passages to Jinlin City, and then flew at full speed to Yanghua Village. Inspector Jiang hasn't come out yet, an investigator said solemnly. Upon hearing this, Zhao Shanhai leaped into the well without the slightest hesitation. Zhao Chu. The other's expressions changed drastically upon seeing this. Don't come down. If I'm not back in half an hour, call the bureau and have the director send someone over. In the water, Zhao Shanhai saw the torn demon corpses at the bottom of the water, carefully searched, and did not find Jiang Ming's figure, letting out a long breath. He looked up at the distant palace group. This kid wouldn't have run to the Dragon Palace, would he? Thinking of Jiang Ming's character, it seemed that there was nothing in this world he wouldn't dare to do. His figure flashed as he sped towards the Dragon Palace. Chapter 50. I'm sorry. Zhao Shanhai hurriedly arrived at the palace where the 100 dragon locking pillars were located. As soon as he entered, he saw Jiang Ming Bao sitting solemnly in the pool, surrounded by a flowing array of colorful light. The breath he had been holding in his heart finally relaxed. Damn it. Do you really not know how to be afraid? He cursed under his breath, and only then did he turn his gaze to the surrounding locking pillars. His expression didn't change at all, as if he had long since become accustomed to it. Splashing sounds echoed as Ao Ling Shuang noticed someone had arrived and slowly poked her head out. The two stared at each other, one human and one dragon. Zhao Shanhai raised his hand and swept it across, saying, "What are you looking at? Get your head back in." Human. Ao Ling Shuang was furious. This is the Dragon Palace. This is the territory of my dragon clan. Am I not allowed to take a look in my own territory? Don't shout. It's only because I can't kill you right now. Otherwise, I'd scrape your dragon scales clean, Zhao Shanhai said, standing with his hands behind his back, his tone calm. The sealing formation of the demon realm was somewhat strange. While it sealed these great demons, it also protected them. When the investigation department discovered the first demon realm back in the day, they almost mobilized their entire force, hoping to take advantage of the demons being sealed to slay them. However, despite a month of intense attacks, they couldn't break the seal at all. Unless the demons broke free, there would be no obstacles to killing them then. The investigation department had studied this for many years but still couldn't understand why. Since it's sealed, why can't they kill them? Isn't that just unnecessary? Ao Ling Shuang took a deep look at Zhao Shanhai, as if she would remember him just like she remembered Jiang Ming. She then returned to the locking pillars and closed her eyes. I can endure it. Zhao Shanhai retracted his gaze and looked at Jiang Ming. At this moment, the liquid in the pool had almost drained, and the colorful light on Jiang Ming had reached its peak, illuminating the entire palace with radiance. Boom! A rumbling sound emanated from his heart. followed by a powerful heartbeat that shook the surroundings, as if a heavenly drum was beating. Jiang Ming looked inward at his heart, and at the last moment when the liquid in the pool was exhausted, the gem of his heart finally shattered. A crimson little figure emerged, opening its mouth to swallow the broken stone into its belly, sitting cross-legged in the center of the heart, refining blood with each breath, emitting dots of red light. The patterns behind him intertwined, incredibly mystical. What a vigorous vitality. Zhao Shanhai showed surprise. In his eyes, Jiang Ming looked like a blazing furnace. Ao Lingguo, who had unknowingly opened her eyes again, gritted her teeth in anger at this scene. This damned human actually used the essence they had squeezed for years to cultivate a heart deity. Jiang Ming opened his eyes, a hint of joy appearing on his face. He didn't expect there would be such benefits. He noticed that the hidden dangers caused by absorbing the demon core too aggressively were gradually disappearing under the refinement of the heart deity. Although the speed was not fast and would probably take 10 days to half a month, the implications were obvious. He could rapidly increase his strength in the future. Standing up from the pool, Jiang Ming finally noticed Zhao Shanhai standing not far away. His expression was surprised. "Leader, why are you here? You asked me why I'm here." Zhao Shanhai's face darkened. "You're simply undisciplined. You dare to act recklessly in the demon realm. If it weren't for the fact that no great demons have broken free in this dragon palace, do you think you could stand here and talk to me?" Hearing the concern in his tone, Jiang Ming chuckled. "I have my plans. I'm not reckless." Zhao Shanhai shot him a glare. "Where do you get the face to say that? Come on, follow me up." "Wait, the firebearers damaged the seal. Aren't we going to fix it?" "We can't fix it. The level of the formation here is too high. The department will arrange for someone to come and reapply a layer of seal later," Zhao Shanhai said as he walked out. Jiang Ming responded, "Oh," estimating that it wouldn't be that effective, and most just slowing down the emergence of the demons. He followed him, and as he passed by A.O. Lingshuang, he said, "Hey, I'm going out to have some fun. See you later." Roar! A.O. Lingshuang suddenly burst out, the chains tightening. Jiang Ming's figure flickered, and he exited the dragon palace. "Scoundrel! Scoundrel! I will never be at peace with you." The dragon palace shook, and the roars reverberated, causing waves to surge all around. At the well, a group of investigators paced back and forth anxiously, glancing into the well from time to time. "Why hasn't he come up yet? It's been almost half an hour." As soon as he finished speaking, boom, water splashed as Zhao Shanhai broke through the surface, emerging from the well. "Director Zhao." The crowd hurriedly welcomed him. "Are you okay?" "Director, where's Inspector Jiang?" Shang Wanqing's expression changed as she saw he had come up alone. Zhao Shanhai was about to speak when suddenly a black and silver motorcycle rushed in from the horizon and plunged into the well. In the next moment, to the shock of everyone, a figure in black armor rode the motorcycle up into the sky, hovering in midair. "Leader, I'm leaving now. I won't take care of things here." As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Ming twisted the throttle and instantly vanished into the horizon. "Show off," Zhao Shanhai muttered irritably. The Yunming team, hearing the familiar voice, all felt a sense of relief, the heavy stone in their hearts finally falling. Only Wei Hua's focus was somewhat peculiar. Did the big shot change his armor again? What the hell is this ability? "You all stay behind to assist with the logistical wrap-up. Once it's done, other teams can return." Shang Wanqing, "You all stay a few more days. Wait for the department to send people over for takeover before you leave." Zhao Shanhai retracted his gaze and made a series of arrangements. "Okay." Everyone nodded in agreement. On the other side, Jiang Ming quickly arrived at the backyard of the Public Security Bureau, removed his armor, and landed steadily. "It seems I need to learn a flying technique." Just now in the well, he realized he seemed unable to fly, which was why he had to summon the armor. It was tea that he was deliberately showing off. After uploading the video of this operation, Jiang Ming had Yuan arrange a room for him. After taking a shower and changing clothes, he headed towards the reception room. The man who reported the case had not rested and was sitting in a chair waiting for Jiang Ming to return. Arriving at the door of the reception room, Jiang Ming's mood was somewhat complex, lacking the earlier exuberance he had in the Dragon Palace. The man's son had not survived. Before leaving, the man had shown him a photo, and he recognized it from among those who had been replaced. Over 100 people had died in Yanghua village, which meant the entire village was ruined. For an old farmer who earned a living from the land, having lost the village he lived in for a lifetime, the familiar fellow villagers, and his son, his hopes for the future were likely gone as well. Firebearers, Jiang Ming's eyes glinted coldly. Taking a deep breath, he pushed the door open. The man abruptly looked up, saw Jiang Ming, and immediately stood up, taking a couple of steps forward before stopping. His eyes filled with hope as he trembled. Inspector Jiang. How is the village? My son. The two female officers quickly stepped forward to comfort him. Jiang Ming remained silent for a few seconds. I'm sorry. Just 3 words. The man seemed to understand everything. He stumbled, his already aged face instantly appearing even more haggard, as if he had lost all spirit. All I can do is kill those monsters. I'm sorry. Jiang Ming said once more, I'm sorry. Chapter 51. The Trace of the Firebearers, Quang Kuan. If the sky falls, I will hold it up. It's not your fault. Inspector Jiang, it's my greed, my selfishness. If only I had reported it on the first day. The man staggered as he broke free from the support of 2 security guards. Inspector Jiang, thank you for avenging us. Can I go back to the village? I want to bury them, to lay them to rest, to lay them to rest. Jiang Ming looked at the middle-aged man, who was gradually calming down, feeling as if a 1,000-pound stone was lodged in his heart, heavy and uncomfortable. He briefly explained the situation in Yanhua village. Those people were left with nothing but skin, and he had torn them to shreds. How could they be buried? It's okay, if there are no bodies, we can just build a tomb for their clothes and hats. The man replied with a smile. That's fine, but in the future, Yanhua village may no longer have residents. The state will relocate the remaining people. The man nodded, bowed to Jiang Ming, and then turned to bow to the 2 security guards. Thank you for your trouble. After saying this, he walked straight out. The door to the reception room opened and closed. Inside the room, only Jiang Ming and the 2 security guards remained silent. After a while, the cute-looking female security guard whispered, Inspector Jiang, he hasn't sealed his memories. Jiang Ming remained silent, took out a cigarette, lit it, took a puff, and walked towards the door. No need to seal them. The man had taken all the responsibilities upon himself. He hadn't thought about living. A solitary man has toiled his whole life facing the yellow earth, finally raising his son, only to end up sending a white-haired person to bury a black-haired one. He couldn't get over that mental hurdle, unless he could seal all his memories of this life. But that would be too cruel. Exiting the reception room, Jiang Ming took out his phone, looked at the unfamiliar number in the call log, and pressed it. Silence. Both sides were silent. After a moment, Jiang Ming spoke. I will find you. Wait for me. He hung up the phone and turned towards Yi Ziyuan's office. Just as he reached the corner, he saw Yi Ziyuan running over in a hurry. Inspector Jiang, I was just looking for you. There's a troublesome matter. Didn't you send all the security guards out today to look for clues about the monsters? My people didn't find any monsters. Instead, they caught a black market operation related to human trafficking by Rui Hall. They intercepted a ship at the dock, filled with some people from Jiaoji and Siam. At first, they stubbornly claimed they were here for tourism in Daxia, but after capturing the snakehead and interrogating him, he admitted these people were ordered by Rui Hall. Originally, we were going to bring the people back to the security bureau, but then people from Rui Hall injured 2 security guards and snatched them away. Yi Ziyuan relayed the information reported by his subordinates one by one. As soon as he finished speaking, he noticed Jiang Ming's aura suddenly rising, as if a sleeping ancient beast had awakened. Ha 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 ha. Good. Well done. This is great. At that moment, Jiang Ming felt the 1,000-pound stone pressing on his heart shift slightly. Yi Ziyuan was startled and swallowed hard. What's going on? Isn't it just a human trafficking operation? If it weren't for the involvement of Qi refiners, I could have solved it with a few security guards. He still didn't know what had happened earlier. Otherwise, he would understand why Jiang Ming was so excited, bottling up a rage with no outlet, unable to kill the monsters, unable to find the firebearers. Jiang Ming was now like a gun with its firing pin pulled, bullets ready to go, but unsure who to shoot at. At this moment, Rui Hall had voluntarily presented its forehead to the muzzle, saying, shoot me. How could he not be excited? All right, my people also said that during the interrogation, they noticed 2 masked individuals approaching, and the people from Rui Hall arrived early. Luckily, the Long family also searched nearby, and those 2 left. Jiang Ming's eyes lit up. If he was excited before, now he was ecstatic. The firebearers, Rui Hall, Quang Kuan. Ha ha, you have truly given me a great surprise. With a flash, he dashed out of the security bureau like a beast released from its cage. The firebearers? Yi Ziyuan was taken aback, then quickly realized. Rui Hall colluding with the firebearers. Damn it, you won't stop until you kill me, will you? Someone, inform all security guards to arm themselves. Each person gets 500 rounds of ammunition. Surround Rui Hall. Meanwhile, at Rui Hall, a monk and a Taoist sat in the hall, a mobile phone placed between them. Master, why hasn't anyone answered your call? Something has happened. The Taoist said anxiously. Just say what you have to say. Stop wasting my time. Kuan Kuan's rough voice echoed. Along with it came several different feminine giggles. The monk and the Taoist exchanged glances. Has he gone out to have fun again? Our matter has been exposed. 2 hours ago, the ship was checked by the security bureau at the dock. What? Kuan Kuan's voice suddenly rose. How are you handling things? You're only telling me about something that happened 2 hours ago now. Didn't I emphasize repeatedly to be careful? Damn it. Do you want to see how many missed calls are on your phone? Emphasizing means nothing. You act like a hands-off manager every day, and now you come to play the blame game. The two silently cursed each other, but they didn't dare say it out loud. The Taoist continued. What do we do now? That Inspector Jiang will definitely use this as an excuse to stir up trouble. A gasp came from Kuan Kuan's side of the line. After a while, he said, what's there to be afraid of? Foreigners coming to Daxiao for tourism is not a problem, right? Even if they discover it. What can they do? Just right. I also want to meet him and see if he really has 3 heads and 6 arms. Oh, baby, slow down, slow down. They haven't been discovered on their side, right? Shouldn't be. It's not time for delivery yet. Where are they? They are all dead, and it's been handled. ISNT that settled then? Dead men tell no tales if the sky falls. I will hold it up. Stop acting like a scared bird. Hang up. That should be a startled bird. The two glanced at the phone screen. It really was as he said. The Taoist slumped back into his chair. The monk propped his feet on the table, rubbed his bald head, and scoffed. I told you not to worry unnecessarily, but you had to make that call. What is there to fear? Just an inspector in the insight realm. I don't believe he can turn the world upside down in Jinlin. Just eat, drink, and play with women. Boom! Before he could finish his sentence, a loud noise erupted. The front door exploded. The shattered wooden planks twisted and scattered, turning into countless wooden splinters shooting towards the hall. Jiang Ming stepped across the threshold, saying, continue talking. What should we do? The Taoist and the monk simultaneously waved their hands to overturn the tables and chairs, blocking the rain of wooden splinters. Jiang Ming. The monk was taken aback, seemingly not expecting him to arrive so quickly and alone. He immediately shouted sternly, what do you mean? Slapping Rui Hall in the face, huh? If you don't give me an explanation today, don't say I didn't give the investigation department face. Choose whether to keep your arms or your legs. They are all dead, and the people have come to your door. Come out. As soon as he finished speaking, 3 or 4 dozen people surged out from the back of the hall, their eyes fierce as they surrounded him. Chapter 52. The King of Hell calls the roll. I don't have time to listen to your nonsense. Jiang Ming's gaze was unwavering as he stared directly at the monks and Taoists in the hall. Although he was alone, his presence overshadowed everyone present, as if it was not he who was surrounded, but rather the Rui Hall that was encircled by him. He threatened the investigation department's inspector, attempting to besiege the inspector suspected of involvement in human trafficking and injuring public security personnel. The crimes were clear, and the evidence was solid. I now announce, in my capacity as the Jinlin inspector, that all members of Rui Hall are sentenced to death. With these words, he stepped forward. Behind him, the flames of the Qilin and the Yin Qilin appeared, roaring towards the members of Rui Hall with overwhelming momentum. Jiang Ming walked toward the hall step by step, with screams resounding on both sides, flesh and blood flying everywhere. By the time he entered the hall, there was not a single living person left in the courtyard. Only severed limbs scattered about, idly walking, killing in the blink of an eye. Yaoguang realm? The monk was taken aback. How is this different from what Yuyong had said? Wasn't this kid supposed to be in the Dongming realm? He immediately shouted in anger. So what if he broke through? You can't leave today. The Taoist also wore a gloomy expression, truly believing that the investigation department had the world under its thumb. At worst, they would kill you, and Rui Hall would just go develop abroad. Boom! Jiang Ming was too lazy to waste words. He raised his hand, the South Ming fire and Yin energy coalescing behind him in thousands of sword rays, snapping his fingers to unleash them in a torrential assault. 3 breaths later, the monk and Taoist who had just been making threats were now pinned against the wall of the hall like hedgehogs. Their bodies were riddled with holes, blood flowing down their legs. The hall was in disarray, sword marks everywhere. Scream, then scream some more. Jiang Ming walked leisurely, hands behind his back, slowly approaching the two, raising his head with a calm gaze. How? Is this possible? And Yuyong lied to me. The monk's expression was one of agony, filled with horror, no longer displaying the ferocity from before. This is the initial stage of Yao Guang, who can kill 2 qi refiners at the 7th or 8th level of Yao Guang in an instant. The Taoist was gasping heavily, misunderstanding. Inspector Jiang. What I just said was all out of anger. Jiang Ming glanced at him, his tone indifferent. Your temper is indeed quite large. Where's Kuang Kuan? The leader isn't coming out, leaving you 2 deputies to take the heat? Kuang Kuan. Get out here. The shout rumbled, instantly echoing throughout Rui Hall. The hall master isn't here. As he spoke, the Taoist spat out another mouthful of blood. Where? I don't know. Puffed. A strand of sword energy flicked out, and the 2 fell to the ground on their 4 legs. Oh. The screams were deafening. I don't know, really don't know. Inspector Jiang, I won't dare anymore. Spare my life. We only know he is playing with women. We really don't know where he is. Hiss. The 2 endured the excruciating pain, scrambling to speak first. Jiang Ming silently watched them, and after a moment, nodded. Fine. If you don't know, you don't know. These 2 clearly weren't tough nuts to crack. Kuang Kuan wasn't their biological father, so there was no need to protect him like this. The 2 displayed joy, just as they breathed a sigh of relief. They heard Jiang Ming's voice echoing. Then let me ask you something you know. How do you usually contact the firebearers? Does Jinlin City have a branch of theirs? In an instant, the monk and Taoist faces, twisted in agony, became rigid. A tsunami of panic surged within them. He knows. It's over. Colluding with the firebearers is far more serious than human trafficking. Inspector Jiang is joking. Although Rui Hall acts recklessly, we absolutely wouldn't dare to have any ties with the firebearers. The Taoist forced a smile, but upon meeting Jiang Ming's icy gaze, he felt as if his throat was blocked, struggling to finish the sentence. Raising his hand, the energy swirled, and the corpse was split in half. Jiang Ming turned to the monk. I don't have time to listen to your nonsense. I hope you know your place. The monk was splattered with blood, his mind blank. Kill. Who interrogates just once? Seeing Jiang Ming's fingers gathering sword light again, sweat mixed with blood formed a lump on his face. He hurriedly spoke. Those people are very cautious. They always contact us first. The time and place are different, the branch. I really don't know. Yes, the hall master definitely knows. Inspector Jiang, you should hurry to find the hall master. Raising his hand, he unleashed a strand of South Ming fire, splitting the monk's sturdy body in 2, flames spreading at the cut. I will find Kuang Kuan. No need for you to say more. Without even looking at the 2 corpses, Jiang Ming stepped through the blood and severed limbs, walking out. Not long after he left, Yi Ziyuan finally arrived with a large group of armed public security personnel. As soon as they stepped through the door, several officers turned around and supported their companions, retching. This. Yi Ziyuan's mind was buzzing, shocked by the scene before him. Looking around, there wasn't a single complete corpse. He had seen his share of the world, yet his stomach still turned, wanting to vomit. Director, what should we do? After a while, one of the public security officers couldn't hold back, pale-faced, and stepped forward to ask. What to do? Get them out. Directly send them to the crematorium to burn. Damn it. Do you want to piece them together? This head is here, this hand is there, all are parts. How to piece them? Leave a few people to secure the entrance. The rest come with me to take a look. Yi Ziyuan took the lead, entering the hall and seeing the 2 halves of the Taoist corpse and 2 piles of black ash. Although reduced to ashes, he guessed it must be the monk vice hall master. He rushed into the back hall with several people, only to find no one else. Rui Hall had about 100 or 200 people, but not many were stationed there. Most of them were either out enjoying themselves or out making money and gathering resources. After a thorough search, they finally left with 2 large wooden boxes. As they were leaving, Yi Ziyuan wanted to have a seal placed on the entrance, only to discover there was no door at all, so he had to settle for placing it on the walls on either side. Fortunately, Rui Hall was located in a remote area with not many people passing by. Leaving a few people to guard, the group returned, making a lot of noise but accomplishing little. On the other side, Jiang Ming had just called Qian Shaoyan to find out Kuang Kuan's location. He was now hurrying over there without pause. As the sky grew darker, he felt no chill at all, only the anger in his chest burning hotter and hotter. Fire bearers, wait for me. Seeing no one around, he ran wildly, red light flickering as the flame dragon armor slowly covered his entire body. The flame dragon steed sliced through the darkening sky and soared into the air with Jiang Ming. In the heavenly realm, Kwang Kun lounged naked in a huge bath, surrounded by fruit platters and red wine, with several voluptuous women around him, massaging and feeding him, while one was even submerged underwater. Ha ha! So comfortable, baby. Serve me well, and we'll battle until dawn. Chapter 53. The world is vast. But I'm the greatest. The speed of the flame dragon steed was incredibly fast, and in the blink of an eye, it arrived at the heaven on earth. In midair, the armor was removed, and at the moment of landing, Jiang Ming charged into the opulent brothel like a raging dinosaur. Arriving at the front desk, he took out his identification. National Security is investigating. Where is Kwang Kun's room? The front desk girl was intimidated by his imposing aura and quickly checked the register. Yes, he's in room 2358 on the top floor. Jiang Ming turned and dashed toward the stairwell, as taking the elevator wouldn't be as fast as running. After he left, the front desk girl quickly made a call to report. Moments later, through several layers of communication, Long Qing Feng, who was having dinner at home, received the news. What did you say? Jiang Ming went to heaven on earth to find Kwang Kun? At the dinner table, Long Qingyang looked up, frowning slightly, then waved his hand, prompting the two wives to discreetly leave. After hanging up the phone, Long Qing Feng stood up. Brother, I'll go take a look. Jiang Ming is looking for Kwang Kun at this time, most likely because of the dock incident. He can't have any problems on our turf. Heaven on earth is a property of the Long family. If Jiang Ming were to get hurt or killed inside, the Long family wouldn't be able to escape responsibility. Long Qingyang remained silent. He felt it wasn't as simple as an underground business. He had heard about the situation in Yanghua village, especially since the Long family had participated in the search for demonic clues. They received information about a new demonic domain appearing in Yanghua village, and Jiang Ming had gone there alone to kill. Regardless of whether he solved it or not, a fierce battle was inevitable. But now he was back without resting and went straight to find Kwang Kun. It didn't seem like it was just about an underground business. All right, go take a look, but don't get involved. Even if they fight in heaven on earth, don't interfere. Rest assured, I know what I'm doing. Long Qing Feng replied and rushed out of the Long family home. Meanwhile, Jiang Ming arrived at the top floor and found room 2358. Standing at the door, even the high-quality soundproof door couldn't block out Kwang Kun's boisterous voice. Ha ha, come on, who can jump the highest? This $20,000 is for whoever. Jiang Ming chuckled. He lifted his foot and kicked. The heavy door shattered like paper, scattering debris everywhere. The tremendous noise instantly startled the people in the room. A scream erupted as several scantily clad women saw this scene and scattered in all directions. In the bath, Kwang Kun's expression changed. He flung the woman off him, grabbed a towel to wrap around his muscular body, and looked up. Jiang Ming didn't bother with small talk. If it were any other time, he might have played around with Kwang Kun. But now, he just wanted to know where the firewood bearer was hiding. With a swift movement, the Yaoguang star in his dantian trembled, and surging spiritual energy flowed through his body, instantly appearing before Kwang Kun and delivering a punch. The overwhelming force made the air emit a piercing buzzing sound. Seeing him come up without saying a word and attacking, Kwang Kun's eyes flashed with ferocity as he also raised his fist to strike back. You're asking for death. I haven't come looking for you yet, but you've come looking for me first. A Dongming realm practitioner. Oh no, it seems he has broken through to the Yaoguang realm. Does he really think he can do whatever he wants just because he has the title of an inspector? Qi refiners rely on strength and realm. Only those are solid. Kid, today I'll let you see the gap between you and a real expert. From now on, be smarter in Jinlin City. Bang! The two fists collided, and in an instant, the water in the bath exploded, sending countless splashes everywhere. Kwang Kun staggered backward, and with each step, the tiles beneath his feet shattered. You! His expression was shocked. Is this even possible? But Jiang Ming didn't give him a chance to speak, jumping into the bath and quickly closing the distance. His physical strength erupted completely, like an ancient giant beast awakening, his heart pounding violently, the red divine energy exuding thousands of rays of light, invigorating his whole body's blood, coating his surface with a layer of crimson energy. The power of his punch, infused with the essence of the Taiyin, came crashing down. Kwang Kun roared in anger, no longer daring to underestimate him. He bent his legs into a horse stance, his exposed muscles writhing and glowing with golden light, and pushed both palms towards Jiang Ming. But as their fists met, he immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, his stance unsteady as he fell into the pool. The Arhut golden body technique isn't meant to be used like this. Jiang Ming took the opportunity to quickly advance, grabbing Kwang Kuen's ankle and lifting him up, smashing him into the pool's edge. The force was so great that the room shook and the floor collapsed and cracked. Fortunately, there were no residents downstairs. Otherwise, they would have thought it was an earthquake. Ah! Kwang Kuen let out a shrill scream, feeling as if his internal organs had shifted. His entire body was in agony, and he didn't know how many bones had broken. I want to accept this. I want to accept this. Why is it so unfair, God? Before I turned 30, I fought for my life, with my head on the line, to earn fortune. On my 30th birthday, I killed an injured monk and finally realized that there were chi refiners in this world. I obtained a flawed technique and trained day and night without any slack, barely breaking through to the Kaiyang realm. Why? Why can't I defeat you? A Yao Guang realm practitioner. Just because you're a genius? Screw you and your genius. I'm not in the mood to hear your motivational stories. Jiang Ming leaped out of the pool and landed heavily on Kwang Kuen's left leg. The intense pain caused him to sit up abruptly, veins bulging on his forehead, cold sweat pouring down. You want to know my position? I'll tell you now, listen carefully. Jiang Ming squatted down, his gaze indifferent. The world is vast, but I'm the greatest. Ha ha ha. All right, you're the greatest, you're amazing. Inspector Jiang is amazing. I admit defeat. I'm done for. Even though his face was twisted in pain, Kwang Kuen was still laughing. He truly accepted defeat. He thought Jiang Ming came to him because of that information. ISNT, it's just about saving face? Fine, I'll give you this face. I can't beat you. So I admit defeat. Is that okay? But the next moment, he couldn't laugh anymore. What are you pretending to be fearless for? Jiang Ming pressed down forcefully. Tell me, where's the firewood bearer S branch? Kwang Kuen was greatly shocked, even forgetting the pain in his leg. He knows. How is that possible? No, I can't admit it. Absolutely can't admit it. Colluding with the firewood bearer means certain death. If it's just that information, I still have a way out. In a split second, his mind raced. What firewood bearer? I don't know what you're talking about. Before he could finish, another scream erupted. Jiang Ming casually tossed aside the severed arm. My patience is limited. Would you rather die in agony or die quickly? The choice is yours. Damn it. ISNT that all death. Kwang Kuen gasped repeatedly, colliding with Jiang Ming's cold gaze. In an instant, he understood. Jiang Ming was here to kill him. Coming to this realization, he smiled broadly, blood dripping from his mouth. The pride of being a boss for many years surged in his heart. Inspector Jiang is indeed domineering. And Yiruo didn't deceive me. I choose to die quickly. They are in the Xuxiang library. I followed them for 3 months before. Raising his hand, the tying energy condensed into a sword, aiming for his head. Kwang Kuen didn't even have time to react before his head fell off, giving him a quick end. Turning to walk to the window, he summoned his armor. For the damaged items, go to the Public Security Bureau and claim reimbursement. He leaped out of the window, and the flame dragon steed rushed in, steadily catching Jiang Ming and disappearing like a streak of light. After a while, Long Qingfeng entered the room, seeing the mess and Kwang Kuen's decapitated body. His brow twitched. He had actually arrived long ago, but had been standing in the hallway, afraid to come in. First, he was frightened by Jiang Ming, and second, he was afraid that Kwang Kuen would see him and, in a moment of impulse, would want to drag someone down with him and expose what they had discussed before. Who knows if this Jiang supervisor would go berserk at that point. Really ruthless and truly powerful. A Yaoguang realm exploding and killing someone in the Kaiyang realm. This can't even be described as genius anymore. With a sigh, he turned and walked out of the room to find someone to clean up. As for asking Jiang Ming for reimbursement, forget it. Chapter 54. Inspector Jiang, I actually wanted to be a good person at First Xuxiang Library, the largest public library in Jinlin City. 2 years ago, an elderly man came from the Hong Kong government, claiming to seek his roots and wanting to contribute some funding since his hometown was developing so well. This project was highly valued by the city leaders, as improving public welfare was a significant political achievement, especially in the field of education. They spent 3 months just selecting the location, ultimately choosing a site in the second ring road, covering over 9,000 square meters. When Kwang Kuen revealed the address, Jiang Ming, although seemingly unreactive on the surface, was startled inside. This involved too much. If the firewood gatherer took over later, that would be one thing, but if not, the elderly man who initially funded it and the city leadership team needed a thorough investigation. At this moment in the library, a male and a female administrator were dusting off the bookshelves with feather dusters. The minister just called for us to evacuate. Are we leaving? The man spoke, his voice cultured, and with his gold-rimmed glasses, he looked like a literature professor. The Public Security Bureau is investigating the Rui Hall ship, and at that time, Xiao Lu and San Pang were picking up goods. I wonder if they were seen, said the woman, pausing her actions to think. Let's wait a bit longer. The little dragon we got from Long Gong is about to die. They are waiting for its blood. If we move now, we might give it a chance to breathe again. Besides, don't scare yourself unnecessarily. As she spoke, the woman shot the man a glance, thinking that Jiang Ming was just a bit too strong and ruthless. But they had all come through the sea of corpses and rivers of blood. Why should they be afraid of him? Relax, you don't know yet. I've been here for 2 years. It's quite safe. The woman spoke confidently, but she didn't realize that Kwang Kun wasn't the type to take things lightly. Generally, people in business would settle matters with money and goods. You pay, I deliver, and if the cooperation is pleasant, we can connect next time. But Kwang Kun was different. He needed to understand the other party's lair before feeling at ease. I still feel a bit uneasy. My right eye's been twitching nonstop since this morning. I feel something is off. Just as the man finished speaking, a voice suddenly came from behind. Seems like you have a good sense. Why don't you set up a stall under the overpass and tell fortunes? The man and woman turned around simultaneously to see a young, handsome face rapidly enlarging. Along with 2 hands, Jiang Ming was excited, grabbing both of their necks tightly. Finally, I caught you. In fact, he had arrived long ago. At his level, walking silently and concealing his aura were basic skills. He initially wanted to listen to what these 2 firewood gatherers would say, but all he heard was meaningless chatter. No need to waste breath. Jiang Ming. The 2's faces changed drastically. How'd he find his place? It's over. The man wanted to cry without tears. Damn it. Safety? What's safety? He.S. already at our door. Jiang Ming tightened his grip, lifting the 2 up. You answer my questions, and if I'm satisfied, I'll give you a quick end. Otherwise, I'll make you experience the same fate as San Jia and Li Qingyang. The man seemed to recall something and hurriedly nodded. The firewood gatherers still had people in the investigation division, and they had already leaked all of Jiang Ming's information. They had even seen the task videos uploaded multiple times. The deaths of San Jia and Li Qingyang. The man shivered. Ask away, I'll tell you everything. Just please give me a quick end. Once tied to the firewood gatherers, he didn't want to live anymore, but didn't want to die either. Jiang Yunfeng, you bastard, you betrayed us. You've forgotten our ideals. The woman beside him shouted hoarsely, still trying to struggle, only to find that Jiang Ming had severed the flow of spiritual energy in her body. How can he be this strong? A hint of disbelief flashed in her eyes. Damn it, I've only joined the firewood gatherers for a few days. Ideals? Bah, it's just to fool idiots like you into working for me. If it weren't for the fact that being a rogue cultivator is too tiring. Do you think I want to associate with you guys? Inspector Jiang, I actually want to be a good person at first. The man revealed a flattering smile. No trace of his previous cultured demeanor remaining. You. The woman still wanted to speak. Jiang Ming's palm emitted the energy of the Taiyin, instantly freezing her. And with a forceful squeeze, her body was torn apart. Why do you talk so much? The woman's head thudded to the floor, her eyes still fixed on Jiang Yunfeng, appearing unable to close them in death. Jiang Yunfeng shivered, his face growing even paler. Damn it. No wonder he's a ruthless killer. He really doesn't leave complete corpses. Jiang Ming was unaware of his thoughts, his gaze sweeping over. You ask. Haven't I asked yet? Let me think. It seems I really haven't asked. He pondered for a moment. All right. How many people are in your base? Where are they now? What is their strength? Also, the most important question, do you know where the firewood gatherers provincial department head is hiding? Jiang Ming said calmly. Since the other party was so cooperative, he decided to be generous and not make things difficult for him. Jiang Yunfeng didn't dare to hesitate, immediately spilling everything like a bamboo tube pouring beans. Including me and her, there are 6 of us, one in the Kaiyang realm, and the rest are all in the Yaoguang 7th or 8th level. They are all currently in the library basement. I really don't know where the department head is. He always contacts us in a single line. That is all I know. Can you spare me a complete corpse? Single line contact? Huh, you really are scared of dying. Jiang Ming looked at Jiang Yunfeng and grinned. I'm usually easy to talk to. Since you're so cooperative, I'll leave you a complete corpse. Fang! Puffed. The energy of the Taiyin condensed into a sword light, piercing through Jiang Yunfeng's throat. He casually tossed the body aside. Jiang Ming glanced at the direction and, in a flash, found the entrance to the basement. He pushed it but couldn't open it. He kicked it hard. A loud noise echoed instantly. A dark tunnel appeared before him. Sister you, can you be a little quieter when you come in? How many times have I said this? This is a library. There are people studying here. If you delay their college entrance exams, are you responsible for that? If you don't want those 2 legs of yours, you might as well change them tomorrow. A grumbling voice came from around the corner at the end of the tunnel. Jiang Ming didn't speak and quickly dashed into the tunnel. I'm talking to you. Damn, who are you acting cold for? The voice grew closer, accompanied by footsteps. The next second, a man with dyed yellow hair stepped out from around the corner, colliding directly with Jiang Ming. Who are you? The yellow-haired man was stunned. Due to the poor lighting in the tunnel, he had clearly seen Jiang Ming's face before being sent flying by a punch, crashing into the tunnel wall with a loud bang. Cough, cough. He spat out 2 mouthfuls of blood and wanted to shout, but Jiang Ming was already close, unleashing the Southern Ming Lihua, slapping it on top of his head. With a sound of puff, his head exploded, and before the blood and brain matter could splatter, it was incinerated completely. After finishing all this, Jiang Ming finally turned to look at the adjacent room. Chapter 55, what do you think I'm waiting for? I'm just waiting for you to call someone. The room was brightly lit. 3 men and women in white lab coats, holding special instruments, surrounded a heavy stone bed. On the stone bed lay a green dragon, 2 to 3 meters long. A large bronze bell hung above, casting a hazy glow, firmly suppressing the dragon. Jiang Ming? One tall woman showed a look of surprise, then smiled, clearly not expecting the Demon of Years to arrive so quickly. Welcome, Demon of Years? What the hell? Who gave me such an ugly nickname? He silently complained. Glancing over the 3, seeing their calm demeanor, Jiang Ming became intrigued. The bandit met the official and was not afraid. Interesting. He elegantly took out a wet wipe and wiped the blood off his hands. Welcome? Did you say the wrong thing? Shouldn't you say you're looking for death? Slowly walking into the room as if entering his own home, he leaned over to take a look at the green dragon on the stone bed. Its scales were scraped clean, and a large gash was cut into its back, with a translucent long tendon pulled out a little. Looks like I disturbed your experiment. Huh? The woman shrugged, saying if Jiang Ming was not in a hurry, he could wait. I'm not in a hurry. You can't escape. Continue. I also want to see what tricks you firewood carriers have. Jiang Ming sat down on the nearby sofa, took out a cigarette, lit it, and began to smoke leisurely. After all, this was his last stop on this trip, and a little different fun was worth watching. Moreover, a barely noticeable cold smile crept onto his lips. Playing mind games with me? You thought I didn't see you passing messages, right? He had initially thought it was about to end, but an inexplicable sense of emptiness surged in his heart. Very uncomfortable. If he had to describe it, it was a sense of hesitation, fearing he couldn't find someone to kill. Now you're calling someone? That's great. Just what I want. The woman seemed not to have heard the murderous intent hidden in Jiang Ming's words and smiled, saying it was our honor to pique Inspector Zhang's interest. After saying that, she turned around and began to operate on the green dragon again. The 2 men beside her had not spoken a word from beginning to end, only extracting the dragon tendons. Inspector Jiang, may I ask you a question? The woman picked up a brass-colored jar and began to collect the dragon's blood. Go ahead. Do you want to live forever? Jiang Ming exhaled a puff of smoke. What you're saying is, who wouldn't want to live forever? A person's life is only about 100 years. Oh, maybe a bit longer for chi refiners. 100 years, 10 years as a child, 10 years as an old person, divided into day and night, with 3 disasters and 6 diseases. Where is there any time left? This was his heartfelt truth. When he couldn't activate the armor summoner, he had prepared to live out his life like this. Yes, a person's life is too short. The woman agreed. But the lifespan of demons is long and enduring. 2 years ago, I saw a snake demon that had lived for over 3,000 years in Fusang, and I thought, why? Why do humans only have a mere 100 years of lifespan? Taoists often say that humans are the spirits of all things, born from the transformation of heaven and earth. But why haven't I seen it? All I see is the sorrow of humanity, life and death. How many crying fathers, mothers, sons, and daughters are there in hospital corridors every day? Since we are the spirits of all things, why must we suffer such torment? Humans shouldn't live so painfully. Listening to the woman, Jiang Ming's expression gradually turned to surprise. Damn, Why does it feel like what she said makes so much sense? No, no, no. She asked the villain. So, you all came up with this idea? To turn people into demons? Using ordinary people for experiments? The woman glanced back at Jiang Ming, her smile radiant. The path to immortality lies within. Turning around, she put away the jar of dragon blood and took out a black knife to begin cutting the dragon's flesh. The investigation department sees us firewood carriers as enemies. But in fact, firewood carriers have existed far longer than the investigation department, unbroken since ancient times. How many people throughout history have wanted to live forever? From emperors to nobles, they consume elixirs, practice the Tao, and nurture countless predecessors of firewood carriers. Do you know? In fact, our research has already yielded some results. In our headquarters, 2 people have lived for over 360 years. Hee, but you can't really call them human, right? Jiang Ming scoffed. No need to think. They aren't human or demon. At least they are still alive. The woman countered. They have experienced more of the world's scenery. While those who lived 300 years ago have turned to dust. Jiang Ming shook his head, feeling he couldn't listen any longer. This woman was making him tempted, throwing away the cigarette, but he stood up, hearing footsteps approaching from above. All right, no more chatting. It seems the person you're waiting for has arrived. Let's leave it at that. Upon hearing this, the woman's expression changed. You know, how rare. I'm just playing along with you. What do you think I'm waiting for? Next time, be more discreet with your little tricks. Even elementary school students can hide better than you. The 2 above said before they died that they had to send the dragon's blood away. Although, I don't know to whom, it must be someone very important, or they wouldn't have wanted to take a gamble even after receiving the retreat order. Now that he was blocked here, it couldn't be sent away, so they could only send someone to fetch it. Feeling the overwhelming aura approaching rapidly, excitement almost overflowed from Jiang Ming's eyes. It was worth listening to all that nonsense. Black rhino armor. Bonite. The armor covered his entire body, and he instantly used zero frame action to teleport in front of the woman, striking her face with the jade lin palm. The woman hadn't reacted yet when she felt darkness before her eyes, followed by intense pain, her consciousness plunging into darkness. The headless corpse fell to the ground with a thud, blood gushing from its neck. Seeing how sympathetic you sound, go be a successful life coach in your next life. With that, he turned to look at the 2 men who had remained silent. Their expressions had already drastically changed. What kind of strength is this? One move actually killed someone in the 2nd layer of Kaiyang. Was it really that exaggerated in the video? Not even daring to put up any resistance. They turned and ran into the passage, shouting as they ran, "Old Jean, help! Boom!" Jiang Ming's energy surged, pouring into the armor, instantly catching up to the 2. He thought they were mute. With his arms pulled back, both fists wrapped with immense power slammed into the backs of the 2. The 2 felt the terrifying aura coming from behind them, and in a critical moment, they roared and turned, raising their arms in defense. Their energies flowing and faintly forming a connection. A combined attack technique? Jiang Ming was astonished. Jiang Yinfeng wasn't telling the truth. He said there was only one Kaiyang realm, but these 2 clearly also represented one Kaiyang. Damn it, try to play tricks on me even after dying. I'll tear you apart when I get up there. Want to keep your whole corpse? Dream on. Boom! Both fists struck the bent arms of the 2 at the same time, and in an instant, the sound of bones cracking rang out. The fists with unmatched force piercing through the chests of the 2. Just then, an old man in a blue robe walked in at the entrance of the passage. His clothes disheveled and chest stained with blood, clearly having just come from a fierce battle. He saw the 2 corpses hanging from Jiang Ming's arms. His expression changed, and he shouted sternly, "Where's my granddaughter?" "Your granddaughter?" Jiang Ming was stunned. "Are you out of your mind? How would I know?" "Hey, wait a minute." The South Mingli fire surged out, instantly turning the 2 corpses to ashes. He turned and ran into the room, grabbing one of the woman's legs and dragging her out. "Old man, take a look. Is this your granddaughter?" Chapter 56. I'll count to 3 if you don't come. I'll go over. Old Jean looked at the headless corpse dragged by Jiang Ming, the decayed flesh at the neck scraping against the ground, leaving a long bloody trail. In an instant, he felt like he had been struck by lightning, his aged face contorting with suspicion, unwillingness, and rage intermingled. After a long while, he took a deep breath, his voice trembling. "Jiang Ming, this isn't my granddaughter, right? Tell me this isn't her." After saying that, he looked at Jiang Ming with hope, expecting to hear a reassuring answer from him. "Are you out of your mind? How would I know if it's your granddaughter?" If you want to know, go inside and see for yourself. Jiang Ming replied impatiently. Damn it, getting old has made your brain go bad? He tossed the woman's corpse over, blood splattering across the corridor, landing heavily in front of old Jean. Go check if it's your granddaughter. Xiaoro. Old Jean saw a red birthmark on the ankle of the corpse, his eyes instantly turning bloodshot. In front of him, it seemed like a smiling girl was waving at him, her figure gradually fading until it disappeared. The pain in his heart was so intense he could hardly breathe. Jiang Ming. Old Jean suddenly raised his head and roared angrily, his expression twisted. The grudge of killing my granddaughter cannot be forgiven. If I don't kill you today, I, Jin Yang, vow not to be human. Old man, it seems you can only be a beast then. Jiang Ming showed no mercy, disregarding the old saying of respecting the elderly and cherishing the young. The one who carries the firewood is not worthy. Come on, weaklings talk big. If you have the ability, come and kill me. I'll count to 3. If you don't come, I'll go over. 1, 2, 3. Accept your death. As soon as he finished speaking, he was already in front of Jin Yang, his fist aimed at his face. You shameless. Seeing the massive fist coming at him, Jin Yang's defense broke. Who the hell counts to 3 like that? In a panic, he raised his arm to block, unleashing the aura of the 4th layer of Kaiyang. Boom! As their fists collided, his expression changed instantly, feeling an indescribable immense force rushing in. The sound of bones cracking echoed, and a wave of pain surged over him. Then he realized the corridor seemed to be retreating at an incredible speed. Jiang Ming was getting further away from him. In the next moment, his back hit an obstruction, and he heard a loud rumble as the wall collapsed. Old man, this beast is yours to deal with today. Jiang Ming didn't give him a chance to breathe. Using teleportation to flash through the corridor and arriving in front of the collapsed wall, he lifted his foot, kicked. The sound of an explosion echoed. Jin Yang, trapped in the wall, changed his expression drastically, sensing the ferocity of Jiang Ming's kick. If he got hit, he would probably be split in 2 right there. Enduring the pain from his broken arm, he didn't care about his image anymore, rolling to dodge. After dodging, he quickly created distance and flew into the air using his flying technique, still in shock and fear. How could he be so strong? The one who carried the firewood had long studied Jiang Ming through mission videos leaked from the investigation department. They concluded that his strength could rival the 9th layer of Yaoguang, and when he wore that strange armor, he could fight against the 2nd layer of Kaiyang. When this conclusion came out, everyone in the firewood carriers was shocked. A beginner in Yaoguang could fight against the 2nd layer of Kaiyang. It sounded like a fairy tale. Some even directly stated that the video was fake, suspecting that someone hidden in the investigation department had betrayed them, colluding with the investigation department to deceive them. But now it seemed they had underestimated him. Fighting a 4th layer of Kaiyang was like hitting a child. Jiang Ming restrained his strength, turned around, and said, Old geezer, weren't you going to avenge your granddaughter? Why are you running? Hearing this, Jin Yang's face flushed with shame. Jiang Ming, don't be too arrogant. Just now you shamelessly ambushed me. With a roar, he quickly took out a pill and swallowed it. His arm's injury visibly healed at a rapid pace. In the next moment, brilliant lights rose from his body, illuminating the dark corridor as bright as day. Great void sword technique. Jin Yang's hands moved like the wind, quickly changing hand seals. Sharp energies erupted around him, and the walls on both sides were already covered in countless sword marks before he even unleashed his technique. You're the first person I will kill with this technique. Jiang Ming, before you die, you can witness such a supreme skill. You can die without regrets. He seemed very confident in this move, and a smile finally appeared on Jin Yang's face. The Great Void Sword technique was something he had risked his life to retrieve from a demon domain abroad. He still remembered the words carved next to the corpse when he received the inheritance. Slay the heavens, slay the earth, slay all beings. How domineering! If it could slay the heavens and all beings, slaying a mere Jiang Ming was a piece of cake, easy as pie. But as soon as he finished speaking, he heard a faint voice ringing in his ear. In your next life, if you practice, at least learn some real techniques. Such a long casting time. You must have gotten a fake. Zen seal. Time and space froze. Jin Yang hung in midair, the seal he was casting solidifying, and his face wore a look of joy as if he had already seen Jiang Ming die tragically. What era is it, and you're still playing this game? Even I know to cancel the casting time in video games. Jiang Ming curled his lips, jumped up, grabbed Jin Yang's ankle, and slammed him heavily to the ground. then rushed up to finish him off. He stomped down hard on Jin Yang's chest, the terrifying force causing a bulge on his back. The effect of the Zen seal vanished, and Jin Yang instantly screamed in agony, blood mixed with shattered organs pouring out of his mouth. At this moment, he was dazed, confusion still evident on his face. Clearly my technique was almost completed. Why am I the one losing? He struggled to recall, suddenly as if realizing something. He raised his neck to look at Jiang Ming, who was stepping on his chest from above. You, time stop, haha everyone. Everyone has been deceived by you. As he spoke, he spat blood. Then, for some unknown reason, his gaze towards Jiang Ming gradually became fervent. I knew it. I knew there were immortals in this world. You aren't immortal. Only an immortal can control time. No wonder. He murmured to himself. No wonder Jiang Ming seemed to have no weaknesses. Speed, strength, reaction, temperament, and talent were all almost top-notch. He must be the reincarnation of an immortal. As if he had discovered a great secret, Jin Yang laughed heartily, thinking to die at the hands of an immortal. I have no regrets in this life. Immortal my ass. You crazy. Jiang Ming raised his foot and crushed Jin Yang's skull. Indeed, a bunch of lunatics, pursuing immortality to the point of madness. If he were an immortal, could he have suffered for 16 years? Not taking this to heart, Jiang Ming released his armor, flicked his fingers to unleash a wisp of energy to sever Jin Yang's fingers, and a primitive ring leaped high, which he caught. With spiritual energy pouring in, 100 cubic meters of space came into view. Finding the great void sword technique, Jiang Ming breathed a sigh of relief. This technique is very strong. He could feel it, but it was just that Jin Yang, that old fool, didn't know how to use it. Playing with casting time before unleashing a spell. Who wouldn't die? Chapter 57. Father and Son. The real third newcomer to successfully rush the tower, putting away the ring. Jiang Ming turned and walked into the deeper room. He originally wanted to interrogate Jin Yang, but seeing his crazed expression, he couldn't be bothered to waste his breath. He probably wouldn't get anything out of him anyway. So far, among the bearers of the flame he had encountered, only Jiang Yunfeng was a coward. The others were truly tough. They wouldn't even explain themselves when their arms and legs were torn off. As an enemy, Jiang Ming couldn't help but admire these people. It's easy to say you're not afraid of death, but how many can face it without changing their expression when it truly arrives? Unfortunately, they were on different paths and couldn't work together. Jiang Ming smacked his lips and walked to the stone bed, waving his hand to store the remaining dragon corpse in his storage ring, along with the dragon horns, dragon meat, dragon blood, dragon scales, and dragon tendons that the woman had cut off, packing them all away. After that, he searched the room but found nothing of value. He looked up at the large bronze bell hanging above the stone bed. It was too big to take away, so he left it there. After all, there would be logistics to handle it. Hearing footsteps approaching, Jiang Ming turned to see Zhao Shanhai walk in with a fatigued expression, plopping down on the sofa. His clothes were splattered with blood, but it didn't seem to be his. Got a smoke? Give me one, he said. Jiang Ming chuckled, took out a special supply cigarette, lit it, and handed it over. Here you go, leader, you worked hard. Zhao Shanhai took a puff, smoke swirling around him. Damn it, I regret it now. I shouldn't have let you join the investigation department. You joining has probably taken 10 years off my life. This afternoon, the department operator reported that he had single-handedly charged into the demon realm. Who knows what he was feeling at that time? He rushed over, relieved to see Jiang Ming was fine, but before he could even settle down, he got another call saying they found the bearers of the flames' lair and needed him to come support them, claiming there were big fish. Those big fish were indeed massive, for powerful foes almost dragged him down into the water to drown him. Jiang Ming seemed to ignore his complaints, lighting a cigarette himself, leaning against the stone bed as he smiled. Then you wouldn't be happy if I didn't join the investigation department. Zhao Shanhai glared. Just joking, he said with a chuckle. Hey, leave a few for me? 1 got away. You're awesome, leader. Jiang Ming quickly put the cigarette in his mouth and gave a thumbs up. Jin Yang probably couldn't even reach Zhao Shanhai's battlefield. He likely slipped away during the chaos. Zhao Shanhai didn't by his flattery. 3 from the J-Balance realm, 1 from the Heavenly Authority realm. It seems this person who needs dragon blood is quite important to them. This lineup was about 2/3 of their high-end combat power station in He Province and in Province. Who was worth such a big effort? Dragon blood isn't anything special. Apart from having a nobler bloodline and containing a bit more energy, it's no different from other demon blood. If that's the case, why insist on dragon blood? Zhao Shanhai's gaze fell on Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming was originally listening to his analysis, but when he looked over, he was confused. Don't ask me, I don't know anything. Who knows how a bunch of lunatics think? To guess a madman's thoughts, you'd have to become a madman yourself, resonating with him. Zhao Shanhai wanted to say more, but at that moment, Jiang Ming's phone suddenly rang. He took it out, and immediately his expression turned cold. He answered on speaker. Inspector Jiang, you're really quick. The gloomy voice of the minister of He province instantly echoed in the room. New officials take office with 3 fires, and you've burned through them all in a day. Jiang Ming opened his mouth, about to speak, when Zhao Shanhai suddenly stood up, his face twisted with rage, as if he wanted to eat someone. Zhao Feipeng, you're not dead yet. His voice roared like a tiger, his aura rising sharply, shaking the room violently, causing the lights to flicker. The voice on the other end fell silent for a moment. After a while, the minister of He province spoke again, but this time without the previous gloom, returning to his earlier confidence, and said with a faint smile, Father, is that how you act as a parent? What kind of father curses his son to die quickly? Jiang Ming was dumbfounded. What the hell? What did I just hear? Father? Son? Wow. You two really know how to play, huh? A police father and a bandit son? Are you guys taking for some script? So who am I? Am I Jackie Chan? Jiang Ming thought wildly. Zhao Shanhai sneered. You've really made a name for yourself, huh? Ha! The minister of He province. That is quite an official. Zhao Feipeng clearly didn't want to say much to him. Father, since you took action, let the dragon blood be my filial piety to you. Inspector Jiang, we'll meet again. Beep, beep, beep. The call hung up. Jiang Ming put away his phone and looked at Zhao Shanhai. At that moment, Zhao Shanhai truly resembled the logistics director of the investigation department. Powerful, cold, indifferent. After a while, Zhao Shanhai retracted his aura, sat back down on the sofa, and lit another cigarette. Jiang Ming quickly tossed him a box of cigarettes. Leader, you're not going to kill me to silence me, right? I'm just here to help. I'm known for keeping my mouth shut. Get lost. Zhao Shanhai shot him a glare, irritated. The director and several elders in the department all know about this. Heh, I was just trying to lighten the mood. With a flick, the cigarette was lit. Actually, you're the 4th newcomer to successfully rush the tower. P.S. the 3rd. Zhao Shanhai exhaled a puff of smoke, his face with glasses flickering in the haze. P.S. a genius just like you. You took 45 minutes to clear it. He took an hour. Everything you experienced, he went through too. The rewards at the top of the tower, I personally selected the techniques and pills. I even recognized him as my godson. Then why did he betray? Jiang Ming asked curiously. This is clearly a main character template. Because of my wife. Jiang Ming was stunned, thinking, wait, this guy has quite a few scripts in hand. Is Chun Pai C coming out now? Zhao Shanhai, unaware of his thoughts, squinted slightly from the smoke. He respected my wife, treating her like a mother. But good times didn't last long. During a mission, my wife was severely injured, and even with my position as the logistics director of the investigation department and vast resources, I couldn't save her. This incident seemed to trigger something in him. Later, when the bearers of the flame found him, I don't know what they said, but during a mission, he killed his teammates and directly defected from the investigation department. Saying this, he sneered. After so many years without news, I thought he was dead. Heh, the minister of He province. Jiang Ming smacked his lips. Don't say. It's quite a story, has potential for adaptation. I think making it into a movie could be quite interesting. If you add some twists, it would be absolutely brilliant. Get lost. Zhao Shanhai glared at him, not wanting to discuss this topic further, turning to walk outside. The logistics team is coming. Don't disturb them while they handle the scene. Hearing this, Jiang Ming threw Zhao Feipeng out of his mind and hurried after him. By the way, has your logistics team compiled the inventory list of the Jiang family treasury? Oh, and add a Rui Hall to it. Chapter 58. He Jiang Ming can do it. So can I Morong Qingbi. Zhao Shanhai didn't look back. It's not without your share. You should go gather resources. In just 2 days, you've already collected enough to match the investigation division's half a year's worth. The Jiang family and Ruyatang never expected that all their hard-earned savings over a lifetime would ultimately be taken by one person. However, it's best to lay low for now. The purpose of killing the chicken to scare the monkey has been achieved. Now, various factions across the country are beginning to feel uneasy. Going too far might provoke them into a united resistance. The Scattered Cultivator Alliance is not without its strengths. They may be useful in the future, so we can't push them too hard. Jiang Ming followed behind, pouting. I think you misunderstand me. What do you mean by I should lay low? When have I not been forced to retaliate? It's just that those people are too weak. They didn't even last long enough for me to go all out. The two of them arrived on the ground. The logistics department and the security bureau had already sealed off the library. Zhao Shanhai waved his hand, and figures immediately streamed in to start the cleanup. They didn't need to worry about the rest. Jiang Ming stood on the steps at the library entrance, looked up at the night sky, where the moon was obscured by clouds and hard to see clearly. He retracted his gaze, stretched lazily, and said, "Boss, I'm heading out. I've been on a go all day, and I'm a bit tired. After fighting 3 times in one day, even a strong body couldn't take it. If there's nothing tomorrow, I'll drop by the office." Okay. Summoning the flame dragon armor, the flame dragon steed came with a long tail of flames. Jiang Ming mounted it, waved goodbye to Zhao Shanhai, and soared into the sky. "Show off," Zhao Shanhai muttered, but his gaze followed until the flame dragon steed disappeared from sight. Turning back to glance at the library, he flashed and took off into the air. "It's just flying. I can do that too." Jiang Ming returned to the security bureau, quickly washed up, and then collapsed onto his bed to sleep. On the other side, the investigation division also sent out a public announcement regarding today's events to various Qi refiners factions. However, this time was a bit different. The conclusion still branded Rietang, openly stating that Kuang Kuan colluded with the arsonists and was decisively destroyed by Jiang Ming, who was not to be mourned. The last announcement about the Jiang family ended there, but this time there were several additional links. Many people clicked to open them immediately. It was the task videos uploaded by Jiang Ming. In an instant, many factions were in an uproar. In the past, such videos were confidential within the investigation division and had never been made public. But this time, they were presented so openly. Many quick-reacting individuals hurriedly logged into the website developed by the investigation division to check. They were shocked to find not only Jiang Ming's task videos, but also those of other investigators. Meanwhile, in a secret meeting room, a group of people sat on either side of a 3-meter-long conference table. At the head sat a plump figure with his feet resting on the table, his small eyes observing the people on either side with a half-smile. "Is this my first meeting since I was transferred here? I believe you all have heard of my personality, Lu Changfeng. For over 10 years in the great wilderness demon domain, I've been a straightforward person, not want to play tricks or hide things. I know there are arsonists among you. Don't you want the information on the investigators? You're trying hard to investigate, but it's easy to expose yourselves. I'm making everything public now, but you better hide well. Don't let me catch you or, then you'll understand why the 100,000 demon clans of the great wilderness call me the Reckless Emperor." Zhao Shanhai sat at Lu Changfeng's lower end, scanning each person's face, trying to see if he could discover any clues. However, everyone remained calm, with an expression of having a clear conscience. "Director, won't this pose a threat to the safety of the investigators?" Li Qi, the head of the review department, frowned. The task videos contain the investigators' fighting styles, techniques, and characteristics. If all this is out there, won't anyone with ill intentions be able to study them thoroughly? Lu Changfeng rubbed his chubby chest and shot him a sidelong glance. "Do you think you can grow towering trees in a greenhouse? You're just protecting them too well. Enough. Stop your whining. Am I the director, or are you? Just do as I say." Meeting adjourned. After saying that, he removed his feet from the table and stood up to walk out, his short and plump figure looking quite endearing. "Damn it. I said I didn't want to be transferred back. They insisted on bringing me back. The demon domain was so comfortable. If I was unhappy, I could just plow through a demon territory." His voice grew fainter. In the meeting room, everyone exchanged glances, feeling both amused and helpless. That night, countless people stayed up all night watching the videos released by the investigation division, especially focused on Jiang Ming, the key target. In just half an hour, his page showed over 10,000 views. At that moment, far away in Shudi, on Mount Qinsheng, a boy with a top knot was lying on a large green rock, engrossed in watching Jiang Ming's combat video. "My master lied to me, saying there are good and bad demons. Jiang Inspector already said demons are just demons. No way. Tomorrow I'll go find my master and let him see. I'm not wrong. That snake demon should be killed, not me confined. Can he be more authoritative than the investigation division's inspectors?" The little Taoist flipped over, scratched his bottom, and the more he watched, the more excited he became. As if he were there in person, sometimes gasping, sometimes angry, and sometimes cheering. In Jinlin City, in a 5-star hotel, a rugged man wrapped in a bath towel sat boldly on the sofa, holding a wine glass, drinking while watching Jiang Ming's video. Not bad, really not bad. It was worth my detour to Jinlin. The man's name was Murong Qingbi, the young prodigy Zhao Shanhai mentioned earlier, who could be asked to fight. At a young age, he had reached the 4th level of Yaoguang. Oh no. After some time of cultivation, he had successfully broken through to the 7th level of Yaoguang. Once he beastified, he was confident that even a chi refiner at the 2nd or 3rd level of Kaiyang could fight him. The martial arts competition organized by the investigation division was approaching, and he had come down from Mount Jiulong specifically to participate in it. However, he was thinking of dominating the competition. He planned to challenge all the other prodigies first, and with an invincible momentum, claim the top spot on the competition day. The first target he chose was Jiang Ming. In his view, Jiang Ming became famous because he relied on the investigation division. A public announcement made it known to the world. Who knew this person before? He may have strength, but isn't everyone a monster? It was only because he came from Mount Jiulong that the current master of Mount Jiulong explicitly forbade anyone from joining the investigation division. Otherwise, if he joined the investigation division, what would Jiang Ming have to do with it? If Jiang Ming can do it, so can I, Murong Qingbi. Starting from you, I will carry the momentum of victory into the competition, and the first place must be mine. Murong Qingbi raised his head and drained the red wine in his glass, his aura surging, and his gaze fixed intensely on Jiang Ming's photo on his phone. The fighting spirit was astonishing. Chapter 59, Breaking Through the Yaoguang Triple Heaven. You wait for Jiang's supervisor to exit. The next day, Jiang Ming woke up feeling refreshed. He first went out for breakfast, then asked Yi Ziyuan about the situation of Shangguan Qing and the others. Upon learning they were still in Yanghua village, he didn't inquire further, as there was currently no danger there. Turning back to his room, he began to cultivate. Although the resources from the Jiang family and Rui Hall hadn't been tallied yet, those few torchbearers were quite wealthy, and with the addition of dragon blood, it was enough to support his further advancement. On the bed, Jiang Ming took out usable materials from Jin Yang's storage ring. First, there was a small handful of light purple sand, known as starfall sand, said to be the last brilliant remnant left after a star's death. Extremely precious and suitable for tempering the body. Next was a clump of withered and shriveled spiritual grass, resembling weeds. If it weren't for the faint spiritual energy surrounding it, it would likely be ignored if tossed aside. This was earth fire grass, a type of spiritual plant that, after being picked, must be baked with earth fire for 49 days to lock in the essence of the earth's yang. It was a rare find for those cultivating fire attribute techniques. Lastly, there was a jar of dragon blood. Looking at the 3 items before him, Jiang Ming was unsure which to consume first. Scratching his head, he decided to pour all the starfall sand into the dragon blood, then used his spiritual energy to form a pair of scissors and quickly snipped the earth fire grass into fine pieces, adding that to the dragon blood as well. He picked up the jar and shook it vigorously, but when he opened it again, he was somewhat dumbfounded. The jar was bubbling vigorously, and when the red bubbles burst, a wave of hot air surged up. Jiang Ming swallowed hard. Could this even be consumed? Was he going to end up dead from this? It would be quite amusing if Yi Ziyuan found him dead in bed, just as he was struggling with whether to eat it. He noticed that with each bubble that popped, the spiritual energy in the liquid decreased. Damn it, he had to eat it. Without further thought, he gritted his teeth and poured the contents into his mouth. The first sensation was a dry throat. The second sensation, there was no second sensation. A violent force erupted within him like a volcanic explosion, instantly spreading through his limbs and bones, drawing in vast amounts of spiritual energy. The Yao Guang star in his dantian shone brightly, and the star core began to tremble. Roar! The energy contained in the dragon blood transformed into a faint blue dragon shadow, seemingly reluctant to be refined, thrashing around inside him. Just as he prepared to mobilize the southern Mingli fire, the red divine being in his heart suddenly opened its eyes wide, inhaling sharply. The faint blue dragon shadow, wrapped in the dark dragon blood, was instantly swallowed into its belly and refined in an instant. Threads of blood energy pumped throughout his body with each heartbeat. Seeing this, Jiang Ming felt at ease and began to operate the supreme body refining technique, his will sinking into the dantian, starting to immerse in the Yao Guang star. The divine mountain space manifested. Meanwhile, while Jiang Ming was still cultivating, Yi Ziyuan was feeling quite a headache as he looked at the tall man before him. Young Master Murong, I've already said, Jiang's supervisor is resting. Please leave. The Murong family from Jiulong Mountain was well known, even if he wasn't a chi refiner. There was no avoiding it. Their reputation was too great. Jiulong Mountain held 9 major qi refiner families, each no less than the Jiang family, collectively known as the 9 Dragonheads. They had existed before the founding of the country, dominating the Northwest during the years of war, engaging in the business of breaking into mines and killing for goods. Although they had gradually settled down after the founding, they were still not to be underestimated. It was said that a heavy armored synthetic brigade was always watching over there. Murong Chengbi chuckled lightly, his expression flamboyant. I don't care if he is truly resting or pretending to rest. Just relay my message to him. Go, tell him that Murong Chengbi has come, and let him come out to fight. As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful aura burst forth from him. In an instant, the office was filled with howling winds, causing the curtains to flutter wildly and books to scatter from the shelves. Seeing this, Yi Ziyuan's temper flared, his expression turning cold. I may not be a qi refiner, but I am the head of the city's security bureau on the state's payroll, with a position. Do you think I have no pride being shouted at by you? He forced a smile and said, Young Master Murong should think twice. This is not the past. If you act arrogantly on Jiulong Mountain, we won't interfere, but this is the security bureau. It will be best for you to restrain yourself. However, as soon as these words were spoken, Murong Chengbi burst into laughter. It was as if he had heard the greatest joke. Haha. Are the Jiulong Mountain people supposed to care about time and place? What past and present? We Jiulong Mountain people have our influence even in investigations. You, a mere city security bureau, how will you handle me being arrogant? You. Yi Ziyuan glared angrily, not expecting Murong Chengbi to show him no respect at all, but feeling the deep and vast aura emanating from the other party. He found himself momentarily at a loss for words. In his heart, he silently lamented Jiang's supervisor. Why haven't you come out yet? In the morning, Jiang Ming had told him he would enter seclusion and asked him to handle things if anything came up. Now, this situation was beyond what he could manage. But calling Jiang Ming out at this moment wasn't realistic, although he had never cultivated. He knew that it was most taboo for qi refiners to be disturbed during their seclusion. After thinking for a while, he saw only one path forward. Taking a deep breath, he said, Young Master Murong, Jiang's supervisor is indeed resting today. He didn't dare to say Jiang Ming was in seclusion, fearing that Murong Chengbi might harbor ill intentions. If you truly wish to fight Jiang's supervisor, leave your address, and once he is rested, I will relay your message. No need. Murong Chengbi interrupted him with a wave of his hand, retracting his aura. His gaze swept over. You've already said 3 times that he is resting. Fine. I'll take your word for it. In that case, I will wait for him. But you'd better not be lying to me, or else. As he spoke, he raised his hand, and a powerful suction force pulled a vase from the left side of the office into the air, exploding with a bang. Shards flew everywhere. This will be your fate. Don't think that just because you are the security bureau chief, if you provoke me, even if I can't kill you, I can still leave you half dead. Yi Ziyuan's anger boiled, secretly cursing. Just you wait. Threatening me? Being arrogant? You wait for Jiang's supervisor to come out. Don't say I'm petty. I'll 1T add any embellishments. Just show him the surveillance footage. If you can walk out of the security bureau upright, I'll write my surname backward. As for whether Jiang Ming could defeat this arrogant fool, he didn't even consider that possibility. Yi Ziyuan took a few deep breaths, forcing a smile as he gestured for him to take a seat. Murong Chengbi was not polite at all, directly sitting down on the sofa, arms crossed, and began to close his eyes and rest. On the other side, Jiang Ming slowly opened his eyes, his left eye burning with pure white flames and his right eye swirling with the dark energy of the Tying. Blinking once, he returned to normal. He then raised his hand, and a strand of sword light danced on his fingertips like a swimming fish. The void sword technique was complete. As he expected, Jin Yang, that old man, hadn't grasped the essence of this sword technique at all. His cultivation was merely superficial. Gently pinching, the sword light shattered. Feeling the abundant spiritual energy within him, a smile gradually appeared on his face. The Yao Guang, triple heaven. Although it was not as rapid as the enhancement from the enlightenment realm, it was still considerable. Immersing one's will into the stars was inherently dangerous, akin to squeezing one's own consciousness into the stars. A moment's inattention could lead to destruction. To have immersed 30% in such a short time could be said to be unprecedented. Moreover, his combat power could not be measured by realms. Taking a slight breath, he sensed the remaining spiritual energy in the air. With a satisfied sigh, Jiang Ming recalled the unfamiliar aura that suddenly appeared at the critical moment of his breakthrough. Who was it? Chapter 60. There's no challenge here, only life and death battles. Do you think this is a game? Pushing the door open, Jiang Ming walked towards Yi Ziyuan's office. Along the way, the security personnel greeted him, stopping to say hello. As a polite person, he smiled and nodded in response. This humble scene made many security personnel feel a sense of admiration, secretly lamenting that no wonder he could become an inspector at such a young age. Good looks, strength, and yet so humble and courteous. Sigh, I wonder which girl will benefit in the future. Jiang Ming was unaware of what the security personnel were thinking as he slowly walked to the front of the office. He pushed the door open and saw Yi Ziyuan sitting in his office chair with a face full of bitterness and resentment. The floor was covered with ceramic shards and scattered books and papers. Jiang Ming squinted his eyes and walked straight in. Old Yi, what's going on? A hint of joy appeared on Yi Ziyuan's face just as he was about to speak. On the nearby sofa, Murong Chengbi's eyes suddenly widened, a glint flashing through them. Jiang Ming, you finally... Shut up. It's not your turn to speak yet. Jiang Ming didn't even look at him, pointing directly at him with his right hand. He wasn't blind. He had seen this person the moment he opened the door. Given the scene in the room, it was obvious what was happening. Yi Ziyuan stood up and walked over, feeling as refreshing as drinking a large cup of iced watermelon juice on a hot summer day. One word, satisfying. Aren't you arrogant? Now the person who will deal with you has arrived. Inspector Jiang. Yi Ziyuan had just spoken 3 words when he was interrupted again by Murong Chengbi. Jiang Ming, do you dare to humiliate? Boom! Jiang Ming's foot flashed, instantly appearing in front of Murong Chengbi, throwing a punch that sent him crashing into the wall. I said it's not your turn to speak. Are you deaf? Haha. Good. Just like that. It was worth my wait for you. Murong Chengbi laughed instead of getting angry, his muscular arms tensing up as he slapped the walls on either side, propelling himself away, a crimson long knife phantom appearing behind him, rushing towards Jiang Ming at high speed. Sure enough, they were the same kind of person. Only such people were worthy opponents for him. Murong Chengbi, you're asking for it. Jiang Ming didn't even raise his eyelids, his fingers curling slightly. In an instant, countless sword lights burst forth, enveloping and strangling Murong Chengbi. The sword lights danced like swimming dragons, creating a shower of blood. In just one exchange, Murong Chengbi's clothes were shredded, his skin covered in sword marks, blood pouring out continuously. He was stunned. Through the countless sword shadows, he looked at Jiang Ming, his previous arrogance gone. How can this be? His aura is clearly at the 3rd level of Yaowang, and he still shows signs of having just broken through, which means he just recently made a breakthrough. Stay there. Don't move. Jiang Ming glanced at him. Old Yi, you speak. Yi Ziyuan looked at Murong Chengbi, who was enveloped by countless sword shadows. He waved the crimson knife shadow, shattering one, only for another to appear out of thin air, endlessly, making it difficult for him to move an inch. This is so satisfying. Inspector Jiang, I can't say much. Why don't you take a look yourself? Saying this, he turned the computer on his desk around and pressed the play button. To save time, he had already turned on the surveillance, just for this moment. Jiang Ming looked at the screen. I don't care if he's really resting or pretending to rest. Just pass on my message. Let Jiang Ming come out. To fight me? Ha ha! Does being from Julong Mountain mean I have to consider time and place? Even if I go to the investigation division, I still have some face. The vase shatters. Even if you're the director of the security bureau, I will still leave you half dead. The frames played one after another, the words coming out clearly, capturing Murong Chengbi perfectly. After understanding the situation's background, Jiang Ming turned to Murong Chengbi. Oh, you want to fight me? Jiang Ming. Murong Chengbi could no longer maintain the momentum of having everything under control. He let out a furious roar, his entire body surging with spiritual power, attempting to enter beast transformation and break through the layers of sword nets. His body suddenly grew taller, bones protruding, and sharp spikes like steel needles broke through his skin. Boom! Jiang Ming didn't give him a chance to transform. He stomped his foot, and his whole person pressed forward with overwhelming momentum. A Qilin appeared behind him, snarling. As Jiang Ming struck out with a palm, the Qilin also raising its giant claw, crashing down. Feeling the terror of this palm, Murong Chengbi's expression changed dramatically. He hurriedly activated his technique, the knife shadow in his hand slashing down. If you have the ability, wait for me to finish transforming. Fool, you think I'm going to wait for you to transform? Do you want to let you have 3 punches and 2 kicks? Knowing full well that transforming takes time, he still stood there waiting for me to finish watching the surveillance. Calling you a fool is a compliment. With a slap of his palm, the knife shadow shattered. Accompanied by two cracking sounds of bones, Murong Chungbi was once again sent flying. This time, the already unstable wall directly broke through a large hole. Such a commotion naturally attracted the attention of the security personnel who were working. In an instant, everyone looked over. They saw a bloody figure fly out, crashing against the railing in the corridor. The next moment, Jiang Ming smashed through the wall, expanding the hole further, chasing after him. Taking advantage of the fact that Murong Chungbi had not yet gotten up, he kicked towards his chest. Puff! A mouthful of fresh blood, mixed with organs and small bone fragments sprayed out. Challenging me? Can you afford the price? Jiang Ming looked down from above at Murong Chungbi, who was struggling to breathe beneath his foot. The investigation division is supposed to give you some face. Why is your face so big? You even dared to threaten the director of the security bureau? Jiang Ming. Murong Chungbi gasped for breath, the intense pain in his chest causing the veins on his forehead to bulge. Why? Why is he so strong? Even if he hasn't entered beast transformation, he is still a 7th-level refining gas master of Yawan. How can he be so easily defeated? Recalling that earlier palm strike felt like a mountain crashing down. Such terrifying power. Could he really not be a monster? Murong Chungbi couldn't accept this outcome. He prided himself on being a genius too. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to challenge various outstanding talents. But to lose at the first hurdle? Unwillingness, despair, doubt. Like aquatic plants, they grew wildly in his heart. Jiang Ming couldn't be bothered to listen to his nonsense. Have you thought about how to say goodbye to this world? Murong Chungbi's expression changed again. You want to kill me? How novel. In my place, there's no such thing as a challenge. Only life and death battles. Do you think this is a game? To stop halfway? Then wouldn't anyone and everyone come to challenge me? And I would be exhausted? You even threatened the director of the security bureau, deliberately damaging state property. You said it yourself. If you don't die, who will? Murong Chungbi was stunned. Was it really that serious? It was just a few words of bravado and breaking a vase. Look, you have no words now. It seems you know you are guilty. Since that's the case, don't be so reckless in your next life. The Tai Su sword technique unfolded, a slash brewing in his palm. Wait, I apologize. I apologize to Director Yi. I will compensate for the vase. I will get an identical one. Murong Chungbi shouted in panic. Swish. The slash passed through. The head separated from the body. Thud. The head fell to the ground with a dull sound. Murong Chungbi's face still bore a grimace. His eyes wide open. He died without closing his eyes. Chapter 61. The Inspector of Ontario is dead. Don't worry. Murong Chungbi died peacefully on both sides of the corridor. A group of security personnel stared at the headless corpse leaning against the railing, bewildered. Killed. Killed? Many people saw Murong Chungbi enter the security bureau that morning. Although they didn't know his identity, his arrogant demeanor suggested he was someone important. But just 3 hours later, he was dead? What happened to being humble? What happened to politeness? In the office, Yi Ziyuan was no better off. He stood dazed, peering through the large hole in the wall at the scene, swallowing hard. He never thought Jiang Ming would kill Murong Chungbi. He thought it was just a lesson. What to do now? Jiang Ming lifted his foot, and a headless corpse slumped down along the railing. He turned to the crowd on either side. Hey, you two, go get 2 buckets of water and clean this up? Corpses, corpses. After thinking for a moment, he flicked a strand of Southern Ming fire, instantly turning the body into a pile of black ashes. Get a broom and sweep it up. After saying this, he turned and walked back through the hole into the office. Old Yi, later you find someone to tally the losses, make a good list with prices, and send it to Julong Mountain for them to pay for the repairs. What needs to be reimbursed will be reimbursed. For what shouldn't be reimbursed, I won't pay a single cent. The reimbursement indicators for the investigation department are strict every year. Yi Ziyuan came back to his senses. Cough, our security bureau has funds. No need. His gaze shifted. ISNT, that also the country's money? Yi Ziyuan fell silent. All right, do as I say. I have things to do. The rest is up to you. Yesterday, Zhao Shanhai asked him to go to headquarters before leaving. He didn't know what it was about. He formed hand seals, and the entrance to the spatial passage appeared. Stepping inside. Investigation department. This time, Jiang Ming felt something was different. Although there were always people watching him, it had never been this many. Almost all the way, there were subtle glances accompanied by whispers. He was sharp-eyed and sharp-eared, hearing everything clearly. A frequently mentioned term caught his attention. Age demon. Damn it. This nickname again. Jiang Ming gritted his teeth and moved towards a group of people huddled together. Where did you hear this title from? Jiang Inspector. A few people were startled by Jiang Ming's sudden appearance, nervously greeting him. I asked you where you heard this title from. The website, our investigation department's website. Someone left a message on your page. It's a comment from the Ember Bearers, saying you are cruel and inhuman, prone to dismemberment and crushing bones. The aged demon, a devil on earth destined for what? Destined for divine retribution. Jiang Ming laughed. Good. This is simply turning heaven upside down. A group of madmen wreaking havoc on earth, not facing divine retribution. But I, representative of justice, am to face it? You all wait for me. Once I awaken the ultimate armor, you'll know what divine retribution truly is. He turned and walked towards Zhao Shanhai's office. The few people behind him instantly wilted, supporting each other as they quickly ran away. Too scary. Indeed, there is only a wrong name, not a wrong nickname. Over here, Jiang Ming arrived at Zhao Shanhai's office, as if returning home, plopping down on the sofa. He began his complaint. Boss, someone is slandering the inspector, and you're not handling it. Age demon? Zhao Shanhai shifted his gaze from the documents on the desk, smiling. You're still smiling? Do we not care about our investigation department's reputation? What's the big deal? Our director is still called the Reckless Emperor. The title of the Tianshi of Longhushan has been passed down for decades. It's a small matter. I think it's quite good. Zhao Shanhai raised his hand and tossed the document over. Take a look. This is a resource summary from the Jiang family, Rui Hall, and the Ember Bearers. The last page is a selection of spiritual medicines and treasures suitable for you based on your realm, techniques, and attributes. See if there is anything to add. The rest will be converted into contribution points for you. Jiang Ming took it, glanced through it, and indeed found it useful. Let's go with this, all right. Give me some demon pills, deduct it from the contribution points, and let Longhushan have a smaller share. Those old Taoists are always refining pills and artifacts. They don't get tired of it? All right, I'll adjust it later. After settling the future cultivation resources, Jiang Ming remembered the main matter. You asked me to come today, for what? Almost forgot. Zhao Shanhai's expression grew serious. The inspector of Ontario is dead. The opening was explosive. Jiang Ming sat up straight. The day before yesterday, he took office a day before you, and he died the next day. I originally wanted to go in person, but the director said to leave it to you young people to investigate. One must withstand the storms to grow tall. Currently, there is no news from there. It's uncertain if it was a demon or human doing. Personally, I lean toward it being a demon. At this critical juncture, no one would dare to kill an inspector. That is equivalent to slapping the investigation department in the face. Although the Ember Bearers are a bunch of madmen, there is no need for them to do this. Jiang Ming thought for a moment. All right, leave it to me. I'll go take a look today. Anyway, there is nothing going on in any province right now. Zhao Shanhai nodded. All right, there is one more thing. Murong Qingbi from Jiulong Mountain went to Jinlin. He asked the genius, who can be astified that I mentioned last time. This kid is quite arrogant, boasting that he will defeat all the talented youths and participate in the upcoming youth martial arts competition with an invincible momentum. It's likely he wants to challenge you. As Zhao Shanhai spoke, he suddenly noticed Jiang Ming's expression was a bit off. What is wrong? Have you seen him? Already fought. Jiang Ming stretched lazily, tossing the document onto the coffee table. Don't worry, he died peacefully. He didn't suffer. Huh? Zhao Shanhai's eyes widened. You killed him? Died peacefully is clearly not a good thing. That idiot had a time-consuming ability and insisted on challenging me, threatening Director Yi at the Security Bureau, and even broke a vase. Should I spare him for the new year? Zhao Shanhai held his head in pain. Damn it. What do you mean threatening Director Yi should be fine, but breaking a vase gets someone killed? So Director Yi is not even worth a vase? Grandpa. Can I call you Grandpa? If not, then Ancestor. I'll kneel down for you. Really, I've been very busy lately organizing the youth martial arts competition, coordinating the suppression of the Yao domain in Simu Lake. I really don't have time to bicker with Jiulong Mountain. Jiang Ming scratched his head. If there's no time to bicker, then don't bicker. Just slap him back. Our investigation department is toughened up. Are we afraid of Jiulong Mountain? It's not fear. It's annoyance. Forget it. He is dead. So be it. You have a point. Zhao Shanhai sighed. You have surveillance over there, right? Later, have Ziwan arrange someone to edit a video for me. Remember to edit it well, leaving no traces. Understood. Jiang Ming smiled, catching the hidden meaning in his words. Good for you, Zhao Shanhai. looking like an honest teacher, but I didn't expect you to be quite cunning. Chapter 62. What are you afraid of? I can hear your heartbeat. After leaving Zhao Shanhai's office, Jiang Ming took another stroll around the new recruit's dormitory, but this time he didn't see Zhou Li. His dorm mates said that he had been in seclusion these past few days, seemingly on the verge of breaking through to the hidden Yuan realm. This surprised Jiang Ming. He remembered that Zhou Li had joined the investigation department for less than half a month. Is he really about to reach hidden Yuan? Not everyone can be like him, rapidly advancing from a novice to hidden Yuan in just half a month. It seems this guy is indeed a genius. However, he didn't leave empty-handed. His storage ring was filled with various snacks. Since they were all new recruits, nothing valuable was there. But he couldn't refuse the offer of Jiang Inspector with every bite. He decided to keep them for when he had some leisure time to enjoy. Afterwards, he went to the scripture pavilion in exchange for a flying technique, the mountain carrying run. Although the name wasn't impressive, the description was quite exaggerated, claiming that once mastered, one could fly at high speed while carrying a mountain. He didn't exchange for anything else. He didn't lack demon cores at the moment. After a profitable trip to the Dragon Palace Demon Domain, he still had around 180 demon cores in his storage ring. Upon returning to the Jinlin Public Security Bureau, Shang Wanqing and others were back as well. The cleanup work in Yanghua Village was completed, and they no longer needed to assist. After mentioning the investigation into the death of the inspector in a province, Shang Wanqing asked if they should accompany him. Jiang Ming declined. They needed to leave people in Jinlin for defense. If everyone left and a demon disaster occurred, it would all be on Yi Ziyuan. In the end, he only took Wei with him. At this moment, Wei was driving at high speed on the highway. Jiang Ming sat in the back seat, eyes closed, his mind filled with the mysteries of the mountain-carrying run. Wei glanced at the rearview mirror and said, "Boss, I just asked Xiao Yin to check on Song Zhiheng's information. Do you want to hear it? Go ahead." Song Zhiheng is the inspector in province who died this time. All right. Wei recalled what he had just read. This person was an experienced investigator who had served in the military for 7 to 8 years. After retiring, he got into cultivation, and his talent was probably a bit stronger than Quang Kun's, with a cultivation level in the 4th layer of Opening Sunday. However, his personality was too upright. He couldn't tolerate any wrongdoing. Perhaps this was due to his military background. Like when we go on missions, we keep whatever gains we make for ourselves, and the department turns a blind eye. But he was different. He believed that things belonged to the collective. After each mission, he would turn in any treasures he obtained, regardless of whether they were useful to him or not, first exchanging them for contribution points, and then buying them back. Isn't that unnecessary? Jiang Ming became interested. Is there really someone like that? That's a bit too righteous, isn't it? You can't say he's foolish. Strictly speaking, what he did was right. If this country had more people like him, many shady dealings would probably disappear. But working under him might not be pleasant. Why do investigators risk their lives fighting demons? For the sake of protecting their families and the people, that's certainly part of it, but more often it's for personal gain. And Wei seemed to have the same thought as Jiang Ming, smiled, and continued. In theory, he did the right thing, but he was just too noble, which makes us look like selfish worms. That's why he isn't well-liked in the department. I think the department sent you to investigate partly out of concern that others might not be thorough. All right, he's also from a province. The department must have considered this when sending him there as an inspector, but who would have thought? He died the day after he took office. Does the information mention which team is currently in charge of a province as capital? It's still the original team. He went there alone. Jiang Ming nodded. Close his eyes again. I understand now. Just focus on driving. Call me when we arrive. His consciousness sank into the divine mountain space and began to practice the mountain-carrying run. And Wei glanced in the rearview mirror, secretly marveling at Jiang Ming's rapid progress. He truly didn't waste a single moment of cultivation time. With such extraordinary talent and diligence, how could anyone compare? 5 hours later, the vehicle came to a steady stop in front of the Public Security Bureau in Xingyang, the capital of the province. And Wei didn't wake Jiang Ming. After waiting for another half an hour, Jiang Ming opened his eyes and looked outside. Are we there? And Wei nodded. Let us go. They pushed the door open and walked straight into the Public Security Bureau. Upon entering, they went directly to the reception desk, taking out their credentials. Investigation Department. And Province Inspector, here to investigate the death of Inspector Song. Notify your director and gather the Xingyang investigation team for a meeting in 5 minutes. Now, take me to the meeting room. The receptionist was momentarily stunned, but when she saw Jiang Ming's cold gaze, she quickly snapped back to attention. Okay, I'll take you there right away. As she spoke, she signaled a colleague nearby to make a phone call. Moments later, the leader of the Qingyang team, Jun, received the call. What? Who did you say came? Say that again. In the room, the other team members turned their gazes towards him. After confirming the information on the other end of the line, Jun hung up the phone, his expression shifting constantly, and upon closer inspection, deep fear was hidden in his eyes. What happened? Who came? A team member asked nervously. The demon of age, Jiang Ming. He's here to investigate the death of Song Zhiheng. With a crash, the room erupted into chaos as 5 people stood up in unison, their expressions drastically changing. How could it be him? What the hell is the department thinking? Why do they send him here? The name of Jiang Ming was well known within the investigation department. Even the firewood bearers said he was cruel and inhuman, simply outrageous. Taking a deep breath, Jun glanced at his panicking teammates. What are you all so flustered about? We didn't kill Song Zhiheng. Let him investigate. Let us go meet this demon of age. In the meeting room, Jiang Ming leaned back in a reclining chair, his feet propped up on the edge of the conference table, resting with his eyes closed. Beside him, Wei Hua looked at his phone screen. How much longer? Boss, it's 30 seconds over. As soon as he finished speaking, the large door to the meeting room was pushed open from the outside, and hearty laughter echoed in. Inspector Jiang has graced us with his presence, truly making the Qingyang Public Security Bureau shine. Jiang Ming opened his eyes and saw a group of people walking in. The 2 leading figures were none other than the director of the Qingyang Public Security Bureau, Sang Yinchang, and the leader of the Qingyang team, Jun. I remember I said to gather in 5 minutes, right? Can someone explain to me why you were 30 seconds late? Were you discussing how to deceive me during those 30 seconds? As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Ming's aura suddenly surged, pressing down on the others like a tidal wave. Answer me. Boom. Everyone felt as if they were facing an ancient behemoth whose eyes had just opened, revealing its claws and fangs, surveying them as if contemplating how to devour them whole. Sang Yinchang's smile froze. Behind Jun, one investigator's face changed dramatically, and he stumbled, crashing into the door, making a loud noise. Jiang Ming's gaze swept over, his figure flashing, standing right in front of that person. What are you afraid of? Zhizhan Uspicto. No, I'm not afraid. Not afraid. I not only heard you panting, but I can also hear your heartbeat. Chapter 63. What is this and that? Just find the lair and crush it directly. Jiang Supervisor, what do you mean by that? Jun's face turned ugly. The Bureau sent you to investigate the case, not to show off your power to your colleagues. Slap. Jiang Ming slapped out, and Jun instantly flew out of the meeting room, blood spraying in an arc from his mouth. I didn't ask you to stand there and watch quietly. This sudden scene changed the expressions of everyone present. Sang Yinchang unconsciously took 2 steps back, swallowing hard. Damn it, the Investigation Bureau sent a madman here. He just resorts to violence at the slightest disagreement. Forget it. I won't get involved in the matter of the Qi refiners. If he slaps me, I might as well meet my great-grandmother. Jun quickly got up from the ground, his right cheek swollen like a steam bun. He opened his mouth to spit out a few pearly white teeth. Jiang, if you say one more word, you can die on duty right now. Jiang Ming's cold gaze swept over, and the icy meaning in his words instantly silenced Jun. His mouth opened, but he couldn't utter a single word. If the supervising official dies, and, as an investigator in the jurisdiction, failing to report any information to the Bureau for 3 days, including the location of death, time of death, cause of death, nothing. Dereliction of duty. I'll settle the score with you after I finish the case. Now, continue speaking. What are you panicking about? Jiang Ming turned his gaze back to the man in front of him. Jiang Supervisor, Song's supervisor's death really has nothing to do with us. The man's face was pale, and now all of Jiang Ming's momentum pressed on him alone. He felt that even breathing became difficult, and fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. It's a demon. On the day he took office, the Zizhu mountain in the southeast suddenly erupted with demonic calamity. He went to eliminate the demon, and as a result died? Jiang Ming laughed. Right when we arrived, we saw him being swallowed by that demon. We weren't a match. Why didn't he report for 3 days? If it weren't for the Bureau keeping the energy and blood essence of every investigator, discovering Song Zhiheng's death might have to wait until the end of the year-S report. We wanted. The man glanced at his companion beside him. We wanted to wait until we avenged him before reporting. Jiang Ming was amused. This incoherent talk. First saying they weren't a match, now saying they wanted to avenge Song Jiang. Interesting, really interesting. His gaze swept over few people in the room. They wouldn't be colluding with the arsonists again, would they? This thought flashed through his mind, and his heart leapt, an indescribable excitement instantly engulfing his whole body. The Zizhu Mountain in the southeast, huh? Wei Hua, come with me. After leaving the Public Security Bureau, Jiang Ming took Wei Hua to a corner, just blocking the view from the direction of the Bureau. Stay here and keep an eye on things. If those few people leave the Bureau, just follow them from a distance. He originally wanted Wei Hua to guard Tu Jun and the others in the conference room, but he feared that Tu Jun and the others might act recklessly, and it wouldn't be good for Wei Hua to be alone then. He was now sure that those few were problematic, but he wasn't certain if it was related to the arsonists. So he just held back and didn't take action. Boss, don't worry. And Wei Hua nodded seriously, inexplicably feeling a sense of mission. Damn it. After teaming up with the boss so many times, I finally have a chance to shine. I must make this matter look good. Be careful, and if there's danger, run first. After giving a reminder, Jiang Ming saw that no one was around and directly summoned the flame dragon armor. The flame dragon steed rushed over, carrying him as he disappeared into the sky in the blink of an eye. On the other side, in the conference room, Tu Jun sat in Jiang Ming's previous seat with a sullen face. What should we do, Captain? Now Jiang Ming is going to Zizhu Mountain. What if that big demon can't defeat him? Shut up. Tu Jun shot a cold glare. Do you think he has 3 heads and 6 arms? The age-destroying demon. I spit. Do you really think you're invincible? Just wait and see. You will end up like that fool Song Jiang, buried in the demon's belly. I mean, what if? There's no what if. Do you understand? There's no what if. If he can come back alive, I'll eat shit. Tu Jun slammed the table and roared. He had seen Jiang Ming's video. At most, he could open the Yang 4th layer, while that big demon opened the Yang 6th layer. But, damn it, why are you so talkative today? I can't beat Jiang Ming, but can I beat you? Tu Jun exploded, rushing forward and grabbing the collar of the person speaking, swinging his fists and landing a dozen slaps. While hitting, he laughed maniacally. Ha ha ha. So this is what it feels like to slap someone. Jiang Ming didn't know that he had almost beaten Tu Jun into a lunatic. He was already riding the flame dragon steed around Zizhu Mountain. At this moment, he stopped and looked down. Below was a hill, like a solitary grave standing in the valley. The demonic energy soared to the sky. Good. There really is a demon. Jiang Ming's expression was ecstatic. He thought Tu Jun and the others were fooling him. Without hesitation, the flame dragon steed began to charge up an energy cannon. At the same time, he started to gather power in his palm, a sword light rapidly expanding, compressing, then expanding again, then compressing, until it reached 100 meters long. Its edge shining brightly, and the surrounding space began to tremble, faint cracks appearing. What's this and that? As long as I find the lair, I'll crush it directly. If I don't kill it, then it's because the firepower isn't enough, and I'll shoot another round. Boom! The flame dragon steed fired first. A several 100-meter-long energy beam crossed the void, shooting straight toward the hill. Jiang Ming also simultaneously sent out a fierce sword light from his hand that was almost uncontrollable. In an instant, the ground trembled, flying stones scattered, and 2 several 100-meter-long ravines were directly carved out. The hill exploded. As the dust settled, Jiang Ming, riding the flame dragon steed, arrived above the broken hill and saw a gigantic 3-legged toad lying on the ground, its pair of eerie green eyes staring at him. Oh, it's still a 3-legged golden toad, a rare thing. Seeing this demon, Jiang Ming instantly understood the cause and effect. Zizhu Mountain isn't a place with few people. With such demonic energy, the investigators couldn't possibly not discover it. This means Tu Jun and the others are raising demons. The records of the Investigation Bureau state that the 3-legged golden toad can swallow blood food and spit out spiritual treasures. The treasures include a lot of things, including spiritual medicine, magical artifacts, and exotic treasures. It must be that on the first day Song Jiang took office, he discovered Tu Jun and the others' activities, wanted to stop them, and was ultimately plotted against. Below, the 3-legged golden toad opened its big mouth. Human race, you destroy my dojo, do you know? Before the word crime could be uttered, Jiang Ming jumped down from the sky, removed the flame dragon armor, and pulled out the lava summoning device. Flame lava. Fusion. The molten was raised high, and a 100-meter-long blade, light, soared into the sky. Whatever you have to say it's my big knife. Chapter 64. No. Who among us is the monster? A magnificent blade of light descended, and before it reached the ground, the surrounding grass, trees, and stones began to hang upside down, trembling, and then exploded into fragments. Seeing this scene, the three-legged golden toad did not dodge or retreat. Instead, it opened its big mouth, revealing a hint of a human-like smile. Two ghostly green lights radiated from its eyes, and lines and patterns surrounded its body, forming a three-dimensional square barrier. Boom! The blade of light struck the barrier, and a dazzling burst of light erupted between them, accompanied by a series of piercing sounds. In response, the three-legged golden toad flipped over, lying on its back with its two front legs as a pillow, and began to sing leisurely. "I'm a happy little frog. Little frog it loved to see its enemies in despair. When its foes were at their wits' end, it would strike, effortlessly obtaining a blood meal. Oh, you have such talent." Jiang Ming's eyes lit up, able to spit treasures and sing. This is a damn innate entertainer. In the next moment, the energy key was inserted into the handle of the molten scale knife, and the flame qilin burst forth, roaring into the sky, transforming into components embedded in the knife. The molten qilin axe was raised high and then brought down. "Human brat, don't waste your effort. You are still 10,000 years away from breaking my diamond formation." Before the words could finish, boom! The axe light surged. The barrier twisted. The lines shattered, and with a loud bang, it exploded. The molten qilin axe vanished in a flash. Jiang Ming's expression was excited as he dove down, like a cannonball, plunging straight down. Sword lights gathered in his palms, forming a wheel of light, and he swung it with brute force. "Sing! Keep singing! Sing loudly!" The three-legged golden toad flashed an expression of disbelief. "Something's wrong. This person is not right." This diamond formation was obtained by killing a monk from the Prajna temple and was arranged using the spiritual object I nurtured myself. Even a peak opening yang would not be able to break it. How did this person? But there was no time to think. Feeling the unmatched sharpness radiating from the white octagonal wheel, it exerted force with its three legs, leaping up, and the aura of the sixth layer of opening yang exploded forth. The golden spots on its back seemed to come alive, reflecting a golden copper coin as it charged towards the wheel of light. Amidst the explosion of light, it opened its mouth wide, and a thick tongue shot out like a spear, creating a sonic boom as it jabbed towards Jiang Ming's chest. With a punch, the tongue flew back at a faster speed. With a slap, it struck the three-legged golden toad's face, sending it rolling out and crashing into the nearby mountains. Dust flying everywhere. Jiang Ming glanced at the slime on his hands, shaking them off in disgust. In the next moment, amidst the swirling dust, the roar of the three-legged golden toad echoed. "Human race. I am angry." Quack! With a powerful push from its hind legs, it kicked off the rocks and charged forward at high speed, its body the size of a grinding disc. Jiang Ming laughed. "You're even getting angry." His figure moved, instantly teleporting above the three-legged golden toad, pouring spiritual energy into his armor, gathering tremendous power beneath his feet, and he stomped down. Boom! The three-legged golden toad crashed down heavily, shaking the earth and creating a deep pit over 100 meters wide. Jiang Ming rode on the back of the three-legged golden toad, raising his fist to strike, the energy of the sun circulating, wrapping around a thick layer of ice armor. "Anger! I'll make you angry!" "Are you still angry? Huh? Get angry again and let me see." His fists fell like raindrops, each strike carrying an overwhelming chill, freezing everything they touched, only to be shattered afterwards. In an instant, flesh and blood splattered everywhere. The three-legged golden toad howled in agony, its three legs struggling desperately, its disc-like body twisting. However, Jiang Ming seemed to be welded onto it. No matter how it struggled, he couldn't be shaken off. If it had red water margin, it would know that there was once a brother in distress who was beaten to death while being ridden like this. Seeing that it couldn't break free, the three-legged golden toad let out a cry of despair, and the golden spots on its back transformed into a dazzling broadsword, aiming straight for Jiang Ming's head. This strike could have killed countless people. Even a chi refining master at the 7th or 8th layer of opening yang would be doomed if caught off guard. Clang! Sparks flew as Jiang Ming's head was slightly deflected. You've got quite a bit of strength. With even more force, he transformed his fist into claws. Grabbing a chunk of flesh, and with a ripping sound, he pulled off skin and meat all at once. Ah! The three-legged golden toad raised its neck in a mournful cry, but its neck was too short, making it look rather comical. It was genuinely panicking. Is this still a human? Not only is its strength greater than mine, but its body is also terrifying. Who among us is the real monster here? Just a few days ago, it easily killed a person at the 4th layer of opening Yang. How is this one at the 3rd layer of Yao Guang so fierce? If someone were to judge, is this reasonable? At first, it didn't take Jiang Ming's aura seriously, thinking he was just another easy meal. But now, feeling the increasing coldness on its back, a chill began to seep into its bones. Ah! I'm not angry anymore. I'm not angry anymore. Sir, young hero, spare my life. Spare my life. I can give you treasures. Damn it, speak properly. Jiang Ming was disgusted, knowing what it meant. But the way it was said was ambiguous. He threw a punch at the three-legged golden toad's head. Not that kind of birth. Give me blood food. I can nurture treasures within my body. Jiang Ming stopped his movements, raised his hand, and the southern bright leaf fire surged up, merging with the void sword technique to form countless sword lights shooting back at high speed. No, no. The three-legged golden toad's 3 souls and 7 spirits were lost. Despair emerged in its ghostly green eyes. Scenes from its memories began to flash before its mind like a slideshow. Is this how it ends? In the next second, the sword light suddenly froze, stopping just inches in front of it. I'll ask, and you answer. If I'm satisfied, I can spare you some suffering. Otherwise, I'll turn you to ashes. I'll say, I was just an unremarkable 3-legged golden toad under purple bamboo mountain. The 3-legged golden toad was ecstatic. The feeling of surviving a disaster was just too wonderful. It immediately began to spill the beans. Swoosh! A sword shadow pierced down, instantly penetrating its right paw. I haven't even asked yet. Why are you starting from your life story? Why not start from when you were a tadpole? Did you swallow a person at the 4th layer of opening Yang a few days ago? Ah, yes, yes. The 3-legged golden toad screamed. Is there someone keeping you? Yes. They are from the investigation division. Once I swallowed a few tourists, and they came looking for me. In the end, we reached an agreement. They concealed my existence and provided me with blood food regularly. And I gave them treasures. The matter was clear. Those bastards from 2 June were indeed raising a monster, and they were providing blood food to the 3-legged golden toad. As for what kind of blood food, does it need to be thought about? They were in total control in Qingyang, and no information could get out. The Public Security Bureau. Yes, and the Public Security Bureau. If people go missing, their relatives would definitely report it. Soyonshon. Jiang Ming was burning with rage. Investigators and security officers are supposed to ensure safety, but now they are breaking the law. With someone as righteous as Song Zhiheng here as an inspector, it would be strange if he didn't die. Boom! Jiang Ming stood up, and the sword lights shot back into the sky, causing the surrounding mountains to rumble and explode with grass, trees, and stones flying everywhere. The 3-legged golden toad was so frightened that it didn't dare to breathe. After venting his anger, Jiang Ming grabbed the 3-legged golden toad's hind leg, and with a gust of wind beneath his feet, he executed the carry the mountain run, soaring into the sky. Cuyun. Soyonshon. I'm going to skin you alive. Chapter 65. Have you discussed it? If you have discussed it, you can die. Xinjiang Public Security Bureau. Still in that conference room. As time passed, everyone became increasingly anxious. The confidence on 2 June's face had faded, and upon closer inspection, the deep-seated fear in his eyes began to churn like a flood. Why? Why haven't they called yet? That's right. To facilitate communication, he had thoughtfully given the 3-legged golden toad a mobile phone. Every time they finished a task, both he and the demon would make a call. But now, Jiang Ming had been gone for over 10 minutes. Zizhu Mountain isn't far from the Public Security Bureau. Team leader, I think we should run. The situation doesn't feel right. The investigator who had just been slapped a dozen times spoke in a muffled voice, his face swollen to the point of difficulty in speaking. Run? Where the hell can you run to? 2 June's face darkened. If they ran now, unless they joined the arsonists, there was no escaping the pursuit of the investigation division, neither in heaven nor on earth. But if the investigators joined the arsonists, their first act of allegiance was to become demons. He didn't want to turn into a demon body. I don't believe this evil. Even if he can deal with that 3-legged golden toad, He definitely wouldn't come back unscathed. Another investigator's eyes lit up at his words. Captain, do you mean we wait for him to return and then take him down? As soon as the words fell, the remaining few people's eyes brightened. Yes, while he's injured. We five can team up to take him down, just like we did with Song Jiheng, and push him onto that three-legged golden toad. From now on, Qingyang City will still be under our control. It's just a pity for the three-legged golden toad. The Bureau will definitely send stronger people over, and the cultivation resources will probably be reduced in the future. The fear in Tu Jun's eyes calmed down a bit, and he stood up abruptly. Am I still waiting for him to come back? Let's head straight to Zizhu Mountain. Saying this, he turned a glance at Sang Yinchong. His gaze fierce, Director Sang. We are now in the same boat. I hope you don't do anything foolish. Killing one inspector is killing. Killing two is also killing. Since you chose to conceal and not report, then conceal it to the end. Think about how your daughter has progressed so quickly. If the Bureau finds out, she won't survive. Sweat poured down Sang Yinchong's forehead. He and expected that Tu Jun and the others had gone mad to this extent. They actually wanted to kill an inspector. But at this point, there was no turning back. All right, if you want to act, hurry up. Boom! Before he could finish his sentence, the conference room door exploded along with the surrounding walls. Jiang Ming walked in, still wearing his armor and holding the three-legged golden toad. Have you discussed it? If you have discussed it, you can die. Jiang Ming. Everyone's face changed dramatically as they all took a step back. But the next moment, a fierce light flashed in Tu Jun's eyes, and he shouted sharply, "Damn it, attack! If you want to live, kill him! He is definitely at the end of his rope now." Saying this, he charged forward. Jiang Ming swept his gaze over, tossing the three-legged golden toad towards the group, coldly stating, "Raising demons is a problem, colluding with monsters to kill inspectors. The matter has been exposed. Resisting law enforcement, multiple crimes will be punished together. In the name of the Inspector of the Investigation Division, I announce your death sentence, to be executed immediately." As the words fell, countless sword lights erupted forth. In an instant, the sound of bones cracking echoed, accompanied by piercing screams, as blood and flesh flew throughout the room. Bones and remnants splattered everywhere. The three-legged golden toad showed fear, activating the golden spots on its back to form a large copper coin surrounding its body, blocking the sword light from all directions. "You said you would let me go. No, I can give birth to treasures. I am useful. I'm still useful." Jiang Ming couldn't be bothered to respond, thinking that just because he and acted against it on Zizhu Mountain meant he intended to let it go. He simply didn't want to trouble the logistics staff with running around. Killing it together would be more convenient. Raising his hand, the sword light slashed out, and a massive frog head flew off, blood spraying wildly, painting the wall red. Being useful also means dying. It swallows more than it spits out. He truly doesn't value that little thing. It's not as substantial as a demon core. Moreover, if he let it go, what about those it swallowed? What about Song Jiheng, that one-track-minded inspector? A demon is still a demon. In no time, the only ones left still breathing in the room were Tu Jun and Sang Yinchong. Jiang Ming removed his armor and stepped forward, sitting back in his previous position, the only chair still remaining. He looked down at Tu Jun at his feet, speaking in a calm tone. "I didn't realize you had the demeanor of a hero. Killing one is killing. Killing two is also killing. Then it's reasonable for me to kill all six of you now, right?" Tu Jun's body was split apart, his legs having been shattered into pieces, scattered all over the ground. At this moment, his face was pale. The excruciating pain and the fear in his heart caused him to sweat profusely. "Jiang, Inspector Jiang, spare me. I won't dare again. I truly won't dare again. I've been protecting the people of Qingyang all these years. It was just a moment of madness." As he spoke, he seemed to think of something, his eyes bursting with a strong desire to survive. "Right, you can let Jiang Taoyao go." Jiang Ming's gaze was like an ancient well, not stirring a single ripple. He raised his foot and stomped down. In Tu Jun's terrified gaze, the sole of his shoe grew larger. With a bang, his head exploded, red and white matter shooting out in all directions under the pressure. The others were obedient, but you were not at all. Finally, only Sang Yinchong remained. Jiang Ming stood up, walked in front of him, and looked down from a height. "You have a daughter, right?" Among them, he was the least injured, both arms severed at the roots, mainly because Jiang Ming was afraid of using too much force and killing him first. That would be too easy for him. First, strike at his heart, then kill him, making sure he dies with his eyes wide open. Clearly also an ordinary person, yet he assisted the tyrants. As expected, When Sang Yinchang heard Jiang Ming mention his daughter, his expression changed drastically, enduring the pain of his severed arms as he pleaded. Inspector Jiang, she doesn't know, she knows nothing. Hiss! The South Ming fire erupted, enveloping Sang Yinchang. You can die. You don't need to worry about your daughter. I have my arrangements. Jiang Ming controlled the South Ming fire, burning him little by little. Such a person. Dying easily is a reward for him. Ah! The piercing scream echoed from the conference room, resonating throughout the entire Public Security Bureau. For a moment, all the public security officers looked up, feeling a chill run down their spines. 3 minutes later, Sang Yinchang turned into a cluster of black ash. Meanwhile, downstairs, and Wei Hua was helping an elderly woman walk into the Public Security Bureau. Grandma Lin, please go to the reception room for a while. I'll find Inspector Jiang and have him come speak with you. Okay, please also call my son out. He said a few days ago that he wanted to transfer back home, which is infuriating. He didn't even come home to see me after transferring back. And I haven't been able to get through to him these past few days. Is he so busy that he doesn't even have time to make a call? And Wei Hua turned silently, listening to the elderly woman's incessant chatter behind him, feeling as if a heavy stone was pressing down on his heart. It was an uncomfortable weight. Chapter 66, He is a Hero. Just one more second of your life makes me feel uncomfortable all over. And Wei Hua's footsteps were heavy. He had encountered Song Zhiheng's mother at that corner. The elderly lady seemed to have difficulty walking and was tripped by a wild dog that dashed out from the greenery. He went up to help her, chatted for a bit, and then guessed her identity. Upon learning that she was looking for Song Zhiheng, he thought that Tu Jun and his group might do something bad, so he stopped the elderly lady and said he would personally take her to see him later. While accompanying the old lady in conversation, he kept an eye out. As soon as he heard a loud noise from the Public Security Bureau, he knew that Jiang Ming must have returned. He then took the elderly lady into the Public Security Bureau. After going upstairs, they arrived at the meeting room. Even though he was mentally prepared, he was still shocked by the horrific scene inside. Looking around, the tables and chairs were smashed, and people were shattered, with chaotic sword marks all over the walls. This must be what a hell on earth looks like. At this moment, Jiang Ming was sitting on the only chair, looking at his phone. Boss, there's something. Song Zhiheng's mother is here. And Wei Hua stood at the door, not daring to step inside, as there was simply no room to do so. Jiang Ming looked up, paused for a few seconds, then stood up, a gust of wind at his feet, hovering a few inches off the ground, and walked out of the meeting room step by step. Take me to see her. A moment later, the two arrived at the reception room. When the elderly lady saw Wei Hua, a smile appeared on her face. Young man, you're back. Who is this? Where's my son? The old lady's gaze turned to look behind the two. And Wei Hua opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. Looking at the old lady's somewhat cloudy eyes, Jiang Ming sighed. Earlier, while checking the information on Sang Yinchang's daughter, he casually searched for Song Zhiheng's as well. How should I put it? And Wei Hua hadn't finished speaking before. This person could be described in one word: pure, a truly pure person. He had no wife, no children, and only an elderly mother at home. Logically speaking, holding a position as a provincial inspector, he should not be poor, but looking at the old lady's attire, it was no different from that of an ordinary rural woman. He had donated all the money he earned from years of slaying demons and eliminating evil to those harmed by demonic disasters. Knowing full well that the memory would be sealed afterward, he still persisted for over a decade. Silly? It seemed a bit so. Pure people ultimately perish under the greed of others. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Ming decided to tell the old lady the truth. If he concealed it, the old lady would likely think about it until her death. Ma'am, your son has died in the line of duty. The smile on the old lady's face abruptly froze, and she stood there in a daze. After a while, she stumbled, nearly falling over. And Wei Hua was quick to step forward to support her. Zhiheng. As she spoke, tears began to flow down her face. I knew it. I knew something must have happened. He would call home every day to report his safety, but there hasn't been a single call these past 2 days. My son, listening to the old lady's heart-wrenching cries, Jiang Ming felt the killing intent he had just cleared surge back up again. He is a hero. Wei Hua, you stay here to manage the situation. I need to go to the bureau. After saying this, he turned and walked out. He directly summoned the black rhino armor, mounted the black rhino steed, and rushed towards the investigation bureau headquarters. Each province's spatial passageway can only be opened with specific seal techniques. Otherwise, he could have just taken the spatial passageway directly. But now it was the same. At the investigation bureau, the moment Jiang Ming landed, He released the armor and rushed straight to the female investigators' dormitory area. Besides the investigation teams stationed in various places, the Bureau also keeps some backup investigators for emergencies. Sang Qingji was one of them. Along the way, some people wanted to greet him, but seeing Jiang Ming's cold face and the oppressive atmosphere around him, they were too scared to speak. Soon, Jiang Ming arrived at the dormitory management window. "Please call Sang Qingji." The dormitory manager saw him looking very anxious and didn't dare say much. Okay, Inspector Jiang, please wait." Picking up the phone, she dialed, while her curiosity burned inside her. "I haven't heard about Inspector Jiang being involved with any woman before. Why is he looking for Sang Qingji today? Could it be that these two have secretly gotten together?" In the past, there had been male investigators coming to this female dormitory to confess their feelings, and the Bureau didn't mind it. In fact, they encouraged it. But with his cold expression, could it be that Sang Qingji played with Inspector Jiang's feelings? Thinking of this possibility, the dormitory manager cursed inwardly. "Sang Qingji, you really should be ashamed." Inspector Jiang was handsome and powerful, and a favorite in front of Director Zhao. How many sisters wanted to get close to him, but never had the chance, and you didn't cherish it? Jiang Ming had no idea what the dormitory manager was thinking and turned away to side. Meanwhile, in the dormitory, one of Sang Qingji's roommates hung up the phone and rushed over, grabbing her by the neck and shaking her back and forth. "Ah! Qingji, honestly tell me, what did you get involved with Inspector Jiang? I haven't seen you go on a mission with him." As soon as she finished speaking, the other women in the room turned to look. "What?" The dormitory manager just called and said Inspector Jiang is waiting for Qingji at the door, looking very anxious. Sang Qingji was stunned. "Inspector Jiang is looking for me?" Before she could regain her composure, a series of high-pitched screams erupted in her ears. "Qingji, you're too much. You didn't tell us such an important thing." I don't know." Sang Qingji's face was filled with confusion. She had never met Inspector Jiang before. "Oh, stop talking. Hurry up. Maybe Inspector Jiang saw you a few times at the Bureau and fell in love at first sight." Yes, hurry up. Don't keep Inspector Jiang waiting." Listening to her roommate's urging, Sang Qingji felt a hint of fantasy rising in her heart. Could it really be like that? Gradually, a smile appeared on her face, and she instinctively straightened her back. "So I'm this charming." Arriving in front of the mirror and seeing her graceful figure, Sang Qingji turned and walked out. Her roommates cheered, Hurry, we'll go take a look too." A moment later, a group of them arrived at the dormitory door. From a distance, Sang Qingji saw Jiang Ming's back and felt a surge of joy, jogging over. A few roommates followed closely, huddled together and whispering excitedly. "Jiang!" Jiang Ming suddenly turned around, and upon seeing that it was indeed Sang Qingji, his figure flashed, and he grabbed her neck with one hand. "You're really slow to arrive. Do you know that letting you live one more second makes me feel like there are ants crawling all over me?" Sang Qingji was stunned, and her roommates were also confused, while the dormitory manager, who thought they were about to witness a dramatic scene of love and hate, gaped in shock. "What's going on? Your father's matter is out, and I've already dealt with him. Now it's your turn." After saying this, Jiang Ming tightened his grip, lifted Sang Qingji, and leaped into the air, heading swiftly towards the combat platform. Sang Qingji's expression turned to one of terror, and the little joy in her heart was shattered by Jiang Ming's words. He found out. The matter of my father raising the three-legged golden toad has been discovered." The next moment, she began to struggle, panicking. "Inspector Jiang, I was wrong. I won't dare again. I'll go to the demon realm to slay demons. I want to atone for my sins." Jiang Ming said nothing, only tightening his grip further. Below, a few roommates looked at Jiang Ming's rapidly receding figure, exchanging glances. This seems a bit off." Chapter 67. As soon as the handprint was pressed, the arm was sliced into pieces. This high-profile scene of Jiang Ming naturally attracted a lot of attention. Seeing him flying towards the deathmatch platform, many realized something was up. That place was specifically built by the department for investigators with grudges. One person spread the word to 10 to 100, and soon, some investigators who were on duty or had just returned to submit tasks flocked to the deathmatch platform. During this time, Jiang Ming's name was indeed ringing in everyone's ears. He had been promoted to an inspector within a month of joining the investigation department, and coupled with the comments on his homepage from the firewood gatherers, it was clear he was seen as a ruthless figure. He was the only one in the entire investigation department with this honor. Not even the department head had it. Damn, I finally see the real person. I've heard about his deeds while in the White Hill Mountain Monster Domain. I made a special trip back a few days ago, but I didn't see him, so now I want to see if he's really as fierce as in the videos. He's holding the Sanqing, right? What did that woman do to provoke him? I know. It seems her father did something that affected her. That dormitory supervisor just followed along. Since I can't enjoy the drama of love and hate, I might as well change the drama. What is so serious that it requires a death match? Looking at Inspector Jiang, if it weren't for the department's regulations prohibiting casual killings among investigators, he might have already killed Sanqing. If it's not personal animosity, then going to the deathmatch platform counts as a form of extrajudicial punishment, right? If there really is an issue, it should be handled by the law enforcement office of the department. A group of investigators discussed amongst themselves. On the other side, just as the law enforcement office director received the news and was about to call for people, the phone on his desk rang. He picked it up. Don't worry about that kid. Let him kill. The law enforcement office director smiled wryly. Yes, director. After hanging up, he sighed. Ever since this new director took office, the law enforcement office has been practically idle. Jiang Ming landed on the deathmatch platform with Sanqing. He waved to the staff nearby, asking for a death contract. Upon hearing this, Sanqing's face turned even paler. No, I want sign. I want to see the law enforcement office director. I want to see the department head. You are abusing your power. Jiang Ming took the death contract with an expressionless face. Today, even if the king of hell comes, you still have to die. Your father colluded with the Qingyang team to raise a three-legged golden toad, which caused the death of Song Jiang. You think you can live while using treasures nurtured by ordinary people's flesh and blood? Sign it. According to the investigation department's regulations, those with lower realms challenge those with higher realms, and the higher realm side cannot refuse. I am now at the Yaoguang 3rd layer, and you are at the Yaoguang 7th layer. Anyway, you are going to die. Don't drag me into punishment. Heh. When you rapidly broke through your realm, you probably never thought this day would come, right? Cause and effect. There is cause, and naturally, there is effect. It just depends on whether you can bear it. Obviously, Sanqing could not bear it. She couldn't even withstand a single punch. As Jiang Ming's words fell, a wave of astonishment erupted from the crowd below, raising a three-legged golden toad. No wonder. I was wondering why Sanqing's realm had risen so fast recently. It turns out it was like this. She even said she had gained enlightenment. Damn, truly inhumane. Using ordinary people to raise monsters. They are unworthy of being investigators. So Song Jiang died because of this. I thought it was the firewood gatherers doing. Inspector Jiang, kill her. The country established the investigation department for what? Isn't it to protect ordinary people from the harm of monsters? Everyone present dared not claim they had no selfish motives. But when it came to raising monsters to harm ordinary people, they questioned whether they could do such a thing. Hearing the curses from below, Sanqing could only shake her head repeatedly. No, I want sign. Jiang Ming was too lazy to listen to her nonsense anymore. He directly called the staff over, pinned her down, and made her sign. As he spoke, he turned to the crowd below. You all saw her sign herself, right? Yes, I saw it. Clearly, I saw it too. She said she wanted to compare skills with Inspector Jiang. Sanqing was forcibly held down to sign the death contract. Just as her fingerprint landed, shoo! A brilliant sword light instantly shot out. All that could be heard was Sanqing scream as her right arm was severed at the root, and before it could hit the ground, it was shattered into pieces. I've been waiting for this. Damn, I'll suggest to old Zhao later. What kind of ridiculous rules are these? Otherwise, he would have crushed this woman to death at the dormitory entrance. He wasn't afraid of other punishments. He was only afraid of being locked in a small black room. Being locked up for at least half a year was worse than being killed. The staff felt the sharpness passing by them, cold sweat breaking out on their foreheads. Not daring to linger, Hurley took the death contract and ran off the platform. Now it was just the two of us left. Enjoy your last minute of life. With no joy, only pain. Jiang Ming raised his hand. The sky was filled with sword light, instantly filling the entire arena. His hand fell. The sword light surged like a storm, engulfing Sanqing. First, her remaining left arm was shattered, blood and flesh scattered everywhere. Then it was her right leg, left leg. Finally, her torso and head. The screams echoed around the deathmatch platform for a full minute before Sanqing finally breathed her last. On the platform, as the sword light subsided, only a pile of shredded meat remained. Below the platform, there was a silence. Everyone swallowed hard. So ruthless. So ruthless. This is 1,000 cuts. They knew Sanqing Ji would die, but they didn't expect her to die like this. The way they chopped dumpling filling in the cafeteria, isn't, even this finely minced. Eyes turned to the figure on the platform. Waves of emotion surged within them. No wonder he's called the ruthless man of the ages. This ferocity, someone murmured softly. However, everyone present was a chi refining master. And who wasn't sharp-eyed? In an instant, the area around this person was empty. Damn, a bunch of ungrateful dogs. This person quickly looked at Jiang Ming, but saw that Jiang Ming didn't even glance at him. His feet kicked up a wind, shooting towards the depths of the investigation department. After he left, the stunned crowd dared to speak. So strong, even from the platform, I felt like my face was being cut by the sword light. Do you think Inspector Jiang can take first place in the youth competition in 2 months? Who knows? Lin Yufan seems to be able to fight across realms. And there's also Nangong Chiyue. Did you forget? Last month, she easily speared a monster crocodile by the North Sea, which was at the Kaiyang third layer. Plus, there are other Qi refining master talents like Qi Ningxuang from Bichuan Pond, who has a natural phoenix true spirit to protect her. Speaking of which, what happened to that Murong Qingbi from Jiulong Mountain? Didn't he boast a few days ago about challenging all the young talents? You don't know? It seems he has already gone. Someone from Jiulong Mountain has come down. Gone? That's too hasty, right? He was so high profile. I thought he would put on a good show. Chapter 68. Youth Competition? There are young people among those who carry the fire. Arriving at Zhao Shanhai's office, Jiang Ming recounted the truth of the investigation in detail. When he mentioned Song Jiheng's elderly mother, Zhao Shanhai sighed, "Don't worry. The Bureau will notify the government in Qingyang, and they will provide special care for the elderly." He already knew about the incident on the deathmatch stage. Jiang Ming had rushed back from Qingyang without pause. Killing Sang Qingji was secondary. The main purpose was to express their dissatisfaction. As the director of logistics, Jiang Ming knew Song Jiheng's background better than anyone. He had suggested sending Song Jiheng to Qingyang as an inspector to keep him closer to home. But his good intentions had resulted in bad outcomes. That's good. Jiang Ming stretched lazily, stood up, and prepared to leave. Wait a moment, there's something. The youth competition might be moved up to the end of the month. The director is planning to go to the Great Wilderness Mountain Demon Domain next month. There's been some trouble over there, and he wants to get things done before he leaves. The Bureau discussed it, and this time the location was set in He Province. So recently there might be many other forces coming to your jurisdiction. Do you need more manpower? Yesterday, Liu Changfeng was caught off guard when he received the call. He directly started cursing. Initially, he repeatedly refused the position of director of the Investigation Bureau, but no one listened to him. They forced him into it. Now that there are problems in the Great Wilderness Demon Domain, they're in a rush to have him put out the fire. He was so angry that he almost quit. Jiang Ming thought for a moment and shook his head. No need. I have enough for now. Anyone who dares to cause trouble can be dealt with directly. In my jurisdiction, my rules are the rules. He wasn't surprised about the youth competition being moved up. The result would be the same anyway. All right, I was just mentioning it. If you really need people, I can't spare any right now. Liu Changfeng would be taking a batch of investigators to the Great Wilderness, and they were currently busy preparing and training. Jiang Ming rolled his eyes. Without you. What's the point? I'm leaving. After leaving the office, he went to the exchange office. The contribution points from the Jiang family in Rui Hall had already been credited to his account. It was time to spend. He planned to exchange some resources to push himself to the peak of Yaoguang, ideally breaking through to the Kaiyang realm directly. Jiang Ming intended to continue the ideals of Murong Qingbi, crushing the youth competition all the way. In fact, with his current strength, he could do it, especially since he had a cheat. Once he donned the armor, no one would be a match for him. Was he confident? He was indeed confident, but he wouldn't be arrogant. Although he had been smooth sailing since awakening the summoning device, crushing everything in his path, even those several realms above him couldn't last a round against him. Jiang Ming had never underestimated the heroes of the world. Until he reached the mountain peak, there was always a risk of falling. Since he had an advantage now, he would develop vigorously and further expand that advantage. Everyone knows that in games, having an advantage means not to be reckless. He naturally understood this principle as well. Of course, if the ultimate armor awakened, then everything would be over. Whatever it is, it's nothing compared to my Emperor's battle halberd, Azura refining hell halberd or thunder sword. After a series of purchases, Jiang Ming filled his storage ring with 2 large boxes. He opened a spatial passage and returned to the Public Security Bureau of Jinlin City. It was just getting dark. He He chatted a few words with Shangguanqing and the others before asking Yi Ziyuan to find someone to draft a notice, specifically instructing that the wording should be serious. All cultivators coming to Yi Province should resolve conflicts on their own. If they couldn't, they should come to the Public Security Bureau to find him for mediation. In short, one sentence: no disturbances should affect ordinary people. The notice was issued overnight to the 9 cities of Yi Province. Back in his room, Jiang Ming began to cultivate. Although he had just broken through to the 3rd level of Yaoguan yesterday, it didn't affect him. The spirit of his heart had already resolved the hidden dangers in his body. He wondered what would be like when all 4 spirits emerged. One heart spirit had already brought him such great benefits. If all 5 organ spirits appeared, wouldn't he soar directly? Sitting cross-legged on the bed, he took out the 2 large boxes. Jiang Ming opened one of them. This was filled with various resources he had specifically searched for to nurture the 5 organ spirits. Just like last time, he mixed everything into a basin. Watching the viscous liquid bubbling and frothing in front of him, Jiang Ming rubbed his chin. It should be fine, right? Didn't nothing happen yesterday? He lifted the large basin and drank it down. In an instant, a violent surge of spiritual power exploded within him. He operated the Taishang body refinement technique, and the spiritual energy around the Public Security Bureau surged in like a flood, quickly filling the entire room. In his dantian, the Xingxuan and Yaoguang stars erupted with brilliant light. The 5 organ gems, like a thirsty man, began to devour the liquid transformed from spiritual objects, dividing into 5 streams that surged toward the heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys. A rumbling sound echoed within him. The He Province branch of the Firebears. Several figures were gathered around a round table. However, upon closer inspection, one would find that only one man wearing a bronze mask was real. The others were projected shadows using special methods. Tap, tap, tap. The man tapped his right hand on the table, and in the empty room, it echoed clearly. Suddenly, he stopped tapping, his eyes beneath the mask scanning over everyone, and his voice carried a hint of playful interest. So, how about we intervene in the youth competition organized by the Investigation Bureau? Such a grand event. If we are absent, wouldn't the heroes of the world think we firebearers are in decline? To the right, a woman wearing a snake-headed mask had flickering eyes and began to giggle. Although her appearance was hidden, her enchanting figure revealed that she was a stunning beauty. Minister Zhao has a point, but who should we send? My province hasn't produced any outstanding young talents in the past 2 years. Another shadow chimed in. I heard that the headquarters has cultivated a prodigy, bathed in the blood of 10,000 demons, achieving the body of 10,000 demons, only 18 years old and already at the Kaiyang realm. Upon hearing this, several shadows in the room spoke up. Is that true? How come I didn't know? Then why bother picking? Just send him. We can intercept the old geezers from the Investigation Bureau and have him eliminate all the geniuses in one go. Wouldn't that be wonderful? The woman with the snake mask leaned forward, her ample chest resting on the table, gazing at Zhao, vaping with interest. But I heard this kid is missing a drop of dragon blood. His 10,000 demon body is flaws. Minister Zhao, didn't you capture a little dragon? Zhao Faping's gaze swept over, and he replied blandly, my fault. It was supposed to be secured, but I planned to use the Dragon Palace demon domain to eliminate that age-old demon, but unexpectedly. Sigh, I should have told him later, but it's not a big deal. Yesterday, I personally slaughtered a demon serpent with traces of dragon blood by the North Sea, and the blood has been sent to the headquarters. Lord Firebear has a few dragon blood herbs. That should be enough. Hearing this, everyone except the woman with the snake mask nodded. That should be sufficient. Even if there is a gap compared to real dragon blood, it can be gradually compensated for later. Is the headquarters confirmed? Is it certain he will participate? Zhao Faping nodded, disguised as a person from the Pure Land Buddhist sect. Those old bald donkeys will think they struck gold. Under the Buddha, great demons arise. Chapter 69. Yao Guang, Eightfold Heaven. Flying shadow armor. The grass on the grave is already several meters high. In the blink of an eye, 3 days have passed. During these days, nothing significant happened in Jinlin, the only notable thing being the arrival of many unfamiliar chi refiners. The investigation department issued an announcement on the night Jiang Ming was training, informing everyone that the youth competition was moved up. Originally, there was still more than 2 months left, and this sudden change disrupted many people's plans, leading many to choose to come early to scout the venue. Among those who came, few discussed the competition. Most were speculating about where Mu Rong Chengbi had gone. Previously, He had boldly declared his intention to challenge the talented individuals from various families, making his way into the competition venue. Who would feel comfortable hearing that? Everyone is a prodigy. No one is willing to submit to anyone else. Suddenly, an outsider declares that he wants to stand on their heads and make a name for himself. Who would be pleased? Oh, so you're the best, and we're all just weaklings. Huh. Countless people secretly awaited an opportunity to teach him a lesson. Yet here he was, having spent several days in Jinlin without any sign of activity, and now he had disappeared without a trace. At this moment, in the five-star hotel where Mu Rongqingbi had previously stayed, in the same presidential suite, several young people were holding wine glasses and gazing out the window at the distant scenery. What on earth was Mu Rongqingbi up to? Who knows what scheme he is plotting? Perhaps he lost and was too afraid to make it known. He was so arrogant, yet he still wanted to maintain an invincible image. There were only a few noteworthy individuals in Jinlin, apart from that infamous demon. There were also Long Jinxuan and Long Zhirue from the Long family. The investigation department could truly keep secrets. If it weren't for the sudden announcement of all investigator information this time, who would have known that the Long family had produced twin stars in this generation? Nobody knew whom he intended to challenge. As a few people chatted casually, a scruffy-looking Taoist on the sofa suddenly smiled and said, "You guys are out of the loop. You know that Mu Rongqingbi came to Jinlin, but you don't even know that he met his end the very next day. The people from Julong Mountain don't believe it. Come to my Zixiao temple for divination, and the result shows that he is definitely dead." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone turned to look at him in unison. What does that mean? It means exactly what you think it means. He disappeared the day after he arrived in Jinlin. The people from Julong Mountain don't believe it, so they came to me for a reading, and the divination showed he is completely dead, the scruffy Taoist said gleefully. With that, everyone exchanged glances. Who killed him? The firewood bearer? It couldn't be that he was killed by someone after losing a challenge, right? That's too extreme. Who goes through life without encountering a few challengers or challenging a few people? Losing doesn't mean death. That's just unreasonable. As for me, I don't know. The people from Julong Mountain have also come to Jinlin, and they should be investigating now. Mu Rongqingbi was very confident. He hadn't mentioned his challenge to Jiang Ming to anyone, thinking he would announce it after defeating Jiang Ming. Now, Julong Mountain didn't even know whom to seek revenge against. Zhao Shanhai even had Yuan edit the surveillance footage, which was completely unnecessary. At Lianhua Temple, as the second most powerful force in the country after the investigation department in terms of intelligence, Julong Mountain immediately sought an audience. "Masterin, are you really not going to give Julong Mountain any face?" In the reception hall, and Yurong sat at the head of the table, while a skinny, deep-set-eyed young man stared coldly at her from the guest seat. And Yurong's expression was also not pleasant. Julong Mountain was stronger than her Lianhua Temple. But this was indeed the territory of Lianhua Temple. "I already said I wouldn't meet guests, yet you barged in. Is this how you seek help? Moreover, you're just a junior. A bunch of bandits. The old ones are no good, and the young ones are poorly raised." And Yurong's chest heaved for a moment before she said in a low voice, "Young Master Huangfu, although Lianhua Temple's intelligence capabilities are unmatched, we don't know everything. Those who understand all worldly matters are divine beings. You should inquire elsewhere." Upon hearing this, Huangfu Ming's expression darkened completely. He grabbed a porcelain cup from the side table and crushed it into powder with a grip. "I call you master, and out of respect. Without respect. What is in your own? I'll ask again, who killed Qingbi? He was about to marry my sister. We planned to tie the knot after this competition. But now he is suddenly dead. Tell me, should I, as his brother-in-law, seek revenge for him? And Yurong, I advise you to be sensible. Don't bother advising me." And Yurong stood up abruptly, her face pale with anger, interrupting Huangfu Ming. "Ask me a few more times, and I still have nothing to say. Julong Mountain is too arrogant. Do you think it's still your time to dominate the Northwest?" Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, Huangfu Ming suddenly burst into laughter. "Arrogant? You'll know what true arrogance is when you experience Julong Mountain's methods." As he spoke, he also stood up, seemingly realizing he wouldn't get any answers. He raised his hand to blow away the porcelain powder in his palm. "Is it that infamous demon?" just as he asked. He shook his head. "Forget it. There are only 3 of them. When we get to the competition venue, I'll just eliminate them all. With the investigation department backing them, we can't kill them, but we'll make sure they live the rest of their lives in suffering. And Yurong, just wait. Be careful not to let Julong Mountain catch any dirt on you, or else, I'll dismantle your Lianhua temple, and everyone there will be your slaves for life." As he spoke, he leered at Yurong's alluring figure and licked his lips. "I quite like your figure, haha." Watching Huang Fuming's departing figure, and Yurong took a few deep breaths to suppress her anger. Her expression turned icy. "There have been quite a few arrogant graves like yours, and they're already several meters high." With a cold snort, she turned and walked into the inner hall, calling for a female cultivator. "Did you record everything? Go, send the footage to the Public Security Bureau, and say someone threatened good citizens and intended to damage ancient buildings passed down since the Tang Dynasty. Idiots. Want to take down Jiang Ming? I want to see if your head is as hard as your mouth." On the other side, some Qi refiners and prodigies who arrived early in Jinlin were preparing a party under the guise of friendship first, competition second, intending to exchange ideas. Of course, no one knew what they were really thinking. In no time, many responded to the call. The sky gradually darkened again. At the Public Security Bureau, Jiang Ming slowly opened his eyes, the area around his kidneys sparkling. As he looked inward, he saw a small figure in light blue sitting cross-legged, waves surging around it, with intertwining patterns behind it, gazing at the heart's spirit from afar. This was too resource-intensive. A whole box of various spiritual herbs and liquids had only cracked open the kidney gem. However, the benefits were astonishing. He felt his entire body filled with power, brimming with kidney energy. If he weren't so focused on the armor, he might have been invincible as a playboy with his kidney. His gaze shifted to his dantian. The star sphere expanded to an exaggerated degree, resembling a vast ocean, with the Yaoguang star submerged for more than half. The southern Ming fire and the Tying lotus occupied the north and south respectively, one side engulfed in flames, the other side filled with ominous energy. At this moment, the Yaoguang star radiated vitality, as if it were alive, and amidst the flickering light, a faint phantom could be seen at the position of the star core. That was the will of Jiang Ming immersed within it. It has reached 80%. Yaoguang, eightfold heaven. It's not that he doesn't want to break through further. It's that his physical body is having a hard time bearing it. The demon cores obtained from the Dragon Palace demon domain had been squandered, and if it weren't for the heart spirit and kidney spirit patching him up, he would have been a mess long ago. With a flip of his palm, a blue and white summoning device appeared. Flying shadow armor. Chapter 70. Where is the party held? Oh, you're so impressive? Fei Ying. A smile appeared on Jiang Ming's face. He had always wanted to awaken an upgradable armor. Just imagine, during a fight, suddenly hearing the armor upgrade. That would be so cool. The Flame Dragon armor also seems to be upgradable, but he hadn't seen it in his past life while watching shows, and he hadn't figured it out now either. After playing with it for a moment, he put the summoner away. Jiang Ming jumped off the bed, took a shower, changed into clean clothes, and pushed the door open to go outside. Just as he was about to find Shangguan Qing to ask if anything had happened these past few days, he saw Yuan coming over with an invitation. Upon seeing Jiang Ming, his eyes lit up immediately. "Oh, Inspector Jiang, you finished your retreat? I was just worried, look." Saying that, he handed over the invitation in his hand. "This is from a Qi refiner who came to participate in our Jinlin Youth Competition. They said they're hosting a party tonight at Tianshangrinjian and want to invite you and Captain Shangguan to attend." Jiang Ming took the invitation, opened it, glanced at it, and handed it back, showing no interest. Just ignore them. As long as they don't cause trouble, they can eat and drink as they please. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw a bitter smile on Yi Ziyuan's face, and he instantly became energetic. "What? Is someone really causing trouble? You come with me. Lianhua Temple sent over a video, and Julong Mountain is asking about Murong Qingbi's death." The two walked toward the office. Soon, Jiang Ming watched the video sent by Yurua from start to finish. The joy of awakening the Fei Ying armor was gradually drowned out by the voice coming from the video. "You want to waste me on the competition platform? TSK. What was that guy's name who was so arrogant last time?" Thinking back, it seemed that since he started learning various martial arts to awaken the armor summoner, no one dared to speak to him like that anymore, right? Quite interesting. Jiang Ming grinned. He naturally knew the purpose of Yurua sending this video. Although she reported it under the pretext of being threatened, it was evident that she wanted him to hear that line in the video. "All right, considering you are also an innocent victim, I won't hold it against you. If it weren't for him, Lianhua Temple wouldn't have been targeted by Julong Mountain. Moreover, this woman is quite smart. She didn't embellish anything and provided the original content of the video." Jiang Ming retracted his gaze and looked at Yi Ziyuan. "By the way, where's the party being held?" "Tianshangrinjian. All right, I'll give them some face. Jiang Ming took the invitation and turned to walk outside. Huangfu Xiao, right? Just wait. I'm going to take you down right now. As for whether Huangfu Ming would go to the party, Jiang Ming believed that such an arrogant person would never miss any opportunity to show off. Unlike him, who was low-key, humble, and cultured. Of course, it didn't matter if he didn't go. Someone at the party would know where he lived. Hearing the Tao in the morning, dying in the evening is acceptable. At the entrance, he ran into Shangguan Qing and a few others who had just returned from patrol, and in Weihua had also returned from Qingyang City. When the group saw the invitation in his hand and his smiling face, they thought there was some good news. Boss, are we having a feast? And Weihua came over, his eyes filled with desire. Jiang Ming patted the invitation and smiled. I thought you guys wouldn't have the chance, but since you're back, let's go together. They invited you too. There's such good news? Gao Feng took the invitation and took a look. Then he looked up at Jiang Ming. Did someone provoke you? Huh? How did you know? Jiang Ming was confused. No. How did you tell from the invitation that someone provoked me? We know you well. If nothing happens, you definitely wouldn't attend such a party. Jiang Ming gave a thumbs up. If only everyone were smart as you guys, I wouldn't have to work so hard. Without further chit-chat, the group got into 2 off-road vehicles, and the roar of engines echoed as they sped towards Tianshan Ruinjian. At the same time, at the top of Tianshan Ruinjian, under the night sky, the lights were dazzling, and the atmosphere was intoxicating. A group of Qi refiners was toasting and laughing, showing no sense of urgency that they were about to compete in 2 days. Ha ha ha, beautiful miss you. You have to go easy on me when we face off later. I say, can your Longhu Mountain give us a break? You only refine a little bit of elixir every day. Who can use that? I'll say a number, 2 furnaces a day for each person. 1 in the daytime and 1 at night. You go back and discuss it with the Celestial Master. Get lost. Do you believe I can choke you with my whisk right now? Sister Ning Shuang, are you in love? Everyone look at me. I have an announcement to make. I beg you, let me take first place in this competition. My senior sister promised me that as long as I take first, she will marry me, and I'll give you all red envelopes. Huangfu Ming and several Julong Mountain people sat in the corner, their eyes coldly watching the scene before them. Just then, the elevator leading to the top made a ding sound. The doors opened. Long Jinchuan and Long Zhirue entered together. Sorry, everyone. I was out handling some monster troubles for a while and just returned home, causing a slight delay. Today's expenses will be on my Long family's tab. Everyone feel free to eat and drink. Long Jinchuan said with a smile and cupped his hands. Tianshan Renjian was a property of the Long family, so the 2 siblings were naturally on the invitation list. Good. Brother Long is generous. What are you waiting for? Hurry up, take away the main dishes. Bring out the wine. Bring out the good wine. Ha ha. Huangfu Ming saw the Long siblings, his eyes narrowed, and he walked over with a gloomy expression. Have you 2 seen Morong Qingbi? As soon as he spoke, the previously lively high platform fell into silence. After a few seconds of quiet, someone spoke, wanting to mediate Huangfu Ming. However, before he finished speaking, Huangfu Ming turned around and pointed, Shut up. I don't like others interrupting when I speak. You. The person's expression darkened, wanting to step forward to fight. Are you all top talents? Do I spoil you? Seeing this, Long Jinchuan immediately stepped forward to comfort and block him, then turned to Huangfu Ming with a gentle smile. Brother Huangfu. The death of Morong brother is indeed unrelated to my sister and me. We were not in Jinlin during this time. Who can prove it? Huangfu Ming coldly pressed. As soon as this was said, everyone in the crowd frowned. Huangfu Ming, Brother Long has said this matter has nothing to do with them. Why do you have to be so aggressive? Exactly. If you didn't know better, you'd think this was Julong Mountain. Go back and put on a show. Don't disturb our enjoyment. To say something unpleasant, if Morong Qingbi didn't have the strength and still wanted to play the invincible game, dying was just what he deserved. Haha. Since when did Julong Mountain have the right to talk about this? Huangfu Ming's aura suddenly soared, his gaze coldly sweeping over everyone. He then looked at Long Jinchuan and Long Zhirue. If you don't give me a satisfactory explanation today, I'll waste you on the arena. Oh, you're so impressive? You want an explanation? Come find me. I killed Morong Qingbi and scattered his ashes. A calm voice sounded from behind everyone. Everyone turned their heads in unison to see a figure seemingly walking on air, step by step from above. It was Jiang Ming. He found the elevator too slow, so he simply used his skills to fly up directly. Chapter 71. Please me. Leave you whole. Jiang Ming stepped onto the high platform. waving his hand casually. Make way, let our young master Huangfu pass. Don't block him, I can't. Ah, no, I can't see clearly. With a rustle, everyone immediately dispersed to the sides. Huangfu Ming's expression was cold, with two sunken eye sockets that looked dark and ominous, like a devil ready to devour. Jiang Ming, indeed. Before he could finish his sentence, boom! With a swift motion, a dazzling sword light sliced through the night sky, striking instantly. At the same time, Jiang Ming accelerated sharply, his entire being resembling a vast dragon, exuding overwhelming momentum. Flying shadow armor. Fusion. In the blink of an eye, blue light illuminated the night sky, and the crowd saw pieces of armor attaching to Jiang Ming's body, the sound of mechanical collisions ringing in their ears. The sword light arrived first, and Huangfu Ming hurriedly defended, being knocked back and crashing against the elevator door with a clang, half of his right palm severed. Jiang Ming followed up, taking advantage of his fallen state, raising his foot, radiance bursting forth, and kicking Huangfu Ming's abdomen, pinning him firmly down. Is this explanation satisfactory? You should be grateful. I want to try my new toy. Otherwise, you'd be minced in a second. Everything happened too quickly, leaving the crowd dumbfounded. From their yielding to Huangfu Ming's current state, it took less than 3 seconds. Damn, so decisive? But how damn refreshing. Aren't you Huangfu Ming so arrogant? Keep being arrogant. Jiang Ming. Huangfu Ming spat blood, feeling as if his organs were about to shatter, a dull pain spreading throughout his body. Stop wasting words. You intended to harm the investigation division's inspector. Whatever you have to say at the division. Huangfu Ming's complexion changed. He suddenly recalled what he had said today at the Lotus Temple. His eyes nearly burst into flames. And Yuyong, you bitch, just wait. Once I return to Julong Mountain, I'll immediately send people to tear down your Lotus Temple. Jiang Ming, how can someone like you be qualified to be an inspector? Your heart is malicious. You recklessly kill civilian qi refiners. Aren't you afraid everyone will be on edge? Not afraid. Jiang Ming shook his head. Are you all on edge? He turned to ask the crowd. Ha ha. Inspector Jiang, you must be joking. We abide by the law, unlike some bandits. Why would we be on edge? Exactly. We at Qingtsang Mountain are genuine Taoist practitioners. Our ancestors taught us to uphold the world as our duty. We are good people. The qi refiners watching the spectacle chimed in, pouring salt on Huangfu Ming's wounds. The remaining few from Julong Mountain were anxious upon seeing this scene. Inspector Jiang, you're too domineering. Even if you're the investigation division's inspector, you can't do whatever you want. First, you killed young Master Morong, and now you've injured young Master Huangfu. Julong Mountain will never let this go. We will definitely seek an explanation from the investigation division. Jiang Ming glanced at the one who spoke, wondering when did these insects dare to shout at me? He turned and struck out with his palm, a gigantic flaming qilin charging forward, its front paws raised high, instantly knocking the man to the ground, his chest caving in. Gasping for breath, half alive, Jiang Ming, Huangfu Ming's eyes nearly bulged out, the long-suppressed spiritual energy erupting violently, crossing his hands and smashing down heavily on Jiang Ming's leg. In the moment he broke free, he swiftly lunged to the side, his momentum surging. Today, I will eliminate you, the scourge of the investigation division, to prevent future discord between the division and the major powers. In his view, Jiang Ming had just caught him off guard earlier. No one expected him to strike first. Now that he was using all his strength, he was sure to turn the tide. In fact, not just him. Many in the crowd shared this thought. Huangfu Ming, as the young master of the Huangfu family, with a cultivation level of Yaoguang's 8 heavens, was rumored to possess a special ability definitely not weak. Boom! He raised his half-severed right hand, black mist swirling in the air, eerie green lights flickering within, and upon closer inspection, they were pairs of ominous eyes. In the next moment, countless ghostly figures surged out from the black mist, charging towards Jiang Ming. Hell of the unending! Huangfu Ming shouted fiercely, feeling the chilling, ghostly energy rushing towards them. The crowd's earlier laughter faded, gradually becoming serious. Indeed, this guy is a formidable opponent in this competition. Jiang Ming grinned, excitement in his eyes. Now that's more like it. To test the flying shadow armor. I've been holding back. If you don't show some real skills, I won't be happy. His hand swept to his waist, a card flashing into view, which he pressed in his belt. Swift shadow blade. Blue light gathered in his palm, and a silver blue long knife appeared amidst a series of metallic sounds. with spiritual energy infused. Slash! Jiang Ming shouted, swinging the knife down at the swarm of ghostly figures. A blade of light several zhang long shot up into the sky, instantly carving out a wide path. All the ghostly figures screamed as they were reduced to ashes. Ha ha ha! Refreshing! The flying shadow armor glowed, and shadows moved towards Huang Fuming. Come again! Come again! Come again! Please me! Leave you whole! Huang Fuming's face changed drastically, but there was no time to think. Jiang Ming's large knife was already coming down. In the next second, he let out a long howl, and from the black mist in the night sky, countless black crows suddenly surged forth, quickly forming a pair of black wings behind him. At the moment the blade light fell, he narrowly dodged. Oh, pretty fast. Jiang Ming sheathed his knife and stood still. His hands swept across his waist again, pulling out a card and inserting it into his belt. Swift electric flying shadow. Upgrade. Ka-ka. Everyone stood dumbfounded, initially shocked by Jiang Ming's strength. But now they were completely stunned. They watched as the armor on Jiang Ming erupted with dazzling light, morphing in an instant, revealing an even cooler and more stylish armor before them. What the hell? What is going on? It can transform? This is freaking awesome. I wanted to ask, what exactly is his ability? How come he has sets of armor? First 2 red ones, then a black one, and now this one is even more exaggerated. It can upgrade. Damn it. Let me wear it once. I'd be willing to die. Exclamations erupted, everyone's eyes sparkling, their scalps tingling. Among them were also capable individuals, previously quite pleased with themselves. But now, compared to Jiang Ming, damn it, should we switch? Jiang Ming felt the upgraded flying shadow armor, his expression filled with delight. No wonder it is known as one of the 2 great Ying kings alongside Tuo Yuo. He looked up at Huang Fuming in midair. Congratulations, you can leave your whole corpse. As he finished speaking, he moved his feet, a radiant white light flashing, instantly creating countless afterimages, appearing before Huang Fuming in an instant. With a knife swing, the blade light descended, and the wings formed by the black crows exploded, turning into rolling black mist. Ah! Huang Fuming screamed, plummeting from the sky. But he was also a fierce person. His eyes glinted with ferocity, and his spiritual energy erupted, forcefully stopping his fall. He slapped the floor, using the rebound to lunge directly at Jiang Ming. Chapter 72. What are you fighting for? You all go ahead. Jiang Ming, I've already discovered your weakness. Huang Fuming shouted loudly, his voice echoing, and everyone in the arena showed a look of surprise. What? Weakness? How come I haven't noticed? Could it be that you're really more of a genius than us? The next moment, Huang Fuming continued, you're too arrogant. If I'm not mistaken, each of your armors has its strengths, right? This blue armor is good at speed. I won't compete with you in speed. Cool, let's compete in physical strength. As his voice fell, the black mist in the night sky rolled like a flood, surging into Huang Fuming's body. In an instant, his entire body erupted with dark light, his thin figure suddenly bulging and rising, muscles swelling, veins writhing, as if a ghost king crawling out of the underworld. The momentum soared. On the platform, half was the faint blue glow emanating from Jiang Ming's armor, and half was the dark light on Huang Fuming, dividing the world. A playful smile appeared on Jiang Ming's face. Competing in physical strength? Now that piques my interest. With the southern Ming Li fire constantly tempering, the supreme body refining technique, melting his body, plus the refinement during the absorption of demon cores. And with 2 divine beings residing in his heart and kidneys, to be honest, he didn't even know how strong his physical body was now. What a pity. Looking at your ghostly appearance, I wish I was wearing Shura armor. Shura against the Ghost King, TSK. Although it's a bit of overkill. Huang Fuming didn't understand what he meant, his eyes radiating crimson light, raising his fist, dark light condensing, fiercely smashing forward. Jiang Ming's hand glowed, the shadow blade disappeared, and he also raised his fist. Come on, let's go all out. Boom! The fists collided. A substantial wall of light formed between the 2. Terrifying energy erupting in all directions. Tables and chairs shattered. Wine bottles and cups instantly turned to powder. Huang Fuming's screams echoed. How he came, how he flew back. His smashing right arm burst apart. White bones splintered and pierced. Overwhelming force surged through the shattered bones, tearing apart half of his body, flesh spilling out. With a loud crash, he slammed onto the ground, causing the platform to tremble for a moment, the floor cracking, steel bars exposed and bent. No, it's impossible. How could your physical body be stronger than mine? Huang Fuming coughed up blood, stammering out a few words, looking at Jiang Ming with disbelief. No longer exhibiting his previous arrogance, his expression filled with fear. His ability was very special, allowing him to use the wandering souls of the world to attach to himself, equivalent to a ghost king's body. But now he was so easily defeated. The other talents on the platform were also in shock. Just a moment ago, Huang Fuming was imposing, his energy making them feel uneasy, and they initially thought there would be a fierce battle between the two. Who would have thought that after all the thunder, it was a mere drizzle, and Jiang Ming ended the fight with just one punch? How on earth did he cultivate this physical body? Didn't they say he had only joined the investigation division for less than a month? Jiang Ming ignored Huang Fuming. What? You ask me and expect me to answer? Who do you think you are? The next moment, trails of afterimages appeared, and Jiang Ming instantly appeared in front of Huang Fuming, raising his foot to stomp on his chest. Just I already? Why so much nonsense? A cracking sound was heard. Huang Fuming's chest caved in bit by bit, blood pouring out as if it were free. Jiang Ming, let me go. I'll return to Julong Mountain. From now on, I will never come down again. I know I was wrong. Wrong. He looked at Jiang Ming with pleading eyes. If given another chance, he would definitely not go to Lianhua Temple to say that no, he wouldn't come down from Julong Mountain at all. Jiang Ming smiled, shook his head. No can do. No. Huang Fuming screamed in despair. But Jiang Ming remained unmoved, channeling power into his right foot, crack, splat, directly stomping through his chest. Then the sword light rose, and with one sword stroke, he severed his head. But the next moment, he seemed to remember something, slapping his forehead. Oh no, I forgot to say I would leave you a whole corpse. Looking at the wide-eyed, severed head, Jiang Ming was silent for a second. Never mind, it can be sewn back together. He withdrew his right foot and removed the armor. Only then did Jiang Ming realize that the surroundings seemed to have gone silent. Turning around, he saw everyone taking 2 steps back in unison. What's going on? No, Kadampin. Jiang Ming lifted his foot and patted his pants, then looked at Long Jinchuan. Hey, let us change venues for the feast you invited me. You can't let me not even have a sip of water, right? Long Jinchuan's mouth twitched slightly. Quickly taking out his phone, I'll arrange it right away. The first floor, S. Bright Future Hall. Oh, by the way, last time I also fought here. I asked your second uncle to come to the Public Security Bureau to reimburse me. He didn't come, so tell him about it later. Include this time, too. After speaking, he turned and walked towards the edge of the platform, stepping down as if going down the stairs, one step at a time towards the first floor. The elevator had been broken by his previous kick. The door wouldn't open. After he left, the group of talents felt as if a big mountain had been moved off their shoulders, all breathing a sigh of relief, finally daring to speak. As for the first place in this competition, whoever wants to fight for it can go ahead. I'm not competing anymore. Although the investigation division doesn't allow killing, taking a punch is unbearable. What are we fighting for? To be honest, I might not even be able to take Huang Fuming from earlier. Jiang Ming took him down with just one punch, rounding it off, half a punch, and he'd probably be begging me not to let him die on the spot. Competing for second. Damn it. Brothers, let us get fired up. We were saying competition first and friendship second. Now we have to show some skills. Or else this time the spotlight will be entirely on Jiang Ming. Who are you calling brothers? You think you can even compete for second? I can't even win against Jiang Ming. How can I win against you? All right. You were all friendly while drinking just now, and now you're turning against each other. Huh? Come on, this place is ruined anyway. Let us practice here. It's over. I can't marry senior sister anymore. After Long Jinchuan finished the call and listened to the discussions around him, his father's words from yesterday flashed in his mind. At that time, he and his sister were present, and his father and uncle first praised them, then shifted the conversation to Jiang Ming, telling them to directly admit defeat if they encountered Jiang Ming in this competition, and also to build a good relationship with Jiang Ming in the future. Now he understood his father's and uncle's good intentions. Age-killing demon. Jiang Demon. Indeed, lives up to its name. He murmured softly, suppressing the swirling thoughts in his heart, and looked up at everyone. All right, let us go down. We shouldn't keep Inspector Jiang waiting. Yes. The group walked towards the elevator and then saw the 2 doors twisted and cave in the middle. How do we go down? I haven't learned the flying technique yet. See, I told you you're stupid and you wouldn't believe it. Step aside. A bald man stepped forward, muscles bulging, grabbing the caved-in gap and forcefully prying it back into place. There, now it's fine, hurry down. After everyone left, Long Jinchuan gave Long Zhurui a glance, then looked at the remaining two Julong Mountain people. Clean it up, Inspector Jiang probably forgot. Chapter 73. Why is everyone so fawning over him? Not long after, a new banquet hall was arranged perfectly, even surpassing the specifications of the previous rooftop venue. Long Jinchuan also spent a lot of effort, calling his second uncle to discuss what had just happened. Long Qingfeng didn't say much, directly instructing him to find the hotel manager and bring out the good wine from their collection, pairing various dishes with spiritual herbs. He also reminded him over the phone to pay attention to which wine Jiang Ming drank the most, so he could arrange for him to take a few bottles later. In no time, the hall was filled with clinking glasses, and the atmosphere was lively, with some bold individuals inviting others to dance. Jiang Ming and a few others sat in a corner, eating and drinking, with no one bothering them. He and T let them go to the top floor earlier, knowing they would definitely need to change venues, so why make a trip for nothing? Boss, you've taken down Huangfu Ming again. Julong Mountain probably won T, let this go easily, and Wei Hua said, pulling an old mountain ginseng from the soup and placing it in Jiang Ming's bowl, while taking a smaller piece for himself. It's fine, the youth martial arts competition is coming up, and even Julong Mountain wouldn't dare to cause trouble at this time, Jiang Ming replied, quickly swallowing the entire piece of ginseng. Wiping his mouth, he said lightly, after the competition, it won't be them looking for me, but rather I will be looking for them. Did he regret killing Murong Qingbi, which led to the animosity from Julong Mountain? Jiang Ming felt absolutely no remorse. Looking at the current situation, everyone seemed so well-behaved. He could bet that without his thunderous means, there would definitely be a few fools in this hall wanting to challenge him like Murong Qingbi did. That would be quite annoying. Since he had already made enemies, being passive was not his style. Confronting mountains when meeting mountains and filling seas when meeting seas was the only way. Moreover, he had talked to Zhao Shanhai about Julong Mountain before, and from Zhao Shanhai's tone, it seemed that the investigation department had some thoughts of taking action. Having such a rebellious force in the northwest of the country was unsettling. The others didn't offer any words of advice, having worked together for so long. They all knew Jiang Ming's character, decisive and unwavering. You can go to the department to discuss with Director Zhao first. When the time comes, send more manpower to assist. Shangguan Qing suggested, sipping on golden carp soup. Jiang Ming smiled. He always felt that Shangguan Qing was overqualified for being a small team captain. If it weren't for her slightly low cultivation level, she could easily be an inspector. She was smart, quick-witted, and could often grasp the key point from just a word or a glance. Just like now, without him saying anything, she inferred the department's attitude from a single remark. Don't worry, I have a plan. ISNT, they're a heavily armored synthesis brigade watching over there before going up the mountain. Let us have a grand display of fireworks. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone looked up. When Yu Xian, swinging her twin ponytails, exclaimed, "Oh, I didn't expect our Inspector Jiang has this skill too. It seems that even if you didn't join the investigation department, you'll still shine brightly in the college entrance examination in a few days." Jiang Ming smiled, but didn't explain. He wasn't one to flaunt poetry and pretentiousness. And his previous remark was just a spontaneous thought. Lifting his glass, he said, "It's that time of year again for the college entrance examination. Kulme, let us toast to all the high school seniors for achieving high marks and success." Everyone drank heartily. At that moment, someone in the crowd shouted, "Inspector Jiang, don't just eat. Come on, let us get the party started." Hearing this, Jiang Ming looked over, smiled, nodded, and got up to join the fun. After a night of revelry, 2 days passed, and the martial arts competition arrived. There were more Qi cultivators in Jinlin City. Not just the young disciples from various major forces, but also some scattered cultivators, and even some who had returned from abroad. The competition venue was the same as before, located in a large mountain in the southwest of Jinlin City. This place had long been designated as a military stronghold, rarely visited by anyone. At this moment, Jiang Ming walked out of the Public Security Bureau and saw a black sedan parked at the entrance. He chuckled and quickly approached, opening the door to get in. "Sorry to keep you waiting. I feel so bad making you come pick me up," he said. Zhao Shanhai rolled his eyes. "I can't tell you feel bad at all. Let us go." The driver slowly started the car. Shangguan Qing and the others didn't qualify to participate. And with the current mix of people in Jinlin, they needed to stay behind to keep an eye on things. So Jiang Ming didn't bring any of them this time. You should check the announcements from the department when you have time. Just a few days ago, I stipulated that during the competition, no chi cultivators are allowed to showcase their abilities in front of ordinary people. Even I'm traveling by car now, and you, on the other hand, flew around that night. What is up with that? Can't you take the elevator? That night at the banquet, Jiang Ming had been caught by guests at Tianshan Renjian. The logistics team had to urgently handle the situation to suppress the videos online. Hee, I was just in a hurry. I'll definitely be more careful in the future, Jiang Ming replied. Zhao Shanhai had no retort, giving him a glare, too lazy to say more. After all, it was like talking to a wall. Soon, the sedan drove into Jinyo Mountain. Once here, there was no need to hide. The two quickly activated their flying techniques and sped toward the competition venue. In no time, a square arena measuring 10 zhang in length and width appeared before them. Surrounding it were audience stands similar to a football field. And to the left was a high platform with a canopy, likely where representatives of various forces and leaders from the investigation department would observe the proceedings. As soon as Jiang Ming appeared, the chi cultivators who had attended the banquet rushed over, leaving their conversations behind. Some offered apologies as they left discussions, while others put down their competition rules pamphlets and jogged over upon being reminded. Before long, Jiang Ming was surrounded by a crowd. Inspector Jiang, you came too? Isn't this unfair? I thought the investigation department had already decided you would be the first. How infuriating. I thought I could escape the fate of admitting defeat today. But it seems I still have to concede in front of everyone. Oh, so you're saying you want to compete with Inspector Jiang? I support you. Don't lose face. Get lost. There's a huge difference between admitting defeat and getting beaten up first, then admitting defeat. Haha, that makes sense. I guess Inspector Jiang will be bored today with no one to spar with. Haha. Does anyone have sunflower seeds or peanuts? Share some with Inspector Jiang so he can pass the time in the audience. Hearing these words, Jiang Ming's lips twitched slightly. It seemed a bit over the top now. True, no one was bothering him, but no one dared to spar with him either. Laughter spread through the crowd, immediately catching the attention of others. Not everyone had participated in that night's banquet. Some had arrived just before, and those returning from abroad were now looking over. Why do I hear those people talking about admitting defeat? They haven't even fought yet. One remarked, incredulous. What a waste of talent, lacking even an ounce of ambition. Look, isn't that one Dao Jun from Qingsong Mountain? He looks so sycophantic. His face is practically a flower. Who is that? Why are so many talented individuals fawning over him? Jiang Ming, don't you know? All right, you just returned to the country. You know the name Sui, Sha Run Mo, right? That's him. In the audience, many people pointed toward that direction. A young monk with a delicate face and a smile watched this scene, his eyes brightening, and his smile deepening even further. Chapter 74, Slash. Jiang Ming seemed to sense something and looked up at the audience, coincidentally locking eyes with the young monk. A hint of surprise flashed in the young monk's eyes, as if he didn't expect Jiang Ming to be so perceptive. There were many people in the arena watching Jiang Ming, yet he happened to look at him. The young monk smiled and nodded. Jiang Ming also nodded back. This action was caught by those around them, and they all turned to follow his gaze. The 18-year-old Buddhist son from the Pure Land Buddhist sect? Do you know him? Jiang Ming withdrew his gaze. Everyone nodded. A genius, undoubtedly a genius. To put it this way, with him in the Pure Land Buddhist sect, they could ensure 100 years of prosperity. He joined the Pure Land Buddhist sect at 3. And on the day the Buddha in the heavenly treasure hall shone with golden light, he read through the Buddhist scriptures in 4 years and spent another 3 years mastering them, self-realizing the Vajra Prajna heart mantra. He left seclusion at 10 and defeated many old monks within the sect. 3 months later, the Pure Land Buddhist sect issued a letter, announcing him as the Buddhist son to the world. Now, it's uncertain what his cultivation level is, but a year ago, he ventured into the East Sea and easily struck down a sea serpent of the 2nd level of the opening sun. Today, there are likely very few who can fight him. Jiang Inspector, if you face him, be careful. Although Jiang Ming is also quite extraordinary, having built up such momentum in just a month since joining the investigation division, the other party is not an easy character to deal with. It could easily turn into a fierce battle. Jiang Ming smiled and said, "Let's go. It should be starting soon." This martial arts competition is divided into 2 stages. The first is the heart questioning ladder. The investigation division has spent many years studying the ceiling formations of demon domains and has profound knowledge in this area. They created a heart-questioning ladder using secret techniques. Stepping on it, one interrogates their heart. Various illusions come one after another, probing deep into the heart. It could be money, fame, beauty, or perhaps a cherished memory or a loved one. In any case, these illusions are meant to make you hesitate, preventing you from seeking the truth and causing you to fail your mission. The tower Jiang Ming charged it back, then was more comprehensive. So the heart-questioning stage was not difficult, but this time it only focuses on the heart. A group of people walked toward the audience. Moments later, Zhao Shanhai spoke into the microphone, testing, and immediately the noisy venue fell silent, with everyone looking up at the podium. Since everyone here is a cheer-refining practitioner and has participated in several youth martial art competitions, they should know how it goes. So, without further ado, I now declare that the 10th Youth Martial Arts Competition has begun. As his voice fell, he waved his hand, and a ball of light flew out, propelled by spiritual energy, expanding in the wind, and in the blink of an eye, a winding ladder appeared above the venue, thundering down onto the ground. "Charge!" someone shouted. In an instant, a flurry of figures rushed down from the audience, dashing towards the ladder. At that moment, everyone had only one thought in their minds: crush through, move over as fast as possible, reach the peak, enjoy the moment of being the center of attention. Jiang Ming also stood up, but unlike those who rushed forward, he casually walked over with his hands in his pockets. He was in no hurry. A few talented individuals participating in the event rushed past him, and, seeing his leisurely demeanor, couldn't help but remind him, "Jiang Inspector, hurry up. This time, your investigation division has invested heavily, and there's a reward for being the first to reach the top in the first round. I heard it's the 8 treasures nectar. It's fine, you all go ahead." "It's too crowded," Jiang Ming said with a smile. The group exchanged glances and looked towards the ladder. "Crowded? Isn't it quite spacious?" The fastest ones had already reached the 5th level. They wished they could learn from Jiang Ming's calm demeanor, but by the time they finished talking, the fastest one had already reached the next level. Suddenly, they grew anxious. "Damn it. Stop. Stop running. Are you in such a hurry to reincarnate?" Not daring to delay any further, they quickly activated their techniques and rushed towards the ladder. "Jiang Inspector, will go ahead." In the audience, many cheer-refining practitioners remained to watch. Naturally, they noticed the scene unfolding with Jiang Ming and began to comment. "Look at that kid, so arrogant. Everyone else is worried about running slower, wishing their parents had given them an extra pair of legs, and he's just taking it easy. Haven't you seen his video? That guy is unbelievably determined. He kills demons when he encounters them, and people when he meets them. Pleas for mercy are useless. He dismembers and pulverizes them without hesitation. I really don't know what illusion could make him stop. I don't believe he doesn't care about anything. He's still young. Who doesn't have a cherished memory or a deep-seated desire? He might just be caught off guard." On the podium, representatives of various cheer-refining factions chuckled and joked with Zhao Shanhai. "Director Zhao, your yearly disaster seems very confident, while others are already on the 10th level. He hasn't even stepped on the ladder. Haha, he looks composed. It seems this 8 treasures nectar is indeed produced and sold by your investigation division." Zhao Shanhai responded with a smile, but inside, he was cursing. Damn it, this kid is showing off again. He wanted to remind him, but in front of so many eyes, he couldn't bring himself to do it. Fortunately, Jiang Ming didn't keep him waiting too long. Arriving at the foot of the ladder, he looked up. It was quite long. Smiling, he stepped on the first level. "Look, that kid is on. I want to see what he's bragging about." In the audience, everyone turned their attention to him, momentarily forgetting about everyone else. Jiang Ming looked at the sea of people before him, bundled in winter clothes, building snowmen, laughing and chatting. As the tune of a familiar song echoed in his mind, "Congratulations on your wealth. Congratulations on your brilliance." Another year has passed. He felt a bit guilty towards Dehua, having congratulated him for so many years without any fortune. Jiang Ming walked slowly down the street, memories of his past life resurfacing, the snow crunching under his feet. Just now, he did feel a moment of daze, sensing a special power trying to cloud his heart. But the spirit of his heart roared in anger, directly scattering that power. "What a pity, I don't want to go back." Boom! A surge of spiritual energy erupted, and the world before him seemed to shake, the heavens and earth overturning, with screams and cries coming from all directions. Jiang Ming's face remained calm. Having crossed from earth to this world, You could consider them my family, so do me one last favor. As a thought fell bang, the scene exploded. Jiang Ming stepped up to the second level. He saw Shang Wanqing and others rushing at him with fierce expressions, their bodies exuding monstrous energy. Without any hesitation, he summoned a whirlwind of sword light around him. 1 second, and they were done for. If they were demons, they had to die. Not rushing to the third level, Jiang Ming looked up. On the next level at the peak, 3 towering figures stood, imposing and powerful, like ancient deities watching over the masses. Jiang Ming's eyes suddenly brightened. The Emperor, the Shura, Atlas. Boom! The luminous star in his dantian surged, as if sensing the desire in his heart. The southern brightly fire and the Taiyin lotus seed simultaneously bursting forth with dazzling brilliance. In the next moment, Jiang Ming shot forward like an arrow released from a bow. His childhood friends from the orphanage were taken by demons. Slash! Surrounded by beauties, lush and slim, with songs of warblers and swallows. Slash! In the battle against the demons, the human race was defeated, and the demons promised the position of emperor to the humans. Slash! 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 Jiang Ming was like a relentless killing machine, regardless of what stood in his way, raising his hand to unleash countless slashes. In his eyes, there were only those 3 divine figures. Chapter 75, The Ultimate Armor of the Third Mate. Ascending to the pinnacle, a view of all the mountains below, Jiang Ming's figure darted up the steps, moving at an incredibly fast pace. One by one, the talents around him were overtaken and left behind. Some fell into illusions and struggled, while others found it hard to break free from the illusions, only to sense a shadow darting past them. They looked up in shock, thinking, This, are you cheating? I report. Someone is cheating. How can it be this fast? The right foot just stepped onto one step, and the left foot has already moved out? If this isn't cheating, what is? Questioning the heart is about asking the scars hidden within. Do you not have even a tiny bit of people and matters you care about? The many spectators watching this scene were also dumbfounded. No, we just thought you were putting on a show, waiting for the moment to slap your face in delight. It turns out you really are impressive. No wonder those talents were shouting to concede earlier. Damn, with this strength, why even participate in the competition? Just directly secure the first place. Isn't that better? On the podium, the representatives who had just been teasing Zhao Shanhai fell silent. Each one had their eyes wide open. Hiss, did he dig out his heart? Or is he cultivating the path of ruthlessness? The deputy sect master of Qingtsang Mountain held back for a long time before saying this. This speed made him doubt whether the illusions were shattered before they even emerged. And what was there to ask about the heart? Zhao Shanhai coughed twice, but the smile at the corner of his mouth could not be concealed. Why aren't you laughing anymore? Weren't you just laughing quite loudly? Now it's my turn to laugh, right? Awesome. He knew that the heart-questioning ladder was a piece of cake for Jiang Ming, but knowing it was one thing. Watching Jiang Ming move leisurely while others rushed for over 10 levels made him anxious. The 8 treasures nectar should be produced and sold by the investigation department. What? You say it's a reward? I just took it out to motivate you guys. You really want it? Haha. Pardon me, everyone, this kid is a bit reckless. I'll criticize him later. All right. Your mouth is almost stretching to your ears. Tone it down. I was wondering how you could bear to take out the 8 treasures nectar. Turns out you were waiting here. The elder of the Dao Sword sect said unhappily. I thought this age-defying demon was just powerful in battle. I didn't expect their will to be so firm. Sai, you guys in the investigation department have really gained something. The old Taoist from Longhu Mountain had heard of Jiang Ming long ago. Previously, because of the clam demon incident, Longhu Mountain knew that someone from their side was secretly communicating with the firewood bearer and wanted to thank Jiang Ming, but unfortunately, there was no time. Today, he finally saw him and could send a generous gift later. While the few were talking, Jiang Ming had already rushed to the peak. Only the last 2 steps remained in front of him. Looking at the 3 imposing figures ahead, even though he knew they were illusions, Jiang Ming still couldn't help but feel his emotions surge. Why was he so determined to kill demons? These 3 figures were the answer. He was so eager to don the ultimate armor. Taking a deep breath, he raised his foot and stepped up. In an instant, the 3 ultimate armors moved simultaneously. Looking down at him, the Emperor armor shot up, towering and radiant, shining brilliantly. So handsome. So damn handsome. Jiang Ming looked up, his eyes filled with fervent obsession, standing on the steps like a fool laughing heartily. This scene naturally caught the attention of the spectators. Holy crap, that kid was pressed down. I said, how could he have no desires at all? What did he see? Laughing like a madman. Zhao Shanhai also wanted to ask this question. What on earth could make Jiang Ming so immersed? Since he met this kid, he had never seen him show such great emotional fluctuations. He was at the last step now. He absolutely must not fall. On the steps, the Emperor armor reached out, transforming into a streak of light, charging straight towards him. Accompanied by the sound of the armor colliding, Jiang Ming's figure in the illusion gradually faded, leaving only a solemn, majestic, and powerful golden armor. The Emperor. This is the Emperor, the embodiment of the supreme heavenly path. Jiang Ming raised his hand, looking at his bony palm, feeling the surging power within him, his expression excited, ready to let out a howl to the heavens. This feeling was too hard to describe in words, as if the whole world was prostrating at his feet. Just as his heart surged with excitement, the power of heart questioning suddenly surged, whispers ringing in his ears. Wear it. You are the Emperor now, filled with temptation. The spirit of the heart glowed red, filling the entire heart chamber, with patterns densely covering his back, letting out a loud roar. The heartbeat thumped like the drum of heaven, resounding endlessly. Unfortunately, it's not real, but that's okay. One day, I will shout out that voice in front of everyone. Emperor armor, merge. With a wave, the illusion of the Emperor armor disappeared. Before reaching the peak, he could suppress all desires, even the desire itself, until he grasped the real. Next, the Shura armor and Atalas followed suit, their forms shooting up, attaching to him from front to back. The former represented law, and the moment he donned it, he felt as if he could judge everything. That was the supreme authority, the justice that crushes all evil. The latter represented nature. The moment it attached to him, the world seemed to clear up with wind, rain, thunder, mountains, rivers, and seas, all the principles laid bare before his eyes, easily grasped. After experiencing the three ultimate armors, the illusion faded, and there were no more obstacles in front of Jiang Ming. A faint smile appeared on his face. The next moment, he lifted his right foot, and with a click, firmly stepped onto the highest level. Turning around, clouds obscured the view, a sight of all the mountains below. Looking down, the figures on the heart-questioning ladder appeared tiny like ants, struggling. The sunlight poured down, and Jiang Ming looked like the only exalted god on the altar. The faithful took a step with each reverence. If only he could summon the Emperor armor at this moment. In the entire venue, at this moment, there was not a single sound, and everyone was shocked, gazing at the man on the peak. A sense of insignificance arose in their hearts. After a long while, someone finally let out a long sigh. This year's youth competition had no suspense, as this age-defying demon was strong enough to make the other talents concede before the competition even began. Now, in terms of will, he was also first. The others could only compete for second. Everyone nodded. They remembered that they initially wanted to see Jiang Ming being slapped in the face. But now it was their faces that were being slapped loudly. That was not showing off at all. It was humility. It was yielding. It was giving these talents a chance to win. Unfortunately, no one seized it. On the podium, Zhao Shanhai secretly breathed a sigh of relief and then burst into laughter. Everyone, I concede. Haha, I was still wondering who would get the 8 treasures nectar. Look, this turned out like this. So you guys wouldn't think I'm doing this for show, right? A few big shots gritted their teeth at his pretentious appearance. Damn it, you didn't even think about giving the 8 treasures nectar to others. If you want to give it to Jiang Ming, just give it directly. Why make it a competition reward? Pulling down your pants to fart. Don't be too proud. Jiang Ming can get first in the heart questioning round, but the following competitions may not be the same. Even if he is powerful, that little monk from the Pure Land Buddhist sect, that scruffy one from Zixiao Temple, and that little phoenix from Bishi Pond, who isn't powerful. That S right. In terms of heart questioning, he is not much different from Jiang Ming, second, third, fourth. Zhao Shanhai saw himself becoming a target and was not angry, only saying, I need to prepare the 8 treasures nectar. Let Jiang Ming drink a few sips before the match. Chapter 76. Reveal yourself. Quickly reveal yourself. Jiang Ming stood at the peak, and about 2 minutes later, the second person came up. It was the little monk from the Pure Land Buddhist sect. At the moment he ascended, the 3 ultimate armor summon devices in Jiang Ming's mind trembled simultaneously. What is going on here? He looked over. The right hand behind him began to gather power, a sword light flowing through his meridians. Amiba, I am the little monk Juicy, and I have met Jiang's supervisor. Jiang's supervisor truly possesses the demeanor of a dragon and phoenix. I am not worthy. Juicy greeted him warmly. But as soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Ming's figure flickered, leaving behind shadowy afterimages. His right hand suddenly shot out from behind, a long-prepared sword light ruthlessly stabbing towards his waist. What the hell are you mumbling about? Reveal yourself. I want to see what you are that triggers the ultimate armor's reaction. Juicy was stunned by this sudden scene. I'm here to greet you, and you stab me in the waist? Suddenly, his whole body's spiritual energy surged, and golden light flickered at his feet. At the critical moment, he sidestepped to avoid the sword strike. Jiang! He wanted to say something, but Jiang Ming didn't give him a chance at all. His fist was raised, circles of light gathering, and with a sonic boom, it smashed straight towards Juicy's face. Boom! Juicy raised his arm to block, only to feel an immense force crashing down. His expression changed, and he was sent flying down the heavenly ladder like a rag doll. Below, Zhang Lada from Zixiao Temple had just stepped onto the second-to-last level. Before he could steady himself, a shadow crashed into him. What the hell? Are you playing with the Tao Master? Bang! Juicy collided with him, and the two tumbled down the steps. Zhang Lada's eyes turned red. Damn it, the Tao Master was almost at the top, and you two are playing like this? He kicked Juicy in the waist, sending him flying again. Get lost, you bastard. If you want to fight, take it to the arena. At the top, Jiang Ming stomped his foot, and a rumble echoed throughout the heavenly ladder, like a cannonball being fired. The airflow beside him created swirling white cyclones, pursuing him. Spiritual energy rolled and poured in his right leg, stepping down with overwhelming momentum. Seeing this scene, Juicy's face surprisingly returned to its initial gentleness. He performed a flying technique, hovering in the air, palms together. As a majestic Buddha phantom slowly raised its head behind him. Ba, Jiang's supervisor truly has keen insight. May I ask where I have shown a flaw? With so many people in the venue, including masters like Zhao Shanhai, none of them had noticed his abnormality. Yet Jiang Ming only glanced at him and immediately sensed it. Not only did he notice, but he also acted without hesitation, not doubting for a second whether he was mistaken. His decisiveness was astonishing. Your immediate priority is not to seek answers. The most important thing for you right now is to take my kick. Jiang Ming's expression was excited. This guy was definitely not normal. What kind of normal person could withstand a punch from him without exploding? A transformed great demon? Or a kindler? No matter. Either way, he has to die. Hearing this, Juicy slowly raised his hand, and the Buddha behind him did the same. A gigantic palm rose to the sky, covering Jiang Ming beneath it, like a withered leaf that could be crushed to dust at any moment. Since Jiang's supervisor is unwilling to speak, then the little monk must resort to fierce anger. Boom! The clash of legs unleashed a monstrous wave of energy. Above in the sky, the clouds tore apart, forming a vacuum circle dozens of feet wide. Below, many outstanding talents on the heavenly ladder, still caught in illusions, were directly swept away by this terrifying energy wave. Waking up with a look of confusion. What the hell? Why am I flying? The spectators were already dumbfounded the moment Jiang Ming attacked at the top. Wait, why did it suddenly escalate into a fight? Did Jiang Ming reach the top and not want anyone else to stand up? They were too far away to hear what the two were saying. They only saw Juicy greet Jiang Ming warmly, and then Jiang Ming excitedly thrust his sword light towards Juicy's waist. That was too domineering, right? The big shots at the chairman's table exchanged glances. After a while, Zhao Shanhai cleared his throat and laughed. It seems our contestants can't wait any longer. A good thing. Since a fight is inevitable, it's better to start early than late. Now, the spectacle has just escalated, right? Jiang Ming never fails to add some flair. The Pure Land Buddhist sect had sent a leader this time, who now clasped his hands together and smiled calmly. Jiang Benefactor has the heart of a fierce tiger. Truly different from ordinary people, Xia is fortunate. But as soon as he finished speaking, the calm smile froze on his face. In the sky, Jiang Ming's body was like a sword, directly piercing through the great Buddha's hand seal, and his right leg, carrying tremendous force, heavily stomped on Juicy's chest. Puff! A mouthful of fresh blood sprayed into the air, and Juicy flew away like a shooting star. Jiang Ming, not one to let up, seized the moment while Juicy was unsteady, his entire body engulfed in flames. The Tai Su sword technique pushed to its limit, whistling with countless fiery swords. The swords merged, forming a 10-foot-long sword. It slashed down, with a loud bang. Juicy hadn't even reacted before he was smashed into the ground, causing the earth to crack and raising endless dust. Jiang Ming's figure flickered, diving straight down, bringing a raging wind that blew away the ash. And he grabbed Juicy's bald head. With great force, he pressed down, causing Juicy's legs to sink into the ground, unable to move. Reveal yourself. I command you to reveal yourself quickly. Fist lights fell like raindrops on Juicy's body, the sound of thuds incessant, causing blood to surge from his mouth. The onlookers witnessed this brutal scene, swallowing hard. Are they sure they have no enmity? This is clearly intended to kill, right? Has the investigation department suddenly changed the rules of the competition? Zhao Shanhai and the others were also dumbfounded, seeing that Juicy was about to be beaten to death, ready to speak out to stop it. But at that moment, Juicy let out a fierce howl, no longer gentle, his expression suddenly turning ferocious. Enough! Boom! A vast demonic aura surged into the sky. Countless great demons appeared behind him, bearing their fangs and claws, roaring at Jiang Ming. The rolling sound waves exploding, forcing him back. Ha 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 ha! I knew it! I knew it! The Kindler finally revealed himself. Jiang Ming was not shocked but overjoyed, laughing excitedly, his eyes shining like torches, as if the truth he had been pursuing was finally confirmed as real. Wow! The venue erupted in an uproar. Everyone stared in shock at the myriad demonic phantoms behind Juicy. Just a moment ago, they thought Jiang Ming was domineering and cruel. But now it was clear he was standing beyond the atmosphere. The Kindler. Juicy was actually a Kindler. What great audacity to brazenly mix into the competition. Wait, isn't he a disciple of the Pure Land Buddha sect? How did he become a Kindler? A tsunami of discussions erupted. At the chairman's table, all the big shots stood up the moment Juicy unleashed his demonic energy. At this moment, Zhao Shanhai turned sharply to look at the leader of the Pure Land Buddha sect. His expression cold. Does the Pure Land Buddha sect need to give the investigation department an explanation? Aye. The leader's face turned pale, his mind buzzing, feeling as if the sky was about to collapse. The disciple they had nurtured for over a decade was actually a Kindler. Seeing him unable to speak for a long time, Zhao Shanhai snorted coldly, stepped forward, and with a wave of his hand, intertwined patterns descended, sealing and binding this leader in an instant. You stay aside for now. After this is over, the Pure Land Buddha sect will come to the investigation department to apologize. Chapter 77. Watch closely. I'll only teach it once. A favorable situation should start with 0 frames. Meanwhile, in the conference room of the investigation department, Lu Changfeng sat in his reclining chair, his short legs awkwardly resting on the edge of the conference table, fixated on the display screen on the wall. The image showed Jiang Ming forcing Juicy to reveal his demonic aura. So it really came. Lu Changfeng grinned and glanced at the others in the room. It seems that spending the last 5 or 6 days here for eating, drinking, and sleeping really paid off. Should I tell the firebearers that I went to the Great Wilderness Demon Domain? Hey, just kidding. Is it urgent that the news can't get out? Don't worry. Soon you'll have a more urgent matter to deal with. Lu Changfeng put his legs down, stood up, ruffled his hair, and said, "Let us go. Zhao Shanhai has already prepared the trap. It's time for us to catch the turtle. Everyone put in some effort. If anyone goes easy on the firebearers, then I'll consider you a traitor. I want to see if you dare to kill. If you kill, you'll fight amongst yourselves, and I'll profit. If you don't kill, I'll find a traitor, and I'll still profit. I'll make a profit twice." Director Li Qi of the review office chuckled. Old Zhao is quite clever. He went to scout the area personally long ago and really caught the firebearer laying the boundary nodes. When those guys activate the boundary, thinking they have the upper hand and start giving their useless speeches, will activate our boundary and give them a boundary within a boundary. Just thinking about their expressions, TSK, wonderful. Ha ha. The several directors in the room burst into laughter, showing no signs of unusual behavior. Lu Changfeng glanced at him, thinking, if you can think of the firebearers causing trouble, why couldn't you think of it sooner? Stop being a backseat driver and get to work. Li Qi immediately fell silent, chuckled twice in annoyance, formed hand seals, and opened a spatial passage. The group was just about to enter when Lu Changfeng touched his chin, feeling that it wasn't safe enough. All right, you 5 pair up. Keep an eye on each other, and I'll keep an eye on the remaining one. The firebearers haven't shown themselves yet. And if this traitor leaks information at the last moment, we won't be able to perform our act. The others twitched their lips, thinking he was being overly cautious. Fine, you're the director, we'll listen to you. After pairing up, the five of them stared at each other and dove into the spatial passage. On the other side, at Jinyo Mountain, after subduing the leader of the Pure Land Buddhist sect, Zhao Shanhai quickly flew down from the podium to Jiang Ming's side, his entire aura expanding, vaguely protecting him behind. Upon seeing this, Juicy smiled strangely and began to retreat toward the entrance of the venue. Damn, don't run. Jiang Ming raised his hand, and a sword light whistled past. He moved to pursue, but Zhao Shanhai pulled him back. Wait a moment. You'll have your chance to kill him. The representatives of the other major forces were similarly poised, with some even faster, flying to their own prodigy's sides the moment Juicy was exposed, their gazes warily scanning the surroundings. Everyone knew that the firebearers wouldn't send Juicy alone. There must be backup. At the same time, they were glad that Jiang Ming had seen through Juicy. Otherwise, if their prodigy had gone up against Juicy. Zhao Shanhai stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze sweeping over the surrounding mountains, and suddenly spoke. Zhao Feipeng, since you've set this trap, don't hide in the shadows. I taught you how to conduct yourself back in the day, and this wasn't part of it. The surroundings fell silent. After a moment, a faint laugh echoed through the mountains. Foster father, it's been many years, and you're still so straightforward. The sky suddenly darkened, as if a curtain had covered the sun. Hundreds of figures emerged from the darkness, some standing in midair, others on the ground. Zhao Feipeng, wearing a bronze mask, was hard to see clearly, but his voice suggested he was in a good mood. In the audience, the chi refiners who came to observe turned pale upon witnessing this. The boundary, it's over. They want to catch us all in one go. Some first-time attendees were even lamenting internally, why is my luck so bad? I didn't come for the first 9 sessions and nothing happened. Why is it that as soon as I show up, the firebearers come too? Some quick-thinking individuals had already started running towards the seats below, gathering behind their prodigies. The bigwigs of various forces twitched their lips, thinking, you're really smart. Jiang Ming narrowed his eyes slightly, seemingly trying to see through Zhao Feipeng's bronze mask. He still remembered how this minister of the river province had tricked him back in the Dragon Palace demon domain. As if sensing Jiang Ming's gaze, Zhao Feipeng looked over and said with a chuckle, Jiang Inspector, we've had a spiritual connection for a long time, and now we finally meet. Zhao Shanhai took a small step forward, blocking Jiang Ming behind him, and said lightly, only 6 ministers have come. Where are your 3 emperors and 5 sovereigns? Not a single one has shown up. Above the minister of the firebearers, there were still 8 top experts, known as the 3 emperors and 5 sovereigns, comparing themselves to the ancestor of humanity. Director Zhao, do you look down on us? A charming woman wearing a snake-headed mask chuckled. The boundary prevents the investigation department from providing support and prevents you from escaping. And with so many deadweights, a group of turtles in a jar. Can you tell me how we'll lose this game? Standing behind Zhao Shanhai, Jiang Ming, who had been gathering energy for the Taishu sword technique, couldn't he help but curl his lips upon hearing this. Look at this. This is the common flaw of villains. They sure talk a lot of nonsense. Since they know they have the advantage, they don't hurry to act, but keep talking here. If it were me, I would have started with 0 frames long ago. Once someone is dead, you can say whatever you want, you could sit on their grave and talk for 10 days and nights. Moreover, he didn't believe that Zhao Shanhai had no defenses. As expected, just as his thoughts arose, a loud voice rang out from the podium. Don't know how you'll lose? Come, look over here. I'll tell you how you'll lose. In an instant, everyone turned to look, and they saw a short, stout figure standing on the railing of the podium with his hands behind his back. Behind him, 5 differently dressed men were smiling at the firebearers. Lu Chanfeng, you didn't go to the great wilderness demon domain. No, wait. How did you get in here? The boundary. The woman with the snake-headed mask's expression changed drastically as she looked up, only to see a larger boundary had somehow covered the sky, a faint blue light swirling and gradually illuminating the darkness. Zhao Feipeng also looked up, his aura suddenly becoming obscure, and through his mask, his expression grew serious. This expression is delightful, awesome. Sorry. The traitor you planted in the investigation department was drawn in by my charisma and has switched sides. In other words, he deceived you. Jiang Kid, I see the sword light in your palm is about to burst out. Go, kill that little monk, and the others don't move. If you do, you'll die. Hearing this, Jiang Ming's eyes lit up. He suddenly looked towards Juicy, who was hidden among the firebearers. Ha! Finally, it's our turn. Those up in the sky. Watch closely. I'll only teach it once. A favorable situation. This is how to fight. Boom! With a zero-frame start, the sword light that had been brewing for a long time surged into the sky like a collapsing pillar, striking down. Simultaneously, the black light on his body flickered, and the black rhinoceros armor instantly merged with him. Chapter 78. You're really hard to kill. I recognize your Wan Yao body. In the crowd, Zhu Xi had initially seen the situation turning in his favor, but his expression changed. Now, that unremarkable director of the investigation department actually challenged Jiang Ming to a one-on-one duel. The investigation department actually let such a fool be the director? Huh, I want to see what your expression will be when I kill Jiang Ming. He quickly left the crowd, a vast demonic power soaring into the sky. Seeing Jiang Ming teleporting at high speed towards him, Zhu Xi broke into a sinister smile. As he cast the diamond Prajna heart mantra, dark patterns spread all over his body, covering him in the blink of an eye. He raised his hand and grabbed, and thousands of demonic shadows behind him suddenly twisted, elongated and contracted, forming a gigantic hand. The impact of this scene was tremendous, as if he had instantly refined 10,000 demons. Rise, Zhu Chirord. The giant hand soaring up against the heavens, fingers poised to fiercely grasp the sword shadow. Boom! The giant sword collided with the giant hand, sending a shockwave that spread in all directions, stirring up clouds of dust. The hand and sword held each other for a few seconds before both vanished into silence. Jiang Ming, do you really think I can't defeat you? Heh, in terms of cultivation, I have already entered the Kaiyang stage. You can cross realms to kill your enemies. And so can I. In terms of physique, my Wan Yao body is nearly perfected. Once I drain your heart's blood to make up the last flaw, I will be the god of 10,000 demons. You should respect me like a god. He knew Jiang Ming's physical strength was formidable, especially with those strange armors. But his Wan Yao body wasn't something to be trifled with. He had been bathing in demon blood since he was 3, day in and day out for over 10 years, and had comprehended the diamond Prajna heart mantra. His physique had already reached an incredible level. He couldn't see any possibility of losing. All right, I know you're impressive, Jiang Ming said as he approached, raising his fist to smash down. If you weren't impressive, I wouldn't even bother hitting you. The water armor shield had been summoned at some point, its sharp horn aimed directly at Zhu Xi's face. Zhu Xi sensed the disregard in his words, and anger flashed in his heart. Aren't you just relying on your physique and those armors? He raised his fist as well, with armor resembling crocodile skin appearing on his fist. What you have, I have too. Seeing the scene, the woman in the snake mask in midair immediately shouted, Use your techniques. Your Wan Yao body is not yet perfected. Shut up. Mind your own identity. Do I need you to interfere while I work? I'm going to shatter his pride in his physical body. On the podium, Lu Changfeng smiled. This little bald head was quite interesting. Is he trying to take revenge for those previous dozen punches? However, he raised his hand. An immense pulling force erupted, and the snake-masked woman instantly lost her balance, rushing towards him rapidly. I just told you not to move. If you do, you'll die. Do you think moving your mouth doesn't count as moving? The woman's expression changed drastically, her aura rolling as she tried to break free, but found she couldn't budge an inch. Nearby, Zhao Feiping swiftly appeared by her side, a beam of sword light slashing down, severing that pulling force. Director Lu, why are you in such a hurry? Let's wait until they finish fighting before we compete again. No how. Lu Changfeng soared into the air, ready to take action. But out of the corner of his eye, he saw Jiang Ming already clashing with Zhu Xi, slowly descending. Don't move again. If you disturb my show again, I will really get angry. Below, Jiang Ming and Zhu Xi's fists collided. Boom! A loud sound erupted, and while Jiang Ming remained unmoved, Zhu Xi was sent flying like a kite with a cut string, his smile frozen, eyes filled with confusion as he flew back several meters. With a bang, he crashed into the arena wall, instantly sinking into it, blood gushing from his mouth. Without giving him time to react, Jiang Ming's figure flickered. His afterimage remained in place while his real body reached the front of the arena. He reached out a large hand, grabbing Zhu Xi's bald head, and with a loud crash, slammed it against the arena wall, pressing down hard. A god? This is the first time I've seen such a weak god. Not only weak, but also foolish. This fool's techniques shouldn't be weak. One could tell from that giant hand earlier that he could withstand a sword strike he had prepared for a long time. But he chose to rely on his physique instead of using his techniques, and he did so while Jiang Ming was wearing black rhinoceros armor. In the next moment, the water armor shield stabbed out dozens of times in a second, too fast for even an afterimage to be seen. Cool, mate. Let's see who breaks first. In an instant, blood and flesh flew, and screams echoed throughout the venue. Those prodigies, whether they had attended the banquet or not, couldn't help but swallow hard. No more fighting. No more fighting. He's the first. Whoever wants to fight can do so. In midair, the snake-masked woman's expression changed dramatically. How could this happen? Even if the Wan Yao body is not perfected, it shouldn't be unable to withstand a single punch. Just as she was about to take action, a faint voice echoed. I advise you to hold back. The woman's body stiffened, daring not to move, as she watched Jiang Ming press down on Zhu Xi. Inside, she was cursing madly. How could Lord Xinhua raise such a fool? Damn you, I don't care anymore. Beside her, Zhao Feiping's gaze was calm, as if he didn't care at all about Zhu Xi's life or death. Zhu Xi was stunned. Why? Why? You've only been cultivating for a month. What about my 10+ years of suffering in demon blood? What about those old bald donkeys chanting scriptures for over a decade? He initially thought he was being suppressed earlier because he had hidden part of his strength. But why was it that even in peak condition, he couldn't take a single punch from Jiang Ming? Looks like you can take a beating, Jiang Ming said lightly, his hands never stopping. Upon hearing this, Zhu Xi's mentality completely collapsed. It was like during high school when you studied crazily day and night, losing hair in the process. And then a top student casually walked by, answered the question without even reviewing, and mocked you for studying being useless. Who wouldn't he explode in that situation? I don't believe it. Is there really such a freak in this world? Unless he is not human. Right, he must not be human. He is a demon, a shape-shifting demon in human skin. Zhu Xi roared, you freak, I'll fight you. With a whoosh, the dark patterns on his body ignited, blood light enveloping him. He was using the secret technique to burn his essence blood. The blood light flickered in his palm as he struck towards Jiang Ming's chest, a surge of power coming forth. Jiang Ming was pushed back several meters, sparks flying from his black rhinoceros armor. Now you think of using techniques? Too late. Your blood is almost drained. You might as well burn fat. However, you really are hard to kill. I acknowledge your Wan Yao body. Jiang Ming raised his hand and patted the spot he was hit, his expression serious. Looking at Zhu Xi now, there was not a single good piece of flesh on his body. Below the neck, blood holes were gushing, rotten flesh exposed, connected only by a few unbroken meridians. His back was even more horrific, white bones protruding through the flesh exposed to the air. If it were anyone else, they would have long been sprinting down the road to the Yellow Springs. This guy could still stand. The Wan Yao body indeed had some impressive traits. Zhu Xi saw that his burning essence blood strike only managed to ignite a few sparks from that armor, and now he was further provoked, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his breath weakening even more. Damn you. He opened his mouth to curse. Jiang Ming's figure flickered, and before he could finish, a slap landed on his face. In an instant, Zhu Xi was sent flying, spinning several times in the air before crashing heavily to the ground, blood and flesh splattering from half of his face. Before he could get up, Jiang Ming quickly pursued, raising his foot to stomp on his mouth. Let me teach you how to start a zero frame. Why are you still learning in the wrong place? With a heavy stomp, Zhu Xi's jaw instantly turned into a pile of mush, all the soft and hard parts mixed together. Chapter 79, Jiang Ming. Tell me, what are these three gods in your head? Zhu Xi lay on the edge of the arena like a dead dog, his eyes clear. No, not just clear. Fear almost filled his entire pupil. He wanted to speak, but his jaw was crushed, and he could only make muffled sounds. He glanced at Jiang Ming, who was wrapped in black rhinoceros armor, and then at Zhao Feiping and the others in midair. Suddenly, the muffled sounds grew louder. Are you calling for help? Say it earlier. I'll help you. Jiang Ming squatted down beside him, looking up. He grinned. Minister Zhao, he wants you to save him. As soon as he finished speaking, the water armor shield pierced through Zhu Xi's forehead and exited through the back of his head. Sorry, your reaction was too slow. He is dead because of you. I can't defeat you, Zhao Feiping, but I have my mouth, and even if I can't beat you, I will still annoy you to death. After all, Lu Changfeng is standing behind me. I'm not afraid of anything. Sword light flashed, and in the blink of an eye, Zhu Xi's corpse was shattered, and the southern Mingli fire surged out, burning everything clean. This guy could still live after being stabbed like that, by the water armor shield, which shows how vigorous the vitality of the Wan Yao body is. It's better to turn him to ashes. After finishing a set of transcending small services, Jiang Ming just stood up when he heard Zhao Feiping's calm voice from the air. Make your move. As soon as the words fell, except for a few ministers, the other firewood bearers rushed towards the proud figures of various forces. Zhao Shanhai, who had never relaxed his mind, moved and instantly appeared beside Jiang Ming, his aura expanding, vigilantly watching the 6 ministers of the firewood bearers. At the same time, Lu Changfeng sneered. Make your move? The short and stout figure charged like a small mountain, accompanied by a sonic boom. The 5 department heads behind him scattered, heading towards other firewood bearers to assist the representatives of various forces. Before he even arrived, a blood-colored handprint had already slammed down from the void. Seeing the scene, the woman wearing the snakehead mask let out a fierce howl. Since we're going to fight anyway, I don't understand why you have to wait until he kills Zhu Ci to make your move. When we go back, you can explain it to Lord Firewood yourself. Through her mask, Zhao Feiping glanced at her. I'm not stopping you. You just died a moment ago. At least I let you live a little longer. Didn't I? The woman was choked, a trace of anger flashing in her eyes. Among us, you are the strongest. You go stop Lu Changfeng, and I'll kill that little bastard. As she spoke, her figure flashed, and she intended to rush down, but was pulled back by Zhao Feiping. I'll go. You all go kill those proud figures. After speaking, he didn't care about the terrified gazes of the woman and the remaining ministers, and flashed toward Jiang Ming. Zhao Feiping, F your mother, you shameless bastard. One of the ministers cursed loudly. If we could block Lu Changfeng, why will we wait to find trouble when he goes to the great wilderness demon domain? Looking up in fear at the blood-colored handprint, like a collapsing sky, it enveloped several people with a crushing aura. Roar! The terrifying pressure forced several of them to unleash their strongest attacks in their lives. The demonic energy soared. Some had their flesh torn apart inch by inch, with patches of blue-purple scales covering their bodies. Some had bone spikes standing upright all over their bodies, rising against the heavens, transforming into countless white spears stabbing at the giant hand. The woman with the snakehead mask was even more straightforward, splitting herself in half. Blood splattered, and a black snake body twisted and swelled, instantly growing to several feet in size, with its tail fiercely curling up to the sky. However, it was all in vain. The handprint fell, and several people instantly spurted blood, screaming in agony. On the other side, Zhao Feiping flew to a position 100 meters in front of Jiang Ming. Zhao Shanhai's eyes were filled with killing intent. I really regret not killing you with one slap back then. My adoptive father can now make up for that regret from back then, Zhao Feiping said with a faint smile. All right, you stand still, and let me slap you. How about it? Consider it a repayment for our father-son bond from back then. My adoptive father is joking with you. Then what are you talking about? D. Zhao Shanhai's aura suddenly surged, and a 100-meter-long knife shadow appeared behind him, slashing down with a rumble. Zhao Feiping did not evade or retreat, nor did he make any movements, just let the knife shadow fall. His body split in half. However, there was no blood splattering, no screams ringing out. Seeing this, Zhao Shanhai seemed to realize something, and his expression changed drastically. You've cultivated it? Adoptive father, I must thank you for personally selecting the visualization diagram for me back then. That is how I was able to comprehend the 9 turns avatar technique. Thanks to years of diligent practice, I finally succeeded. Today, I asked my adoptive father for your appraisal. The 2 halves of Zhao Feiping's body transformed into smoke, directly passing through Zhao Shanhai on both sides and swiftly lunging toward Jiang Ming. You dare! Zhao Shanhai's eyes were about to split. Turning around to pursue quickly, striking out with one palm, the smoke dispersed and then reassembled. Realizing he couldn't do anything to Zhao Feiping in this state, he quickly shouted, Minister, Zhao Feiping has cultivated the 9 turns avatar technique. In midair, Lu Changfeng and several suppressed ministers looked over simultaneously. They heard, F your mother. Zhao Feiping, you actually came as an avatar. Zhao Feiping, you dare to play with me. I curse you to have a bad death. Lu Changfeng raised his eyebrows, manipulating the blood-colored handprint tightly. In an instant, several people screamed tragically, blood spraying from their mouths, their bones crushed beyond recognition. This temporarily incapacitated several people, and he turned to instantaneously move toward Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming looked at the two clouds of smoke that appeared before him in the blink of an eye, his expression unchanged. He crossed his hands in front of the belt of the black rhinoceros armor. A faint voice rang out, meditation seal. In an instant, space and time froze. But the next second he swayed. Damn, sure enough, trying to stop these guys is still too much. Jiang Ming felt the spiritual energy in his body rapidly depleting. In just a moment, the Dantian star sphere and the Yao Guang star dimmed, and the special abilities of the armor were nearly exhausted. Not daring to delay, he hurriedly rushed toward the smoke formed by Zhao Faping. He raised his hand. The southern Ming leaf fire gathered, preparing to strike down. But at that moment, a tattered, blood-stained talisman suddenly ignited in the smoke. The sparks could not compare to the southern Ming leaf fire in his hand, yet it made his face change drastically. Inspector Jiang, I watched your video no less than 10 times, and know you have such an incredible time-stopping technique. How could I not be prepared? Zhao Faping's slightly amused voice came from the smoke. Boom! The smoke shot out. It pierced directly into Jiang Ming's mind. How was this possible? He came with killing intent. Why didn't the black rhinoceros armor react? Just then, Lu Changfeng arrived, his expression suddenly darkening. In the distance, the several collapsed ministers of the firewood bearers saw this scene and burst into laughter. Ha ha, Zhao Faping, you did well. Even in death. You want to take someone down with you. Lu Changfeng, does it hurt? Ha ha, it's good that it hurts. You can't save him. Are you angry? Zhao Shanhai stared blankly at the motionless Jiang Ming, his eyes gradually turning red. Ah, Zhao, Fei, Peng, in this life and death, I will definitely turn you to ashes. At the same time, in Jiang Ming's sea of consciousness, Zhao Faping transformed back into human form. And then he was completely dumbfounded. What is this? Tell me, what are these in your head? A terrified voice echoed. In the misty sea of consciousness, 3 figures resembling gods were coldly watching him. Majestic, ancient, powerful. At this moment, all the adjectives he could think of together could hardly describe the 3 figures before him. Boom! The central golden figure slowly raised its right hand. The 4 directions were imprisoned, and the giant hand fell. Zhao Faping was like an ant, instantly stripped of half of his body, transforming into a crystal-like small sphere. Then the deity gently flicked, and the small ball seemed to pass through infinite space, hovering in a pavilion on a sacred mountain. After doing all this, he remained motionless. Beside him, the cloaked deity seemed to utter 2 words. Judgment. Then, in an instant, the remaining half of Zhao Faping's body shattered. Cheptir otantadare. I'm really fucking daring. Just as Zhao Faping's clone was crushed by the Shuro armor in an underground ancient castle, Zhao Faping's main body suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, splattering the documents on the table in front of him. However, his expression showed no change. He slowly took out a handkerchief from his pocket to wipe his mouth, picked up the documents and shook them, blood dripping down. It seemed it was time to plead for forgiveness from Lord Xinhua. Sai, the investigation department, is always a step ahead. Snake woman, Juicy Eye, Zhao Faping. Swear I will avenge you. He stood up, walked to the center of the castle, and the hexagram beneath his feet flickered with dim light, gradually engulfing Zhao Faping's figure. When the light disappeared, the castle was silent. On the other side, at Golden Bull Mountain, those few ministers of the firewood bearers were still laughing and mocking Lu Changfeng. The subordinates who came with them had almost all been killed. The 5 directors worked harder than ever, fearing they would be secretly targeted by Lu Changfeng, the hat of the traitor being placed on their heads. Although the geniuses for various families were unharmed, many of the observing Qi refiners had died. There was nothing they could do. The geniuses had protection, and they could only rely on themselves. Moreover, the firewood bearers were not afraid of death at all. Seeing no opportunity, some even self-destructed, aiming to take a few down with them. Director, it's my fault for not protecting Jiang Ming well. Zhao Shanhai's voice was low, his eyes bloodshot. All right, did your brain short-circuit? Lu Changfeng waved his hand dismissively, saying, if I say you're not smart, your nickname is Zhugawulo. If I say you are smart, why are you acting as foolish as those pigs? Lu Changfeng, who the hell are you calling a pig? A soldier can be killed, but not insulted. Lu Changfeng, if you have the ability, give me a quick death. A few ministers of the firewood bearers were completely triggered. Lu Changfeng couldn't be bothered to respond and pointed at the black rhinoceros armor on Jiang Ming. If this kid dies, can he still wear this thing? Zhao Shanhai's eyes suddenly lit up. Right, if the ability user dies, how could the ability not disappear? He slapped his forehead. Oh, my pig brain, ah. The expressions of a few ministers of the firewood bearers froze. After a while, one of them roared, impossible. Zhao Feiping must be torturing him. Just wait. He's doomed. Doomed. It seemed he exerted too much force, and with a poof, a bone pierced through his chest, letting out a scream. At that moment, the light on Jiang Ming's body flashed, and the black rhinoceros armor was released. He glanced around. I don't know if he tortured me or not, but I definitely didn't torture him. He left quite peacefully. At first, he was genuinely panicked. The Zen seal failed for the first time. He didn't know where Zhao Feiping got that kind of talisman. He thought he would perform some impressive technique, but for some reason, he just rushed into his own sea of consciousness. Wasn't that like looking for death? The 3 sets of ultimate armor just hadn't been awakened. They weren't broken. Tao follows nature, directly teaching you how to be a good person, okay? Zhao Shanhai finally breathed a sigh of relief, stepped forward to inspect Jiang Ming from head to toe, and said, "You really scared me. Next time you encounter this kind of situation, just run, okay? I know you can stop time, but this world isn't as simple as you think. Time stop can also be solved." Jiang Ming nodded with a smile, a warm current flowing through his heart. He had seen Zhao Shanhai's furious swearing. Forget it. In the future, I'll try to give old Zhao more credit. To repay him. Good day, Director. Collecting his thoughts, Jiang Ming smiled shyly at Lu Changfeng. He had long heard that the investigation department had a new hot-tempered director, and today he finally met him. However, he looked a bit different for what he imagined. Generally, aren't these big shots in novels tall and slender, with beautiful appearances? Lu Changfeng nodded, a trace of imperceptible amusement flashing in his eyes. Hee, Zhao Feiping. Now that the bugs are dealt with, are you still going to compete? Jiang Ming was taken aback, not expecting him to want to continue the competition. He looked at the surrounding geniuses. I'm fine, you can ask them. As soon as he said that, all the geniuses shook their heads in unison, like a rattle drum. No more competition. Jiang's supervisor is first, and he deserves it. Yes, Jiang's supervisor is first. We all acknowledge it. You announce it. Just give the reward to Jiang's supervisor. What a joke. Fight? What for? In any case, getting on the stage means admitting defeat. Why go through the motions? The representatives of various forces smiled wryly and shook their heads. It seems Jiang Ming will be the towering mountain over this generation of young people. I just don't know if anyone can surpass this mountain in the future. Lu Changfeng didn't insist. Jiang first, and there are 9 others. You all rest in Jinlin for a couple of days, and we'll compete again in a few days. I need to gather 10 people. All right, Li Qi, go and clean up the venue with them. Zhao Shanhai, go deal with those few. They're really annoying. There's nothing to ask out of them anyway. Bringing them back means having to take care of their meals 3 times a day. Such a waste. I heard there's a little fat guy with the same build as him in the department, and his ability is reading memory. It seems he needs to be cultivated going forward. The crowd dispersed. Soon, only Jiang Ming and Lu Changfeng were left in place. Let us go. Let us sit over there. Jiang Ming nodded and followed. He guessed Lu Changfeng must have something to say to him after sending everyone away. The 2 arrived at the front row of the audience seats, and just as they sat down, they heard the cries of those few ministers of the firewood bearers. They ignored it. Lu Changfeng rubbed his stomach. In a few days, I need to go to the great wilderness demon domain, and you 10 will also go. This is one of the rewards for this competition, to let you broaden your horizons. It won't take long, about 2 or 3 days. As he spoke, he turned to Jiang Ming and smiled. The great wilderness demon domain was the first to be discovered by the time we found it. Its demons had already escaped countless times. Over the years, half of the investigation department's strength has been trapped inside, unlike your reckless entry into the Dragon Palace demon domain. How about it? Do you dare to go? Jiang Ming's eyes lit up when he heard the reward was to go to the demon domain. Hearing that countless demons had escaped, the light in his eyes was almost overflowing. Now he asked him if he dared to go. Dade. I'm really daring. Director, can we stay a few more days? 2 or 3 days is too short. Lu Changfeng was taken aback, then burst into laughter. Zhao Shanhai was right. There's nothing in this world that can scare you. I'm going to do some business and can only stay for 2 or 3 days. Besides, the investigation department also needs someone to hold the fort. This time, 5 ministers of the firewood bearers died, and that Lord Xinhua's cultivated 10,000 demon body also died. You understand, right? Hey, missing 1 dragon's blood. The incomplete 10,000 demon body dares to be released. But luckily they're stupid. If it were complete, it would really be hard to say. Jiang Ming didn't care about this. The ones who had already died weren't worth discussing. He thought of something. Director, when exactly are you going to the Great Wilderness Demon Domain? Why? I need to go to Nine Dragons Mountain. It's quite urgent. Chapter 81 on the spot. The Jiang Mountain Operations Command was established. My suggestion is to first use missiles to clear the ground. If we say the competition is over, then it's over. We can't delay even for a minute. He estimated that Jiang Mountain had probably already received the news of Huang Fuming's death. Even if those talented individuals attending the party kept it to themselves, the list he had Yiziwan send over should have arrived by now. Jiang Mountain might already be contemplating revenge. Lu Chanfeng blinked his small eyes at Jiang Ming and suddenly burst into laughter. Haha, you kid is just too much to my liking. Good. Anyway, I still have a few days before I go to the Great Wilderness Demon Domain. So let us settle this before I leave. If anyone in the entire investigation bureau wanted to take down Jiang Mountain, it would probably be these two in front of him. One a ruthless demon and the other a reckless emperor. Now that the two had come together, it was a match made in heaven. Jiang Ming didn't need to say much, since they had made enemies. He understood better than anyone that it was better to strike first. In his view, reacting after being attacked was just being beaten up before hitting back. That wouldn't he do. As for Lu Changfeng, it was entirely about avenging the humiliation. When the Great Wilderness Demon Domain erupted, other Qi refining forces had sent some manpower for support, and resources were in place. Even for the sake of face, they at least put on a show. Jiang Mountain had directly shot back with a single sentence. Our people of Jiang Mountain don't come down. We just want to live our small lives on the mountain. Don't disturb us, and we want to interfere in your matters. In the end, they merely sent a bottle with 18 spirit nourishing pills, claiming it was support. Well, that was like trying to invite the Buddha, but finding it difficult. The Investigation Bureau had tolerated Jiang Mountain for a long time. The previous director hadn't taken action to maintain the overall situation. But Lu Chanfeng didn't give a damn about the overall situation. He considered himself the overall situation. Ask the Great Wilderness Demon Domain. When has the reckless emperor ever been wronged? Aren't you, Jiang Mountain tough? Not listening to the adjustments, not listening to the declarations. You were the ones who said you wouldn't come down. Now, one after another, people are coming down. What's going on? The post for the youth competition didn't include Jiang Mountain. Murong Qingbi not only came down, but also threatened the director of the Security Bureau, smashing national property. Huang Fuming even openly threatened to tear down ancient buildings passed down from the Tang dynasty, and had his eyes on the body of the sect leader, forcing a weak woman to report the case to the Security Bureau. Not to mention others, the Investigation Bureau's records were clear. They hadn't moved against you before because they hadn't had the resources. Lu Chanfeng smiled so wide that his small eyes were nearly invisible. If you had been born 20 years earlier, I would have definitely cut off chicken heads and burned yellow paper with you. Jiang Ming twitched his lips. This new director really was quite unconventional. Hey, Zhao Shanhai Li Qi, are you done? Hurry up and come over. Lu Chanfeng waved at several department heads, while the others went to wait in the northeast corner of the venue. The site had already been mostly cleared, but since Lu Chanfeng and Jiang Ming were talking, no one dared to interrupt. Hearing his shout, several people quickly teleported over. Director, is there something? Zhao Shanhai glanced at Lu Chanfeng and then at Jiang Ming, unsure of what these two were plotting. I announced that the Jiang Mountain Operations Command is officially established. Cao Shanai, Li Qi, and the remaining 3 department heads looked confused, almost putting question marks on their foreheads. Wait, didn't we just finish dealing with the kindling bearers? What is this Jiang Mountain Operations Command? Director, this. Li Qi was about to speak, but was interrupted by Lu Chanfeng waving his hand. Jiang Ming is appointed as the overall commander of operations. Now, let us hear your thoughts. Though surprised by Lu Chanfeng's decisive actions, Jiang Ming quickly smiled. Good thing. I thought I would have to talk a lot to achieve my goals. Leaning back in his chair, he coughed lightly. Then I'll briefly share my suggestion. ISNT, they're a heavy armored composite brigade keeping an eye on us. I suggest we first use missiles to clear the area. As the saying goes, when the east wind blows, 1,000 trees bloom before he could finish the poem. Lu Chanfeng immediately interrupted. Get lost. Your command authority has been revoked. Using missiles on our own land? This ISNT some desert. Do you know how significant the impact would be? Rejecting Jiang Ming's terrible idea, he changed his tone. At most, I'll provide rocket launchers and grenades, enough of them. Jiang Ming was disappointed that his fireworks plan was dead in the water, but hearing this, he grinned. That's fine, one for each. The others, Zhao Shanhai and the others, looked at the two of them, realizing that they had already moved on to rocket launchers and grenades. What do you mean by one for each? Director, didn't you ask us to discuss this? Zhao Shanhai frowned, still feeling it was too hasty. Jiulong Mountain has 9 Qi refining families, not something a declining family like the Jiang family could compare to. There are hundreds of Qi refiners alone. Moreover, there are several villages on the mountain, all ordinary people, and there are also settlements at the foot of the mountain. If it really comes to a fight, we must first ensure the safety of these ordinary people, right? They can't just break their own rules set by the investigation bureau. Discuss? Jiang Ming was taken aback. Was there still a need to discuss this? Lu Changfeng explained. Actually, even if you hadn't mentioned it today, I plan to plow Jiulong Mountain once I return from the Great Wilderness Demon Domain. I've reformed the investigator system. In the future, there will be internships and formal positions. Starting with your last batch, you don't count. All future recruits into the Investigation Bureau will be classified as interns with graded benefits. Previously, life was too good. Everyone lacked a sense of urgency. Now, only by completing tasks can one be promoted to a formal investigator and receive the benefits of a formal investigator. I've noticed that some of those reclassified as intern investigators seem to have objections. Objections are good. Let them take on tasks from Jiulong Mountain. One formal investigator paired with one intern. Life and death are fated. Wealth and nobility are in the heavens. If they can't handle it, then let them die. Jiang Ming understood. They were treating Jiulong Mountain as a one-time experience pool. This director had already made several sweeping reforms since taking office. He couldn't tell if it was just his impression, but he felt that Lu Changfeng had a sense of urgency. Suppressing his thoughts, Jiang Ming said, "Then it's settled. I'll lead the team. Since we've already mentioned it and the operations command has been established, there's no better time than now. We must get this done today." Director, does Jiulong Mountain have those old-timers like in the novels? Lu Changfeng nodded. There is one, Yu Hong, a second heaven practitioner, who has been pretending to be dead on the mountain for the past 2 years. He thought he could escape the eyes of the investigation bureau. Yu Hong, a second heaven practitioner, Jiang Ming began to calculate in his heart. He and T fought against a second heaven practitioner before. But an old guy with declining vitality shouldn't be a problem. Moreover, this time, everyone would go to Jiulong Mountain together, so on the way, he could utilize the divine mountain space for dual purposes. He could use the rewards from this competition to cultivate, while simultaneously refining the Tai Su sword light. By the time they arrived, his realm would have improved, and the sword light would also be thicker. When he sees the person, he could just unleash it. So, the advantage is mine. Chapter 82. 9 Transformations Clone Technique, dating the second miss of Jiulong Mountain. Caught. What about ordinary people? We need to find an excuse to get them out of the way first. Otherwise, if a fight breaks out, those Qi refiners from Jiulong Mountain might use them as hostages. Don't be fooled by the fact that they are from the same clan. To put it bluntly, some Qi refiners no longer consider themselves human. They look down on others, and while they may act fine on ordinary days, when it comes to their own lives and fortunes, they won't care about familial ties. Zhao Shanhai expressed his concerns. The others fell silent. This is indeed a problem. The regulations set by the investigation department dictate that Qi refiners belong to Qi refiners, while ordinary people belong to ordinary people. The original intention was to protect ordinary people, but now it makes them feel like they have to tread carefully. Jiang Ming stroked his chin. In fact, from his perspective, since they are enjoying the various resources and benefits Jiulong Mountain provides, they should also bear the risks. However, he couldn't say this, as it would affect the righteous image of his armored warriors. After thinking for a moment, he stood up and said, "Leader, how about you file a report? Didn't the country say last year that they would develop wind power on Jiulong Mountain? If we stamp the report with the electric grid's official seal, we can say it's for national development requirements, and now the comrades from the electric grid need to conduct field surveys. Jiulong Mountain is too vast, so they need some manpower to act as guides. Surveying isn't a 1 or 2-day job. The Qi refiners are high and mighty, so they wouldn't want to be out in the blazing sun doing this work. Only ordinary people can do it. At that time, we can have the public security officers disguise themselves as electric grid workers and take them down on the way." Bang! Jiang Ming clapped his hands. Kill those who need to be killed, capture those who need to be captured, and release those who need to be released. It's all set. Lu Changfeng's eyes lit up. "You little rascal, ha ha ha. Good, let us do it this way. It's the young people with quick minds." Zhao Shanhai and the others looked at Jiang Ming with astonished expressions. You really have a knack for raiding homes. You've figured out the psychology of the qi refiners. Indeed, if it were them, they probably wouldn't follow the surveying team all over the mountain. Although this plan sounds simple, Julong Mountain doesn't know they are about to take action. Throughout history, the simplest schemes often have the highest success rates. How many heroes have fallen victim to the pretext of a meeting? It's all about being mindful and calculating. The report should also indicate that this project needs to be planned quickly, and the higher-ups need to approve it. Since it needs to be done quickly, it's reasonable to send more exploration teams to Julong Mountain, right? If one exploration team needs a few guides, they could almost distribute all the ordinary people. Even if there are some left when their forces arrive, those qi refiners won't have time to catch them. Unlike when there are many people, they could just reach out and grab an ordinary person. Lu Changfeng also stood up, brushed his hair, and lifted the barrier. Zhao Shanhai, you go back and file the report and arrange for 2 transport planes. Don't draw public security officers from the local area. Use personnel from near Jinlin, and let the investigators in the department prepare and move various supplies onto the planes. We'll set off tonight and flatten Julong Mountain tomorrow. The investigation department acted quickly, and Zhao Shanhai filed his report even faster, writing it himself, stamping it, and sending it out. When it reached the jurisdiction of Julong Mountain in Nanchuan City, it was just around 4 in the afternoon. The local leaders didn't dare delay and immediately had the secretary call Julong Mountain to inform them of this matter. Although Julong Mountain was puzzled about the urgency, seeing the official document, they had no choice but to comply. They stated they would cooperate with the work, with one request, not to operate on the mountain where they lived. That night, 2 transport planes landed at the military airport in Jinlin City. The public security officers drawn from the vicinity of Jinlin City were all equipped with surveying gear, sitting on one of the transport planes. The void passage had already opened, and the investigators were almost armed to the teeth, equipped with grenades, rocket launchers, talismans, healing elixirs, and energy-restoring pills, all abundantly supplied. With a roar, the 2 transport planes took off. Jiang Ming was among them. He was closing his eyes in meditation. His consciousness had already sunk into the divine mountain space, and a brilliant sword light was swimming in his palm like a fish. The sharpness was evident. The surrounding investigators watched this scene, swallowing hard, keeping their distance. Who doesn't know that Inspector Jiang has this sword technique that can gather power? Julong Mountain, oh, Julong Mountain, why provoke him for no reason? He hasn't even left Jinlin City and is already gathering power. By the time he reaches Nanchuan City, 1 sword be enough to level the mountain? Jiang Ming was unaware of the thoughts swirling in the minds of the investigators. He was currently curiously observing the small round ball in the Divine Mountain Pavilion. At that time, Zhao Feiping had entered his consciousness, and the Emperor's armor had directly sliced off half of his body, turning it into this small ball. What is this thing? Whoosh! The small ball transformed into a streak of flowing light and shot straight into his forehead. Jiang Ming's expression remained unchanged. Since the Emperor's armor could leave it behind, it meant it was harmless. Sure enough, in the next moment, overwhelming information exploded in his consciousness like a flood. Jiang Ming's gaze instantly turned blank. After a moment, his eyes regained their brilliance, followed by a surge of ecstasy. 9 transformations clone technique. Damn! The Emperor's armor actually severed Zhao Feiping's 9 transformations clone technique. He had personally witnessed this technique, and even being split in half didn't harm it. Although it surely has a limit to the damage it can take, this limit is evidently very high. Zhao Feiping, oh Zhao Feiping, Jiang Ming laughed heartily and sat cross-legged to begin his comprehension. Meanwhile, as the 2 transport planes roared towards Nanchuan City, the captain of the investigation team in Nanchuan City also received the action news. At this moment, Li Wenming looked at a member of the team, his eyes flashing with a fierce light. He opened the communication software and edited a message. The higher-ups want to take action against Julong Mountain. Hold Jianglin down. Since you want to withdraw from the investigation department for the sake of the second miss of the Bai family from Julong Mountain, then this operation cannot be disclosed to you. Not only can I tell you, but I also have to capture you. Giving up a bright future for a woman. What an idiot. Li Wenming recalled how he and a few others had repeatedly tried to persuade him. But this guy was stubborn and determined, shouting about finding love. Love? Unable to see the situation clearly, Julong Mountain is so rampant. The investigation department will inevitably take action against this tumor entrenched in the Northwest sooner or later. Originally, they were going to report to the department in the next few days and take this guy back to erase his memory. But now it seems that one tea be necessary. Thankfully, things didn't go wrong for the department. In the room, except for Jiang Lin's phone, the other members' phones all rang once. Upon seeing the content, their hearts skipped a beat, and they quietly moved closer to Jiang Lin. "Captain, is there a mission? Why didn't my phone go off? Is it broken?" asked Jiang Lin, who had a handsome appearance from the couch. "Take action," Li Wenming shouted sharply, showing no mercy even to his team members. In an instant, 5 people pounced on him. Jiang Lin, bewildered, was pinned down on the couch. The 5 had clear divisions of labor. Li Wenming raised his hand and quickly pressed a few points on Jiang Lin's body, cutting off his spiritual energy flow. Another person's palm flashed with light, and a glowing rope fell over his head. Then they snatched phones, searched for storage rings, and patted him down. In just 3 seconds, Jiang Lin was left in only his underwear. "Captain, you guys." Chapter 83. Flame Dragon Armor, Flying Shadow Armor, Fusion. "Xiao Lin, you tell me yourself, how many times have I advised you?" Seeing Jiang Lin unable to move, Li Wenming finally felt relieved. He lit a cigarette, sat down on the nearby sofa, and began to puff away, his brows filled with heartache and regret. "You're so young, and you have good talent. Just focus on your work. Don't think about those trivial matters. You will definitely have a position as an inspector in the future. But you didn't listen. You had to get entangled with the second miss of the Bai family. Don't you know what kind of scum the Jiulong Mountain is? You gave up on yourself." Jiang Lin stared blankly at Li Wenming, then glanced at his teammates who usually laughed and joked with him while on missions. He was stupid, otherwise. Li Wenming wouldn't say he had the potential to be an inspector. Is the department going to take action against Jiulong Mountain? Tomorrow. Jiang Lin struggled to sit up. "Then why are you tying me up? Let me go, I want to make achievements. I want to be an inspector." "Huh?" In the room, everyone was stunned. Li Wenming forgot to smoke the cigarette hanging from his mouth. You don't want to notify Bai Xiaomiao?" Bai Xiaomiao is the second miss of the Bai family, and the two had only known each other for about a week. In just a week, she managed to make a young talent give up his future. This shows Bai Xiaomiao's methods. It's understandable that Li Wenming was worried Jiang Lin might do something foolish. But now looking at this kid's anxious expression, it seemed different from what he had thought. "I'm not notifying anyone. You said yourself, I have the potential to be an inspector. I must be crazy to give up my future for a woman. Then what about a few days ago? Just playing around. She was eager to roll in bed with me. Not bad looking, great figure. If it were you, would you go for it?" Jiang Lin pouted. Cough, cough. Li Wenming coughed violently, unsure whether it was from the smoke or Jiang Lin's straightforward words. "The day before yesterday, she said she wanted to meet you guys, so I brought her along. You were in front of her, and your words were all disapproval. What could I do? Of course, I had to put on a must-have attitude. Hee, don't say, after your stimulation, I succeeded that very night. Ha ha ha." Hearing his duck-like laughter, Li Wenming's face gradually went stiff. The others nearby also sighed in relief, unable to hold back their laughter. This brat, they worried for him for several days, and if it weren't for the department suddenly wanting to act against Jiulong Mountain today, he probably wouldn't have said anything. By then, Li Wenming would have submitted his report to withdraw him from the investigation department. All right, hurry up and let me go if you delay my achievements. I'll be mad at you." Jiang Lin twisted his body, raising his but to signal the teammate holding the rope to untie him. "You're not achieving anything. Stay honest with your tricks. Just watch us make achievements this time." Li Wenming grabbed a short sleeve from the coffee table and stuffed it into Jiang Lin's mouth. Although Jiang Lin had valid points, and his expressions and actions were all fine, he didn't dare to gamble. What if this kid was just acting? At dawn, 2 transport planes landed at the Nanchuan military airport. The area had long been under martial law. Dozens of buses had been waiting for a long time. Security personnel and investigators boarded the buses in an orderly manner, dispersing to different routes towards Jiulong Mountain. Jiang Ming stepped off the plane, a smile on his face. The rewards from the recent competition had all been digested. As for his realm, he had successfully broken through to Kaiyang. Within his Dantian, the Yaoguang star radiated vitality, its brilliance dazzling, and the previously illusory figure in the star core had completely solidified. Beside him, a new star had already been born, emitting a crimson and enchanting glow. Kaiyang star. In the off-road vehicle, Jiang Ming played with the solid sword energy in his palm and said, "Let's first go to where the Nanchuan team is staying." As soon as he got off the plane, He received a message from someone claiming to be the captain of the Nanchuan team, saying that a team member had a sudden issue and couldn't participate in this operation. This immediately put him on high alert. With Song Jiheng's previous example in front of him, since some teams dare to nurture monsters, it was not impossible for others to collude with civilian forces. With so many lives in his hands, he could not afford to be careless. Not long after, the vehicle arrived in front of study. Li Wenming and a few teammates stood straight. Before the car had even stopped, the door was already open. Jiang Ming's figure flashed, and he stood before them. Looking down from above, explained clearly in half a minute. No nonsense. Li Wenming felt as if he was being stared at by an overwhelming great demon. A terrifying aura pressing down on him, causing his body to tremble and cold sweat to pour from his forehead. He didn't dare to meet Jiang Ming's eyes. Jiang, Inspector, it's like this. He originally found it hard to speak, but given the current situation, he felt that if he didn't say something, he might not last another second. He had known it was bad when he received the information that Jiang Ming was leading the team to eliminate Julong Mountain, which was why he took Zhang Lin down on the spot. It was one thing for the mission, but more so for the other members of the Nanchuan team. If this mission went awry because of the Nanchuan team, given Jiang Ming's style of doing things, it would probably be difficult for the 6 of them to even appear in the investigation court again. They would be sentenced on the spot, and it would be the kind of immediate execution. Soon, after hearing Li Wenming finish speaking, Jiang Ming was also stunned. There are actually talents like this? Tie him up. Send him back to the office for the law enforcement department to examine. And each of you, write a 10,000-word reflection to submit to the office. I don't want similar incidents to happen in the future. Saying this, he turned and walked toward the off-road vehicle. You should be thankful that nothing went wrong. Someone who can't control his lower body, and he wants to be an inspector? You think you have a chance, you play around, but what about in the future? Even with monsters? If it doesn't work once, then 10 times. If it doesn't work 10 times, then 100 times. What if one time you get caught? Who will pay for it? Li Wenming wiped his sweat with his hand and waved to his teammates. Let us go, keep up. He knew that because of Jiang Ming's words, Jiang Lin's chances of becoming an inspector would greatly diminish in the future. It's not that there would be no opportunities at all, but he would have to pay more in sweat and blood. At 8 in the morning, the security personnel, disguised as a reconnaissance team, boarded Julong Mountain. An hour later, Jiang Ming received a message. He looked up at the distant Julong Mountain, then raised his hand. The flying artifact Zhao Shanhai had given him before leaving swelled in the wind, and in an instant, dozens of small boats over 10 meters long appeared above everyone's heads. Go! With Jiang Ming's command, everyone jumped onto the flying boats. Remember, when we get to the mountain, don't hold back. Grenades, rocket launchers, bombard them all. Since we're in the sky, let us be Air Force for a while. Li Wenming stood at the front of a small boat, gritting his teeth. He had just begged and pleaded to borrow some grenades from each investigator. Damn it, by Xiaomiao, if I don't blow you up to pieces, it'll be like you're on your period and it's all clean. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The flying boats sped off. Behind everyone, a flash of light appeared on Jiang Ming, and an identical figure stepped out. The two exchanged glances and smiled simultaneously. Flame Dragon Armor. Fusion. Flying Shadow Armor. Fusion. Flame Dragon Steed. Absolute Shadow Steed. Chapter 84, Old Deng. I've been waiting for you for a long time. On the other side, on Julong Mountain, the heads of the Murong family, the Huangfu family, the Bai family, and the 9 major families sat in the backyard of the ancestral hall. The atmosphere was slightly tense. I felt something was off. Did you all see yesterday's red-headed document? Murong Feng frowned, his gaze sweeping over the few people in the room. Too hasty. Look. The exploration team went up the mountain early this morning and even took ordinary people with them. Are you overthinking it? Bai Lingchuan picked up his teacup, took a sip, and said, We haven't found any unfamiliar qi refiners among the personnel we arranged throughout the city, at the highway entrance, train station, high-speed rail station, ferry, or airport. There hasn't been any sign of large-scale personnel mobilization. If the investigation department really wanted to act, they couldn't possibly escape our notice. The sentinels and scouts at the foot of the mountain were also silent. As he finished speaking, the others in the courtyard laughed and nodded in agreement. This is Jiang Ming's foresight. After leaving the military airport, dozens of different buses dispersed, breaking into smaller groups, taking different routes at different times to gather at Julong Mountain. He had thought of this beforehand. Julong Mountain had occupied Nanchuan City for many years. It was highly likely that they had infiltrated it completely. Perhaps the roadside vendors and fortune tellers under the overpass were people from Julong Mountain. We must be cautious. Murong Feng's face showed no signs of relaxation. In fact, when the secretary of the city leaders notified him about the exploration of wind power generation at Jiulong Mountain yesterday, he really wanted to refuse outright. But this matter had indeed been discussed with him last year. The contract had already been signed at that time. Now, they were fulfilling their obligations normally, and the procedures were legitimate and compliant. He had no reason to refuse. But this time is different from last time. The director of the investigation department last year was not Liu Chongfeng, nor was it that old demon. Thinking of the styles of these two, Murong Feng's unease grew stronger. The next moment, he suddenly stood up, regardless of whether I was overthinking it. Before he could finish his sentence, a series of booming sounds rang out. Then a hoarse shout echoed from the mountaintop. Enemy attack! In the courtyard, everyone instantly stood up, looking up at the sky. They saw a light yellow barrier quickly solidifying. Damn it! Who said I was overthinking it? Murong Feng's expression suddenly became ferocious as he soared into the air. The others also showed fierce expressions. Investigation department. Swish, swish, swish. Spiritual energy surged, transforming into several streams of light shooting straight into the sky. Above the heavens, 9 figures lined up in a row, hovering in mid-air, coldly staring at the dozens of small boats outside the barrier. Murong Feng saw Li Wenming standing at the bow of one of the boats. He shouted angrily, Li Wenming, you have the audacity to come to my Jiulong Mountain and run wild. Today, I will definitely kill you. I truly underestimated the heroes of the world. How come I never noticed that this Nanchuan team leader had such guts before? You should be thinking about whether you can survive today. Li Wenming was not one to back down. He immediately retorted. In the dense forest, Jiang Ming rode the flame dragon steed and flashed to the front of the small boat. A calm voice rang out, bragging without a draft, with spiritual energy infused. The energy cannon that the flame dragon steed had been brewing for a long time shot out with a loud bang. At the same time, a sharp sword light slashed down from his palm. Originally, he wanted to hold back until that old guy in the second layer of the Yuheng realm showed up and give him a heavy blow directly. But he didn't expect that Jiulong Mountain had set up a barrier. Jiang Ming, Murong Feng, and Huang Fuyang gritted their teeth and growled, their hatred flaring up upon seeing their enemy. No wonder Li Wenming dared to come up the mountain. It turns out someone was backing him. Boom! Violent energy rampaged, and the light yellow barrier made sounds like glass cracking. The next moment, with a bang, it exploded into countless energy fragments. Kill! Jiang Ming sat on the flame dragon steed, raised his hand, and spoke in a voice as calm as water. As soon as he finished speaking, dozens of small boats scattered and sped away, grenades raining down from the sky as if they were free. Ha ha! So refreshing. I've never fought such a wealthy battle. It's great to be with Inspector Jiang. From now on, I, Old Li, will follow Inspector Jiang. Take this RPG. I heard that those guys from Longhu Mountain have already developed spiritual grenades. Damn it, next time I have to get a couple to play with. In just an instant, the area below was in chaos, flames soaring into the sky, and chi refiners were fleeing in all directions. Those with higher realms fared a little better, but just a little. The grenade rain was too dense, and just as they dodged one grenade, they collided with 2 or 3 more. Those with lower realms were blown to pieces on the spot, their remains scattered everywhere. Jiang Ming, I want you dead. Upon witnessing this scene, Murong Feng and Huang Fuyang's eyes turned red, their spiritual energy surging as they roared and charged forward. The other heads of the major families flashed and rushed toward other investigators. What's wrong? Is the wind too strong up there, causing your tongue to slip? Talking so big. Raising their hands, the Taishu sword technique unfolded, and 2 sword dragons roared and crashed forward. The 2 were immediately engulfed and shredded by endless sword light. Amidst the dazzling sword curtain, Murong Feng was struck in a single encounter, his right arm severed, blood spraying as he screamed in pain. Huang Fuyang fared no better. His entire body was torn apart, instantly becoming a bloody mess. Did you break through again? Bai Lingchuan, save me. The heads of the major families, who were battling other formal investigators, turned to look upon hearing this, their expressions instantly changing. Go! They all shook off their opponents and rushed over quickly. At the same time, they took action to obliterate 2 sword energy dragons. Jiang Ming looked at the 9 people attacking together, thinking, am I afraid of 9? The flame dragon steed flashed back. Flame of Nawa, combine! The flame dragon released, flashing light, as Jiang Ming soared into the air. The flame torch melting into the mechanical qilin. Roar. Amidst the flames, a massive mechanical qilin let out a skyward roar. It leaped up, and with a series of mechanical sounds, transformed into a sword and cannon crashing into Jiang Ming's hands. The 9 heads of the families were stunned. Another skill they had never seen before. They had long since seen through Jiang Ming's videos, understanding his techniques, but the endless methods had left them in despair, only for him to tell them, "You think you know everything? All right, say goodbye to this world." The oddly shaped long knife in his right hand slashed through the air, 2 beams of knife light crossing in a cross pattern, ruthlessly striking at the 9 heads of the families. Simultaneously, his left hand raised, several energy cannons shot out. "Block it!" The 9 roared, their spiritual energy surging, the auras of those above the 5th layer of the Kaiyang realm erupting, causing the very air around them to roar, the sound being that of air being explosively compressed. At that moment, Jiang Ming suddenly felt a sound of breaking air behind him, and a tremendous force approached, making him feel a prickling sensation on his back. "Little brat." An elderly man with silver hair had a palm filled with a viscous black light, drawing in the surrounding brilliance as if it were being devoured. He struck heavily at Jiang Ming's head. "Old bastard dang. I've been waiting for you for a long time." In a dense forest, an excited voice rang out, even suppressing the sound of the grenades. Lightning flash. Upgrade. A blue light pulled out countless afterimages, instantly bursting out of the dense forest. "Try this treasure I've been preparing for you since Jinlin City." Boom! A sky-high sword light spread out for 100 feet and slashed down. Chapter 85. The Flying Shadow Kill Technique of Wind, Forest, Fire, and Mountain. Once, Jiang Ming watched an Ultraman series, where there was a scene where the fastest and strongest character's sword light pierced through the universe. He had wanted to try it for a long time. Of course, his sword now could not compare to that character, but it still tore the sky apart. It swept past the old man behind him, with an unstoppable momentum, causing buildings to collapse and trees to break. Finally, with a loud crash, it struck a distant mountain. The mountain peak slid down neatly, and debris rolled down, kicking up a cloud of dust. The sword light still had some strength left, crushing several mountain tops before finally settling down. At the same time, the 9 family heads were also struck by the attack of the flame torch melting scale, instantly shattering their defensive spiritual energy, followed by an energy cannon. 6 of the 9 were killed on the spot, their bodies torn apart, and before they could hit the ground, they were crushed into meat paste by the energy cannon, scattering everywhere. The remaining 3 were also at the end of their strength, or rather, 1.5. The 3 could not even muster a pair of legs. This was still because they sensed the danger and withdrew in time. Otherwise, none would have been left. The cries of despair echoed, and the 3 quickly pressed their hands against their waists, enveloping their abdomens with spiritual energy to prevent their organs from falling out, then twisted their faces to look at the silver-haired old man split in 2 on the ground. "Grandpa, bye." Fear mixed with pain as the 3 shouted in unison. The pillar they had relied on as a backup was dead after just one encounter. Where did that armor come from? Jiang Ming was here, so where did that armor come from? In the distance, the surprise in the eyes of the other Qi refiners surrounded by investigators instantly extinguished. The family heads were dead or injured, and their last hope had just appeared, said one sentence, and was gone. Nothing is more heart-wrenching than gaining hope only to see it shattered before your very eyes. Many people were in a daze, and the investigators seized the opportunity to directly eliminate them. Jiang Ming shook his hand, feeling suffocated. "If you don't come out soon, I feel like I'm about to lose control." "Oi, old dang, are you dead?" Raising his hand, the South Ming fire gathered into a fist, with countless fist lights crashing down like meteors. No matter if you are dead or not, it's never wrong to deliver a finishing blow. "By Xiaomiao, the death puppet you gave is somewhat useful, but the healing technique is useless. Hurry up and come out." On the ground, Bai Shunin abruptly opened his eyes, his upper body lying on the ground, his hands forming seals as his lower body rushed over, trying to connect. However, the cut still retained the sharpness left by that sword. It couldn't connect at all. Seeing the sky full of fire fists coming, he had no time to worry about his legs, and in an instant he dodged, but his legs turned to ashes. "Still a master?" Hearing Bai Shunin's words, Jiang Ming looked up and exchanged glances with his clone in midair. Confirming the eye contact, he moved, Now the advantage is mine. It won't be good once that Bai Xiaomiao comes out. Although the few in front of him were all half alive, they could still be somewhat useful in battle. He didn't want to be surrounded. Jiang Ming's main body slid his hand across his waist, quickly inserting a skill card into his belt. Flying shadow kill technique of wind. Forest, fire, and mountain. Boom. A sky full of blue airflow quickly enveloped Bai Shunan, forming a dimensional space. What? Bai Shunan looked around this special space, his face changing dramatically. Jiang Ming, do you really want to wipe me out? I'm an old man. Do I need to teach you the principle of cutting the grass and removing the roots? Whirlwind demon leg. Without giving Bai Shunan time to react, Jiang Ming leaped into the air, his legs glowing brilliantly, kicking him into the air, and then his figure moved like lightning, attacking from all directions. Death puppets? Gulme. Let me see how many you have. As he spoke, he stomped on Bai Shunan's head, and with a loud bang, bones and red-white liquid splattered in all directions. On the other side, the clone once again wielded the elf armament, unleashing both sword light and energy cannons simultaneously. The remaining 3 family heads erupted with their last glimmer of life in despair. They exploded into a mist of blood, scattering with the wind. Feeling the spiritual energy within him weakening, the clone released the elf armament and looked simultaneously with the main body at a collapsed house. The ground cracked open, revealing a pitch-black hole with flowing light rushing out. In the next moment, a figure dressed in white appeared in midair. Bai Xiaomiao, Li Ming, who had just killed a chi refiner, sensed the movement and turned his head, his eyes flashing with surprise. Isn't this the woman Jiang Ling was freeloading off? Hello there. Bai Xiaomiao smiled and waved at Li Ming. Boom! Jiang Ming's main body and clone moved simultaneously. In an instant, they arrived in front of Bai Xiaomiao and swung their fists. You're surprisingly polite. Bai Xiaomiao's smile froze on her face. She never expected Jiang Ming to be so ruthless. In such a situation, shouldn't he ask who she was first? Then she could introduce herself nonchalantly. Why did he charge right in? She sidestepped and blocked the punches coming from the left and right with her arms. But one punch packed with unmatched power slammed into her ribs. Bai Xiaomiao's back bent sideways, her neck arched back, and she spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Her figure flew toward the flying shadow armor. Jiang Ming pulled out a shadow, kicked out flying shadow leg. Puffed. How she came, how she flew back. Melting flame, spiral fist. Enough. Bai Xiaomiao's face turned ashen, her spiritual energy rolling violently. Raising her hand to sweep out with a whip-like motion, shattering the fist light. You say it's enough, so it's enough? Who do you think you are? Jiang Ming showed no signs of stopping, summoning the shadowless whirlwind knife with the main body and drawing the melting scale knife with the clone. This woman is not right. Damn it, she spat out a few mouthfuls of blood after taking 2 punches and a kick from me. Sure enough, in the next second, Bai Xiaomiao spoke coldly. Just a little more. Just a little more, and the furnace I planted would have fully matured. Why? Why do you have to force me? A bizarre green-red glow burst forth from her body, and her hands formed seals. Lines spread through the void, as if constructing some kind of connection. Seeing this, Jiang Ming decisively moved. You're about to unleash a big move. If I don't interrupt you, should I wait for you to finish? Melting flame, split magic slash. Lightning break magic slash. 2 towering sword lights fell from left and right, fiercely striking down. Boom! Bai Xiaomiao crouched down, forming a horse stance, raising her hands as green-red spiritual energy surged between her palms, catching the 2-meter sword light. You want to kill me? Who do you think you are? Born of heaven and earth. Only I am supreme. With a thunderous roar, in an instant, streams of blood rushed from the horizon, filled with rich vitality, merging into her body. At the South River team's residence, Jiang Ling, bound to the sofa, suddenly stiffened all over, and then his entire body arched like a bridge, eyes wide with horror, mouth open in a scream. His body quickly dried up and aged, all the blood and flesh essence transforming into an endless blood mist, seeping through his skin, rushing toward Jiulong Mountain. In the blink of an eye, only a dried corpse was left on the sofa. This scene occurred throughout various locations in Nanchuan City, with ordinary people and scattered chi refiners all having their blood and flesh drained in the blink of an eye. On Jiulong Mountain, Bai Xiaomiao's aura grew stronger and stronger. With a gentle grasp, the 2 sword lights shattered into countless energy fragments. The realm of Tianquan is a mountain you will find hard to reach in this life. If you don't enter Tianquan, you will see me as a frog at the bottom of a well. Chapter 86. The evil stone becomes a spirit. Crushing you is like crushing a cockroach. Jiang Ming laughed. A frog at the bottom of the well? He raised his knife and struck again. The southern Ming leaf fire surged forth. This time, he did not strike at Bai Xiaomiao, but instead cleaved through the rapidly approaching essence of flesh and blood. The firelight illuminated, and the blood essence was evaporated. Consider it a form of liberation for those people. Bai Xiaomiao was dumbfounded. Is this guy sick? Hit me. You damn well hit me. Stop. The frantic voice echoed at the mountain's peak. Bai Xiaomiao waved her hands, and a scene faintly appeared above her head. In the vast mountain range, a black stone covered in moss had endured the wind and sun, until one day, a man with dragon horns and a woman with an enchanting figure flew in, embraced in midair, and began to bite each other, their clothes flying everywhere. And the two landed on the black stone. Boom! The image shattered, and Bai Xiaomiao raised her hand, intertwining the void's patterns into two black mountains, crushing towards the flying shadow and Nawa. Jiang Ming smirked, retreating while also swinging his knife to extinguish several essences of flesh and blood. Director, if you don't come out now, I might just run away. Since I'm already here, why hide? Although it was brief, he had already figured it out. This woman was not the real Bai Xiaomiao. She had probably been possessed by some ancient monster, to put it in the terms of cultivation novels. She had been taken over. Hey, an evil stone becoming a spirit? In his previous life, someone joked online about why Sun Wukong could bounce out of a stone. It's terrifying to think deeply about it. Unexpectedly, he actually saw it today. As Jiang Ming's words fell, the heavens and earth instantly froze, the wind stopped blowing. The clouds did not move, and everything was silent. Only a curious voice echoed. How did you know I was here? In the void? Lu Chongfeng's short and stout figure gradually solidified. Jiang Ming smirked. In fact, he hadn't noticed at first. But the moment he donned his armor at the foot of the mountain, he felt a familiar aura lurking in the shadows. Without answering Lu Chongfeng's question, he pointed at Bai Xiaomiao and said, "She's all yours." I said, "Why does Bai Shunan's fake death technique look so familiar?" Huh, back then you let me escape. Today let's see if you can escape again. Lu Chongfeng. Bai Xiaomiao's complexion changed drastically. Her eyes filled with a complex hatred, but upon closer inspection, beneath that hatred lay deep-seated fear. Memories from the past surfaced in her mind. In the great wilderness demon domain, it was this unremarkable fat man who had easily killed her with a single finger. Her once proud physical body was as fragile as tofu before this man, paying a price of near death. Her peak Tianji cultivation was completely destroyed, and her spiritual essence was severed by 90%, allowing her to barely escape that damned seal. After lying low for over a decade, she had only just managed to recover her Tianquan cultivation. Why? Why do I have to encounter him again? Without the earlier imposing manner of pointing out the world, she turned and fled. Revenge? Returning to the peak? Right now, Bai Xiaomiao wanted nothing but to escape. The only thought in her mind was, run. Quickly run. Buzz. Lu Chongfeng gently raised his hand. The heavens and earth changed color. 100-foot-long giant finger crushed through the clouds, stirring up boundless winds and waves as it fell fiercely. Back then, I could crush you like a cockroach. And today is no different. Jiang Ming gathered his avatars and turned to sit on a tree stump, watching the show with a smile. Director, be gentle. Don't crush my demon core. This woman was able to draw Lu Chongfeng's personal intervention, so her cultivation must be profound. TSK, if I could absorb her demon core. Which armor would awaken? Xing Tian would be nice. Using the avatar plus 8-dimensional shifts, just thinking about it feels cruel. Bai Xiaomiao looked up, her gaze clearly seeing the patterns on the giant finger. At that moment, the terrifying pressure made her feel like an ant by the roadside, about to be easily crushed, with no one caring about her cries or her pain. She did not want to die again. Ah! Lu Chongfeng. A roar filled with boundless hatred erupted from Bai Xiaomiao. Her body cracked open, and her blue and red spiritual energy surged, clearly burning her essence, fighting for her life. Defying the heavens, she rose. Above her head, a vast dragon shadow faintly emerged, roaring as it crashed into the giant finger. Boom! At the moment of impact, the dragon's shadow shattered inch by inch. The giant finger remained unmoved, crushing down on Bai Xiaomiao. Poof! her body instantly shattered into countless fragments. Again with this move. I wonder who those two were that did things to you back then. Lu Changfeng chuckled. Last time you escaped like this. This time if I let you escape the same way, wouldn't that make me look foolish? With a wave of his hand, the giant finger was surrounded by swirling spiritual energy, extending 4 more fingers to form a blood-red palm print. A terrifying suction burst forth, sweeping across the countless fragments, gathering them tightly in the palm. Rolling back and forth, the blood color surged, and screams echoed through the sky. Moments later, the giant palm dissipated, and Bai Xiaomiao's figure completely vanished. Jiang Ming watched this scene, smacking his lips. To be honest, at first, he intended to use the flame dragon steed and the shadowless steed to smash her. However, considering that Lu Changfeng had come, it wouldn't do to let him come for nothing. It was fortunate, although the shadowless steed and flame dragon steed would likely also explode by Xiaomiao. Her final transformation into countless fragments, exploding everywhere, was a method Jiang Ming had never seen before. It could indeed make one think she was dead. It seemed he would have to be more cautious in the future. Even being shattered into pieces wasn't safe. He'd have to use Southern Mingli fire to burn her a few times back and forth. Lu Changfeng raised his hand and grasped. A pitch-black demon core was drawn into his palm, and after careful inspection, he flew down. Here, Jiang Ming caught it and took a glance, only to find that several cracks had formed on the demon core, but the energy was quite sufficient. This woman had become a spirit from an evil stone. Back in the great wilderness demon domain, I had shattered her true body, and after escaping the seal, she was struck again. This demon core recovering to its current state is quite remarkable. Removing the shadowless armor, Jiang Ming flipped his hand to store the demon core in his storage ring. Haha, I'm not picky, just having it is enough. Lu Changfeng glanced at the other investigators' battlefields. They were also mostly wrapping up, with only 3 to 5 people still stubbornly resisting, and they would be taken care of in the blink of an eye. He also looked at the several flattened mountain tops in the distance before retracting his gaze. Your ability is truly frightening. So, how is Zhao Feiping's 9 transformation avatar technique? Useful, right? Jiang Ming squinted slightly. Useful? It's simply tailor-made for me. I will repay him well when I get the chance. Lu Changfeng smiled upon hearing this. All right, I won't take care of the rest. You are skilled in this matter of collecting debts. Wrap things up quickly, return to Jinlin City, and in a few days, head to the great wilderness demon domain. Jiang Ming nodded and turned to walk into the ruins. Lu Changfeng watched his figure, a fleeting look of satisfaction in his small eyes. Then his figure gradually faded. The subsequent matters became much simpler, something Jiang Ming was quite familiar with. He commanded the investigators to sweep through like locusts. Digging 3 feet into the ground was insufficient to describe it. Box after box of treasures were unearthed from the ruins. He even called to ask the security personnel's leader if they knew of any hidden treasure vaults. With the vast Jiulong Mountain, it was not impossible for the 9 great families to build a treasure vault in the mountains. Originally, he was just taking a shot in the dark, but surprisingly, they indeed found out something. He rushed into the mountains with the investigators, full of energy. Chapter 87. Stay away from your master in the future. Don't let him teach you bad habits. Once everything was settled, the investigators descended the mountain, and the security personnel escorted ordinary people onto buses to leave. Only then did the logistics department notify the Security Bureau of Nanchuan City to jointly seal off Jiulong Mountain and address the subsequent impacts. Jiang Ming did not take the transport plane with the main group. Instead, he summoned the Flame Dragon armor and rode the Flame Dragon steed directly to Jinlin. Before leaving, he reminded Li Wenming, telling him that Jianglin was probably dead. This was just a casual remark. The main point was to remind them not to forget to write the 10,000-word self-criticism. Li Wenming and the others hurried back to their residence and pushed the door open, only to see Jianglin's corpse lying on the sofa. After the initial grief, they finally said, in the next life, when you encounter a woman who comes knocking at your door, never engage again. They're either sick or want your life. They carried the corpse and sent it to the crematorium, burning it to ashes. Jinlin, when Jiang Ming returned, he found that Shang Guanxing and the others were having dinner. Initially, he wanted to go straight to his room to sleep, but he couldn't resist in Wei Hua, who was busy setting the table and calling the cafeteria for more dishes. So, he sat down and had a bit to eat with them. During the meal, they briefly discussed the situation at Jiulong Mountain. After dinner, he lost the desire to sleep and began to cultivate. He had picked some resources from Jiulong Mountain, And with time being tight and the items numerous, he was too lazy to search for them one by one. He simply instructed logistics to take them back and make a list. With Zhao Shanhai keeping an eye on things, he could retrieve them directly later. He stuffed the heavenly materials and earthly treasures in front of him into his mouth, then took out by Xiaomiao's demon core, summoned the flying shadow armor, and absorbed it in an instant. The effects of the spiritual medicine erupted, and the Yao Guang star in his dantian shone brightly. The Yao Guang infused his will, while the Kai Yang infused his blood. Jiang Ming operated the supreme body refining technique with a surging flow of blood energy, as if he were a furnace of heaven and earth. His heart and spirit opened their eyes, driving the blood energy to condense and rush toward the dantian, sinking into the Kai Yang. At the same time, the energy from the demon core also took effect at that moment. It crazily washed through his meridians and flesh, and a sharp pain surged. The spirit of the kidney began to chant, and a rumbling sound echoed within him, calming and suppressing this energy. His physical body gradually strengthened. After wandering around for a while, this energy finally rushed toward his sea of consciousness. The Earth Tiger armor, Cool Thunder armor, and Xing Tian armor flickered to life. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. At this moment, at the headquarters of the investigation department, Lu Changfeng lay on the sofa, his hands behind his head. That kid still has tea come out? Zhao Shanhai shook his head and smiled. You might as well wait, he's quite impressive. I was the one who picked him up after the martial arts competition a few days ago. Let's wait another day. If he doesn't come out, I'll take those 9 away first. When he wakes up, you can bring him along. Lu Changfeng propped his right foot on his left and stared intently at his feet, drawing circles. He was unable to wait any longer. Damn it, this really pisses me off. I arranged everything so well when I left. It didn't require any brain power at all. Just do as I said. And yet it turned into this mess. No wonder people often say they don't fear a godlike opponent, just a pig-like teammate. The more he spoke, the angrier he became. And with a loud bang, he jumped up from his sofa. Just think about it. So many people didn't even notice when they gathered the demons. The watchtowers I arranged are completely useless. Someone must be derelict in their duties. Just wait. When I go, I'll twist their heads off and use them as balls to kick around. Seeing him in such a furious state, Zhao Shanhai couldn't help but mourn for their colleagues in the great wilderness demon domain for 3 seconds. Well, this time it's definitely going to be 10 heads at the very least. While Lu Changfeng was still venting, Jiang Ming slowly opened his eyes. The aura of the second layer of Kai Yang erupted. In his dantian, the star vortex was expanding again. Jiang Ming felt a bit of toothache. He initially thought this was a good thing, but now it seemed like a bottomless pit. It looked like he would have to raid more homes in the future. Otherwise, just the resources for cultivation would be enough to fill a jug. But what excuse could he find? He felt melancholy. Sighing, he turned his palm over, and a red and white summoning device appeared. Xing Tian armor, it's really you. Jiang Ming threw aside his previous melancholy and smiled. 8-phase mobility. Just thinking about it made him feel exhilarated. In his previous life, there were Ultraman gangs. Today, Jiang Ming can solemnly announce to this world that the armor gang is officially established. One person, one gang. He stored the summoning device back into his sea of consciousness. He took out his phone and saw that 3 days had already passed. Oh no, the director ISNT already gone? Is he? Jiang Ming, disregarding whether the gang was legitimate or not, hurriedly called Zhao Shanhai. Upon learning that the director hadn't left yet, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. He flipped out of bed, quickly washed up, and formed hand seals as a void passage opened, diving right in. At the headquarters, Lu Changfeng looked Jiang Ming up and down, clicking his tongue in praise. Good. Full of energy. You become stronger. Director, when are we leaving? Jiang Ming asked eagerly. My flame blade, melting scale blade, swift shadow blade, fire punishment sword, and meteor gun are all itching to go. You brat. Lu Changfeng smiled and nodded at him. We're leaving now, just waiting for you. Saying this, he grabbed Jiang Ming's arm, and in a flash, they appeared in front of the plaza at the investigation department. 9 men and women were standing under the statue of the Dao Gate, chatting and laughing. Upon seeing the two suddenly appear, they immediately came over. Senior Lu, Inspector Jiang. Lu Changfeng responded lightly, his attitude completely different from when he faced Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming, however, nodded kindly, his gaze sweeping over the 9 people. Previously, he had asked Qian Shaoyan to check their information, so he had a basic understanding of the young talents participating in the martial arts competition. Now that he looked at them, They were pretty much as he had estimated. Qini Xiang from Bai Shui Tan, Zhang Lada from Zishao Guan, Wen Dao Jun from Qing Tsang Mountain. Just then, one of the small Taoists with a bun and bright eyes stepped forward excitedly. Inspector Jiang, I finally get to meet you. I'm your idol. Huh? Jiang Ming was taken aback. He then smiled and said, You meant to say I'm your idol, right? Huh? That's not what I meant. The little Taoist was momentarily stunned, but then realized her fair face instantly turned red. I'm sorry, I misspoke. The others nearby couldn't help but chuckle at the scene. Jiang Ming smiled, What do you need? He recognized this little Taoist as Li Xiaoyao from Qing Chung Mountain. What a coincidence, sharing the same name as a character he liked from a TV show in his previous life. I want to ask you a question. Li Xiaoyao scratched his head shyly and said, I killed a snake demon a while ago, and my master locked me up for half a month. He said demons can be good or bad, but I think a demon is just a demon. Just because it didn't harm anyone today doesn't mean it won't tomorrow. I want to ask you, am I thinking correctly? Jiang Ming raised an eyebrow. You're asking me this question? Without hesitating for a second, he stepped forward and patted Li Xiaoyao's shoulder, saying solemnly, You're not wrong. A demon is a demon, and if it's a demon, it has to die. Also, stay away from your master in the future. Don't let him teach you bad habits. Yes, Jiang Ming is right. Xiaoyao, you should stay away from your master. Look at how he turned a pure heart into this. Lu Changfeng chimed in. I'll go talk to him tomorrow. This is pure misguidance. Chapter 88. Xingtian Armor. Feiying Armor. Fusion. Eightfold Shift. Li Xiaoyao pondered. Indeed, I was right. Those who are not of my kind must have different hearts. If I do not kill them, they will eventually kill me. Demons. Only the dead demons are good demons. The more he thought, the brighter his eyes became. Good, I understand now. Thank you, Inspector Jiang. Thank you, Senior Liu. This child is indeed teachable. Jiang Ming nodded with relief. He had saved another lamb on the brink of losing its way. Merit 1. All right, enough of the small talk. Let us set off. Lu Changfeng waved his hand, and a void passage appeared. As they stepped in, the 10 people felt a terrifying pull and were instantly pulled uncontrollably into the passage. The flowing light rapidly retreated, and the scene shifted. When they reappeared, they found themselves on towering mountains, stretching endlessly as far as the eye could see. The forest was lush, shrouded in mist. Qinling? Jiang Ming carefully observed and recognized the mountains beneath their feet. Let us go down. Lu Changfeng didn't give them time to admire the scenery and swiftly flew towards a mountain peak. The investigators who were prepared had already set off yesterday. Each of them cast their flying spells and followed closely behind. Soon, a huge metal door embedded in the mountainside appeared before them, with intricate carvings that dazzled the eyes. As Lu Changfeng approached, the patterns on the iron door instantly activated, expanding into a pale yellow light curtain that swept across. It seemed to confirm their identities. And with a rumbling sound, the iron door slowly opened. Jiang Ming wasn't too surprised by this scene. Technology combined with cultivation. One couldn't just abandon technology after gaining cultivation. Entering through the iron door, they found the entire mountain hollowed out, with towering buildings inside, illuminated as bright as day, and figures bustling about. Lu Changfeng led everyone down the staircase rapidly. Along the way, some people greeted them. However, seeing Lu's dark face, many chose to veer off into side paths, not daring to approach and provoke bad luck. As the staff stationed here, they naturally knew why Lu Changfeng had come this time. Before long, they arrived at the base of the mountain. What greeted their eyes was a vast open space covered by a shimmering barrier. Through the barrier, they could vaguely see countless towering peaks. The forest filled with a wild atmosphere. All around the open space, countless pits were dug into the mountain walls, with cannons protruding and various automatic firearms densely packed. Lu Changfeng leaped over, his body passing through the barrier, and the others followed suit. As soon as they entered, a wild aura rushed towards them. It was hard to describe that feeling, as if they had traversed time and space, returning to a distant past. The sounds of demons howling echoed incessantly. Jiang Ming hadn't had time to survey his surroundings, but upon hearing those howls, he suddenly looked far away, his eyes shining with excitement. This place, it's simply marvelous. His voice trembled with uncontainable excitement. He felt every drop of blood in his body boiling. This is simply heaven. The others, who had initially appeared serious, had only heard of the demon domain before and had never truly entered. Now, feeling the overwhelming demonic energy all around, They couldn't help but worry about the future of humanity. But just as this worry arose, it was interrupted by Jiang Ming's voice. The others looked at him with strange expressions. Inspector Jiang, aren't you worried? When Dao Jun asked. Worried? Now that I'm here, they should indeed be worried. Jiang Ming turned to Lu Changfeng. Director, I want to go take a stroll. No ruse. Lu Changfeng smiled and said, there will be time for you to kill later. First, let us head to the base. I'll deal with a few people first. The wilderness is boundless, and it's easy to get lost on your first visit. We'll talk after you get a positioning device. When Dao Jun and the others listened to their conversation, feeling confused. Wait, didn't you just arrive? And you want to go wander around? Should we follow? Let us follow. It feels a bit anxious not to, but if we don't, it makes our name as geniuses feel fake. Although no major demons have broken free yet, a swarm of ants can still kill an elephant. Lu Changfeng glanced at a side building that had been abandoned, which had been built when entering the wilderness. This was the base, gradually expanding outward. But when he left, he clearly instructed that someone must be stationed here. Now, not to mention people, even a rat was nowhere to be found. His expression darkened. Raising his hand, a pulling force dragged the others, and their figures vanished instantly. Demon Slaying Pass. This was a stronghold built deep in the wilderness by the investigation department, with 9 others similar to it. However, at this moment, this magnificent stronghold was engulfed in the flames of war. On the city walls, countless firearms spat out long streams of fire, spiritual bullets being fired in the thousands every second. In the rear, cannon fire boomed, rows of automatic artillery, and armored vehicles belched fire, smoke filling the air. Further back, dozens of meters of missiles stood tall, trailing flames as they cut through the sky. Outside the city walls, in the sky and on the ground, investigators fought desperately, preventing demons from approaching, creating a stable output environment for their colleagues on the walls. Boom! 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 In front of the demon slaying pass, countless demons surged forward. Every shell that fell created a vacuum, but soon the demons behind filled the void. At this moment, there were no leaders, no superiors. Everyone was fighting for their lives. Bullets! Someone shouted. Logistics immediately sent several boxes of bullets through energy-propelled automatic pulleys. After loading, ignoring the red-hot gun barrels, the streams of fire poured forth once again. On the other side, Jiang Ming and the others heard the sound of missile explosions from afar. Damn it! Lu Changfeng roared, his speed increasing again. At the same time, his mind frantically connected the news he had received during this time. At first, when he left, he hadn't anticipated the outbreak of a demon tide. After managing the demon domain for over a decade, he could say that all areas accessible to humans had long been arranged with various monitoring devices. Not only technology, but also talismans refined by Longhu Mountain, complemented by various hidden outposts relaying information daily. Whenever 100 demons dared to gather in any location, even if they claimed to be sitting together for tea, he could arrive in time to smash the teapot. But less than a month after he left, such a large-scale demon tide erupted. Just yesterday, he had said it was controllable. Lu Changfeng gritted his teeth. It was precisely because the reports from this area said it was controllable that he hadn't rushed over. There were plans on the outside, and he had to be present for the youth competition. But now, which fool broke free from the seal? While pondering, they finally arrived above the demon-slaying pass. Lu Changfeng halted, his gaze instantly piercing like a sword towards the demon tide behind. Meanwhile, everyone beside him gasped in unison. Li Xiaoyao and the others were stunned by the scene before them, swallowing hard. Looking out, the demons surged like a flood, rolling in relentlessly. When had they ever seen such a sight from the outside? Being beneath this torrent felt like being an ant. Panic, fear, and helplessness grew wildly in their hearts like wild grass. Jiang Ming felt the same, but his gasp was one of excitement. So many, so many, so many demon cores. Ha 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 ha. I'm rich. I'm rich. A flash of light enveloped him, and a clone appeared. Xingtian armor. Fusion. War God Xingtian. Upgrade. Feiying armor. Fusion. Swift lightning Feiying. Upgrade. Eightfold shift. Chapter 89. Bullying. Feiying. In midair, before the 9 people could react, they saw 16 armored figures charging into the tide of monsters below. With the eightfold transmigration and his current mastery of the fighting techniques infused with the will of Yaoguang, he could easily learn it. Fire execution windstorm palm. Jiang Ming shouted loudly, and in an instant, 8 massive palm prints, engulfed in raging flames, shot out in all directions, instantly shredding the monsters in their path. Blood and flesh flying everywhere, the ground cracking open, directly plowing out 8 vacuum trails several hundred meters long. Sky-soaring pinnacle. The clones were not to be outdone, as 8 lightning-fast fangs soared into the air, leaping in all directions, with faint blue light circles intertwining in the void. Boom! Dust flew, and blood and flesh splattered. When everything settled, 8 massive, deep pits appeared before everyone, surrounded by the remnants of monster flesh, severed limbs, and even some flying onto the city walls. The impact of this scene was overwhelming. The 9 people suspended in midair were left dumbfounded, their minds blank. Only one thought frantically grew in their hearts. Is this a human? Is this really a human? Just a moment ago, he was one person, and in the blink of an eye, he became 16. Not even a pig giving birth? Is this fast? Not only them, but the many investigators on the city walls were also stunned. Where did this fierce man come from? They had noticed when Lu Changfeng arrived. Before they could even be excited, they saw the handsome boy next to him even more excited. First, he laughed wildly, babbling a bunch of nonsense, then charged into the tide of monsters with fervor. Many people exclaimed to remind him of the danger. As a result, it turned out to be the monsters who needed to beware of danger. Lu Changfeng also showed a look of surprise. How did this kid manage to get a set of armor again? This magic technique is quite powerful. Even with his keen eye, he couldn't tell if it was an illusion. Each piece of armor looked genuine. He withdrew his gaze and looked again at the tide of monsters behind. They were all small monsters, barely at the Kaiyang realm, and even fewer at the Yuheng realm. Not worth his attention. What he was looking for was the great monster that had broken free from its seal. You guys go down and kill. I originally wanted you to see the world, and now this world hasn't appeared for over a decade. Consider yourselves lucky. When Dao Jun and the others twitched at the corners of their eyes. You call this lucky? I didn't check the calendar before going out. Li Xiaoyao was obedient, and as soon as Lu Changfeng's voice fell, he took a deep breath, shouted as if to bolster his courage, and dove down without looking back. Jiang's supervisor, I'm here to assist you. Raising his hand to form a seal, countless azure lights floated and shot towards the tide of monsters. The remaining few bit their teeth and charged down as well. Damn it! Although we're not as perverse as Jiang Ming, many people outside still call us perverse. Okay, let us do it. Zhang Lada raised his hand and scattered a handful of golden beans. When the beans hit the ground, they instantly transformed into golden puppets, charging into the tide of monsters. Qi Ningxuang stepped on the void, flames rising behind her, as a phoenix adorned with colorful feathers soared. Seeing the light flash in her palm, a crimson long spear appeared, which she threw with all her might, piercing through dozens of monsters. Crashing into the ground with a bang, her figure flickering as she pulled out the spear and swept it. Wen Dao Jun from Qingtsang Mountain, Jing Xin from Panhua Temple, Yuanqing from Shuangyue Gate, Wuchen from Long Hushan, Long Jinchuan from the Long family, and Nangong Liyue from the Investigation Division. Each of them employed their techniques. For a moment, the pressure around some of the city walls significantly decreased. Many of the investigators who had been fighting for a long time finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, if we talk about who was killing the fiercest, it had to be Jiang Ming's side. The 16 armored figures dispersed, and it was impossible to tell which one was the real body. They were all excessively strong. Among them, one war god Xing Tian grabbed a fleeing Yaowang realm crocodile monster. You see me and run? What does that mean? He directly pried open its mouth, grabbing its upper and lower jaws, and with a pop, the crocodile monster was ripped in half. He tossed it aside casually. Stepping down, the Yulin palm was raised again, and he pounced towards the monster horde. He killed more than the combined total of the other 9. However, maintaining the 8-fold transmigration quickly consumed his spiritual energy. Fortunately, his foundation was deep. Earlier in the morning, he was still complaining about Star Xian, and now looking at it, it was so damn fragrant. One expansion. Boom. Just then, Lu Changfeng moved. He finally found the great monster that had broken free from its seal. His whole person shot through the air like a cannonball, racing forward, and the terrifying airflow directly tore through countless monsters along the way. Where he passed, it was like a rain of blood. Screams filled the air. Blood demon, you're asking for death. Lu Changfeng recognized the identity of the great monster. When the investigation division first entered the great wilderness demon domain, they wanted to kill these monsters while they were sealed. At that time, this blood demon had awakened a trace of consciousness. He remembered clearly, back then, This dog thing mocked them for not being able to reach it. Haha, with the seal, they indeed couldn't reach it. Now that you've come out yourself. If I don't drain you of blood today, I'll consider myself weak. Noticing that he was being targeted, the blood demon no longer hid. Countless blood beads floated out from the bodies of numerous monsters and gathered in the air into a colossal blood sphere, swaying like jelly. Mikti Evanson. D. Lu Changfeng didn't waste words with it. He launched immediately, behind him appearing a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. A 1,000-meter phantom suddenly burst forth above his head, towering. A massive hand reached out towards the blood demon. The blood demon was also unwilling to back down. Its whole body glowing with red light, expanding in an instant, blocking the sky and charging towards him. Boom! The terrifying energy seemed to threaten to annihilate the world, shaking the entire battlefield. While this side was shaking the heavens and the earth, Jiang Ming was also faced with two reckless opponents. Two monsters equivalent to the Yuhing 4th and 5th levels charged straight at him. Human brat, your time to act fierce is over. One of the wolf monsters, several meters long and emitting a green glow, lunged at one of the Xing Tian armors. Another snowy white snake monster twisted its body, its tail whipping around towards the others. The 8 Xing Tian armors simultaneously raised their heads and spoke in unison, bullying, Feiying. The 8 lightning-fast Feiying echoed in response, flying over, coming. Their palms swept past their waists, energy cards inserting into their belts. Fire, execution, palm. Feiying leg. In an instant, 16 figures intertwined. You strike with a palm, I strike with a leg, and, at extreme speed, the wolf monster and the snake monster were sent flying from the ground into the air like sandbags. Ha ha, scream. Keep screaming. Your time to act fierce is over. If I really act fierce, you can't handle it. Boom. One war god Xing Tian punched directly into the wolf's mouth, its fangs snapping off with a sound, and before the wolf monster could even scream. A lightning-fast Feiying descended from sky, crashing down heavily on its back. Crack! The sound of its spine breaking echoed in all directions. Its massive body smashed into the ground, kicking up clouds of dust. The snake monster's treatment was similar, with numerous blood holes gushing out, its scales nearly scraped clean. Its body was straight as it embedded itself into the earth. At this moment, anyone who could see this scene, whether human or monster, had only one thought left in their minds. This is too damn brutal. Chapter 90, the corners of his mouth couldn't be held back. Who could outdo him in looting? Ugh, at that moment, a vast horn suddenly echoed through the heavens and the earth, heavy and muffled, as if it came from a distant and ancient time. Jiang Ming looked up, and an image involuntarily appeared in his mind. It was an era of wilderness. Countless monsters spanning the heavens and the earth, banners fluttering on the ground, and countless warriors clad in armor and wielding sharp weapons, their battle cries shaking the sky. Before he could regain his senses from the image, the surging tide of monsters came to a halt, and in the next moment, all the monsters turned around and retreated rapidly like a receding tide. The earth trembled, and Jiang Ming awakened then. Damn! Fire punishment, heavenly fierce sword. Absolute shadow, whirlwind blade. Slash! Spiritual energy surged wildly. Overwhelming sword light and blade light filled the heavens and the earth. Boom! The earth rumbled. Akin to an earthquake, 16 ravines spread for thousands of meters, and all monsters along the way were ground into minced meat. Blood gathered in the ravines, forming 16 rivers of crimson in the blink of an eye. With one strike, Jiang Ming felt as if his dantian was about to be drained dry, and the flying shadow of punishment automatically dissipated. In midair, when Dao Jun and the others watched the retreating tide of monsters, finally breathing a sigh of relief, only to be stunned by this earth-shattering blow. Their throats rolled, looking at the blood river, then at Jiang Ming, seeing him suddenly kneeling on one knee. They hurriedly called out, "Inspector Jiang, are you all right?" Saying this, they were about to fly over. Buzz! A blood-red light flashed on Jiang Ming, his vital blood surging, and a figure entirely blood-red stepped out. The flame dragon armor adhered in bits. Stopping. The blood-red, Jiang Ming spoke softly. The 9 people instantly halted. Shock reappeared in their eyes. What? Was that not his full strength just now? All of them were proud talents from various major forces, naturally having discernment. By now, they had long realized that Jiang Ming possessed a profound body separation technique. But what shocked them was not this. It was that after such a long fight, His vital blood was still so vigorous. How the hell did he cultivate this? The 9 people stood still in midair, speechless for a long time, not daring to approach. Knowing Jiang Ming did not trust them. On the city wall, a group of investigators who had been dazed for a long time finally regained their senses. Seeing this scene, they all flew down. Inspector Jiang, you all don't come over. The blood-red Jiang Ming waved his hand. Right now, apart from Lu Changfeng, he trusted no one. Logically, these people wouldn't dare, but what if? As the saying goes, it's not the bad guys who are the most terrifying, but the fools who suddenly come up with an idea. This vital blood clone was his backup. It must be said that Zhao Feiping's 9 revolutions clone technique indeed had something to it. Spiritual energy combined with what can create a clone, and vital blood combined with what can also create a clone. Unfortunately, he couldn't split too much now. Otherwise, it would affect his main body. Jiang Ming took out the prepared pills and spiritual medicines from his storage ring and stuffed them all into his mouth. The supreme body refining technique operated, and the spiritual energy surged in, madly filling his dantian. The dim starry brilliance slowly became radiant. Outside the demon-slaying pass, it was silent. Everyone's gaze was fixed on the figure sitting cross-legged, surrounded by piles of monster corpses, with 16 rivers of blood in front. This scene would be deeply engraved in their minds until the day of their death. Uncertain how much time passed, Jiang Ming opened his eyes, waved his hand to disperse the vast spiritual energy, stood up, and the vital blood clone removed the flame dragon armor, returning. All right, don't just stand there foolishly, go. Clean up the battlefield. It's time to reap the rewards. I wonder how many monster cores we can get this time. Everyone responded and dispersed. The demon-slaying pass rumbled as the city walls split down the middle, and one by one, the logistics personnel rushed towards the piles of monster corpses with various professional tools. Jiang Ming looked up. He didn't know where Lu Changfeng had gone fighting the blood demon. However, with his strength, Jiang Ming wasn't too worried. One person had kept the vast wild demon domain peaceful for over a decade. The barbarian emperor wasn't called that for nothing. Between the towering mountains, behind Lu Changfeng, a 1,000-meter illusion formed a cage with 5 fingers, carrying a powerful suppression force, enveloping the sea of blood. Thunder flickered in his palm, and arcs of azure-purple lightning swirled like dragons, rolling in the sea of blood. Heart-wrenching screams echoed through the heavens and the earth. Lu Changfeng's short and stout figure stood in the void, watching indifferently as the blood demon charged left and right within the cage. Why not stay sealed up nicely? Why come out looking for death? Did you think breaking the seal meant you could roam the vast world? Lu Changfeng, the sea of blood surged, and a human face solidified. The war horn had sounded. The emergence of the demon race was now a certainty. Enough. You're making my ears hurt. I didn't know the emergence of the demon race was a certainty. Do you need to tell me? The blood demon's words were interrupted by Lu Changfeng. You won't see that day anyway, so what are you getting so worked up about? The blood demon was left speechless, originally wanting to retort. But now all the words he had prepared slipped his mind. After stammering for a while, he didn't know what to say. The more he thought, the angrier he became. Coupled with the endless despair from the relentless thunder striking him, the dual blow of physical and psychological pressure, anger surged in his heart, malice stirred in his guts. In the next moment, he shouted, Lu Changfeng, damn it. Lu Changfeng's 5 fingers clenched, and in an instant his massive hand moved in sync. The might of the thunder intensified, forcefully suppressing the blood demon's words back down. The screams rose again. After a few breaths, the thunder gradually subsided, and within the cage, where was the blood demon's figure? Completely vaporized. The 1,000-meter illusion faded, and Lu Changfeng reached out to grab, and a blood-red monster core swiftly came to him. The stench of blood wafted. After a careful inspection, he flipped his hand and stored away. Want to curse me? You should inquire first. It's always been me. Lu Changfeng, who does the cursing. With a flash of his figure, he disappeared. At the demon-slaying pass, Jiang Ming also participated in the battlefield cleanup. There was no choice. There were too many dead monsters. The entire pass's investigators and logistics personnel were mobilized but still couldn't handle it all. He directly summoned the spiritual energy clone and the vital blood clone, performing the 8-fold shift. With 24 Jiang Mings, they could sweep through a large area. The progress was much faster. This made him discover another benefit of the clone, combined with the 8-fold shift. In the future, who the hell could outdo him in looting? One person was like a construction team. By the time Lu Chongfeng returned to the demon-slaying pass, the battlefield had almost been cleaned up. He threw the blood demon's monster core to Jiang Ming, whose gaze swept over the group of investigators. Without speaking, he made everyone dare not utter a word, instinctively lowering their heads to avoid his gaze. Return and rest for half an hour. After half an hour, come to the training ground. I want to hear your explanations. Turning to Jiang Ming and the others, he said, "You don't need to rest. Come with me first." After speaking, he walked into the demon-slaying pass with his hands behind his back. Jiang Ming followed behind, happily examining the crimson monster core in his hand. Although he didn't know what realm it was, it looked much better than by Xiaomiao's. The energy contained within was even more abundant. TSK, TSK. I wonder what armor this time will awaken. With so many monster cores, he even started fantasizing about the ultimate armor. Emperor, Azura, Yadarai's, any one of them would do. He wasn't picky. Just as he was about to suppress the corners of his mouth, the 9 people led by Li Xiaoyao caught up from behind. "Inspector Jiang, what do you think Senior Lu wants us to say?" Chapter 91, I think this willow branch hasn't entangled your little brain. It should be referring to that horn sound. The scene that Jiang Ming saw before floated in his mind, and his eyes narrowed slightly. Although the time was brief, he still saw it. Monsters. Countless monsters. Monsters everywhere. The sound of the horn? What's wrong with the horn sound? It should be telling those monsters to retreat, right? When Dao Jun asked in confusion, "Isn't this very normal? Senior Lu has arrived, and you're making such a big deal out of it. These monsters aren't fools, knowing they can't break through the pass. Why would they be so stubborn?" Jiang Ming turned his head in surprise to look at him. "Did you not see?" "See what?" When Dao Jun looked confused. "And you guys?" The others shook their heads as well. Jiang Ming fell silent. "Is it only I who can see it? Do I have some special trait?" He is just an ordinary armor summoner after all. Besides 3 sets of ultimate armor and another 12 sets, what else does he have? Before he could think further, Lu Chongfeng's urging voice came. "Hurry up, stop dawdling." Jiang Ming quickly collected his thoughts and hurriedly followed the others. After a moment, the group arrived inside the pass. What is called a pass is actually a city. Under Lu Chongfeng's lead, everyone arrived at a building resembling a subway station. 2 metal doors were tightly closed. After identifying their identities, a few people walked inside. What greeted their eyes were small rooms. This was a training room created by the investigation department using formations combined with modern technology, which could have an effect similar to that of a calming elixir. Now you all go in to train. You have only 3 days to improve your strength as much as you can. After 3 days, I need you to do something for me. Lu Chongfeng turned to look at the others. You all heard the horn sound just now, right? A hint of understanding flashed in Jiang Ming's eyes. The others were somewhat surprised. Why did Senior Lu also mention the horn sound? That is the war horn. I need you to retrieve it. I can't leave. That old bastard Chu Huai isn't at the demon-slaying pass. The experts inside should have been taken away by him to repair the seal. The other passes are probably the same. I need help. The people at the demon-slaying pass cannot move anymore. At first, he wasn't in a hurry to enter the great wilderness demon domain, although it was partly because it was said to be controllable, but more so because Chu Huai was there. This previous head of the investigation department had a friendly personality, but his strength was not to be underestimated. He initially thought that, with him around, the situation wouldn't deteriorate too quickly. But now, a flash of killing intent crossed Lu Chongfeng's eyes, and he didn't say more. With a wave of his hand, 2 porcelain bottles appeared in front of each person. One bottle contained a life-continuing pill for healing and recovering energy, and the other contained a jade clarity pill to enhance cultivation. 3 days later, in the southeast of the Great Wilderness, kill the monster holding the horn and bring back the horn. The strength of the monsters in the Great Wilderness is only at the level of the jade balance. All 10 of you can kill enemies above your level. As long as you are careful, there shouldn't be any major problems. At this point, he paused and scanned the group. If anyone really dies, it means you're not suited to live in this era. Dying early allows for rebirth. Now, take the pills and go train. Jiang Ming didn't ask more questions. Although Lu Chongfeng didn't show it on his face, he could sense that this matter should be quite significant. He raised his hand to grab the 2 bottles of pills and turned to walk into a training room. The second was Nangong Liue, followed by Long Jinchuan. These 2 were also in the investigation department, and now that the department head had personally given orders, they naturally had to comply. The remaining few, although somewhat worried in their hearts, quickly cut off those thoughts. Each took their pills and entered the training room. Once everyone had gone in, Lu Chongfeng's brows furrowed again. The war horn. He had been searching for it for over 10 years, collecting countless pieces of information and going back and forth in various major demon domains, both domestically and abroad. He finally confirmed that it was indeed in the Great Wilderness Demon Domain he was guarding based on some trivial clues. Over these 10 years, he almost turned the Great Wilderness Demon Domain upside down. I thought you guys would hide for a lifetime. Turning around, he walked out of the secret room. It was time to hear their explanations. In the training room, Jiang Ming stood in the center, forming a triangle with a nearby spiritual energy clone and blood energy clone. The next moment, he raised his hand, and a mountain of demon cores clattered to the ground. Jiang Ming directly poured out the life-continuing pills given by Lu Changfeng. No need to divide you all. Anyway, the energy absorbed has passed through my body. If you explode, I'll just summon another one. He poured out 6 pills, wrapped them in spiritual energy, and put them in his mouth. Xingtian armor, Mirje. Feiying armor, Mirje. Yanlong armor, Mirje. The 3 of them grabbed a handful of demon cores and placed them in front of their belts. In an instant, an overwhelming surge of energy poured into Jiang Ming's body. He could still bear it. Jiang Ming felt that his physical body, after such a long period of tempering, had reached an astonishing level. Moments later, after absorbing it all, they grabbed another handful. The vast energy roamed within him for several rounds, surging towards his sea of consciousness. As soon as it entered, all unawakened summoners began to flicker. However, in the next second, the Emperor's Belt, Shura's Summoner, and Yatla's Summoner simultaneously erupted with dazzling brilliance. Boom! The sea of consciousness trembled, and the 3 ultimate armors instantly absorbed 90% of the energy like bandits. What the hell? Jiang Ming was stunned. So you guys have been silent all along because you thought the energy was too little, right? While he spoke, the second wave of energy surged in again. It was still absorbed by the 3 ultimate summoners at 90%. The third wave, fourth wave, fifth wave. Gradually, Jiang Ming felt that his physical body was unable to endure any longer. His flesh began to crack and blood flowed. Without hesitation, he directly swallowed a life-continuing pill. At the same time, the spiritual energy clone and blood energy clone also exploded. The armor automatically disengaged. Once the effects of the life-continuing pill healed his injuries, he summoned 2 more clones, summoned the armor, and continued to absorb. This went on and on. The number of demon cores decreased sharply. While Jiang Ming was enjoying himself, the other 9 in the nearby training rooms were also busy, sitting cross-legged, each room filled with misty, spiritual energy. In the great wilderness, misty Zhua Gorge. Above the sky, countless emerald green and crystalline willow branches hung down, each binding a large demon with soaring demonic energy. At this moment, an old man in a long robe was raising both hands high, his whole body shining brightly, with mysterious formations appearing beneath his feet and above his head, radiating a hazy glow that intertwined with the willow branches, suppressing the bound large demons. Around the gorge, figures were fighting fiercely against the surging monsters. With each area they conquered, they shattered rocks, leaving behind various rare materials. The stream in the gorge had long been stained red with blood, with bodies piled up, both human and demon. Old Thief Chew, I want to see how long you can hold on. Among the large demons, wrapped in willow branches, one that resembled a beetle and was as large as a small mountain, spoke coldly. The war horn has been released. Why do you still need to hold on? Surrender to me, and when the demon race returns to the world in the future, I will let you live. Chu Huai remained silent, his mind moving, and a porcelain bottle flew out from his storage ring, shattering in midair. He opened his mouth to swallow the pills inside, and in an instant, the 2 formations of heaven and earth shone brightly. Old bastard, you're seeking death. Once I break free, I will devour you alive. You little bug are quite arrogant. I think this willow branch hasn't entangled your little brain at all. A faint voice echoed in the void. A smile finally appeared on Chu Huai's serious face.